Sha Palang Chapter 40 to Chapter 70. A large flag slowly rose from the top of the mountain. At first glance, one would think that it was Apricot Blossom Village. When the wind blew over, one would realize that it was Apricot Forest. Bandits of all sizes poked their heads out under the cover of the vegetation. They wore self-made armor and aimed their longbows and short swords at the people below the mountain. A silver light flashed on the top of the mountain. Chongqing narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw a heavy armor stolen from somewhere standing on the top of the mountain. The person under the mask couldn't be seen clearly. He stood like a target. Chongqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when the robbery landed on the Marquis of Stability's head. But when he looked back, he realized that Gu Yun wasn't laughing. Not only was he not laughing, but his expression was very ugly. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "Idiot." Chongqing's mind raced. He lowered his voice and said, "So the collusion between Nanjiang's officials and bandits isn't a legend. It's true." Gu Yun didn't say anything. His expression became even more gloomy. During the Daliang era, Donghai's local specialty was pearls, Lolan's local specialty was fine wine, and Nanjiang's local specialty was bandits. In the past 2 years, with the implementation of cultivation puppets, the farmers couldn't find work. Some of them followed the traveling merchants to the north to make a living. Some of them, for some reason, abandoned the light for the dark and followed the bandits. As things became cheaper, silver became more valuable. There were fewer and fewer people stockpiling goods and food. One after another, they stockpiled gold and silver, greatly increasing the bandits' robbing efficiency. Bandit culture prevailed here. There were more bandits than rabbits. It could be said that even a wildfire couldn't burn them down, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. The Nanjiang army was raised by a stepmother in the Ministry of War. They didn't have enough funds and couldn't afford to waste time with them. Although the bandits had the advantage of numbers, their general fighting power was limited. If they were to fight against the regular army, they would be wiped out easily. They would also tremble when they saw the garrison. When people had money, they wanted to pursue peace and stability. They didn't want to risk their lives all day and be chased around by others. Bandits were also people. Thus, in the long run, the Nanjiang army and the local bandits formed a subtle symbiotic relationship. The commander of the southern border army, Fu Zhiqing, was originally a bandit. On one hand, he controlled the bandits and tried to make them take money and not hurt people. On the other hand, the military budget of the southern border army was tight. It was estimated that General Fu was involved in this. Collusion between officials and bandits was, of course, not something to be proud of. However, Gu Yun knew in her heart that in the past 2 years, the emperor had been promoting the cultivation of puppets and opening up trade routes. These were clearly good policies that would make the country rich and the people strong. However, she did not know where the problem was. The national treasury was not satisfied and emptied, and the military expenditure had to be reduced. The south had just experienced a flood, and the disaster had not yet been relieved. If they fought again, the mountain bandits would run amok in the countryside and villages, and the common people would suffer even more. And if the imperial court really replaced the commander-in-chief of the Nanjiang army because of this matter, Gu Yun simply could not think of anyone who would be able to control the south. Between 2 evils, one could only choose the lesser. Gu Yun had no choice but to temporarily protect Fu Zhiqing. After enduring these 2 years, the ancient Silk Road would be completely built, and the trade routes in Daliang would be fully opened. A batch of silver from overseas would flow into Daliang, allowing the country to breathe a sigh of relief. At that time, not only would they send out troops, they would also have to repair the road from Bashu to the south. They would truly strengthen the control over the land far away from the emperor. Only by working on both sides could they completely eliminate the bandit threat. Unfortunately, other than him, no one else seemed to understand these matters. In fact, it wasn't that they didn't understand. It was just that in their eyes, the order to beat the drums and flatter the emperor in the future were more important. On the way here, Gu Yun had been pondering how to protect Fu Zhiqing. She had deliberately sent him a message without batting an eyelid. Unexpectedly, halfway through the journey, the other party had made such a move. What kind of bandit would turn out in full force for a robbery and roll up banners and beat gongs and drums? The other party clearly knew who he was. What was the difference between intercepting and killing an imperial envoy and rebelling? Chongqing had been in the midst of the common people and traveling around these years. He was no longer ignorant of the current situation and people's livelihood. After thinking for a while, the cause and effect were clear. He glanced at Gu Yun's expression and whispered, "Adoptive father, I think this might not be General Fu's intention." Gu Yun coldly said, "Nonsense, how can Fu Zhiqing be so stupid? These big-head mountain bandits who occupied the mountains and called themselves kings could be said to be illiterate. If they wanted to find someone who could write and calculate, they would have to share the same accountant for several mountains. They might have heard some gossip and taken the initiative to rob them. They would even test them and show off their strength. When the time came, they would be able to claim credit to Fu Zhiqing." They saw a bandit high up in the sky waving a simple copper roar. He shouted at Gu Yun and the others at the foot of the mountain as if he was singing an opera, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Shini didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight. She pulled out an arrow from behind her. "Marshal? Gu Yun, shoot it down." The arrow in Xinyi's hand left the bowstring almost at the same time as Gu Yun's voice. It shot at the bandit holding the copper roar with irresistible force. A bird cried out loudly and soared into the sky. Its sharp voice echoed throughout the entire valley. The entire valley was in an uproar. When Assistant Minister Sun saw this, he didn't even have time to be proud that he had grasped Fu Zhiqing's weakness. He was frightened and jumped out of the carriage in 3 steps. He repeatedly said, "You can't do this, you can't do this. Marshal, you can't do this. There are at least 100 bandits in this mountain. We only have a few people. All the generals are not wearing armor. We are unarmed. There is also His Highness the 4th Prince. His Highness the 4th Prince's status is precious. We cannot lose him." Gu Yun didn't even look at him. Chongqing waved his hand, "His Highness the 4th Prince, have you put down your martial arts?" Chongqing bowed and said, "I should be qualified to be a small cavalry under the marshal's command. Let's go. I will teach you how to enter the mountain and beat up monkeys." After Gu Yun finished speaking, she urged her horse to rush to a higher place. Chongqing didn't hesitate and immediately followed. The Black Iron Battalion soldiers were well trained. When Gu Yun moved, they immediately understood the marshal's intention. They urged their horses to follow, leaving only official Sun's lingering screams, "Marshal, you can't do this." The next moment, he felt something tighten at the back of his neck. His whole body was suspended in the air. Shini used the hilt of his sword to pick him up and threw him onto his horse. Sun Jiao fell with a GA sound and rolled his eyes. Shini helplessly said, "Official Sun, don't cry out. This general will definitely ensure that you don't die. Don't worry." As General Shen said this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for himself. Marshal Gu was born as a young master in Marquis Fu. He followed his mother everywhere and was used to being ordered around. When he grew up, he realized that the Black Iron Battalion didn't have a mother, so he simply treated Shini as his mother. He was really too much of a jerk. Speaking of which, Shini looked at official Sun, who fainted, and thought, "This is the first time I've seen an assistant minister who looks so much like a eunuch." On the mountain top, a small bandit said to the bandit leader, "Big brother, I heard the eunuch call the marshal just now." The bandit leader was hidden in his heavy armor. When he heard this, he pushed his iron mask and said angrily, "Nonsense, why aren't you shooting the arrows? Surround them! Surround them!" The trombone sounded again in the valley. The bandits, big and small, rushed over with a howl. They looked down at Gu Yun and his small military force. It was unknown whether the bandits wanted to boost their courage or for some other reason, but they made a big show of surrounding them. The people on one end ran down, while the people on the other end banged on pots and bowls and howled as they ran from the opposite mountain to surround them. They ran in a mess, causing dust to fly everywhere. Unfortunately, most of their horses were stolen from passing caravans. How could they catch up with the Black Iron Battalion's warhorses? They were instantly left behind. Gu Yun made a hand gesture. The soldiers behind him immediately understood and scattered. The targets of the arrows shot by the bandits were scattered and immediately became disorganized. Facing a group of bandits, Gu Yun indifferently drew his sword. The blade was as long as snow. He said to Chang Gung, remember, before the battle, whoever doesn't want to die will die first. Chang Gung was almost blinded by the sword in Gu Yun's hand. His sword was like a swimming dragon. Along the way, blood splattered. In and out, the bandits and horse corpses rolled into a ball. Gu Yun finished the second half of his sentence, even if your enemies are a bunch of good-for-nothings. The bandit leader looked around with his clairvoyance. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately said angrily, I asked you to surround them. What's going on? The small bandit next to him said with a bitter face, Big brother, I don't know. At this moment, a black-faced bandit ran over, Big brother, something bad has happened. In the blink of an eye, a light cavalry rushed up to the mountain pass. The bandit holding the trombone did not have time to shrink his neck. He saw a flash of a sword and his head was separated from his body. Gu Yun's equestrian skills were outstanding. He moved freely between the mountain rocks as if he was walking on flat ground. He crossed an extremely narrow mountain path and swung the sword in his hand. A scream came from behind a big rock. There was actually someone lying in ambush there. He shook the blood off his sword and seemed to wait for Chang Gung for a moment. He said, there are many obstacles in the mountain. There are often local bandits behind the obstacles. Your martial arts are outstanding, so you may not be able to avoid the ambush. Chang Gung glanced around. Sure enough, he saw that the crossbow was already set up behind the rock. It was just waiting to shoot. His horse was not a warhorse. It was a little strenuous to follow Gu Yun. However, he felt that the blood in his body was boiling. He asked, Godfather, how did you know? Gu Yun curved the corner of his mouth, I'm familiar with it. As soon as he finished speaking, a mountain rock suddenly rolled down from above. Gu Yun seemed to have eyes on his head. He fiercely squeezed the horse's abdomen. The warhorse suddenly jumped forward. The mane on its tail almost touched the rolling mountain rock. At the same time, Gu Yun left the saddle and stood up. He grabbed a vine at the side and swung it quickly in the air, hanging himself up. Chang Gung heard a puff sound and instinctively leaned back. Fortunately, he did not let his ferocious godfather splash blood on his face. Gu Yun looked at him from above. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. He blew a long whistle and the horse immediately followed him. Chang Gung's heart was beating wildly. Gu Yun's smile was about to suck away his soul. Gu Yun shouted at him from above, when fighting monkeys in the mountains, remember to seize the high ground first. At this time, the bandits' joking encirclement was completely messed up. A few high passes were occupied at lightning speed, and the bandits became a group of headless flies, running all over the place. They were happily killed by the arrows that fell from high above. Chang Gung quickly chased after him. He saw Gu Yun turn around and get back on his horse. At the same time, he nimbly took out a special arrow from his back. The bow and arrow were very heavy. The longbow was at least a few dozen caddies. It came with a thumb-sized box. Chang Gung's eyelids twitched. He thought, there's a golden box on the bow? The next moment, the white steam emitted from the longbow confirmed his guess. The arrow shaft seemed to be made of iron. When it left the bowstring, it made an ear-piercing screech. It was as if 20 sky-drilling monkeys were screaming at the top of their lungs at the same time. The iron arrow was like a miniature version of a white rainbow that pierced through the sun. The sound of metal hitting stone rippled like waves in the mountains. The iron arrow hit a huge mountain rock right in the middle. Dust flew up like wild horses galloping. The huge rock shook for a moment and fell down without warning. The group of monkeys scattered, but the bandit leader's movement was hindered by the heavy armor on his body. It took him a while to raise his head. Before he could see anything, he was buried under the ground with a boom along with his armor. Chang Gung smiled and said, Godfather, I know this. To capture bandits, capture the leader, right? He was protected by Gu Yun all the way by his side. They whizzed past hundreds of bandits. Not even a strand of his hair was messed up. His clothes fluttered in the wind. He still looked like an elegant young master. Gu Yun made a tisk sound in his heart and thought, it's over. The next time I return to the capital, the number of little girls throwing handkerchiefs at me will probably be reduced by half. Less than an hour later, Gu Yun brought his few unarmed black iron camp soldiers and swaggered to the bandits' lair. Most of the bandits immediately fled when they saw that their shiny leader was dead. They were familiar with the terrain. Once they scattered into the mountain forest, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Yun brought few people, so it was inconvenient for him to chase after them. He only tied up a few who did not have time to run and strung them together like quails. Gu Yun sat down on the bandit leader's tiger skin chair. He felt that something was wrong, so he stood up and took off the tiger skin on the chair. He was amused. The throne of the king of the noble mountain is really original. He saw that the 4 legs of the majestic tiger skin chair had been sawed off. The bottom of the chair was a pile of gold bricks with a layer of wooden planks on top. Gu Yun asked, "Can a golden egg be laid sitting on this chair?" Shini let out a long, dry cough, indicating for the marshal to speak human language. At this time, Lord Sun, who had wet his pants from fright, had changed his pants and returned in a pretentious manner. When he saw the situation, he immediately realized that the opportunity would not come again. He changed from his earlier howling "you can't do this" appearance. He took a step forward and righteously asked, "Who gave you the courage to rob the imperial envoy along the way? Who instigated this matter? Speak." Chongqing was originally playing with Gu Yun's special bow. When he heard this, he raised his head and said, "Robbing the imperial envoy is a crime of conspiracy against the state. As long as it's not the bandit leader, an ordinary bandit might be exiled. For heroes like you all." When he said this, he did not continue. He only gave a meaningful smile and ignored the trembling bandits. It was as if he had just mentioned it unintentionally. He quickly turned his attention to other things and asked Gu Yun with a smile, "Adoptive father, this bow of yours is really good. Can you give it to me?" Gu Yun waved his hand, "Take it." Sun Jiao was stunned. He could not understand what this 4th prince, whom he had never met before, meant. At first, he only felt that he did not put on any airs. He had a gentle temperament, was very good at chatting, and was not very shrewd. Now, he suddenly realized that he might have misjudged him. When Chongqing said this, the bandits were not that stupid. They immediately stamped their feet and beat their chests as they cried and shouted. This commoner did not know that the imperial envoy had arrived. "Darren, please spare my life. It's not easy to make a living on the streets. In this small place of ours, we can't see a single person for 10 days to half a month. Who knew that we would run into the imperial envoy as soon as we opened our business? This commoner has been wronged." "Ah no, actually, it's not wronged. This commoner has old and young at home. It's not easy." Sun Jiao. At this moment, a Black Iron Battalion soldier suddenly walked in quickly and whispered in Gu Yun's ear, "Marshal, Nanzhong Circuit Governor Fu Ming sent someone to deliver a letter. He said that he heard that Marquis was harassed by bandits. He will bring 200 soldiers and will arrive soon." Gu Yun expressionlessly raised his eyes and happened to meet Sun Jiao's gaze. The blood on Marshal Gu's body had not dried yet. The smugness that flashed through Sun Jiao's eyes was scared back. Fu Zhiqing was born a bandit. Even if he was later recruited and surrendered, his military achievements were illustrious. It was very unreasonable to appoint such a person as a border official. However, when the western regions rebelled, Nanyang also took the opportunity to invade Dalyong's territory. They wanted to loot a burning house. Gu Yun had already gone to the west. There was no one else in the court that could be used. They could only treat a dead horse as a living horse and let Fu Zhiqing command the Nanjiang garrison. However, Emperor Yuan he was still not at ease with him. The Nanzhong Circuit Governor was specially appointed to contain Fu Zhiqing. He had 200 elite soldiers in his hands. At the crucial moment, he could take action. If something really happened, these 200 soldiers would not be able to fight against the Nanjiang garrison. However, it would not be difficult for them to break through and send a message. Kuai Lantu and Fu Zhiqing could be said to be enemies on a narrow road. It was likely that they both wanted to kill each other. They probably did not have good intentions. Gu Yun said, "I had just broken into the bandits' lair and Governor Kuai had already heard about it. He is even more well-informed than the local lord." Sun Jiao also knew that Kuai Lantu came too quickly and did not grasp the right timing. He hurriedly said, "I won't hide it from Marshal. This trip was supposed to be secret. Who knew that we would encounter the 4th prince on the way? How could this lowly official let the prince be in danger? I had no choice but to inform the Nanjong circuit governor to provide support. Lord Sun is considerate, Chongqing said with a smile. However, how did you know that going to the south was risky? Sun Jiao probably knew that his backer was coming. He straightened his back and cupped his hands. This time, this lowly official went to the southwest. I have long heard of the Nanjiang bandits running amok. Just in case, before I left, I specially asked His Majesty for a drumming order. Unexpectedly, it was as expected. Fortunately, Marquis has been through hundreds of battles and did not panic in the face of danger. Guyun looked at him with a fake smile and did not accept this flattery. Sun Jiao righteously said, "This group of bandits is running amok. They are really daring. They even dare to rob the imperial court officials, let alone the local citizens. If this disaster is not eliminated, the southwest will not be stable." It seems that this lowly official's drumming order is the right one. This is the first drumming order in Daliang. The prize will fall on General Fu. Other than the 200 family generals, Nanjong Inspector General Kuai Lan Tu also had 10 sets of heavy armor and 15 sets of light fur coats. If he added a giant kite, then in terms of firepower and steel armor, Yanhui Town's city defense equipment was only SOSO. The moment he received Sun Jiao's letter, he knew that the day he had been looking forward to was about to arrive. Fu Zhiqing had been a local emperor for a long time. He was rude and arrogant. More than once, he had humiliated Kuai Lan Tu, who was sent by the imperial court to monitor him, in front of others. The enmity between the two had been long-standing. The emperor was determined to gather the military power of the entire territory and carry out the drumming order. He needed someone to sacrifice the flag first. The northwest was Guyun's territory and temporarily could not be moved. Jiangnan mainly had the navy, which had the important task of monitoring the ships coming and going. There was also the Wokou disaster, so it was inconvenient to move first. The army of the Central Plains was in the middle to guard the country. If they wanted to move, they had to leave it for last. Only the remote and desolate Nanjiang could be a breakthrough point. If Fu Zhiqing was smart, he would have obediently squatted in Nanjiang and pretended he did not exist. However, he jumped out and used the name of Dingyu to threaten the imperial court. A family general came forward and said in a low voice, "Sir, the kerosene has been prepared." Kuai Lan Tu took the clairvoyance and looked at the charming green mountain in front of him from afar. The owner of the mountain was a Taoist priest with the Buddhist name Jingsu. Because the emperor believed in Buddhism, the people all followed and the Taoist temple could not continue. There were often ruffians who saw that he could be bullied and came to rob him. In a fit of anger, Jingsu killed one of the ruffians. This person was literate and his methods were ruthless. He was quite a character and later became the leader of the 300 Li mountain bandits in Nanjiang. Kuai Lan Tu knew that Jingsu and Fu Zhiqing wore the same pants. If he wanted to kill Fu Zhiqing, he had to start with this Taoist priest. As early as when the emperor invited Guyun, Kuai Lan Tu and Sun Jiao made a plan. He first spread the news in Nanjiang that the imperial envoy of the imperial court was coming to thoroughly investigate the case of Fu Zhiqing colluding with the bandits. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong with the imperial envoy, Fu Zhiqing must have told the bandit leaders in advance that the imperial envoy of the Fu army was about to arrive and ordered them to restrain their subordinates. This way, would these bandits listen to General Fu or listen to rumors? If they had doubts in their hearts and Fu Zhiqing downplayed the imperial envoy investigating the case as an imperial envoy to Fujian, what would the bandit leaders think? Just before the imperial envoy entered the country, Kuai Lan Tu received a message from Sun Jiao and sent someone to disguise himself as a Nanjiang garrison to find Jingsu. He told him that the carriage of the Marquis of Stability and the imperial envoy was robbed halfway. General Fu did not want to be implicated and could only ask for help from the Taoist priest. Jingsu had the best relationship with Fu Zhiqing. No matter whether she was suspicious or not, she would cover for him at this critical juncture. As soon as she heard that Fu Zhiqing was here, she immediately brought people over. As soon as they left, Kuai Lan Tu and the others, who were hiding in the mountains, used heavy armor to seal off the mountain path. Thousands of arrows dipped in oil were placed on the bowstrings and set fire to Jingsu's old nest. The light and heavy armor patrolled the mountains. When they saw people who escaped, they fired a short cannon. The bandits guarding the mountain, the old, the weak, women, and children in the mountains were all treated equally. They did not let anyone go. They only let a few live so that they could inform Jingsu. It's about time. Let's go see Marshal Gu. Kuai Lanta waved his hand. The heavy armor, light fur, and 200 elite soldiers gathered in a well-trained manner and prepared to move. Kuai Lanta mounted his horse and turned his head to look at the mountain that had been licked into a bloody mess by the fire. He carelessly said, "Listen to Fu Zhicheng's excuses. What mountain bandits are cunning. What wildfire can't burn, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. I burned the wildfire. I'd like to see how they'll grow again when the wildfire blows." This time, all the bandits in the territory knew that Fu Zhicheng was using a stalling tactic. In order to protect himself in front of the imperial envoy, he had made a move against his former brothers. Kuai Lanta wanted the bandits and Fu Zhicheng to fight each other. Didn't Fu Zhicheng think he was smart and think no one could get a hold of his weakness? Of course, in order to prevent Fu Zhicheng from acting out of desperation and rebelling in a moment of desperation, Sun Jiao had specially invited the Marquis of Stability to oversee the situation. The Marquis of Stability, Gu Yun, had not arrived. He might be a deterrent against a rebel army, but he might not be able to suppress Fu Zhicheng, who was a regional official who had crawled out from a pile of corpses. But that didn't matter. Who asked the old Marquis of Stability to guide and recognize his worth? Kuai Lanta was certain that Fu Zhicheng wouldn't dare to touch Gu Yun. Although most of the old Marquis of Stability's former subordinates had retired from the army and retired, their relationships were intertwined and their influence still remained. If Fu Zhicheng really dared to be ungrateful and touch the old Marquis's only son, the internal chaos in his Nanjiang garrison would be enough to make him suffer. Furthermore, no matter how savage Fu Zhi was, he wouldn't think that a mere Nanjiang garrison would have the ability to start an uprising and shake the foundation of Daliang, right? Just as they turned to leave, a palm-sized wooden bird rolled its eyes and flapped its wings. It flew into the sky amidst the thick smoke and blood. In the blink of an eye, it became a little black dot and disappeared. At the same time, Fu Zhicheng, who was in the Nanjiang garrison, received news that the Marquis of Stability's carriage had been robbed. His entire body trembled and he leaped up. He grabbed the scout by the collar and asked, "Where is the Marquis of Stability right now?" The scout said, "The Marquis of Stability killed the apricot forest, but for some reason, he stayed in the apricot forest's lair and didn't leave. He also changed his original flag to the Black Iron Battalion's commander's flag." After Fu Zhicheng heard this, his face twitched for a moment. He raised his hand and threw the wine cup and teacup on the table to the ground. He said hatefully, "Unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things." The scout knelt on one knee, not daring to breathe loudly. He watched as the Nanjiang garrison's commander paced around the room like a trapped beast. He wasn't surprised that Gu Yun had destroyed the apricot forest bandits' lair. If Gu Yun had really been robbed, that would be a rare and unheard of story. The question was, what did the Marquis of Stability want? Why didn't he continue on his journey and instead stayed in the apricot forest? If it was only to interrogate the bandits, why did he change his flag? Who was he waiting for? What was he waiting for? Gu Yun came in the name of consoling the army to offer condolences, so why did he bring the Black Iron Battalion's commander's flag with him? Since the commander's flag was there, then was the Xiantai's tiger tally there? Did he really only have a few bodyguards and a good-for-nothing assistant minister by his side? Also, the governor of Nanzhong, who was hundreds of li away, must have prepared a large basket of black mud to smear on his body. Had Gu Yun already made contact with him? Which side was Gu Yun on? Fu Zhicheng's eyelids twitched. He had originally been a subordinate of the old Marquis of Stability, but he hadn't interacted much with Gu Yun. He also knew that Gu Yun had always disliked his banditry. Fu Zhicheng had no confidence in Gu Yun's visit. "Prepare the horses," Fu Zhicheng suddenly said. "Mountain Tiger, White Wolf, and Spirit Fox battalions, come with me to see the Marquis of Stability and the Imperial Envoy. Lin Bao is on standby. If you see the fireworks, be ready to set off at any time." The scout looked at Fu Zhicheng in bewilderment. General Fu had mobilized nearly half of the Nanjiang garrison's military strength. Was he going to observe the Marquis of Stability or to encircle and suppress him? Fu Zhicheng grabbed the halberd from the wall and said angrily, "What are you dawdling for?" Closely following the governor's family general, the Nanjiang garrison also used nearly half of their military strength to open a path toward the apricot forest without turning back. As the night deepened, the large and small caravans that had missed their lodgings on the official road of Nanjiang began to set up temporary tents by the roadside. The traveling merchants who traveled north and south were accustomed to sleeping under the sky and on the ground. Leaving only the night watchmen and torches, they gradually fell asleep. In the third watch period, the sound of cuckoo birds rose and fell in the forest. The night watchman and a portion of those who pretended to be asleep stood up one after another. They didn't speak to each other. When they passed by each other, they only made eye contact. Completely silent, they sneaked behind the accompanying carriages. The carriages carrying the goods had a compartment. When the goods on top were pried open and pulled, the cold armor underneath was revealed. There wasn't a trace of reflection. Groups of 3 to 5 night walkers fastened the steel armor on their bodies at lightning speed. There were eagles, armor, and a portion of cavalry in light fur. Turning around, they melted into the night from all directions. The forest swayed for a moment, startling the sleeping birds. After a moment, it was as quiet as before. Only the scattered torches of the caravans were left. They were scattered in all directions on the winding and complicated land of Nanjiang's mountains and rivers. They were like scattered pieces of gold. That night, many complicated powers and people with ulterior motives were rushing toward the apricot forest. The apricot forest bandit leader, who had died under the mountain rock, probably would never have dreamed that he was like an important string. Unintentionally, he made a stupid decision and ignited the situation in Nanjiang that could be triggered at any moment. In the old lair of the apricot forest bandits, a group of bandits gritted their teeth and said that they didn't know about the imperial envoy's visit. Sun Jiao interrogated them for a while like a rolling cart but couldn't get anything out of him. He could only give up. His eyes kept glancing toward the door. Guyan simply ate 2 mouthfuls of food to fill his stomach. He wiped his mouth and didn't move his chopsticks. Seeing Sun Jiao's expression, he smiled and said, "Assistant Minister Sun, you've looked at the door 7 or 8 times in the time it takes to eat a meal. Are you looking forward to Governor Kuai?" Sun Jiao's expression changed a few times. He forced a smile and said, "Marshal is joking." "Marshal, it's not to your liking. Why don't you eat more?" "No." Guyan looked at him meaningfully. "It's not good to eat too much. Just enough is enough." "That's right, Jipping, if you have nothing to do, count how much gold and silver there is in this bandit lair. We can't rob the bandits for nothing. Later, we'll pack it up and take it away." Sun Jiao was speechless. Guyun said, "Sir Sun won't go back and report me, right?" "Sigh, I won't hide it from you. The Ministry of War is stingy. Our Black Iron Battalion doesn't have an easy time either." The bandits who were tied up were still quite clever. Hearing this, they quickly said, "We have an account book." "We do. It's on there." Shani looked back and saw that there was a secret room. There was a large ladder in the corner that led straight to the roof. A pile of straw covered a small attic that was placed on a beam. How nice, Shani thought. I'm back to being an accountant in the henhouse. At this moment, Kuai Lantu was the first to arrive at the apricot forest. Kuai Lantu strode in with his subordinates. The blood and fire on his body hadn't dissipated. It was as if he still had a murderous aura. He took a step forward and said loudly, "This subordinate is Governor Kuai Lantu of Nanzhong. Greetings to the Marquis of Stability, Sir Sun, the generals, and this." Chongqing smiled at him and said, "Li Min." Kuai Lantu was speechless. Sun Jiao quickly lowered his voice and reminded him, "Don't be rude. That's Yanbei of Gojoseon, His Highness the 4th Prince." Kuai Lantu was shocked. The emperor's younger brother, Li Min, had never appeared in front of the world. Most people only knew that he had been wandering among the commoners. After he was found, he had been living in the Marquis of Stability's residence. He didn't have any achievements and was still so young. Kuai Lantu knew rationally that although this young man had a noble status, there was nothing to worry about. However, he was still an unexpected variable that made people feel uneasy. As if foreshadowing something, the corners of Kuai Lantu's eyes twitched. Before he could say anything, a guard quickly walked in and whispered in Kuai Lantu's ear. Guyun said, "What's wrong?" Sir Kuai, your family's spittle is so precious that you don't want us to hear it. Kuai Lanta kicked the guard away and said, impudent. Whispering in Marquis and His Highness's ears, what a scandal. The guard suffered a kick that was neither light nor heavy, but there was no resentment on his face. He immediately half-knelt on the ground and reporting to my lords, there are tens of thousands of soldiers heading towards the apricot forest. They seem to be from the southern borders garrison. Before he finished speaking, an unfamiliar vanguard official came to the mountainside. The patrolling guards all raised their swords and spears, and the cold light shone on the night. The vanguard official was not afraid at all and said loudly, Southwest Governor Fu Zhiqing is here to welcome the marshal. Gu Yun's expression was indifferent as he thought, Fu Zhiqing is really courting death. Kuai Lanta subconsciously glanced at Chongqing again. Chongqing smiled at him and calmly turned to the ladder at the corner of the wall and climbed up the loft where the account book was hidden. Kuai Lanta realized that he couldn't miss this opportunity and immediately stepped forward and said, Marshal, this official has something to report. Gu Yun looked up. Kuai Lanta said that Fu Zhiqing, as a garrison general, neglected his duties and colluded with bandits. He preyed on the commoners and communicated with Nanyang. His intention to rebel is clear. Marshal, please make early preparations. Oh, is that so? Gu Yun wasn't surprised when he heard it. He only twirled the old Buddhist prayer beads on his fingertips as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he said, then, invite him up. Kuai Lanta and Sun Jiao looked at each other and thought that they had misheard. Gu Yun said, invite General Fu up. I want to see how he plans to rebel. Chongqing climbed up the small loft. It was a completely different world inside. There were windows and skylights, and the view was good. From the skylight, one could see the place where the apricot forest bandits planted their flag. Shinny had set up a tall torch by the side. It was unknown what he was burning, but a wisp of white smoke that the wind couldn't blow away rose into the sky. Chongqing smiled and said, I thought that the General Shen was here to be an accountant and wanted to help. So it turns out that he's here to light the smoke. Shinny jumped down from the skylight and asked curiously, Your Highness, do you still know how to keep accounts? What have you been doing outside for the past few years? Chongqing said, nothing much. I learned medicine from Miss Chen for a period of time. Occasionally, I helped a few Jianghu friends and ran errands. I also rode in a caravan's carriage. I know a little bit of everything. When Shinny saw that he was being evasive, he tactfully did not pursue the matter any further. A person's knowledge and experience could not be faked. No matter how much a young man pretended to be calm, there would always be clues that could be seen through. Chongqing's experience traveling Jianghu these past few years must not be simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that unfathomable feeling. Chongqing pushed open the small window in the loft and looked out. He saw a majestic army winding up the mountain. The commander's flag fluttered like a large banner. In the torches, the armor was cold and the steam was thousands of miles away. It was like a panting dragon. Fu Zhiqing had commanded the Nanjiang garrison for almost 10 years and was about to become the local tyrant. If he had brought 100 or 200 people to suppress the bandits and welcome the imperial envoy, there would still be room for maneuver. But he actually brought half of the Nanjiang garrison. Chongqing said, adoptive father may have wanted to protect General Fu at the beginning. But now, it seems that he can't. It seems that not only does he not appreciate it, but he also wants to give us a signal by smashing a cup. Shinny looked at Chongqing's calm face. Your Highness is so young, but you have the demeanor of a general who doesn't panic in the face of danger. It's really rare. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar, Chongqing said calmly. Last time, I really didn't know what to do when I went deep into the Eastern Sea rebels' nest with adoptive father. At that time, he only had a few useless burdens by his side. There were also a few Jianghu helpers that we didn't know how long it would take for the Navy to arrive. We also didn't know if they would receive our messages along the way. He still talked and laughed freely and retreated. At that time I understood one thing. Shenny said, what? Chongqing said, fear is not reasonable. Shenny thought about it and shook his head with a smile. Of course, everyone knows that fear is not reasonable. But this is like a person being hungry when it's time, or cold when they don't wear clothes. These are all natural reactions of the body. How can a person control their body's reaction? Chongqing's face floated with an unnoticeable smile. You can. Shini was stunned. He suddenly had an indescribable intuition that Chongqing's you can seem to hide a lot of things. Chongqing said, I believe that as long as you are willing, there is nothing in the world that can defeat you, including this body. These words sounded ordinary, but Chongqing's expression and tone when he spoke were too firm, so firm that there was a trace of strange bewitchment, making people involuntarily believe him. Shini said, Your Highness, last time when you and the Marshal were trapped in the East China Sea, there were still dozens of Linyuan pavilion masters around you. It could be said that you cooperated with them from the inside. This time, it is different. We only have Assistant Minister Sun, who is wholeheartedly promoting the drumming order, and Governor Kuai, who is harboring evil intentions. And that Fu Zhiqing is probably about to fight his way up the mountain. He has thousands of soldiers and horses in his hands. Isn't this situation worse than the last time? Is your Highness not worried? Chongqing smiled calmly and said, I am not worried. When I saw the Black Iron Battalion's flag in the attic, I felt that there were 3,000 Xianxia divine cavalry hiding in the mountains of the southwest. My heart could not help but feel at ease. Shini was stunned, then he put his hand to his forehead and smiled bitterly. He was almost sweating for Gu Yun. Their little highness was indeed worthy of being the true dragon's descendant. She was really not easy to deal with. Chongqing said, What's more, General Shen also knows, right? My adoptive father may not wholeheartedly want to protect Fu Zhiqing. Sheni. I really don't know about this. Although Kuai Lantu's personal guards had been ordered to give way, they did not put away their weapons. They only left a narrow path for Fu Zhiqing to pass through. Bandit Fu was not careless either. He led 100 or so elite soldiers up the mountain. Everyone was wearing armor and wielding weapons. They moved in 2 rows, each holding their weapons to one side. The 2 sides clashed with each other. Fu Zhiqing led his men forward, gritting their teeth as they clashed with the sound of metal and stone. He didn't look like he was here to beg for forgiveness. Instead, he looked like he was here to denounce Gu Yun. The Nanjiang troops below had surrounded the apricot forest and were glaring at the top of the mountain. Kuai Lantu didn't expect him to be so daring. He didn't even put on an act and didn't put the marquee of stability in his eyes. His jaw couldn't help but tighten. Fu Zhiqing led his men up the mountain like a storm. As soon as he appeared, a strong murderous aura rushed over. Sun Jiao, the dog blocking the road, was the first to bear the brunt. As he retreated in a hurry, he stepped on a bandit tied to the ground. The bandit cried out, softening Assistant Minister Sun's chopstick legs. Before Fu Zhiqing could open his mouth, the other side had already prostrated themselves on the ground. Chongqing looked down with interest from the top of the pavilion. He said to the dumbstruck Shini, I remember now. Shini hurriedly listened with respectful attention. Chongqing said, Sun Daren's younger sister married to Wang Guizhou and became his second wife. TSK, the emperor is really something. Why did he let his younger brother-in-law enter the Ministry of War? He has to deal with a bunch of dissatisfied generals all day. Doesn't he feel that he's suffering? Shini paused. His Highness just said that the Grand Marshal doesn't wholeheartedly want to protect Fu Zhiqing. Please enlighten him. Chongqing said, otherwise, why are we staying in this bandit stronghold? If he had hardened his heart to protect Fu Zhiqing, he would have rushed to the southern border's main camp to denounce them. Shini was speechless. He was indeed puzzled about this, but due to his unconditional trust in Gu Yun over the years, he thought that Gu Yun had some tricks up her sleeve. I'm guessing that when foster father saw these lawless bandits blocking the road, he began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. If Fu Zhiqing came to ask for forgiveness, foster father might consider letting him go on account of his hard work and great contributions. But now... Chongqing smiled. Greed is not wrong, cunning is not wrong, and even stupidity is not wrong. But Fu Zhiqing should not have openly provoked the Black Iron Battalion. After 3 generations of painstaking effort, the Black Iron Battalion's reputation for fighting prowess was still there. Whether this military power was in the hands of the emperor or in Gu Yun's hands, Daliang's superficial stability could be maintained. Fu Zhiqing stared at Gu Yun for a moment. He was still rational and returned his sword to its sheath. He bowed and said, "It has been many years since we last met. Greetings, Marshal Gu." When he lowered his head, the personal guards behind Fu Zhiqing put away their weapons and loyally stood in a human wall. The atmosphere immediately relaxed. Kuai Lantu and Sun Jiao were secretly rejoicing. It seemed that inviting Gu Yun was the right move. It's not very safe. Unexpectedly, Gu Yun looked at Fu Zhiqing for a while and said without warning, "General Fu, just now Governor Kuai told me that as the Southwest Governor, you colluded with bandits and colluded with Nanyang. Your intention to rebel is clear. What do you think about this matter?" Fu Zhiqing, no one expected that Gu Yun would be even more foolish than Fu Zhiqing. In front of the Nanjiang army surrounding the mountain, he didn't even make a turn and directly questioned him. Swords were drawn below, but Chang'ing was still calm and unruffled. He seemed to like the bow that Gu Yun gave him very much. It was a big bow that weighed dozens of caddies. He didn't want to put it down for a moment and always carried it on his back. Now that he took it down and held it in his hand, he took out a handkerchief from somewhere and carefully wiped it repeatedly. Shini muttered to himself for a moment and said, "But if he gives up on Fu Zhiqing, isn't that the same as sitting and watching the emperor forcefully implement the drumming order?" Chang'ing said calmly, "General Shen, have you ever thought that once the drumming order was issued, even the old farmers in the village knew that the drumming order divided the military power of adoptive father Xian Tai and Tiger Tally? The commanders of the four sides all opposed it. Why didn't he say anything?" Shani blurted out, "Why?" Chang'ing, "Because he grew up with the emperor since he was young. He understands the emperor's stubbornness better than anyone else in the world. As long as the drumming order is not implemented, as long as the emperor is unable to control the military power, he will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Opposition will only increase the internal friction. At most, it will cause discord between the emperor and his ministers, and a villain will rise to the throne. This compromise has to be made sooner or later. The problem is how to compromise." His last few words were almost covered by a roar from below. Kuai Lantu wasn't as timid as Sun Jiao. When he heard Gu Yun's question, he immediately knew that this matter couldn't be settled peacefully. Today, in this apricot forest, either he or Fu Zhiqing would die. There was still the Nanjiang army at the foot of the mountain. The more nonsense he spoke, the faster he would die. It was better to take advantage of the fact that Fu Zhiqing hadn't reacted and take him down in one fell swoop. No matter how many Nanjiang troops there were, without a leader, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? Governor Kuai made a prompt decision and directly walked past Gu Yun. He pointed at Fu Zhiqing and said, "Take down this traitor." When the governor's family generals who were already ready heard the order, they immediately rushed forward. Chang'ing took out a heavy iron arrow from the arrow basket and slowly pulled the bowstring on the attic. The end of the bow released a fine white mist that sprayed on the side of his face. His face was stained with the mist, revealing a kind of gentle jade-like handsomeness. Shini was secretly shocked. This bow was specially made for Gu Yun. Although there was a golden box added, to achieve the effect of the white rainbow arrow, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could pull. Chang'ing pulled the bowstring and took aim. His hands were as steady as a rock and did not tremble in the slightest. This little highness martial arts skills were probably not neglected. Shini, even if the Grand Marshal really has the intention to compromise, who can help General Fu clean up the mess in Nanjiang? Chang'ing, I would like to hear the details. Shini quickly made an inventory of the large and small generals in the court. Other than the newly appointed Jiangnan Water and Land Admiral Zhao Yufeng who has some ability, the others are not of much use. Perhaps there is no lack of fierce generals, but to be a commander, just being able to fight is not enough. Qualifications and experience are indispensable. You also need to be able to wrangle with the local powers and even those good-for-nothings in the Ministry of War. The Emperor can't possibly drag the Navy commander to Nanjiang's mountains, right? Fu Zhiqing, who was below the attic, was not willing to be captured without a fight. The Nanjiang general lived up to his name of being intrepid and brave. He cut off a head with one sword and turned to face the heavy armor that was closing in behind him. He did not dodge or evade. He brandished his sword and flew up onto the heavy armor's shoulder. His entire body flipped in the air. The three accompanying Nanjiang soldiers reacted and quickly followed up. The tripping ropes in their hands rolled over like whips and tightly wrapped around the heavy armor. Hu Ji and Fu Jiqing roared at the same time. Fu Jiqing held his iron sword with both hands and fiercely pushed it down, accurately sending it into the gap behind the heavy armor's neck. The sword pierced through the man's neck. The heavy armor stiffly moved forward one step and stood in place without moving. Only then did blood drip down like a stream. Fu Jiqing rode on the heavy armor's shoulder and reached out to touch the blood on his face. His hawk-like gaze stared straight at Kuai Lantu. Kuai Lantu finally unconsciously took a step back. At that moment, an arrow swooped down from high above like a white rainbow. Its sharp cry reverberated throughout the bandit lair. Fu Jiqing's pupils constricted, but it was already too late for him to dodge. The arrow accurately brushed past Kuai Lantu's official hat, splitting it into two. His hair bun also scattered, turning Kuai Lantu into a male ghost with disheveled hair. Immediately after, it pierced straight through the heavy armor's chest and shattered the 2 layers of steel. Fu Jiqing was forced by the force of the impact and stumbled down. The iron arrow did not slow down and suddenly nailed itself to the ground. The ground exploded into a pit, and the 3 Nanjiang soldiers retreated at the same time. The tip of the arrow was nailed at the intersection of their tripwires. The tail of the arrow trembled incessantly like a buzzing bee. "Too presumptuous," Chongqing said in a barely audible voice. Then, under everyone's frightened gaze, he pulled another iron arrow to the bowstring and softly continued his words to Shen, "General Shen, don't forget, there is still one more person." Shen was still immersed in his amazing arrow. After a while, he found his voice. "Forgive me, I can't think of it." "Chongqing, far away on the horizon, but close in front of you." Shen was shocked and involuntarily said, "What?" "Chongqing, it's you." Gu Yun, who was below the attic, did not have the slightest trace of his usual ease. Because of his tense expression, he appeared particularly cold. "Governor Kuai, I have always wanted to ask, who gave you the courage to raise so many private soldiers?" Kuai Lantu's face was ashen. His ears were filled with the buzzing sound of the iron arrow. He was unable to figure out which side Gu Yun was on. He suddenly panicked. Grand Marshal, you may not know, because the governor of Nanzhong is located at the border, in order to prevent the rioters from causing chaos, the imperial court granted amnesty. But there is a defense army, Gu Yun, except for the emperor's imperial guards. The defense army under the heavens is not allowed to use light fur cavalry and fire engine steel armor. The imperial guard's heavy armor also cannot exceed 6 seals. Kuai Lantu, did I remember wrongly, or did you remember wrongly? Kuai Lantu sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he knew that he had overstepped his authority, but this matter was neither big nor small. He could put a big hat on it. However, if he could overthrow Fu Jiqing and allow the drumming order to be carried out, then it would be a small mistake for a great merit. It was nothing. Since things had reached this point, there was no turning back. He fiercely clenched his fists and said gloomily, "With the traitor and traitor by my side, does Marquis want to argue with me about the Imperial Guard army?" Gu Yun frowned slightly. It seemed that he was not used to arguing in front of people. He was completely different from the glib tongue he used to have on the rebel army ship in the East China Sea. Kuai Lantu immediately thought that he had caught a glimpse of Gu Yun's expression and suddenly felt that the legendary Marquis of Stability was not that scary. Kuai Lantu threw caution to the wind and thought, he is just a young man with a noble status. Without the old Marquis former subordinates, what is Gu Yun? Fu Jiqing angrily shouted, "The one with the surname Kuai, who are you calling a traitor and traitor?" Kuai Lantu raised his voice and said, "Everyone, we are now surrounded by the rebel army. The only thing we can do now is to capture the leader and not let them have the opportunity to react. Please restrain your subordinates and do not indulge the rebels." Fu Jiqing was so angry that he laughed. He was originally ugly, and when he laughed, he looked even more like an evil spirit. "Try to capture me." Just as he finished speaking, Fu Jiqing's personal guards took the initiative to attack. They swarmed into the main hall of the bandits' lair. The Nanjiang army's personal guards and the Inspector General's guards immediately engaged in close combat. In the blink of an eye, the bandits' lair in Little Apricot Forest was filled to the brim. Shen did not understand why Gu Yun was still pretending to be a coward and watching the show. He was agitated by the earth-shattering battle cries and almost turned around to leave the attic. However, when he turned around, he saw that Changing's expression did not change. The tip of his arrow never left Gu Yun's surroundings. Whoever dared to approach would be skewered. General Shen, don't worry. Adoptive father has a plan in his heart. I am also keeping an eye on him. When Changing spoke, there was a kind of confidence and unquestionable confidence that did not reveal anything. In an instant, Shani suddenly had a thought. Gu Yun deliberately aggravated the conflict between Fu Zhiqing and Kuai Lantu. Was he trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Changing said, if Fu Zhiqing is taken down today, there will be a vacancy in the commander of Nanjiang. Although the emperor is stubborn, he also knows the severity of the situation. The border is an important place and must be guarded by a General Shen. Looking at the imperial court, there is no one more qualified than General Shen. Moreover, in the end, the emperor suppressed my adoptive father's military power because he is too suspicious. They grew up together and the safety of Daliang is still on my adoptive father's shoulders. Once the drumming order is issued, the Xiantai Tiger Tally will exist in name only. No matter who becomes the commander of Nanjiang, they will have the authority to govern but no actual military power. Since adoptive father has already made his stance clear, shouldn't the emperor give a carrot after a stick and make things convenient for General Shen? At this point, Changing paused and said with a smile, General Shen, look. Although the emperor doesn't really like me, this cheap younger brother of his, he still gives me the rewards that should be given during the holidays. When added together, it is even higher than adoptive father's salary. Shani ignored the complicated question of who is the one supporting the household. He looked at Changing in shock and his expression changed a few times. After a long time, he sighed and said, Your Highness is really different. At that time, the young man they brought out of Yanhui town was so simple and stubborn. His emotions were all Liaoran in his eyes. Shani secretly admired his determination many times. If it was an ordinary child, from a small town to a prince of the imperial court overnight, he would have been fascinated by the flourishing imperial capital. At that time, Changing was still a child who never knew what glory, splendor, wealth and rank were, but he actually resolutely left the Marquis Fu. He would rather roam the vast Jianghu than go back to be a frog at the bottom of the well. At this time, the young man who was talking with him about the general trend of the world in a state of mutual hostility had already lost his childishness. He was so different that he made him tremble in fear. Changing didn't answer. For 4 years, he didn't dare to slack off. It wasn't because he wanted to make a name for himself, but because he wanted to become strong as soon as possible. One day, he would be strong enough to talk and laugh with Wu Ergu, and be able to protect someone. Our biggest problem right now is the lack of money, Changing said. Although the sea is open, the people of the Central Plains rarely go out to sea. The coastal defense is just SOSO. It depends on the trade brought in by the foreigners. In the end, most of the profits are made by these foreign merchants. The money that flows in is not enough for the emperor to buy the purple gold with the Westerners in private. Shani said, this is only temporary. It's not like there's no way out. Changing seemed to smile. That's right. I went to the ancient Silk Road to take a look this spring. I saw that the entrance of Lulan was unbelievably prosperous. When I thought about how this was supported by my adoptive father, I couldn't help but feel proud. In at most 3 years, the ancient Silk Road will be completely opened and will truly run through the entire Daliang. When the people can really profit from it, there will be enough gold and silver flowing into the national treasury. When that time comes, the Lingshu temple will no longer have to worry about money. The garrison troops in various places will be well paid and strong. Who would dare to invade? Then, whether it's the Ministry of War or my adoptive father who has the final say, in his eyes, it probably doesn't make a difference. Shani was silent. He didn't know why Changing understood Gu Yun better after 5 years of separation. But every word he said was correct. A few years ago, Gu Yun would often talk about beating this and that. Ever since he took over the ancient Silk Road, he brought it up less and less. On one hand, as he grew older, he thought more and more, and his anger gradually faded. On the other hand, Gu Yun had never thought of holding on to military power and not letting go of it. All he wanted in his life was the stability of his country. If he could fight, he would put on his armor and mount his horse. If he needed to defend, he was willing to be a poor merchant guard on the Silk Road. When he heard that the tacit understanding and trust between a general and his armorer was something that no one else could interfere with, Chang'ing couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Before he could get jealous, he suddenly heard the sound of flapping wings. A bird landed on the window lattice. Chang'ing was stunned for a moment before he temporarily put away his bow and arrow. The bird obediently flew over and landed in his palm. It was actually a wooden bird, and it was very lifelike. Xianxia was born in the Lingshu temple and had the bad habit of being delighted by prey. When he saw the bird, his eyes widened, but he couldn't ask Chang'ing for it, so he scratched his ears and cheeks greedily. Chang'ing gently knocked on the bird's belly rhythmically a few times, and the wooden bird's belly popped out, revealing a roll of paper inside. Chang'ing opened it and glanced at it. Rockfall's immovable expression changed slightly. "Xianxia, what's wrong?" At this moment, Gu Yun, who was below the attic, caught a glimpse of a ray of light from the corner of his eye. He raised his hand, but only placed his slender and beautiful hand on the sword at his waist. A short southern Xinjiang soldier suddenly appeared and charged straight at Kuai Lantu. Gu Yun's Xiantai bodyguard immediately came to his rescue. Before Kuai Lantu could relax, he saw the southern Xinjiang soldier open his mouth and spit out something. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to turn his head and dodge. A finger-sized blow dart drilled straight into his neck. At the same time, the Xiantai bodyguard slashed the southern Xinjiang soldier's head with his saber, as if he didn't see the blow dart flying towards Kuai Lantu. Kuai Lantu's throat twitched violently a few times, as if he wanted to reach out and grab something. In a flash, the assassin died at the same time. Sun Jiao was so frightened that he crashed into the wall behind him. Gu Yun suddenly smiled at him. In the next moment, a sharp whistle soared into the sky. Half of the bandits' lair's roof was lifted, and countless Black Eagle whistled down. Kuai Lantu and Sun Jiao wanted to make use of Gu Yun to force Fu Zhiqing to rebel, but unexpectedly, Gu Yun didn't go according to their plan. Before they could make a move, he took the initiative to intensify the conflict. He borrowed Fu Zhiqing's hand to kill Kuai Lantu, who was a hindrance, and used a certain method to infiltrate southern Xinjiang's Black Iron Battalion before appearing to deal with Fu Zhiqing. It was killing two birds with one stone, but something was wrong. Chang'ing suddenly turned and rushed down the attic. This game didn't end here. The one who started this game wasn't Kuai Lantu, not the Ministry of War, not Sun Jiao, and not even Gu Yun. Jing Su, the bandit leader of the southern border, did not suspect anything at first. He followed the southern border garrison who came to deliver the message to save Fu Zhiqing. As he walked, the experienced bandit found a problem. The man who led the way seemed to be leading him to the place where the bandits often rang the bell. There were often such places in the mountains of the southwest. The terrain was extremely complicated and it was a natural maze. People who were not local would not be able to find their way in. There were many underground holes, and the people in the mountains could hide in ambush and come and go like a shadow. The bandits usually thought of ways to lure people in and then kill them. It was a place where one person could be killed at a time. It was used to deal with famous escorts and gangs in Jianghu. In slang, it was called ringing the bell. Although Jing Su was running in a hurry, his mind was not in a mess. When he got close, he was shocked and realized that this was a Zhong Liao. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. He stopped abruptly and questioned the southern border garrison who was leading the way. In just a few words, there were already many loopholes. The leader suddenly wanted to hurt someone, but after being restrained by the bandits, he actually took poison and committed suicide. Jing Su was shocked and immediately ordered his men to return. On the way, he met two of his brothers from the village who were covered in blood. Only then did he know that his lair had been destroyed. When they hurried back, all they saw were broken tiles and burnt corpses. 10 years of accumulation turned into ashes overnight. "Big brother!" A bandit who looked embarrassed staggered over and grabbed Jing Su's arm. "Secret passage, don't panic. We still have a secret passage." There were many mountains in the southwest. Most of the bandits were cunning. There were many secret passages in the mountains that could be used to escape through the earth. If an enemy came up the mountain, the bandits on the mountain could escape through the secret passage into the Shirwan Mountains. Even the black eagle in the sky could not catch them. When the other bandits heard this, their eyes lit up. Jingsu, however, shook. His expression was wooden and there was no joy. He watched helplessly as his subordinates happily searched for the secret passage. He knew in his heart that the secret passage was useless. If the enemy just went up the mountain to kill people with real weapons, most of the bandits on the mountain could escape through the secret passage. No matter what, they could not shake the foundation of the mountain. But they burned the mountain. Even Kuai Lan Tu didn't know what he had burned. Jingsu stood still for a long time. Suddenly, there was a sharp cry not far away. He heard the people who went to search for the secret passage shout in despair, "The secret passage has collapsed." The bandit leader closed his eyes. In this inconspicuous secret chamber at the foot of the mountain, what was stored was not real gold and silver like the apricot forest, but purple gold. Even the Black Iron Battalion was struggling to make ends meet with the violet flowing gold that the imperial court had given to the local garrisons, not to mention the garrisons in Nanjiang. Fu Zhiqing naturally had his own ways. Kuai Lan Tu received a secret report that Fu Zhiqing had a close relationship with the great bandit leader, Daoist Jingsu. However, he did not know that Daoist Jingsu was actually the shopkeeper of Fu Zhiqing's purple stream gold smuggling business. Bandits were in the business of robbing and plundering. Jingsu helped Fu Zhiqing to contact the black market and smuggled purple stream gold. It was impossible for him to not take advantage of it. But he admitted that he was not greedy and only kept 10% each time. Fu Zhiqing knew about this and had always acquiesced to it. Just before this, Jingsu had just sent the latest batch of purple stream gold to the garrisons in Nanjiang. There was only 10% of purple stream gold left in the secret chamber at the foot of the mountain. Who knew that it would become a death sentence? After it was ignited, it blew up the secret passage in the mountain and killed everyone in the mountain. Was this a coincidence? Could this be a coincidence? Jingsu remembered that a long time ago, someone told him, a gentleman talks about righteousness, a villain talks about profit. Those who gather for profit will scatter for profit. He and Fu Zhiqing gathered for profit. Now that the matter was exposed, Fu Zhiqing could easily abandon him. There were so many bandits in the mountain. If Jingsu was eliminated, he could support countless more. A subordinate came forward and said with a sobbing tone, "Big brother, let's dig up the secret passage. There might be some alive." Jingsu stood indifferently and just shook his head. "Big brother." There were cries everywhere. Jingsu suddenly shouted, "That's enough." All the survivors stood on the scorched earth and looked at him. "Follow me." Jingsu's eyes gradually turned red. He was like a ferocious beast that was ready to devour people. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth, "Fu Zhiqing is heartless. Don't blame me for being unrighteous. It's been so many years. Do you really think I can't deal with him? There are many mountains in Nanjiang and many mountain strongholds. These mountain bandits have formed their own system. As far as we know, there are a total of 3 bandit leaders. In the apricot forest bandit's nest, Chongqing took out a tattered sheepskin map and pointed it out to Gu Yun. The markings on it were extremely complicated. The topography, climate, what kind of roads, what kind of carriages and horses could be used, and so on. Gu Yun had seen such a map in Jiangnan and recognized it. It must be the work of Lin Yuan Pavilion. He looked at Chongqing thoughtfully under the oil lamp. He didn't say anything and signaled him to continue. Gu Yun mixed 3,000 Xiantai soldiers into the caravan that was heading south to return home. With the signal of a smoke signal, they moved stealthily in the middle of the night. When Kuai Lan Tu's guards besieged Fu Zhiqing at the top of the apricot forest, they descended from the sky. More than 20 aerial assassins, Black Eagle, took control of the dog-eat-dog mountaintop. The black armor and the black cavalry split into 2 groups and cut off the tens of thousands of Nanjiang troops at the foot of the mountain. The commander-in-chief was captured and the Black Iron Battalion came in person. The Nanjiang troops had a large number of people, but they were like a flock of sheep that didn't know how to resist and were dealt with by Gu Yun. When a commander-in-chief didn't lead troops to kill people but to boost their courage, no matter what kind of fierce army followed behind him, they would become a carriage of sheep. However, before the chaotic battle in the apricot forest could be cleaned up, Chongqing brought another piece of news. Chongqing, the power of these three bandit leaders divided Nanjiang into three parts. Normally, they live in harmony, each controlling the bandits within their territory. They are all more or less connected to the Nanjiang troops. Among them, the most special one is the northernmost Jingshu Taoist. Sheni asked, why is this person special? Is he the most powerful? Or is he the most closely related to Fu Zhiqing? Chongqing, because he is secretly transporting purple gold for General Fu. Gu Yan's eyelids twitched and he abruptly raised his head. How do you know? Why did you come to the southwest this time? For years ago, when the monk Liao Ran led him to Jiangnan, Gu Yan already had a faint guess in his heart. Linyuan Pavilion was far away from Jianghu, so it was impossible to completely monitor the interactions between the loyal officials and the court. The reason they were able to discover the flood dragon disaster in the Eastern Sea was probably because they were tracking the black market purple gold among the people. Chongqing smiled softly, seemingly unwilling to say more, only saying, Jianghu people have their own ways. Godfather, you don't have to worry. Gu Yun raised his hand to stop him from speaking, his face darkening as he said, you should know what kind of crime it is to smuggle purple gold into the court. If you are caught, you will definitely die. The purple gold black market is filled with desperados. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall, do you understand? Shini was extremely embarrassed as he listened on the side. He wished he could blush for Gu Yun. When he was lecturing others, he was so righteous and eloquent, as if the smuggling of purple gold had nothing to do with him. Chongqing didn't argue with him, nor was he anxious with him. He just looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. His face clearly said, I know all about your little matters. There are outsiders here, so I can't expose you. Gu Yun was stunned at first, but then he immediately reacted, thinking, what? This little bastard even found out about me? Chongqing pressed Gu Yun's hand, Godfather, don't be in a hurry to be angry. Listen to me first. Chongqing put his hand on the back of Gu Yun's hand. His palm was warm, and his knuckles were distinct. He used the strength of grabbing a chick to gently grasp it. But for some reason, it brought about a strange feeling. Gu Yun suddenly felt a little awkward. Friends and brothers were very close. Hugging, shaking hands, playing around, and even hugging and kissing each other was nothing. There weren't so many formalities between military leaders, especially among the ranks. But this action was too clingy. Gu Yun's fingers couldn't help but twitch slightly, momentarily forgetting what he wanted to say. Chongqing said without changing his expression, just now, Guqing used a wooden bird to send me a message, saying that Jingshu's mountain was burned down. Gu Yun. Gu Chen? Chongqing, it's Gu Pengxiao. Gu Yun glanced at Sun Jiao. Ever since Kuai Lan died and Fu Zhiqing was arrested, Lord Sun had become a weak and pitiful little quail. Other than trembling, he didn't know how to do anything else. Gu Yun found someone to watch over him. It was easy to understand this matter. Fu Zhiqing had long known the whereabouts of Gu Yun and the others. If he really wanted to disassociate himself from the bandits, why would he rush to take action at this juncture? Didn't he confess to killing people to silence them, recalling Sun Jiao's stupid I have already colluded with Governor Kuai from the beginning to the end, it was Liao Ran. It was obvious that the Ministry of War wanted to forcefully promote the drumming order, and Kuai Lan wanted to get rid of Fu Zhiqing. The two sides hit it off and instigated the bandits and Fu Zhiqing to fight each other in front of the Marquee of Stability. At that time, no matter how much Gu Yun wanted to protect Fu Zhiqing, he couldn't reverse the facts. The wicked person who set the mountain on fire was most likely Kuai Lan. However, it was impossible for Kuai Lan to know the true relationship between Jingshu and Fu Zhiqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set the mountain on fire. Even if Kuai Lan colluded with the bandits, this crime might not be enough to sentence the southwest governor and commander of Nanjiang to death. If Kuai Lan knew that Fu Zhiqing was smuggling purple gold through Jingshu, he definitely wouldn't have burned the evidence so hastily. Smuggling purple gold was a rebellion. There are three sources of purple gold in the black market, Chongqing said in detail. The first source is from the imperial family. Although the laws are strict, there are always rats who take risks for personal gain and steal the purple gold from the imperial family. They mix it with impurities and sell it to the people. The second source is from the black market. It's those who risked their lives to search for purple gold outside the Great Pass and dug it out with a narrow escape. The third source is from overseas. The reason why we specially came to investigate this is because the final source of purple gold is Nanyang. Guyun suddenly sat up straight. Are you sure? Chongqing nodded silently. Xinyi's expression also became serious. They all knew that purple gold was not produced in Nanyang. When purple gold from overseas flowed into Daliang's black market, it was directly traded with foreigners. It was tied to a fixed line and connected to a fixed person. It would not be transferred from other people. The risk was too high. If someone really used Nanyang as a cover and controlled the purple gold black market in the southwest from 80 feet away, then the person behind the scenes would take such a big risk and hide so deeply. It was definitely not purely for trading purple gold. Chongqing said, Nanyang is not within our borders. Our ability is limited. We have sent people to Nanyang several times, but they all returned in vain. This is one thing. There's also Taoist Jingshu who hasn't shown up yet. Godfather, I think that when a bandit comes into contact with purple gold, he definitely won't think of getting a mountain of farming puppets to open up a wasteland for farming. After listening, Guyun pondered for a moment. He stood up and blew a long whistle. A black eagle quietly descended from the sky and landed in front of Guyun. Guyun frowned slightly. In the blink of an eye, he issued 3 military orders. 2 teams of Black Eagle scouts, bring this map. Take advantage of the night to find out where the 3 bandit leaders of Nanjiang are. Take down the bandit leaders first. Arrest the Nanzhong patrol guards and thoroughly investigate who gave Kuai Lan to the idea to use this method to instigate Fu Zhiqing and the bandits. Interrogate Fu Zhiqing. Jipping, you go. Everyone received their orders. After Guyun finished speaking, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Even Shini did not notice that something was wrong. Chongqing had already grabbed him. Godfather, did you bring your medicine? It's almost dawn. Why don't you rest for a while? Shini only came back to his senses when he heard the word medicine. At the same time, he felt a little strange. Chongqing's eyes seemed to always be glued to Guyun. He could immediately detect any movement. Guyun habitually wanted to deny it. Chongqing interrupted, I haven't tried the acupuncture method that Miss Chen gave me last time. This matter may not be over yet. I'm afraid there will be more changes. Godfather, let me try it. Guyun then remembered that Chongqing already knew. There was no use in hiding it. He said, I'll go to the back and lie down for a while. He tacitly agreed that Chongqing would follow him. Chongqing carried a set of silver needles, some common medicine, a few pieces of silver, and a few books in his luggage. Guyun had already discovered that this child looked like a dog at first glance, but in fact, he only had 2 sets of clothes with him. He changed them back and forth. He could not figure out why Chongqing, who had to use all kinds of martial arts to take him out to go to the market when he was young, refused to stay in the capital no matter what. Why did he have to suffer all kinds of hardships in Jianghu? It was fresh for 1 or 2 months, but was it still fresh for 4 years? Chongqing had performed acupuncture on many people. At this time, he was facing Guyun alone, but he was inexplicably nervous. He did not even feel like this when he first learned acupuncture from Miss Chen. He could not help but repeatedly wash his hands. He almost washed off a layer of skin on his hands until Guyun could not bear it anymore. He urged, Miss Chen taught you for half a day, but she only taught you how to wash your hands? Chongqing swallowed his saliva. His voice was a little tense as he asked carefully, Godfather, can you lie on my lap? Guyun did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, it was not a lady's lap. He could just lie down. However, he really wanted to open his mouth and ask, can you do it or not? However, he was afraid that it would increase the pressure on Chongqing, a dabbling doctor. Thus, he held back his words. He only thought very liberally, I'll go all out. I won't die anyway. He was prepared to receive a few needles. Unexpectedly, Chongqing was not as bad as he thought. He did not feel anything when the thin needles entered his acupoints. After a while, the familiar headache came. He did not know if it was Guyun's psychological effect, but he really felt much better. Guyun relaxed and could not help but ask, you followed Lin Yuan Pavilion through wind and rain. What are you after? If he really wanted to serve his country, he should return to the capital and enter the imperial court as a prince. As a dignified prince, why would he follow Lin Yuan Pavilion's reckless Jianghu people to investigate the purple gold? Chongqing paused, but his hands did not stop moving. He tactfully refused. I did not ask Godfather where the poison in your eyes and ears came from. Gu Yun, Chongqing smiled and thought that he had blocked him. Unexpectedly, after a while, Gu Yun suddenly said calmly, when I was young, the old marquis brought me to the battlefield in the northern border. I was grazed by a barbarian's poisonous arrow. Chongqing, Gu Yun said, I'm done. It's your turn. Gu Yun was an expert at pretending to be a wolf, a bear, or a grandson. He said a sentence expressionlessly. Truth and lies were mixed according to his mood. There was basically no trace of him. Chongqing could only rely on his intuition to feel that there must be some exaggeration in his words. I want to take a look, Chongqing said. Master Liao Ran used to tell me that as long as there is heaven and earth in one's heart, no matter how big the mountain is, it is just a corner. Mountains, rivers, seas, and all living things, if you often look at others, you will be able to see yourself when you lower your head. If you have not taken care of a seriously ill and dying person, you will think that the bruises on your body are serious injuries. If you have not drunk a mouthful of yellow sand and gravel, you will always feel that the golden spears and armored horses are just a majestic shadow. If you have not eaten chaff and swallowed vegetables, aren't you just moaning about the difficulties of the people's lives? Gu Yun opened his eyes and looked at him. Gu Yan's gaze gradually regained its focus under the effect of the medicine. Chongqing dodged slightly at first, but then he calmed down and calmly met his gaze. However, he still could not look into Gu Yan's eyes for a long time. If he looked too much, it was as if there was a golden box on his chest that could not dissipate heat. It was burning and roasting. His back was numb. He subconsciously closed his legs and almost could not sit still. Gu Yun suddenly said, your teacher's surname is Zhong Chan, right? Chongqing was slightly taken aback. More than 10 years ago, he was convicted because he contradicted the late emperor and deceived the emperor. All the civil and military officials pleaded for mercy for him. In the end, he was only dismissed from his position and did not let the old general be imprisoned. After that, he disappeared without a trace. During the rebellion in the western region, the late emperor panicked and thought of the old general, but he could not find him. Gu Yun sighed, when you shot the arrow, I knew it was him who taught you. No wonder the people I sent often lost track of him. Is he still healthy? Chongqing responded. Gu Yun did not speak for a long time. He did not tell Chongqing that Zhong Chan was also his teacher a long time ago. Was it a coincidence or intentional that the Lin Yuan Pavilion recommended Chongqing to him? He could not help but look forward to it. He had brought up the little prince from the age of 10. Would he eventually grow up to be a pillar of support? Gu Yun gradually fell asleep as his thoughts ran wild. In a daze, he felt as if someone was touching his face. When he woke up again, the sky was already bright. He pushed away the thin blanket that someone had covered him and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" The Black Eagle at the door said, "Marshal, the 3 bandit leaders gathered overnight and formed a mob rebel army near the mouth of Nandu River." Gu Yun frowned. They have more than 10 Baihong and dozens of heavy armors. If I'm not wrong, these mobs also have eagles. The Black Eagle's words energized Gu Yun. Eagle, he asked in a low voice, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The Black Eagle said, I swear on my head that I can confirm this. The Black Eagle was the most special among all the military units. Although it did not consume the most fuel, it was extremely difficult to maintain. The Lingshu Temple had to organize people to maintain the Black Eagle every year. All in all, it was definitely not cheaper than heavy armor. In comparison, heavy armor was much more common. Every army and even Kuai Lantu's guards had a few sets. However, in Daliang, the only eagle tribe that had formed was the Black Eagle. Where did these mountain bandits' eagles come from? Did they steal them from the Black Iron Battalion? Gu Yun suddenly stood up and walked out in large strides. The apricot forest bandits' nest was tense. Fu Zhiqing, who had been stripped of his armor and tied up, knelt in the middle. When he saw Gu Yun, he hurriedly cried out, Marshal! Marshal, I'm innocent. Gu Yun lifted his leg and gave him a kick right in the chest. Fu Zhiqing was a big and burly man, but he was sent flying by the kick. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground while coughing, unable to say a word. "You're innocent?" Gu Yun said coldly. "Bastard, you're raising a nest of rebel soldiers right under your nose. They're equipped with heavy armor and light fur coats, and they're able to line up 2 miles of white rainbows. They even have eagles. They're even more extravagant than my Jiangnan Navy in Daliang. You're really capable, Fu Zhiqing." Fu Zhiqing rolled on the ground in a sorry state. His shocked expression did not seem to be fake. He could not help but defend himself. "Marshal, I swear to the heavens that I don't know where their iron eagles came from. Even my Nanjiang garrison doesn't have eagles." Shani whispered, "Marshal, I interrogated them all night yesterday." General Fu himself could not explain the origin of the purple gold. He only admitted that he asked Jing Su to contact them. What an idiot asking a tiger for its skin. He thinks he's raising a spotted yellow cat. Gu Yun stared fiercely at Fu Zhiqing for a moment. "Continue exploring. Bring me the map. Everyone, get ready to encircle and annihilate the rebels. I will temporarily take over the garrison in Nanjiang. Those who disobey will be punished according to military law." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to hang the light leather armor, but when he reached for the bow, he touched nothing. Only then did he remember that he had already given the bow to Chang'ing. Gu Yun was slightly stunned and asked, "Where's Chang'ing?" Daoist Jing Su quickly passed through the long secret passage in the mountain, where a person was waiting for him. It was a tall man. His facial features looked like they had been carved by a knife under the gas lamp. There were deep wrinkles at the corner of his mouth. It was hard to tell his exact age or where he was from. In short, he was not from the Central Plains. His face was tanned, and his exposed skin was wrapped in a layer of weather-beaten color. His eyes were slightly blue, and he was staring at a huge sand table. Facing this person, Jing Su showed extreme caution. "Mr. Ye, will Gu Yun be the one?" Mr. Ye raised his head and glanced at Jing Su. "You may be able to trick him, but you can't stall him. The Marquis of Stability has been on the battlefield since he was a child. As long as he comes over to take a look, he will know that you flying in the sky and running on the ground have no combat power against the Black Iron Battalion." Jing Su was stunned. Then, Mr. Ye raised a finger. "Remember I told you that the Black Iron Battalion was built by 3 generations of your country's efforts? It is one of the top armies in the world. It is a lethal weapon that is beyond our era. Don't think that you can fight them head-on. It will be like a giant beating a baby. What we need to do is to temporarily lure the tiger away from the mountain and stall them." He tapped lightly on the sand table with his finger. "Gu Yun will be attracted by the flying eagles and heavy armor we placed on the surface. Although we won't be able to delay him for long, I just received news that Fu Zhiqing did you a favor. He pulled most of the garrisons to the apricot forest. Now, the internal defense of the garrisons in the southern border is empty. The people left behind don't even know that you have turned hostile." Jing Su's eyes lit up. "Just like how you helped Fu Zhiqing to escort the purple gold, you just need to hide them in the transport box of the purple gold. The people in the Southwest Military Supply Office won't stop you, nor will they make a fuss. When the time comes, we can coordinate with them from the inside and outside." Mr. Ye made a cutting motion. "We can take down the Southwest Military Supply Office in less than a cup of tea." There was a large amount of purple gold in the Southwest Military Supply Office. As long as one person stood there with a torch, even the gods wouldn't dare to take a step forward, let alone the Black Iron Battalion. There are millions of caddies of purple gold there. Once it's burned, even the Marquis of Stability won't be able to bear the crime. Mr. Ye gently flicked the gas lamp hanging on the sand table, causing his eyes to flicker in the darkness. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips. "You'll have a lot of room to negotiate with the imperial court." Their plan was very thorough. However, there was another force in the land of Nanjiang that hadn't emerged yet. Chang'ing in the apricot forest received the second wooden bird before the Black Iron Battalion's army moved. The first one was released by Chang'ing as soon as it flew over. Shani didn't even have the chance to touch it. Seeing the second one fly in, General Shen's saliva flowed 3 feet long. He eagerly moved forward and rubbed his hands. Your Highness, look at this. Let me open it for you, okay? Changgung happily gave it to him. The wooden bird was so real that when he held it in his hand, other than the fact that it felt different from a real bird, there was basically no difference between it and a real bird. Shani held the divine bird in his palms and felt that his heart was about to melt. It can even nod its head and peck at me. Guyun, Mom, don't embarrass yourself, okay? With the magical bird in his hand, what was the marquee of stability, Shani ignored him and touched the back of the wooden bird with an intoxicated expression. He carefully looked for the mechanism on the wooden bird's stomach. Shani, then I'll open it. Changing, wait, you have to shake it first. Before he could finish speaking, Shani had already pried open the mechanism on the wooden bird's stomach. The small bird's stomach actually hid a secret mechanism. As soon as the lid was opened, a ball of paper shot out like a cannonball and hit General Shen's tall nose. It almost made his nose bleed, and then it impatiently covered General Shen's face. Shani, the bird's stomach, which wasn't even the size of a palm, contained a piece of paper that could cover the entire wall. You have to shake it first. Changing finally had the chance to finish his words. Because the space in the bird's stomach is limited, sometimes they will use C-pattern paper. When Shani heard this, he ignored the hot tears that were still in his eyes and said in a muffled voice, "Oh, C-pattern paper. I know, it's a paper made with a special technique. No matter how big a piece of paper is, it can be squashed to the size of a pill. The ink won't fade, and it will return to its original state after a long time." There was nothing in the world that could stop General Shen's hobby of explaining. His body was disabled, but his will was strong, and his nose was bleeding. Why didn't you smash his mouth open? Guyun thought without any sympathy and snatched the C-pattern paper that was like a lethal weapon. It was a drawing of an eagle armor. From the 2 wings to the golden box, and even the mask and armor, everything was drawn in detail and lifelike. There was a bold good character at the bottom of the drawing. This is the eagle in the hands of the bandits? Although Guyun wasn't a long-armed engineer, the various armors were half of his body. He was very familiar with them and could tell the difference between the eagle on the drawing and the black eagle at a glance. This is too much of a skimmer. Shani covered his nose and came over to take a look. He said, I think it's at least lighter than the black eagle. It's probably to save fuel. A kite is more fuel efficient, Guyun muttered. However, before his voice died away, his expression suddenly changed. Wait. Although this flying eagle armor was embroidered pillow, the designer undoubtedly understood the eagle armor. How could he not know that this armor had no combat power? The other party hung the eagle armor high up in the air, undoubtedly to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The problem was, where was the mountain? To beat a snake, one had to hit its weak point. Where was the Nanjiang garrison, or even Guyun's weak point? Guyun suddenly turned around and walked towards Fu Zhiqing. Where do you usually let the bandits send the purple gold? Fu Zhiqing's face was covered in blood. He looked at Guyun in confusion for a moment before he realized something. His expression wavered. If he admitted to secretly transporting the purple gold, wouldn't he be committing the crime of rebellion? At this moment, Changing said softly behind Guyun, General Fu, you have to think carefully. Governor Kuai has already died in your hands. With Lord Son of the Ministry of War as a witness, your crime of rebellion will be committed no matter what. For a person who is bound to die, what's the difference between dying in the capital and dying here? Fu Zhiqing had never seen such a cultured, refined, and noble person like the 4th prince. At first glance, he might suspect that this young man couldn't even lift a water vat. However, at this moment, he had no doubt that if he didn't cooperate, the scholarly 4th prince would do as he said and kill him. Guyun said in a timely manner, if you are tactful, you still have a chance to redeem yourself. Fu Zhiqing's lips trembled for a while before he said in an unsteady voice, I didn't set up another place for the Southwest Supply Depot. I directly let Jingshu send the purple gold to the Southwest Supply Depot. Not a single drop was moved to my Fu. Guyun straightened up. Marshal. Fu Zhiqing suddenly shouted and stopped him. In this life, I have killed people, set fires, and dug graves. I have done all kinds of immoral things. However, when I was ordered to guard Nanjiang, I have always been cautious and conscientious. I have never been disloyal. I thought that I didn't let the emperor down, but now I have fallen into such a situation. I don't know what the other brothers will think if they know. Marshal, what do you think? Gu Yun looked at him deeply. For a moment, Fu Zhiqing thought that he had touched Gu Yun. However, Gu Yun was neither moved nor angry by him. There seemed to be an impenetrable mask on his face. He turned around and left. What do you care about what I think? Jipping, take the Black Eagle and go ahead. You must take over the Southwest Supply Depot before the bandits. Shaoan, the Black Iron Battalion soldiers who had followed Chongqing in the center of Shu answered and stepped forward. Gu Yun, lead a garrison of Nanjiang and pretend to attack the mountain where the bandits gather. Shaoan, yes. Wait, Gu Yun said, paint their armor black and sprinkle some ink on it. It doesn't have to be particularly realistic. Be clever. He had learned this from the Liaoran monk. Shaoan was stunned at first, but then he immediately understood Gu Yun's meaning and ran away happily. The 3 bandit leaders of Nanjiang had finished counting their subordinates. Taoist Jingsu looked at the silent bandits and for a moment, he had the heroic feeling of a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. He cupped his fists towards the sky and said loudly, the garrison officers and soldiers in steel armor run amok with great momentum. The Black Iron Battalion is like a ghost crow descending from the sky, awe-inspiring overseas. Daliang's soldiers are so strong. However, in less than 10 years, the Fujian and Jiangnan navies have rebelled. Why? If it weren't for the fatuous ruler and the traitorous ministers running amok, why would we be like moths to a flame and fight with our lives on the line? Today, you and I have been forced into a desperate situation. Our lives are like 1,000 caddies treading on thin ice. If we retreat, we will only die. If we don't die, there will be no chance of survival. Are you willing to swear a blood oath with me and work together for a great cause? We will enjoy blessings and endure hardships together. The bandits had been fighting and robbing for their whole lives, but the number of words they knew was less than the number of fingers they had. They were suddenly encouraged by Taoist Jingsu's cadence and became hot-headed, as if they could already see themselves becoming nobles. Jingsu took the wine cup handed over by a subordinate next to him, drank it in one gulp and threw the cup on the ground. Success or failure depends on this. The bandits drank the wine that boosted their courage and smashed their cups. They filed out of the secret room that extended in all directions. Jingsu looked back at Mr. Ye. This mysterious foreigner was once his contact from Nanyang when he helped Fu Zhiqing smuggle the purple gold. He had lived in the Central Plains for many years and was extremely shrewd. Mr. Ye listened to Jingsu's rewarding speech without any change in his expression. The gas lamp elongated and deepened the wrinkles on his face. He stood in a half-lit and half-dark place, looking like he was holding a specious and sarcastic smile. Jingsu had taken 10% of the purple gold from Fu Zhiqing for the first time. He had wanted to sell it through Mr. Ye and exchange it for gold and silver so that he could sleep on it every day. Since then, Mr. Ye had been persuading him to keep the purple gold and move it to a safer place regularly. Then, he began to accumulate weapons and armor little by little. Mr. Ye had told him that the weapons and money could not be stored in the same place. From the looks of it, this unfathomable foreigner seemed to have anticipated this situation. The suspicious bandit leader Jingsu suddenly had a question in his heart. He thought, is this Mr. Ye really just a smuggler of the purple gold? At this moment, one of his men suddenly reported, "Boss, I saw people in black armor heading to the place where the eagles were parked." The doubts that had just sprouted in Jingsu's heart were instantly drowned by ecstasy. Mr. Ye was right. They were fooled. Use the rainbow arrows. Every moment we can stop them is a moment longer. Let's speed up according to the plan. Quick! At this moment, a group of low-key carriages escorting the purple gold were quietly approaching the supply depot in the southwest. At the entrance, the leading man pushed his bamboo hat up slightly to show his face to the captain of the supply depot. It's me. The fewer people who knew about the smuggling of the purple gold, the better. Therefore, the people who delivered the purple gold to Jingsu's side and Fu Zhiqing's side were their trusted subordinates. The captain of the supply depot was in charge of liaising with the bandits in the southern Xinjiang garrison. Fu Zhiqing asked him to keep it a secret every time he delivered the purple gold. As usual, the captain of the guard did not question his subordinates in front of him. He waved at them with a calm expression and let them in. Then, he led them to the warehouse of the purple gold with ease. However, on this day, the captain of the guard took 2 steps and asked, "I remember that you just delivered a batch a few days ago. Why is there another batch so soon?" The bandit who was escorting the purple gold hid his entire face under the bamboo hat. He said in a muffled voice, "This is between sir and boss." "How would I know?" For some reason, the captain of the guard felt uneasy. As he searched for the key, he said, "I won't hide it from you. Sir took away more than half of our men to go with him yesterday. No one knows what happened." The bandit in the bamboo hat stared intently at his actions of opening the warehouse. He subconsciously licked his lips and rudely urged, "We're all errand boys. We don't know either. Open the door quickly." The captain of the guard's hand that was twisting the key suddenly paused. He frowned and turned his head. "Why do I feel that you're so?" His voice suddenly stopped because he saw a bandit 3 steps away holding a small crossbow and pointing it at his throat. The guard captain sucked in a breath of cold air. The bandits immediately knew that they had been exposed, so they might as well go all the way. The leader waved his hand, and the short arrow on the small crossbow immediately drilled into the guard captain's throat like a viper's tongue. The guard captain, who was prepared to shout loudly, finally didn't have the chance to exhale. The bandit in the bamboo hat suddenly took a step forward and used his shoulder to support the captain's fallen body. He reached out to grab the key on the door of the warehouse. His heart was about to burst out of his chest. As long as he opened the door, tens of thousands of southern Jiang soldiers and 3,000 Xianxia ghost crows would all be choked by him. At this moment, he heard a sharp cry. The bandit in the bamboo hat did not recover from his extreme excitement. He subconsciously looked back and saw that his subordinates all had frightened faces. Only then did he feel that something was wrong with his arm. The hand that was holding the key had been pierced by an iron arrow that fell from the sky. The explosion had left only an inch of flesh connected to his arm. His half-broken hand tightly held the key to the warehouse. He could not turn it, but it was also blocking it. The bandit finally let out a scream that did not sound like a human's voice. In just a moment of delay, the Black Eagle had arrived. Xianxia, who had not put away the bow in his hand, directly landed on the roof of the purple gold warehouse. He took out the Xiantai tiger tally from his arms. There was a rope hanging under the tiger tally. He gave Daliang the first order to beat the drum as if it was a buy one get one free. He stood tall and straight. The eagle armor and black wings on his back were like clouds. He said to the stunned southern Jiang garrison in the southwest supply depot, "The Xiantai tiger tally and the order to beat the drum are both here. I am under the order of the Marquis of Stability to take over the military power of the southwest supply depot and arrest the bandits. The supply depot is now under martial law. Kill the bandits on the spot." The 3 bandit leaders of southern Jiang did not know that the situation had changed. At this time, they were divided into 3 groups. They led their subordinates out of the ground and went to the southwest supply depot while rubbing their palms. At this moment, Jingsu suddenly heard a crisp sound of metal and stone, as if a heavy object had rolled down from the mountain with rocks. He subconsciously raised his head. A head wrapped in heavy armor rolled down from the hillside. He hid the heavy armor in the purple gold escort car and wanted to sneak into the southwest supply depot. Jingsu froze. The black iron armor of the southern borders garrisons were looming all over the mountains and plains. Dense arrows were aimed at them from the top of the mountain, and the other half of Jingsu's team was still in the secret passage at the bottom of the mountain. As for Jingxiu, Guyun only glanced at him and found that there was nothing special about him. Thus, he quickly threw this bandit leader and the others aside. At this moment, he was more concerned about when Changbing would leave. Coincidentally, Changbing timely expressed that he was going to meet up with his companions who were investigating the bandits' secret passage. Guyun was greatly relieved, but on the surface, he still gave him a small group of soldiers from the Black Iron Battalion and warned him to be careful of any bandits who slipped through the net. Seeing him leave, Guyun then said to the Xianxia beside him, "Find 2 people to watch over me. If the 4th prince returns too quickly, find something for him to do. Don't let him come over." The Xianxia received the order and left. Only then did Guyun retract his gaze. He swept the captured bandit team from head to tail. His eyes carried a hint of gloominess that was rarely seen. I only have one question. How many entrances do you have to this underground rat hole? Let's start with the first person in the west and behead him without a word. If the person in front is done speaking, the person behind can fill in the blanks. If you can't fill in the blanks, then I'm sorry. The person in front can still take advantage of you. Let's start. On the count of 3, behead those who don't speak and those who speak nonsense. All the bandits were stunned by the Marquis of Stability, who was more of a bandit than a bandit. The Xianxia who was ordered to interrogate started with the first person expressionlessly. The first person instinctively looked left and right, hesitating. Gu Yun did not hesitate to make a downward cut. The Xianxia's cutting wind blade moved in response. The Xianxia usually only cared about killing people. He had never raised monkeys and did not know much about beheading. The cutting wind blade circled around the bandit's neck. Unfortunately, it got stuck in the neck joint. The bandit's head was cut in half and the other half was still connected. His throat was not cut. The blood-curdling scream frightened the birds in the mountains far and near. The Xianxia narrowed his eyes. With a twist of his wrist, he fiercely increased his strength and finally finished off the unlucky bandit. The blood gushed out like a mountain spring, splashing onto the person next to him. The second bandit trembled like an overloaded gold box. His mind was blank. Trembling, he pointed at the exit behind him and said, There's one. Gu Yun sneered, Nonsense, can't I see it? Thus, the second head also fell to the ground. The third bandit was so frightened by the sight of half a head that he peed in his pants. With a plop, he fell to the ground and covered his head with his hands, afraid that the executioner in black armor would be impatient and chop his head off. In one breath, he had given away more than 10 secret passageways. The people behind him were about to shoot through his back. With this beginning, the rest was too simple. It was only a matter of life or death. Anyway, it was useless to keep the secret. The people behind him would say it sooner or later. It was better to give it away as soon as possible and keep his life. Gu Yun remained calm and collected. In his heart, he was shocked by the huge roots of the Nanjiang bandits. Some of the entrances that these bandits gave away had already been discovered by the Linyuan Pavilion. Otherwise, even the Black Iron Battalion would not be able to block these rolling rats so easily. However, there were even more entrances that even the Linyuan Pavilion had never heard of. The Xiantai soldiers behind him left quietly. They verified the authenticity of these entrances one by one and guarded every secret passageway. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the group of bandits had already cleared out all the underground tunnels like beating drums and passing flowers. Not even dregs were left behind. In the blink of an eye, this deadly flower was passed to the instigator of this matter, the bandit leader, Jingsu. In Jingsu's lifetime, he had fought his way out of a pile of corpses to become the king of a mountain. Although he did not have much talent, he did not lack courage and ruthlessness. Seeing the blade approaching him and the blood on the ground flowing like a river, he took a deep breath and straightened his back. He squeezed the breath that he had been accumulating for many years into his bones to support his body. He raised his triangular eyes and stared at Gu Yun who was strolling in front of him. Jingsu said, I've only heard people say that Marshal Gu is unparalleled. I didn't expect you to be so good at extorting a confession by torture. It's really good to have more skills. You don't have to flatter me, Gu Yun said with a fake smile. War is a business of killing people. First, I didn't put you in a dark room. Second, I didn't put you on a bed of nails. Third, I didn't invite you to sit on a tiger stool. I don't deserve the words extorting a confession by torture. If you don't have anything to say, you can accompany them. The corners of Jingsu's eyes twitched. There are a total of 64 entrances and exits in this secret passage. They have already explained all of them. Those useless people in front have obviously started to talk nonsense. Forgive me for being slow-witted, but I don't know what Marshal Gu's intention is. It's just insurance. There's no purpose, Gu Yun said with a smile. What if there are some fish that escape the net? Why, do you want to persuade me to cut them sparingly? Anyway, you have a lot of people. Don't worry, I can't cut them all. Jingsu, Gu Yun said, since they regard you as their leader, you must know something else. Why don't you tell me something I haven't heard before? Jingsu clenched his teeth tightly. When he thought of the culprit who caused all of this, Fu Zhiqing, he wanted to skin that person and pull out his tendons. He gritted his teeth and said, if I say that Fu Zhiqing secretly smuggled purple gold to Rebel, would you be interested to hear it? The cold smile on Gu Yun's face gradually disappeared. If I didn't know this, how could I guess that you would be so daring to come to the Southwest Military Supply Depot to deliver food? I'll give you one more chance. Say something I don't know. The Xiantai's wind-cutting blade was placed beside Jingsu's ear. He could feel the coldness of that cold iron if he moved slightly. He also knew that as long as there was a wisp of steam, the cutting wind blade would chop off his head like chopping vegetables. That Gu Yun was cold and merciless. His good head would roll on the ground like all the other mediocre people, covered in dust, with nothing special. Jingsu asked, what do you want to know? Gu Yun waved his hand and the wind-cutting blade moved a few inches away from Jingsu. I want to know who was the person who contacted you after the Nanyang purple gold entered the country. Who was the person who let you store the purple gold and stockpile the weapons and armor? Who was the person who gave you advice and let you use those kites to confuse me and seize the opportunity to occupy the Southwest Military Supply Depot? Jingsu clenched his teeth tightly. If I were you, I wouldn't risk my life to protect that person. Gu Yun suddenly took a step forward and lowered his voice. Look at the 64 exits of the secret tunnel behind you. Taoist priest, you guys hid inside when you had nothing to do. Even if the Daluo immortals came, they wouldn't be able to dig 3 feet into the ground to dig you out. Who was the one who encouraged you to gather the forces of the 3 big mountain peaks together so that we can catch all of you in one fell swoop? Gu Yun was an expert at distorting the truth. He had 3 specialties in his life, being able to type and being able to deceive others. Even if there was no evidence, it would sound like it was true when it came out of his mouth. Moreover, when he thought about it carefully, his words were not without evidence at all. He made Jingsu break out in a cold sweat. The time he spent interrogating the bandit leader was longer than the time Chongqing spent looking for the person. Not long after, Chongqing came back with the person. However, before he could cross the mountain peak, he was dutifully stopped by the soldiers of the Black Iron Battalion. The soldier obediently said to Chongqing, Your Highness, the general wants you to rest here for a while. Chongqing was not surprised. When he heard this, he did not ask anything and obediently waited at the same place. In these years, although Chongqing had not seen Gu Yun with his own eyes, he had followed General Cheng to study every battle Gu Yun fought. He had studied every change in his ideas from the previous dynasty to the present. He had even studied his calligraphy. If Chongqing went to Gu Yun's study room and casually took out an old copybook, he could roughly tell how old Gu Yun was when he wrote it. This was far better than hanging out with Gu Yun all day and listening to him boast that he was the flower of the Northwest. Previously, when Gu Yun's slightly hesitant gaze swept over, Chongqing knew that he wanted to extort a confession and did not want him to see it. Until today, Gu Yun still instinctively protected his precarious, benevolent father image in front of Chongqing. Chongqing did not have any objections to this. He very much cherished and enjoyed his little adoptive father's undeclared love for him. There were 2 people behind Chongqing. They were Ge Pengxiao and Chao Nyangzi, who had come to the capital with him from Yanhui town. Now they were called Ge Chen and Chao Chunhua. When Ge Chen was young, he was a lovable chubby boy. Now that he had grown up, he could not be said to be fat. He had a tall and sturdy appearance. Just by looking at his body, he could be called a burly man. Unfortunately, the head on his shoulder seemed to be wrong. On top of it was a small white and tender round face. There were 2 small trembling lumps of soft skin and tender flesh on his cheeks. They wrapped around his small nose, mouth, and eyes like water tofu. His 7 orifices all revealed a simple and harmless aura. Chao Chunhua's change was greater. No matter what he thought in his heart, his body involuntarily grew out of the skeleton of an adult man. It was difficult for him to have the flawless androgynous appearance he had when he was young. He had no choice but to admit that he was actually a stinky man. He changed back to men's clothing, but he unwillingly changed his name to Chao Chunhua. Other than himself, probably no one could tell how Chunhua was better than Nyangzi. Why don't you let me pass? Chao Chunhua stretched out his neck and asked, I haven't seen my marquis for many years. I missed him so much that I couldn't sleep for the first few days. Chongqing vaguely glanced at him and silently made a note of Chao Chunhua. When he accumulated 50 words like my marquis from this person's mouth, he would find a reason to beat this guy up. Chao Chunhua was unaware and asked, "Oh right, big brother, this time when you return to the capital, you will be conferred the title of prince, right? I heard that the late emperor had already prepared the Yanbei house of Gojoseon. Will you move there or live in the house of marquis?" Chongqing froze for a moment and smiled bitterly. "That depends on whether marquis wants me or not." Now that he thought about it, Chongqing couldn't remember where he got the courage to cut off all means of retreat and leave the house of marquis and Guyun a few years ago. It was fine if he didn't see Guyun, but this time, he was caught off guard and encountered Guyun in the middle of Sichuan. It was as if he had encountered his destiny. Even if he was beaten to death, it would be difficult for him to accumulate the ruthlessness he had in the past. Chen Xingshu told him to calm down and don't have any wild thoughts. Although it had a certain effect on restraining Wu Ergu, people's happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy were all connected. If resentment and anger were restrained, joy would naturally become almost invisible. After a long time, people would be like a grass that couldn't see the sun. Although they were barely alive and not dead, the green leaves were almost white. Chongqing thought that he was about to become a Buddha. Until he saw Guyun again. Although it was tiring to drive with Guyun and they had to deal with rebel soldiers and bandits all day long, Chongqing's heart was always filled with an unreasonable happiness for no reason. It was as if when he woke up early in the morning, he knew that something good was going to happen that day. It was the kind of happiness that was full of vigor, anticipation, and eagerness. Although he knew that nothing good was going to happen, Wu Ergu still visited him every day like a dream. If he was crowned a prince, would Guyun keep him? Logically, Guyun would definitely keep him. The house of marquis would at least be willing to take him in until he officially established a family. If he didn't establish a family, he might be able to continue shamelessly staying. This kind of thinking was too wonderful. Chongqing used a Herculean effort to stop himself from giggling foolishly. They waited for about half an hour before Guyun arrived. The secret passageways in the mountain were like a huge spider web, extending in all directions and interconnecting with each other. Guyun chopped off more than 40 heads in total and eliminated the nonsense of some people who cried out in fear. In the end, he found 64 secret passageways. Guchen was very shocked after hearing this. "What? The two of us have been savages in the mountains for more than half a year and only found about 30 passageways. How did Marquis come and interrogate more than 60 passageways? If you didn't find out, I wouldn't have been able to stop them, let alone interrogate them." Guyun glanced at Guchen and restrained himself for a moment. In the end, he couldn't hold back and waved at him, "Come here." Guchen thought that the marshal had something important to instruct him and hurriedly went over. Unexpectedly, the serious Marshal Gu suddenly reached out his hand and pinched his face. Guyun had wanted to do this for a long time. His problem with his hands was already incurable. When he saw something with his hands, he couldn't help but want to pinch it. It's too fun. Guyun pinched for a while and thought, how did it grow? Guchen, Chao Chuanhua's tiger-like eyes were full of affection. He was so envious that he wanted to tear them apart. He whimpered softly, "Marquis favors one and discriminates against the other. Why didn't he pinch my face?" He didn't dare to say this in front of Guyun, so only Chongqing heard it. Chongqing thought, okay, 48 times. Chao Chunhua inexplicably shivered. He looked around and suddenly had an ominous premonition of approaching danger. Guyun followed Jingsu's confession and drew a map of the secret passageway in this mountainous area. Then, he ordered people to smoke the entrance and exit of the secret passageway. After 3 days, the entire mountain was smoked into a chimney. The bats, rats, and poisonous insects living inside all ran out with their families. However, Guyun still couldn't find the person he wanted to catch. Several soldiers volunteered to pull up the ropes and enter the secret passageway to search. They searched the 64 secret passageways from sunrise to nightfall, but they couldn't find even a strand of hair. They only found the sand table that Jingsu mentioned. On the 4th day, his subordinates reported that they had investigated Kuai Lantu's side and found a suspicious person. It was a guest official that Kuai Lantu had raised. His name was Wang Bufan, and it sounded like an alias. This guest official usually didn't come out to meet people, but Kuai Lantu's trusted subordinates all knew that Kuai Lantu respected this person very much and trusted him very much. Kuai Lantu especially gave him a courtyard to live in and sent his trusted manservant and beautiful maidservants to serve him. Gu Yun asked, "Where is this bouffon now?" The subordinate replied, "He ran away." The servants in his courtyard were poisoned to death without anyone knowing. When the people in the residence found them, their corpses were already cold. Marshal, at this moment, another soldier came to report, "We went to investigate the hideout of the purple gold that Jing Su called out. It was empty, and not even a piece of paper was left." Gu Yun silently turned the old prayer beads in his hand. The mysterious guest official by Kuai Lantu's side, the mystery that Jing Su mentioned. Everything seemed to be accidental, but Gu Yun had an indescribable intuition that there was a big conspiracy involved. These people who had secretly stirred up the situation in Nanjiang had appeared without anyone knowing and then disappeared without a trace. Their identities were a mystery, and so were their motives. They seemed to be enemies, but it also seemed like they had helped him get rid of this large group of people quickly. Gu Yun couldn't figure out whether he had stirred up other people's plans, or whether he had walked headlong into other people's plans. The person that Gu Yun had dug 3 feet into the ground to find was currently in an ordinary-looking small cargo ship on the Nanyang Sea. Mr. Ye had already changed back into his complicated Western clothes and was looking down at a map. Daliang's vast territory was all on this small sheepskin map. He picked up a cinnabar red pen and drew a small red circle on Nanjiang. With this stroke, there were already 3 red circles on the old map. The other 2 were in Beijiang and Donghai respectively. Mr. Ye scanned the map with the tip of the pen for a moment and finally stopped at the entrance of the ancient Silk Road in the west. "As of today, our plan has been set up." Mr. Ye laughed. "There's only one fuse left. As long as we light it, there will be a boom." Wang Bufan, who looked like a Central Plainsman, continued, "Set the Central Plains on fire." The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. They each raised their wine glasses and clinked them. With such a big thing happening in Nanjiang, the emperor of the imperial court was naturally furious. He urged Gu Yun to quickly escort the bandit leader and the judge back to the capital. Gu Yun could only temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart and set off for the north. However, when he thought that his precious godson was finally willing to go back with him, the Marquis's mansion was going to be lively again. He looked forward to returning to the capital again. "He's much more likable after he grew up," Gu Yun secretly said to Xianxia, feeling comforted. "It's just that I'm not used to him suddenly becoming so sensible." "Despicable," Xianxia commented concisely, and then he got whipped as he wished. Xianxia asked again, "By the way, what do you plan to do after capturing Fu Zhiqing?" Gu Yun's joking expression disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, "Jipping, in fact, I've often thought that it's a bit of a waste of talent for you to follow me." Xianxia looked at him silently. Gu Yun said, "You're erudite and knowledgeable. You can enter the Hanlin Academy in literature, and you can be a warrior. You've been in the Lingshu Temple and the Black Iron Battalion for so many years. It's time for you to stand out." Although Changding had already analyzed it, Xianxia was still moved when he heard what he said. The 2 of them were comrades and friends. Although they were friends who had gone through life and death together, Gu Yun's dog mouth couldn't say anything good. He had never directly expressed his appreciation to him in person. Xingyi's eyes were a little hot for a moment. "Zishi, actually, you don't have to. Moreover, I also feel very sorry," Gu Yun added sincerely. "You said that I, a handsome man who was born with parents, always blocked your peach blossoms and caused you to be a bachelor all these years. It's really... I'm really sorry." Xianxia had finished his daily portion of a handsome man raised by his parents. Seeing that he was about to enter the nonsense, Xianxia had no choice but to hastily pack up his heartfelt words that were stuck in his throat. With a pay sound, he spurted his horse and galloped away. Changding saw it from not far away and quickly took the opportunity to run over. He occupied Xingyi's position and rode side by side with Gu Yun. "General Shen, why did you run away in anger again?" Gu Yun touched his nose with a smile that wasn't a smile. Changding saw that there was a leaf on his light fur armor, so he reached out and took it off for him. He said carefully, "Godfather, no matter how light the armor is, it's still about 40 caddies. It's easier to take it off, right? Gu Yun didn't object. He let Changing help him take off the light for armor one by one. The two people were too close. For some reason, the two horses looked at each other and became entangled with each other. Gu Yun freed a hand to stroke his horse's head and reprimanded, "Don't be a hooligan." The armor on his arm was half removed. With such a light flick, it almost flew out from his wrist. It even brought out something from his sleeve. Changing quickly caught it in his hand and found that it was a small bamboo flute that was crudely made. At first, the two of them didn't react. Changing was baffled. Why is he carrying a broken flute with him? Gu Yun was still puzzled. What flew out? Then, both of their gazes fell on the weather-beaten and cracked bamboo flute at the end at the same time. A moment later, Changing suddenly felt that the flute was vaguely familiar. Gu Yun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He remembered, the origin of this object was not legitimate, both of them moved almost at the same time. Gu Yun reached out to snatch it, but Changing instinctively tightened his grip. Both of his hands held the bamboo flute in midair. Changing asked innocently, "Can't I look?" "Gu Yun, what's there to look at?" With that, Gu Yun forcefully pulled the small bamboo flute out of Changing's hands. He hurriedly hid it in his sleeve. Changing rarely saw him guilty. He couldn't help but think of the little girl who cried her heart out in Lord Yao's house in Jiangnan 4 years ago. He vaguely understood something, but he didn't dare to believe it. Thus, he asked indirectly, was it given by someone else? Gu Yun spoke nonsense without blushing or panting, "I peeled it myself." Oh, Changing blinked. After a while, he said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, "Why does bamboo grow in Lulan of the western regions?" Gu Yun. Changing blinked gently. This made his eyes look as if they were flickering. Then, he smiled and said, "Godfather's handiwork is too rough. Why don't I peel a better one for you another day?" Gu Yun was speechless. He was extremely embarrassed. He felt that the kid had seen through him and was deliberately mocking him. However, because the matter of stealing the flute was too outrageous, he couldn't flare up. He could only put away his heroic rabbit tail and run with the wind. Changing didn't chase after him. He stood in place and reflected on this matter for a while. He couldn't help but want to laugh. He retold the story of Gu Yun secretly running to the children's courtyard early in the morning to steal the bamboo flute. Suddenly, his heart was bursting with joy. He was full of vitality for most of the day. Only when the sun was setting in the west did he slowly stop. The fragrance in his heart that hadn't dissipated pushed Wuergu into a small corner. When the flowers fell and the water reddened, a seed-like thought grew from below and thousands of branches. Changing thought, why did he keep that thing? If he kept it, would he occasionally take a look at it? Would he think of himself when he looked at it? Did this mean that Gu Yun's feelings for him were deeper than he had always imagined? Would he be able to take an inch and take a mile to get closer to his little foster father? Miss Chen's and Shenzhen faintly floated out of the sachet. Changing stared at Gu Yun's back. He was about to be roasted by the words "let nature take its course" echoing back and forth in his mind. He didn't dare to be too delusional. However, he anxiously harbored a few speculations. He couldn't help but scratch his heart and scratch his liver. He was overwhelmed with ecstasy. The journey to escort the criminal was supposed to be long and smelly. Unfortunately, whether it was because the Black Iron Battalion was fast or because Changing was dragging his feet, they had already arrived in the capital before the midwinter arrived. At this time, the southern Xinjiang rebellion case that had caused a sensation in the imperial court exploded in the depths of the imperial capital. Sun Jiao returned to the capital half dead. She was shocked and frightened, and in the blink of an eye she fell ill and couldn't recover. Long and Emperor himself also didn't expect that the Southwest Taidu would actually dare to rebel when he only used a small trick to promote the drumming order. Shocked and angry, he ordered a thorough investigation. Due to the wide implications of this case, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of War, the Supreme Court, and even the entire Supervision Institute became nervous. Even Gu Yun, who had finally returned to the capital for a 2-day break, couldn't rest. She was summoned to the palace every 2 to 3 days for questioning. The Southwest Admiral Fu Zhiqing colluded with bandits, killed imperial court officials, smuggled purple gold, and attempted to rebel. The bandit leader and the rebel leader were sentenced to capital punishment one after another. Their families were also punished. However, the cold-blooded and ruthless Emperor Longan was still unwilling to leave the matter at that. The situation quickly got out of hand. Pulling out the radishes would also bring up the mud, implicating the 6 central ministries. Those who had close personal relationships with Fu Zhiqing, who had accepted bribes, opened doors for him, and even those old officials who had recommended Fu Zhiqing back then, were all implicated. Those who were imprisoned, and those who were dismissed were dismissed. For a time, the imperial court was in a state of panic. The entire capital was suppressed in a gloomy atmosphere of suspicion. The sky was overcast until the end of the year. Only then did a heavy snow fall with a loud rumble. This year, the Marquis of Stability handed over the Xian Tai and the Tiger Tally. The implementation of the drum order was a foregone conclusion. The Ministry of War quickly sent people to supervise the troops. At this point, the Emperor Longan's military power was gathered to the extreme. The martial emperor of the past could not compare. At the end of the year, the only thing that made Li Feng not so vexed was probably Gu Yun's ability to adapt to the circumstances. Just as Chongqing had predicted, the emperor received the inside information and gave enough face to Gu Yun. He really did promote Shani by 2 ranks. He issued an edict promoting him to the Southwest Military Commander. At the same time, he bestowed the 4th prince, Li Min, with the title of Yanbei of Guozhouzian. In the first month of the Shirlu, Old Master Shen, in the name of congratulating the Marquis of Stability on his birthday, pulled 2 large carriages of gifts to block the entrance. Old Master Shen had already retired for many years. He only had one son, Shani, who did not seek to improve himself. Shani had been a freak since he was young. He was good at studying and practicing martial arts, but he was unwilling to be obsessed with any of them. He loved to shut himself in the courtyard and play with lighters. The Shen family, from the iron puppets guarding the courtyard to the large and small gas lamps hanging in the room, had all been taken apart and ruined by him. Although Old Master Shen was a firm believer in Zhuangzi and paid particular attention to following one's heart, he still had some expectations for his son in his heart. Gu Yun was called into the palace early in the morning to discuss matters and had already left. Although he was not in the capital all year round, he was still in a high position and had received many gifts. There was no mistress in the Marquis Fu, so the New Year's gifts were all handled by the old housekeeper. When he heard that it was Old Master Shen's gift, Chongqing specially followed the old housekeeper out to welcome it and looked at it curiously. Old Master Shen himself was also a weirdo. When he was young, he loved to play. When he was tired of playing in his later years, he began to seek immortality and seek the Tao. He did not care about human affairs. His first hobby was alchemy and his second hobby was brewing wine. Among the gifts he gave to Gu Yun, there were no gold, silver, jewels, silk, satin, antiques and treasures. Chongqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he raised his head, he saw the newly appointed Southwest commander running over on his horse in a mess. Old Master Shen completely acted on his own initiative. By the time Shani found out and chased after him, it was already too late. Shani looked at the wine cart at the entrance of the Marquis Fu and wanted to cry but had no tears. He buried his face on the horse's neck and said in his heart, "This is too shameful." Gu Yun came back in the evening and happened to see his family unloading the wine cart. Shani stood at the side with an emaciated face. It was unknown what the emperor said to him, but Gu Yun's expression was indifferent. As long as he returned to the Marquis Fu, he was usually very happy. When he entered the door, he did not smile, nor did he joke with the guards at the door. Most likely, he was really unhappy. "Gu Yun, why are you here?" Shani raised his chin and motioned him to look at the crazy wine cart. "My family's old man used it to bribe you. Thank you for promoting me." Gu Yun sniffed and went forward to pick up a jar. He directly opened the mud seal and stood at the door to smell it. Then, he drank a mouthful on the spot. "Whatever you want comes. Your family's old man brewed it himself, right? I can tell when I smell it." Gu Yun sighed, just in time. "Since you're here, don't leave. Anyway, before the first month, we will have to go our separate ways. At that time, we will be far apart. Who knows when we will meet again? Today, accompany me to drink some wine. Shini had the same intention and happily agreed. Guyun asked again, where is Chongqing? In the kitchen. Guyun's footsteps paused, what? He insisted on personally cooking a bowl of noodles for you, Shini said with a smile. Uncle Wang tried to stop him for a long time, but he couldn't stop him. I think our royal prince is amazing. He can hold the line in front of the enemy, and he can perform acupuncture on the battlefield. When he has nothing to do, he can sew his own pouch. Even the kitchen is as easy as walking on flat ground. If it was a girl, even the Black Iron Battalion would not be able to stop him from blocking your door to ask for your hand in marriage. Guyun frowned, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. It's full of nonsense. Shini saw that his expression was not right and asked, what's wrong? What did the emperor say when he called you into the palace? Guyun was silent for a moment and lowered his voice, the emperor wants to punish Duke Feng. Shini was shocked, what? Duke Feng's surname was Zhang, and his courtesy name was Feng Han. He had been the head of the Lingshu Temple for 18 years. When Shini was still in the Lingshu Temple, he worked under him. Now he was 60 years old and had been in the Lingshu Temple all his life. He had never married, had no wives, concubines, children, or grandchildren, and was not interested in men. It was said that the servant girls who served tea in his residence were all made of iron. Other than himself, there was only an old dog that was about to die. However, it was said that even Shini had never been there, let alone other people. Duke Feng's temperament was eccentric, and he was not willing to have guests in his home. This old man had spent his whole life working on fire engines and steel armor. Other than when Guyun reorganized the Black Iron Battalion, he stood up for them once. At other times, he was too lazy to even care about people, let alone politics. How could such a person who stood aloof from worldly affairs anger the emperor, Shini? Why? Guyun, Duke Feng Han submitted a memorial yesterday, objecting to the decree law. The emperor was furious. Shini, he has always been against it. Since the day the decree law was introduced, he has not stopped. I heard from my old colleagues that he would submit a memorial every 3 days, rain or shine. The emperor has always ignored him. Why did he suddenly? The decree law was the decree that restricted the long-armed foresters among the people. When it was first introduced, it was a heated discussion for a while. However, it was later overshadowed by the uproar caused by the drumming order. Duke Feng Han's temper. Sai, you didn't see what he wrote in the memorial the day before. He said that the decree law does not restrict long-armed foresters, but the wisdom of the people. In the long run, the country will no longer be a country. He is waiting for foreigners to come and seize the border gate of Daliang. I think he almost pointed at the emperor's nose and called him a national thief. In fact, the emperor did not want to lower himself to the same level as him. It's just that the incident in Nanjiang this time made the emperor's heart knot, and it hasn't been untied for a whole winter. The old man hit the nail on the head. Guyun paused and shook his head. Before I left today, the emperor called me and said, I have been cautious and conscientious since I took the throne. Why is there no peace in this country? What else can I say? The emperor Longan had only been on the throne for a few years. First, his brother colluded with the Dongying people to rebel. Then, the officials of the border colluded with the bandits to rebel. Each incident seemed to be a great mockery. The violet gold black market had become a sore point for him. Shini did not say anything. The two of them walked side by side to the inner courtyard. They both knew that although Duke Feng Han was seeking death, his words were not without reason. In the future, the long-armed foresters among the people would be restricted. From then on, how many new technologies could the Lingshu Temple produce in a year? Moreover, the Lingshu Temple would always prioritize military steel armor. What room would there be for civilian technology to develop in the future? Shini asked, can you protect him? Guyun looked up at the twilight sky at the end of the imperial capital and sighed, I don't know. I'll try my best. Shini nodded. After a while, he suddenly said, Marshal, I grew up in the capital, but sometimes I feel like I can't breathe. Guyun handed over the wine jar without saying a word. Shini took a sip of his homebrewed wine and was choked by the strong liquor. He reached out and patted Guyun on the back, we're all preparing to celebrate your birthday. Don't be so serious when we go in later. The two of them then stood in the cloister, and, sipping at one another, they emptied the jug of wine. Wine could relieve worries, warm blood, and make people put aside the important matters in front of them and relax for a short time. However, when they entered the inner courtyard, Gu Yun was still shocked. He saw that Gu Chen had dug out many scrapped iron puppets in the Marquis mansion. He didn't know how long it took him to repair them. The group of black-faced puppets moved as usual, moving back and forth as if they were flying. They took off their armor and weapons and lined up in a row. Each of them held 2 satin fans in their hands and danced in a daze in the courtyard. Madame Chow, as the only flesh and blood among them, was leading the dance in red and green. Gu Yun. Shinny shook his head and sighed, what a genius. Gu Yun. What? Shinny put his hand on his shoulder and said, Gu Chen, that brat, is really a genius. When I think about how this genius took over the first fire machine steel armor from me, I simply. TSK, I wish I could snatch him and bring him to Nanjiang. Gu Yun. He felt that General Shen's words were strange. Chongqing really did make a bowl of birthday noodles for Gu Yun. Last time, he only cracked an egg and even broke the eggshell. Unexpectedly, a scholar who had been away for 3 days had to be looked at with new eyes. When he came back to cook again, his standard was simply incomparable. He did so well that Gu Yun didn't mention anything like a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen in front of him. He almost ate the bowl as well. After 3 bowls of yellow soup, the people in the courtyard became undisciplined and out of control. Shani sighed and said, for so many years, from the capital to the western regions, to Beijiang, and then to Lulan, you were everywhere. Now that you're suddenly gone, my heart feels strange. Gu Yun, stop talking nonsense and drink. Gu Chen ran over and said sincerely, General Shen, I know some Jianghu friends in the southwest. If you have any inconvenient things in the future, you can ask them to do it. Shani looked at him with tears in his eyes, there's no need for Jianghu friends. Can you give me one of your wooden birds? The two of them held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes. They ran to the side and talked about how to extend the life of the fire machine with spittle flying everywhere. They were punished by Gu Yun with 3 bowls each. Gu Chen almost rolled under the table after 3 bowls. Chao Chunhua went crazy and rolled into a ball with the iron puppets in the courtyard. Chongqing took care of this and that and was in dire straits. In the end, they all drank too much. Shini pulled Gu Yun and nagged, Zishi. Zishi, your Gu family is at the heart of the storm, burp, always at the heart of the storm, you have to be careful. Gu Yun lay on the wine jar and didn't want to move. She was too lazy to speak and just laughed. Once she laughed, she couldn't stop. Tears came out of her eyes. She laughed and thought, I'm the only one left in the Gu family. Shini stood up shakily, took 2 steps sideways, and fell to the ground with a loud bang. He was still muttering, His Majesty is afraid of you. It wasn't certain who the emperor was afraid of, but Chongqing was a little afraid of him. He hurriedly called for the family guards and imperial guards to come forward and help Shini up, quickly carry General Shen away. Gu Yun leaned on the table and pressed her forehead with an unfathomable smile. If it weren't for her unfocused gaze, she would really look like a sober person. Shini was helped up by the guards in a flurry, but he still refused to be obedient. As he struggled, he vaguely said, You. Gu Zishi, in your heart, you have let go, but the emperor's heart cannot let go. He is always afraid of you, just like the previous emperor. How can he not be afraid? Back then, they destroyed you so much, but you didn't die. The Black Iron Battalion is still so mighty. Those people thought, if they were in your shoes, how would they take revenge? Judging others by their own standards, Zishi. Everyone in the world is judging others by their own standards. Chongqing's alcohol tolerance was average. He was forced to drink a lot by Gu Yun. Originally, he was just barely holding on to a thread of sobriety. Who knew that after hearing this, he suddenly quivered and was stunned that Shini said he was sober. What did they destroyed you so much mean? He wasn't sure if Shini was talking nonsense from a drunkard. He couldn't help but take a step forward to hear more clearly. Who knew that after Shini screamed for a while, she turned around and held onto a pillar to vomit until she became a mess. She vomited herself into a pile of mud and weakly fell down. She had directly fainted from drinking. Changing had no choice but to let the people who were still sober carry the drunkards away one by one. In the end, only a few iron puppets were still dutifully performing their duties. White steam was slowly rising from their heads. The laughter in the capital gradually faded away. Gu Yun was half lying on the table. She seemed to have lost her sense of direction. She muttered almost inaudibly, promising, they were all carried away. She still had the face to talk about others. Changing sighed and coaxed her in a low voice, you are the most promising. Let's walk back. I'll support you, okay? Gu Yun raised his head and looked at him. His eyes were too dark and deep. Chang Gung, who had just been suppressed by his gaze, felt the tipsiness in his head again. Ah Yen. Gu Yun suddenly called out in a low voice. Changing frowned. Ah Yen, Gu Yun laughed. He seemed a little helpless and had his usual cynical sarcasm, let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone, your father, he, is really not a good person. Changing, what kind of nonsense was this? Gu Yun laughed softly and muttered incoherently, who knows that I am in the throes of frost and snow? Who will get drunk with me? Changing did not intend to continue staring at the drunken cat. He reached out to help Gu Yun up and dragged him into the bedroom. Who knew that Gu Yun would be very clingy after drinking too much? He scratched his body like a lecher. Changing was irritated by him and wanted to throw him directly on the bed. He looked down at Marshal Gu's hard bed with a thin mattress and could not bear to do so. Who knew that Gu Yun would grab the tendon on his elbow when he turned around? Changing was suddenly hit and his arm lost strength. He almost dropped Gu Yun. Just as he was about to reach out to catch him, he forgot that his head was heavy and his feet were light. He was knocked down by Gu Yun. Gu Yun choked and gasped for a long time. He patted Changing's back and said nonsense, oh baby, you killed me. Changing leaned on him. The seed that he tried to bury in his heart silently sprouted in the depths of the darkness. He stared at Gu Yun's pale chin and suddenly asked in a low voice, who are you calling? Gu Yun did not say a word. Changing felt that he was drunk. Otherwise, how could he be so bold? He suddenly leaned forward and pinched Gu Yun's chin. Godfather, who are you calling? The word godfather seemed to remind Gu Yun of something. He said vaguely, Changing. The word was like a blunt piece of iron that lightly scraped Changing's ear. There was a roar in his mind. The words, let nature take its course, pushed his back. He bent down and kissed Gu Yun as if he was possessed. Gu Yun was stunned at first. After a long time, he reacted slowly. He grabbed Changing's collar in a daze and suddenly lifted him off his body. Changing, his back hit Gu Yun's rock-like hard bed. He immediately sobered up. The blood drained from his face. He panicked and thought to himself, what am I doing? Gu Yun looked at him condescendingly. Changing opened his mouth and wanted to call out Godfather. He opened his mouth but could not speak. Unexpectedly, Gu Yun suddenly laughed. The drunkard did not recognize him at all. He reached out and touched his face. He said in a muffled voice, good boy. Changing, the next moment, Gu Yun hugged the stiff Changing and kissed his forehead to his lips in a serious manner. He licked open his lips very gently and gave him a long and lingering torture. At the same time, his hands were not idle. He actually fumbled to untie Changing's clothes. Changing felt that he was about to explode. He held Gu Yun's waist with one hand. His hands were trembling, but he endured and did not increase his strength. Gu Yun seemed to feel his trembling. This person had the demeanor of a young master from an aristocratic family in bed. He touched Changing's belt and smiled drunkenly. He gently coaxed, don't be afraid. Follow me and I will treat you well in the future. Changing lowered his voice to a thin line and asked hoarsely, who am I? Gu Yun was stunned when she heard this. She stood on the spot and thought. Unfortunately, her brain did not work at all. Not only did she not think of any conclusions, she was also entangled by Changing's belt. Gu Yun struggled for a long time. The more she untied, the tighter it became. In the end, she was exhausted. She leaned to the side and fell asleep. Changing clenched his teeth in the silence. He used all his strength to count his long and trembling breaths. After counting 50 to 60 times, he finally gathered enough strength to get up and push Guyun away. He quickly pulled his belt out of Guyun's hands. He laid her flat and pulled the blanket over her. After that, he could not stay any longer and turned to run. Guyun slept until the sun was almost high in the sky. He was very unhappy the night before and wanted to drown his sorrows with alcohol. He was so drunk that when he got up, his bones and flesh were stiff. He was even more tired than if he hadn't slept for a night. Someone placed a bowl of hangover soup on the small table next to him. Guyun pinched his nose and drank it in one gulp. Only then did he open his dry eyes. He sat by the bed in a daze for a while and quickly reflected. While he was half asleep, he realized that he had been inexplicably anxious recently. Is it necessary? Guyun yawned and asked himself. After thinking about it carefully, of course, it was not necessary. The national treasury had been in a bit of trouble in recent years. Of course, the military expenditure was also tight, but it was not to the point of starvation. The heavens were still peaceful. There were a few floods, earthquakes, and a drought 2 or 3 years ago, but they were not particularly serious. The Central Plains was so big. If the Dragon King in any cloud had a fit, wouldn't the imperial court be under great pressure to provide disaster relief? Since the beginning of the first year of the Longin, it was rare for the rivers to be clear and the seas to be peaceful. There were 2 cases in Jiangnan and the southwest. Although the momentum was quite big and made the emperor jittery, in Guyun's eyes, it was only a small matter. In the East Sea, the Prince of Wei was obviously not ready, and his whereabouts were leaked by purple gold. In the South Xinjiang, many forces collided. Fu Zhiqing probably did not even have the intention to rebel. In short, it was not as dangerous as them chasing the bandits in the desert. Compared to the 6 countries of the western region who had no strong soldiers, he alone fought against Daliang and joined the rebellion. At that time, he didn't know if he could see the sun tomorrow, so he didn't have any distracting thoughts. But now, he was in a high position, leisurely watching Iron Puppet Yanko dance in his own courtyard, but he was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. How promising! After pouring the water, he seemed to have done something unnecessary. What was it again? Oh, right. Guyun rubbed her temples in a daze and thought, I seem to have taken liberties with a girl and scared her. This is outrageous, Guyun muttered to herself as she washed up and changed her clothes. Halfway through, he suddenly paused. That's not right. The Marquis' estate doesn't even have a mare, so where did this girl come from? Guyun finally woke up completely. He pondered for a while with a pale face. He turned around and lifted the quilt. He saw a small object rolling down from the corner of the bed. It was Chongging's leather pouch. Guyun, Shini couldn't hold her liquor well. She was even more drunk than Guyun. Early in the morning, she hadn't even woken up when Guyun barged into the guest room and dragged her up. Let me tell you something. Guyun's expression was grim as if she had seen a ghost. Shini did not dare to be negligent. A bunch of messy thoughts flashed through his mind. Fu Zhiqing escaped from prison? Feng Hongong was convicted by the emperor? Did Beiman invade? Or did the Central Plains garrison rebel? He resisted the discomfort and tried to calm himself down, waiting to hear what Guyun had to say. In the end, that person surnamed Gu stuttered for a long time. His gaze wandered from Daliang on the roof to the tip of his shoes. He didn't even let out a fart. Shini asked anxiously, what exactly happened? Guyun. Forget it. I don't want to talk about it. Shini went crazy on the spot. The hair on his body stood on end. Why wasn't this person chopped to death? Wait, Shini pounced on Guyun and grabbed him. He said angrily, what exactly happened? At this moment, Guyun had already traced the evidence on his bed back to his drunken memories. Everything he had said and done was still vivid in his mind. It was too embarrassing, too wretched, too much of a jerk. Guyun covered his face. What did he do? He felt his stomach churn. He asked Shini in pain, did I drink too much and go crazy? You haven't drunk too much either, right? Shini hugged the quilt and curled up at the head of the bed. They were at the border all year round. Although they drank, they didn't dare to get drunk. Otherwise, it would be bad if they accidentally caused a military incident. What? Shani looked at Gu Yun's face and asked excitedly, "What shameful thing did you do yesterday?" Gu Yun reached out and pressed Xinyi's face down into the quilt. He drifted away in a daze, thinking that he should find a belt to hang himself. At first, Gu Yun thought to himself, little Chongqing wouldn't lower himself to the level of a drunkard, right? If it were me, I wouldn't take it to heart. At most, he would make fun of this matter for a year or so. However, this bit of luck quickly disappeared because Gu Yun remembered that Chongqing was trembling when he pressed him on the bed yesterday. It seemed that Chongqing not only took it to heart, but was also very angry. Gu Yun frowned as he held Chongqing's purse. It was as if he was holding a bag of gunpowder that could explode at any time. A faint calming fragrance filled the air. Gu Yun sniffed around and secretly calculated, should I pretend to be confused? Or should I pretend not to know? Or should I pretend that nothing happened? Before he could make a decision, the old housekeeper came over. Gu Yun asked like a gentleman, "Uncle Wang, where is His Highness the Fourth Prince?" The old housekeeper replied, "I was about to tell Marquis. His Highness went to Hugua Temple early in the morning." Gu Yun, he directly ran away from home. The old housekeeper didn't notice his expression of swallowing a mouthful of coptis and said, "Oh right, yesterday, the Lord Jiang from the Supreme Court sent a painting to Marquis to congratulate him on his birthday. There is also a letter inside. Marquis, do you want to take a look?" Gu Yun was stunned. "Let me see." Although Shani had mysteriously become a general with Gu Yun, he did indeed graduate from the Imperial College of Liberal Arts. The Supreme Court's minister, Jiang Chong, was his martial brother. Through this relationship, he became familiar with Gu Yun. Later, he found that the other party's temperament was very compatible and they gradually became friends. However, in order to avoid suspicion, the two didn't interact frequently. Gu Yun skimmed through the letter and suddenly couldn't care less about Chongqing, who was throwing a tantrum with him. In addition to greeting, Jiang Chong gave him a brief message. The emperor intended to cut off all means of retreat and completely destroy the purple flowing gold black market. Just this sentence alone contained too much information. That evening, the Pear restaurant was bustling with people as usual. In the heaven-class private room, the trusted Southwest Admiral Shani was the host. He had invited his old schoolmates and friends from the capital city as well as his peers from the Spiritual Pivot Academy. Shani was going to the Southwest. Although it was located in a remote area, it was still a prestigious promotion. His old friends had long been clamoring for him to treat them. After 3 rounds of wine, the Marquis of Stability also personally came to show his face. However, he only stayed for a while before he excused himself and left early. Not long after he left, Jiang Chong, who was then the Supreme Court's minister, also took his leave. Jiang Chong didn't take a carriage when he left Shiyuan restaurant. He sent his family away and said that he wanted to take a stroll to sober up. Then, he only brought a servant and walked along the small path downstairs. When he turned the small path, there was already an ordinary shabby carriage waiting there. The curtain was lifted, revealing half of Gu Yun's face. "It's too cold. I'll give Brother Hansher a ride." Jiang Chong said, "Thank you." He tacitly got into his carriage. Lord Jiang was already 40 years old. His face didn't show much. Other than his calm demeanor, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was a young master. After getting into the carriage and warming his hands with Gu Yun's small stove, Jiang Chong didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. After Marquis left the palace that day, the emperor secretly summoned the 3 divisions. From what I heard, he might not only want to restart the gold melting order, but also plan to use both sides at the same time. Following the aftermath of the rebellion in Nanjiang, he will start from the southwest and thoroughly investigate the purple flowing gold black market. The so-called gold melting order was something that happened during the reign of Gu Yun's maternal grandfather, Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty. At that time, sea transportation had just started, and the private use of purple flowing gold was difficult to control. In order to strengthen the control of purple flowing gold, Emperor Wu issued 4 strict orders, which were later known as the Gold Melting Order. However, later on, as the civilian use of fire engines and steel armor increased, the gold melting order slowly lost its effectiveness and was abolished during the reign of the late emperor of the Yuan dynasty. Jiang Chong said, "Marquis will probably return to the northwest when spring comes. It's reasonable to say that even if the capital changes, it won't affect Marquis. However, if the emperor wants to strictly investigate the purple flowing gold black market, I'm afraid that Marquis will be stationed at the border for a long time. At that time, it's inevitable that there will be trouble. Please be careful. Jiang Chong couldn't directly point at Gu Yun's nose and say, I know that your subordinates are not clean. Recently, the investigation is very strict. Clean up the black market in your hands and stop it for 2 days. The hint in his words was quite clear. Gu Yun understood in his heart and said gratefully, Thank you, Brother Hansher, for your advice. Jiang Chong saw that he had already spoken, so he didn't say anything more. His tone changed as he said with a wry smile, Once the purple flowing gold is involved, it's inevitable that we will have to face a group of extremely vicious people. It's fine if the Jianghu is extremely vicious, but I'm afraid that they are secretly colluding with many important officials of the imperial court. Who will be investigated and who won't be investigated? How will we investigate? AI, to tell you the truth, Marquis, I don't have a clue right now. If the water is too clear, there won't be any fish. I don't know if the Emperor Longan wants to pacify the world or stir up chaos. Gu Yun knew his difficulties and comforted him, Brother Hansher, don't worry. Once this news comes out, as long as they aren't too blind, they will know to hide their strength and bide their time. Which one of us isn't more nervous than you? When the time comes, if there's really something difficult, you can send someone to send me a letter. Now that there's no Xian Tai and Tiger Tally, the garrison troops are no longer under my command. However, I still have to give you some face. Jiang Chong smiled bitterly, then, thank you very much, Marquis. First, it was the imperial decree, then it was the gold melting decree. I rarely leave the capital, so there are many things that I don't know. I only heard people say that in the early years, the streets were dyed with white fog, and no one could be seen during the night watch. Everyone said that in the future, they would have to ride flying horses to travel. However, the glorious scene has long disappeared. Gu Yun fiddled with the old wooden beads in his hand. He didn't continue the conversation and changed the topic, how is Duke Fenghan? He's still locked up, Jiang Chong said, don't worry, I've already taken care of it. Marquis, do you plan to write a memorial on behalf of Duke Fenghan? Gu Yun smiled bitterly, me? Writing a memorial can only be used to hasten his death. In fact, there's no need to say it clearly. Many of the artifacts in the palace were made by the Lingshu temple. When His Majesty sees it, he will naturally think of his benefits. Duke Fenghan is obsessed with scheming and doesn't understand human relationships. His Majesty also knows that dog's temper. It'll be fine after 2 days. It was easy to say, but how to cleverly bring up Duke Fenghan, who raised a dog as his son, after the emperor's anger subsided? How to make the emperor feel angry and amused at the same time and unable to lose his temper? It was very deliberate. Jiang Chong glanced at Gu Yun and knew that he had probably secretly made arrangements. The Marquis of Stability grew up in the palace, so it wasn't strange for him to have a few people who could be used. However, Jiang Chong whispered, Marquis has returned from the northwest this time. It seems that his conduct has become much more harmonious. Gu Yun replied meaningfully, when tigers and wolves are outside, we don't dare to not exhaust ourselves. When the mountains and rivers are not settled, we also don't dare to belittle ourselves. It's useless to fight for loyalty and temper. The two exchanged information in a few words. Jiang Chong bid farewell and left. Before he left, he suddenly stopped and said to Gu Yun, to say something disrespectful, in the past 1 or 2 years. The local government has reported year after year about the harvest of farming puppets and where there are steam lighters that can weave cloth and make clothes. However, my treasury is not full. All kinds of decrees are like shackles. This lowly official really has an illusion that after so many years, Dalian has returned to the era of Emperor Wu. Gu Yun smiled and said, to tell Brother Hansher the truth, in the past 1 or 2 years, I've often been inexplicably anxious. However, when I think about it carefully, I feel that it doesn't make sense. Perhaps people are all like this. They always want to get better day by day. Once there's a temporary stagnation, even if they are already in a high position, they will still feel frustrated, right? Jiang Chong's expression changed, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Yun asked, what's wrong? The Chancellor of the Supreme Court whispered, as people who investigate cases, sometimes we have a kind of intuition. There's no reason or basis for it, but it's very likely to come true in the end. The more experienced a person is, the more accurate their intuition is. Marquis, you've been on the battlefield and have gone through fire and water. Your intuition may have really foretold something. Take care of yourself. Gu Yun was stunned for a moment. He did not say anything else. The two of them bid farewell and left with heavy hearts. When Gu Yun returned to the Marquis's mansion, the sky was already dark. He asked the imperial bodyguard and was told that Chang'ing had not returned yet. He only brought a message saying that Master Liao Ran had returned to Hugua Temple and planned to stay there for a few more days. Gu Yun could only helplessly think, if he wants to stay, then so be it. It's also good to come back after he calms down. Who knew that Chang'ing had an exceptionally bad temper or something else? He stayed for 4 to 5 days and seemed to have the intention of settling down there. Gu Yun could not stay in the capital for long. If he left again, he might not be able to see him for a few more years. Finally, he could not hold back and went to Hugua Temple while pinching his nose. The monk Liao Ran was still the same. Throughout the year, it was only during the few days he returned to Hugua Temple that he met with distinguished guests. He could wash himself clean like a hibiscus in clear water. Every day, he would go around pretending to be a ghost. That afternoon, he finally had some free time. He played chess with Chang'ing in the meditation room. The two of them communicated with hand signals. It was quiet but they spoke a lot. Chang'ing said, "I want to ask Great Master about something. What happened to my adoptive father's eyes and hearing?" Liao Ran quickly replied with hand signals, "Talking behind people's backs will not end well. I must know about this." Chang'ing said sternly, "And I will definitely investigate to the end. If Great Master does not tell me, I will find someone else." The monk Liao Ran fixed his gaze on him for a moment. After a long time, Liao Ran deliberated and replied in sign language, "This monk has only heard a rough idea. When Marquis was young, the old Marquis and Her Royal Highness took him to the northern border. At that time, the war between Daliang and Beiman had already subsided. Logically, there should not have been any danger. Unexpectedly, a group of Beiman's men of sacrifice put up a desperate struggle and broke into my garrison. Marquis was injured by a stray arrow. Unfortunately, it happened to be a barbarian's poisonous arrow." This explanation coincided with Gu Yun's evasive explanation. Chang'ing asked closely, "What kind of poison?" Liao Ran shook his head, "Your Royal Highness has learned from Miss Chen, so you should know that even the Chen family is helpless against the barbarian's poison. The poison is very strong. Those who were hit by it died within a few days after being paralyzed. However, the effect on children is much slower. That year, old Master Chen rushed from Xianxia to the northern border's garrison overnight. He did not sleep or rest for 2 days and 1 night. He used the Chen family's golden needle technique to save young Marquis' life. However, his vision and hearing were seriously damaged." Chang'ing frowned slightly. "The northern border, if this was done by the Beiman's men of sacrifice, how could Xingyi's words of "they destroyed you" be explained? Could it be that he was really drunk and was talking nonsense?" At this moment, a young novice monk suddenly came in and reported, "Prince, Martial Uncle Liao Ran, the Marquis of Stability is here." Liao Ran was shocked. He never expected that the Marquis of Stability would one day grace Hugua Temple with his presence. He hurriedly Chang'ing gestured, "Doesn't the Marquis of Stability feel that stepping on a bit of incense is bad luck? Today he entered the tiger's den. When he returns, will he use the mugwort leaves to wash off a layer of his skin?" Chang'ing ignored him. An uncomfortable expression flashed across his face. He was not prepared to face Gu Yun's condemnation. Speaking of which, by a freak combination of factors, the two of them actually thought that they had lost their morals after drinking and molested each other. Each of them had their own guilty conscience. Liao Ran looked at Chang'ing strangely. In order to suppress Wu Ergu these years, Chang'ing's ability to calm his mind and cultivate his qi had reached the pinnacle. He could face the wall and meditate for 2 to 3 days without moving. Even a senior monk like Liao Ran had to concede defeat. Sometimes, when someone who was full of anxiety saw his eyes, they would involuntarily calm down along with him. The handsome young master dressed in white sat on the poor monk's old praying mat, holding a cloud in his hand. He originally had a tranquil and profound aura about him. Unexpectedly, the 3 words Marquis of Stability shattered a pool of ripples. Changgang seemed to fidget a little and raised his hand inexplicably. He didn't know what he wanted to touch, but when he raised his hand halfway, he realized that Yu Ran was staring at him intently. He forced himself to suppress his emotions and put his hand on the teacup. He lowered his head and took a sip of water to hide it. Even Master Liao Ran, who was used to pretending to be mysterious, was puzzled. He thought, what's wrong? Is Marquis here to collect a debt? Gu Yun quickly came in. The corners of his eyes hung a trace of disdain, as if he wished he could tiptoe in. He looked at Liao Ran with disdain and greeted with a fake smile, I haven't seen you for a few years. Reverend has become much fairer. Master Liao Ran had the demeanor of not arguing with him. He put his palms together and stood up to greet him. He gestured, ba. This monk's heart is as clear as a mirror. It turned out that he could quote the classics even without bathing. Gu Yun seemed to smell something rotten again. She couldn't stay in this place any longer. She turned to Changgang and said, You've disturbed the master's cultivation for a few days. It's time to go home. Changgang's mind, which had finally calmed down, was once again provoked by the word go home. He knew that even if he stayed under the Bodhi tree, he would not be able to recite lest his emptiness. He had no choice but to put away his uneasiness and obediently stood up. Gu Yun choked on the smoke of sandalwood in Hugwa Temple and coughed twice. She quickly retreated outside the meditation room and waited. Bored to death, she watched Changgang bid farewell to Liao Ran. In fact, when relatives and friends were used to seeing each other, it was difficult to notice whether the other person was beautiful or ugly. Gu Yun had always known that Changgang resembled his Beiman mother more. Now that she looked at him carefully, she realized that it was not entirely true. His facial features were handsome and upright. For a moment, she couldn't tell who he resembled. She only felt that he was like black jade and had a different kind of pleasing to the eye. Gu Yun was stunned. She remembered that there were all kinds of people in the pugilistic world. Especially after the opening of sea transportation, Daliang's folk customs were generally open, especially in the coastal areas of the East China Sea. It was said that men were also very popular. Changgang was a white dragon. Could there be someone who was blind enough to provoke him? Was that why he was so angry that day? That's right, Gu Yun had a hole in her mind and let her imagination run wild. If I took a bite out of Xin Jiping, he definitely wouldn't take it to heart. With such a poor face, he wouldn't think in that direction at all. If I took a bite out of him, I would be the one at a disadvantage. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. He quickly pondered for a while and simply decided to play dumb. Then, as if nothing had happened, he said to Changgang, who was walking over, Why did you take so long? Is the cabbage and tofu in Hugwa Temple so delicious? Changgang saw his calm expression and his heart calmed down a little. He replied, Buddhist sound vegetarian dishes can calm the mind. You should be dressed in fresh clothes at such a young age. You don't plan to become a monk, so what's the point of calming the mind? Gu Yun walked side by side with him. She habitually wanted to reach out and put her hand on his shoulder. Just as she raised her hand, she was afraid that Changgang would think too much, so she silently withdrew her hand and put it behind her back. Changgang said calmly, I've thought about it. He once thought that if he cut off his worldly ties and entered Buddhism, perhaps his wild thoughts would be dissolved by the boundless Buddhism. What? Gu Yun's footsteps paused. At first, she didn't react. She was stunned for a moment before she said in disbelief. You said to become a monk? Changgang rarely saw the astonishment on her face. He smiled and said, I just thought about it. I didn't dare to really do it. Gu Yun thought, nonsense, if you dare, I'll break your legs. However, Changgang was no longer the little foster son who was sheltered by him in the Marquis Fu. After he was crowned, he inherited the title of Junwang. Even now, he still called him foster father. That was out of affection and not a name. In the end, it was inconvenient for Gu Yun to treat him as a real son and teach him a lesson, so she didn't say those words. His face sank slightly and he asked, why? Changing politely greeted the young novice monk who was walking towards him. He replied unhurriedly, "When I was young, I grew up looking at the inescapable calligraphy in my foster father's room. Later, I followed my master to travel all over the mountains and rivers. I know that the world is difficult and dangerous, but I stopped after tasting it. How can I dare to retreat? I was born in this world. Although my natural aptitude is limited and I may not be able to make great contributions like the sages of the past, I can't let down the world and myself." "And you?" Changing swallowed the last two words in his throat and didn't say them out. Back then, Xianxia dragged him behind the horse but failed to drag him to death. Wuer's bone haunted him but still couldn't drive him crazy. Changing sometimes felt that only by braving the wind and waves and continuously going against the current to a place where he could look up to himself could he be worthy of thinking about his foster father a little in his dreams at night. Guyun's expression softened a little, but she still asked in a bad mood, "Then why do you always go to the monks?" Changing casually prevaricated, "I go to Master Liao Ran to drink tea. Sometimes, when my heart is too hot, I can't sleep well. Didn't Miss Chen prescribe me a dose of Xianxia? I put it in my pouch, but I suddenly couldn't find it these 2 days." Guyun was speechless. Changing said, "I don't know where it fell." Guyun's face turned green. Someone really touched the pot that didn't boil. Marshal Gu was silent for a while under the torment of his conscience. He still took out the small leather sachet and handed it to Changing without saying a word. "Here." Changing, this shock came unexpectedly. Changing, who was caught in a trap of his own making, almost bit his own tongue. Yanbei of Gojoseon, who had the demeanor of a master who had traveled the mountains and rivers, suddenly had a layer of white sweat on his palms. He stuttered, why is it at foster father's place?" Marshal Gu maintained his well-tempered face and said without batting an eyelid, "I don't know why it fell on my bed. Maybe I drank too much that day and accidentally pulled you down." Changing looked at him in fear. Guyun shamelessly pretended to be innocent and said, "What happened?" Changing shook his head and sighed in relief. He knew that this matter was over. In the future, they could be together as intimately as before. However, at the same time, he couldn't help but feel secretly disappointed. Guyun saw his strange expression and thought that Changing still minded. He asked in a fawning manner, "I forgot to tell you 2 days ago. His Majesty wants you to enter the court to listen to politics. What kind of task do you want to take? I'll think of something for you." Changing quickly collected his thoughts and said seriously, "The 6 ministries have their own areas of influence. It's not convenient for me to go in and stir things up. These years, I've been neither successful in literature nor martial arts. I'm also used to being idle. If His Majesty really wants me to listen, I'll just listen. Either he wants me to follow the Supreme Court's Lord Jiang to investigate cases." Guyun didn't know if this answer was what Changing was thinking, but it was definitely what His Majesty wanted to hear. He felt a bit of heartache. He didn't want to send Changing to the Emperor Longan to be mistreated. However, that was impossible. His surname was Li. Even if he became an idle prince in the future, he couldn't hide in Marquis Ding Fu for the rest of his life. "If you want to go to the Supreme Court, you can wait for a while." "Don't go for now," Guyun said. "Recently, His Majesty wants to investigate the violet gold black market. The Lord Zhang's side is in a terrible fix. It's already chaotic enough. Don't get involved. Don't drag Linyuan Pavilion into it." Changing made a no sound. He wasn't surprised by this news. So soon? His Majesty really can't wait. 2 days ago, I was wondering when His Majesty was going to reactivate the gold melting order. Guyun asked, "How did you know?" "I guessed." Changing took an oil paper umbrella from the door of a monk's residence. The umbrella was small, so Changing kept pushing the umbrella towards Guyun. Soon, his exposed shoulders were covered with a thin layer of snow. He didn't brush it off and continued walking at a steady pace. He even seemed to be enjoying it. Actually, it can't be considered a guess. Adoptive father thought that His Majesty, the previous emperor, and even the martial emperor, although they each had their own wisdom and martial prowess, they were all the same when it came to violet gold. They saw it as a big problem. Guyun had always regarded him as a junior. This was the first time he was walking side by side with him. When he heard his thoughts, he felt that it was quite refreshing. He didn't interrupt and just listened. When I was young in Yanhui town, I saw with my own eyes that the imperial court wasted money and manpower for violet gold. All these years, I've been thinking, why must they strictly control it? If everyone can buy and sell violet gold as they wish, like buying food and tearing cloth, won't there be no black market? Gu Yun, like those bandits in Nanjiang. That's right, Chongqing continued, this is just the black market, the bandits, and a few small mountains in Nanjiang. What if it expands to the entire Daliang? What if everyone has a knife in their hands? It's impossible for the imperial court to take care of everyone's interests. When the time comes, it will inevitably be suppressed and the imperial court will be controlled by the biggest knife. In this way, everyone will want to hold this dragon-slaying knife. They will fight and annex each other lawlessly, just like raising poisonous insects. When the king of poisonous insects emerges, whose country will belong to? Gu Yun frowned. Chongqing, I'll just listen to these words. Don't mention it to others. Then, according to you, is it imperative to restart the gold melting order? Not necessarily. That's not the case either. In fact, the best thing to do is to continue the strict control that the late emperor had over the purple gold. After stabilizing the situation, we have to solve the most urgent problem of silver first. Ever since the cultivation puppet was implemented, a lot of the grain produced every year has rotted in the granaries. The price of rice is getting cheaper and cheaper, so those who store grain have changed to storing gold and silver. There's only a little bit of gold and silver left in the granaries, so naturally, the national treasury can't be filled up. It's impossible for silver to appear out of thin air. Increasing the number of coins now seems like distant water can't quench the immediate thirst, so we can only rely on the foreigners. With money, it's equivalent to a house having a beam and a person having a backbone. When the time comes, we can simmer it slowly and adjust the internal affairs bit by bit. Although the problems are still there, the situation won't be aggravated. The country can be prosperous for 100 years and the safety of the people can be guaranteed. After 1 or 2 generations of stability, we may find a way out. Chongqing said and sighed slightly. Unfortunately, the 2 rebellions in the past few years were related to the black market. It's not surprising that the emperor overreacted. So, I've always suspected that the incidents in the East Sea and Nanjiang were not accidental. I'm investigating with the power of the Linyuan Pavilion. I've just vaguely found a clue, but they're too cunning. Father, you must be careful. Gu Yun listened for a long time and didn't say anything for a long time. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Chongqing didn't disturb him and slowly accompanied him out of Hugua Temple. The evening drum sounded in the temple and lingered in the mountains. It was silent far and near. The mountain snow rustled silently. Old General Zhong Chan had the ability to stabilize the country, but he couldn't teach a minister to govern the country. For the first time, Gu Yun felt a strong sense of regret. He thought to himself, why does he have to be surnamed Li? If his surname wasn't Li, it would be easy for him to take the imperial examination and become an official. Perhaps he would already have a meteoric rise and become a famous minister in the future. He wouldn't just say a few words to himself in this shabby temple, claiming that he only wanted to be an idle prince who was a vase ornament. It was all fate. Chongqing said, the weather is bad. Father's clothes are thin. Don't ride a horse when you go back. Take my carriage. Gu Yun was in a daze. When he heard his voice, he suddenly tilted his head and unexpectedly met Chongqing's gaze. Gu Yun's heart suddenly thumped. He had never noticed the way Chongqing looked at him before. His gaze was so focused that it slightly reflected a bit of light from the snow, as if he wanted to put him in his eyes. Chongqing was startled at first, then quickly shifted his gaze away. He lowered his head and shook his sleeves in an attempt to cover it up. His sleeves were already wet and stuck to his hands. Gu Yun then realized that half of Chongqing's shoulder was covered with a layer of cold water vapor from the snow. However, not only did he not say a word, he even accompanied him for a slow stroll. Gu Yun reached out and touched it. It was cold to the touch. When he raised his hand, Chongqing immediately tensed up slightly. Although it was only for a moment, it didn't escape Gu Yun's eyes. In private, Gu Yun was a little careless. He rarely paid attention to minor details. However, the awkwardness after drinking that day was still there, so he couldn't help but be a little sensitive. Was it an illusion? Guyun thought in bewilderment as he sat in the carriage. In the carriage, the servant set up the heater. Guyun leaned on the side and closed his eyes to rest. When he was half asleep and half awake, he suddenly felt someone approaching. He didn't open his eyes. Then, he felt Changing put a roll of thin blanket on him. It was as light as a feather, as if he was afraid of waking him up. Shinny had always thrown things directly on him. Even the most considerate bodyguards didn't have such a gentle and protective action. Guyun's sleepiness disappeared in an instant. He struggled to close his eyes and continued to pretend. He didn't dare to move. His neck was stiff, and he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. There probably wasn't anything in the world that could be hidden seamlessly. It was just that there was a lack of meticulous observation. The strings in Guyun's heart quietly tightened. Then, he couldn't help but secretly observe Changing. After a few days, not only did he not dispel his inexplicable doubts, but he also felt more and more frightened. In addition, he still had to think about the gold melting order and the Emperor's hand in attacking the violet gold black market. At the same time, he also had to take a roundabout way to fish out the Lingshu Temple's #1 weapon, Duke Fenghan. He was simply mentally and physically exhausted. On the 23rd of the first month, Guyun sent off Shinny, who was about to head to the southwest, in the suburbs of the capital. On the 25th of the first month, the Emperor went to the Imperial Garden. For some reason, the dragon carriage broke down halfway. An inner attendant inadvertently said something that reminded the Emperor of how Duke Fenghan had knelt on the ground to adjust the steam dragon carriage for him. The anger in his heart dissipated by more than half. After asking around, he heard that the old man was all alone. During the few days he was in prison, other than the Lingshu Temple students who came to visit him, there wasn't even a family member who sent him food. The Emperor happened to be in a good mood. After hearing this, he felt a little pity for the old man. He sighed and ordered people to release Zhang Fenghan. He only fined him half a year's salary as a small punishment and let the matter pass. After these two matters were resolved, Guyun felt that he couldn't stay in the capital for another day. He immediately wrote a memorial and asked him to return to Lulan. It was indeed time for him to leave. The Emperor didn't have any objections and approved it that day. The day before Guyun was ready to leave, it was already late at night. Guyun had just finished drinking his medicine and laid down. Although Changing had given him a round of acupuncture, it was only to relieve the pain and not to cure it. Just as he was tossing and turning in bed, someone suddenly came from the palace and summoned the Marquis of Stability to enter the palace to see the Emperor. It was unknown whether it was the effect of the medicine or something else, but Guyun's eyelids suddenly twitched. Guyun hurriedly put on his clothes and got up. When he came out of the room, he was surprised to find Changing in the outer room. He was not asleep and seemed to have just put on his outer coat. There was a pocket-sized gas lamp beside his hand. And there was a half-read book on his lap. The outer room was usually where the servants who served at night lived. Guyun was used to living a simple life and did not leave anyone to keep watch at night. Only the old housekeeper would occasionally come over in the middle of the night to add some charcoal to the fire in the room. Changing? Guyun was stunned. Why are you here? I thought it was Uncle Wang. Changing, I will wait for you to fall asleep before leaving. You are the dignified Junwang who is on the jade disc. Guyun frowned and said pointedly, how can you suffer in a servant's place? It's just a false reputation. It's better to be adoptive father's servant and be at ease, Changing said indifferently. He got up and took down the small pot that was drying on the stove. He poured a bowl of medicinal tea and handed it to Guyun. Are you entering the palace? If you don't want to wear a fur coat, at least drink something warm to fill your stomach. Guyun, he felt very stifled. Even if he married a wife, she would probably not be as good as Changing. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he slapped himself in his heart and thought to himself, bastard, have I gone mad? Guyun took the cup of medicinal tea and drank it in one gulp. When they were returning the cup, their fingers accidentally touched. Changing seemed to have been pricked by a needle and quickly retracted his hand. Then, he turned around and put the small pot back in its original position as if nothing had happened. Guyun looked at his back and his eyes dimmed slightly. He thought, I can't go on like this. When I return from the palace, I have to have a good talk with him no matter what. The palace servants outside were urging him. Guyun could not delay any longer and could only leave in a hurry. In the first month of the lunar year, there was heavy frost and dew. Guyun's head, which was already a little dizzy, was blown by the cold wind. She woke up as if she was pricked by needles. The chamberlain leading the way didn't even dare to raise his head as he walked under the palace walls. Kirin crossbows were lined up neatly on both sides of the walls. Their faces were ferocious, and white steam was faintly coming out of their fangs. The gears in their necks were slowly turning, producing a screeching grinding sound, making the vermilion walls and glazed tiles all the more so that it was impossible to look at them directly. The huge palace lantern floated in the air, shrouded in a hazy layer of mist. There was no immortal qi, but instead, it was gloomy, as if there was ghost qi. The Emperor Long An's personal chamberlain, Zhu Xiaojiao, led a few people out of the West Warm Pavilion and happened to meet Guyun. They were a few Westerners. The leader had a head full of white hair. He was thin and tall, and his facial features were very similar to a falcon's. He had threatening eyes, a high and curved nose, and his lips were almost invisible, only a narrow slit that looked like a knife mark. Zhu Xiaojiao hurriedly took a step forward and saluted Guyun. Marquis, these are the emissaries sent by the Pope from the West. The white-haired man carefully sized up Guyun and asked, could this be His Excellency the Marquis of Stability? A layer of snow fell on Guyun's eyelashes, and his entire body was wrapped in a layer of cold air. He coldly cupped his hands. The white-haired man very solemnly placed his hand on his chest and bowed to him. I didn't expect the Marquis of Stability to be such a young and handsome man. Nice to meet you. Guyun, you flatter me. The two groups of people passed by each other. After the Westerners walked away, Guyun glanced at Zhu Xiaojiao. Zhu Xiaojiao winked at him. I don't know what those Westerners talked about with His Majesty, but His Majesty is very happy now. He repeatedly asked them to invite Marquis over. Marquis, don't worry, it's not a bad thing. This old eunuch was notorious for cursing and was a veritable flatterer. However, his relationship with Guyun was not bad. He could be considered to have watched Guyun grow up. Once, he somehow angered the late emperor, and Guyun happened to meet him. He said a few good words to the late emperor, which could be considered to have saved his life. Although Zhu Xiaojiao's character was vile, he unexpectedly knew how to repay kindness. He had always remembered this kindness. It was also thanks to him that they saved Zhang Fenghan a few days ago. However, when he said this, Guyun didn't dare to feel relieved. If the emperor wasn't very happy, he probably had some confidence in his heart. Most likely, there was ginseng that he had privately bought the purple gold from the black market. In any case, Guyun had already asked people to clean it up. There was no evidence. At most, it would just be a war of words. But why was the emperor very happy? Guyun's eyelids twitched even more violently. When he entered, Li Feng was looking down at a memorial. Under the light, the Emperor Long An didn't look very dignified. He was even more haggard than Guyun, who had just recovered from a headache. Without waiting for him to greet him, Li Feng waved his hand and said pleasantly, "There's no one else here. Imperial uncle doesn't need to be so courteous with me." Li Feng then turned to Zhu Xiaojiao and said, "Go and ask if there's any more ginseng soup for tomorrow. Bring a bowl for Imperial uncle to warm his hands." He's unaccountably solicitous, Guyun sighed in his heart, he's hiding evil intentions. Li Feng didn't know what he was thinking about. With a rather light expression, he asked, "I remember Imperial uncle said last time that a portion of the purple gold obtained by the trader Fu Zhiqing came from Nanyang?" Guyun, yes. Forgive this official for being incompetent and not being able to find out the source of this batch of purple gold. Li Feng didn't mind at all, there's no harm. Those traders are very cunning. Imperial uncle is unfamiliar with the place and people. To be able to break the trader's secret passage in a hurry and capture him in one fell swoop is already a great merit. If you claim to be incompetent, wouldn't Shen throw out all the civil and military officials in the court? Guyun couldn't figure out what he was selling in his gourd and hurriedly said he didn't dare. The purple gold black market in Daliang is really too rampant. Li Feng's tone changed and he quickly got to the main topic. Zhen has been sending people to investigate and found that a large portion of the supply actually comes from outside the country. Guyan understood as soon as he heard this. The people in the country who leaked the goods from the government had probably gotten the news through various channels and stopped moving. Jiang Chong and the others only found small fish and shrimps who dug up private mines, so they didn't say anything. Li Feng, Imperial Uncle, often walks around the borders, so he's much more knowledgeable than us who live in the capital all day long. Do you know where these private miners usually appear? Gu Yun, replying to Your Majesty, they usually appear in Beiman's grasslands. That's right, Li Feng smiled, but I didn't say everything. Imperial Uncle, quickly look at this. Gu Yun hesitantly took the secret memorial that Li Feng threw to him. He skimmed through it 10 lines at a glance, and his mind immediately buzzed. The secret memorial listed in detail a few routes for mining and selling purple gold. Gu Yun knew most of them, except for the last one, where the words Lulan Kingdom were written. How could there be a Lulan Kingdom? Gu Yun's Black Iron Battalion at the entrance of Gusi Road was stationed next to Lulan Kingdom. He had never heard of those idiots who only knew how to drink and sing having purple gold at home. Where did the secret memorial come from? What was the purpose of the messenger who wrote it? Li Feng. What's wrong? Countless thoughts flashed through Gu Yun's mind in an instant, and he almost broke out in cold sweat. Your Majesty, the Black Iron Battalion and Lulan Kingdom have lived next to each other for many years. They never knew that there was purple gold in Lulan Kingdom. Forgive this official for being rude, but may I ask who wrote this memorial? What's the basis for this memorial? AI, Imperial Uncle, why are you thinking too much? Li Feng smiled. Zhen didn't say that you were in contact with the thieves who mined the mines. But it's not strange that you didn't know about this. Gu Yun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He made a gesture of listening attentively. Li Feng, it's a long story. Last year in September, Imperial Uncle brought people to Nanjiang. When you weren't here, Lulan Kingdom asked for help from the Black Iron Battalion. They wanted to encircle and suppress a group of desert bandits. At that time, General Qiu Wenshan sent troops and won a great victory. They killed more than 100 bandits and rescued a group of Indian merchants who were detained by the bandits. Because this group of merchants had our Dalyang's customs clearance documents, General Qiu escorted them to the West Pass relay station. Unexpectedly, the relay station discovered that this group of merchants' customs clearance documents were fake. Li Feng's mood was very good. When he said this, he deliberately paused, as if he wanted to deliberately keep people in suspense. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw that Gu Yun was listening with an inexplicable solemn expression. He didn't have any intention of asking. The emperor couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He could only continue without interest. According to the law, those who forged customs clearance documents should be handed over to the Protectorate for investigation and punishment. The Protectorate of the Northwest investigated and found out that these Indian people weren't merchants. They were a group of gold dippers from the black market of purple gold. Gold dippers were fugitives who smuggled purple gold. It just so happened that Jin's secret envoy had just arrived in the western regions. Before his feet landed, he was caught by this group of gold dippers. According to this group of bandits' confession, they were originally operating in a private mine outside the northern pass. Recently, they had just obtained a treasure map that indicated that there was a large amount of purple gold under the Lulan Kingdom. Thus, they came to try their luck. Don't you think this is strange? Zhen actually found out what was underground before the people of Lulan Kingdom themselves. Gu Yun suddenly thought of the group of bandits he caught 4 years ago. His hair stood on end. That group of bandits had long been secretly killed by him and Shani. After that, Gu Yun sent people to secretly investigate the Lulan Kingdom more than once. However, he didn't find the so-called purple gold, nor did he encounter any similar incidents again. Unexpectedly, after a few years, just as he gradually threw this matter to the back of his mind, it was brought up in such a situation. And, why was Qiu Wenshan the one who gave the order to send troops? Qiu Wenshan was a brigadier general in charge of the defense of the Black Iron Battalion. He didn't know much about the trade route. Otherwise, if it was someone with experience, they definitely wouldn't have directly handed people over to the Protectorate of the Northwest without verifying the authenticity of the documents. The Protectorate of the Northwest was directly under the central government. Once it was handed over, the Black Iron Battalion had no right to ask about the follow-up matters. Gu Yun took Xianxia away, but the 3 battalion supervisors were all there. Where did they go at that time, Gu Yun, if I may be so bold as to ask your majesty, when did the bandits invade? Li Feng, at the end of last year. Why? Gu Yun forced a smile. Nothing. It's just that I feel a little strange. The bandits in the western region have been eliminated for a long time. Why did they suddenly appear again? His head hurt even more. It seemed that the medicine suppressed by Chongging's acupuncture was coming back again. Yes, at the end of the year, there was a grand fair of all countries at the entrance of the ancient Silk Road. The Black Iron Battalion had to send more people to guard the entrance. The northern borderline escorted the annual tribute from the northwest to the capital. Usually, they would also borrow some black cavalry. They were all sent away. Why did it have to be at this time? Why did the Emperor Long and secret envoy arrive right after the Protectorate of the Northwest found out about the Gold Dipper? There was no room for negotiation. And why didn't he receive any information before or after the event? Gu Yun's mind was in a mess. He suddenly felt a little breathless in the warm room that was like spring all year round. Li Feng said, the bandits in the western region usually patrol outside Daliang. It's inconvenient for you to send troops unless you receive a request for help. It's indeed difficult to deal with them. Today, I specially asked you to come here, not to ask how many bandits there are, but to give you an important task. Gu Yun raised his head and looked at him. Li Feng's eyes were like fire. My secret envoy has now entered the territory of Lulan in disguise. I'm afraid that there is indeed a rare purple gold mine under Lulan. Does Imperial Uncle understand what I mean? Gu Yun's heart slowly sank. He said word by word, forgive me for being slow-witted, but please enlighten me, your majesty. Li Feng patted him on the shoulder. Gu Yun's body seemed to never be able to warm up. He was like a stone that had been frozen in ice for 3 days at any time. Imperial Uncle and I have a heart-to-heart talk. Imperial Uncle knows about the internal and external troubles of Daliang right now. Li Feng sighed and said, I'm very worried and have no one to complain to. It's not easy to have such a country on my shoulders. Gu Yun carefully considered his words and said tactfully, Your Majesty has to deal with a myriad of affairs every day and is the hope of all the people. You must take care of your dragon body. I don't know much about government affairs, but in the past few years, I've seen the ancient Silk Road being built little by little. Every year, it becomes a little more active. The merchants in the northwest are starting to go out. The people of the Central Plains have always been diligent. I think that in 3 to 5 years, this prosperity will spread to the entire territory of Daliang. At that time, he said it tactfully, but Li Feng wasn't stupid. Of course, he could hear the rejection in his words. The Emperor Long had originally invited Gu Yun with great interest. Unexpectedly, he didn't even say a word of flattery. The moment he opened his mouth, he poured a basin of cold water. Gu Qing, Li Feng suddenly changed the way he addressed him and rudely interrupted him, you really don't know much about government affairs. The trade routes have been making money these past few years, but can you guarantee that this will continue? Can you explain the business of buying and selling people clearly? I didn't know that other than being able to go into battle and kill enemies, the Marquis of Stability also knows how to trade. Gu Yun knew that when he heard the 2 words Gu Qing, he should immediately shut up and accept the edict. He should do what he needed to do. He fell silent for a moment. For some reason, the flame of the gas lamp behind the Emperor suddenly flickered unsteadily. There was a light sizzling sound. Gu Yun thought that a while ago, he seemed to have solemnly vowed to the Lord Jiang that he didn't dare to belittle his body. Li Feng raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He suppressed his anger and found a way out for the 2 of them. He said somewhat stiffly, forget it, you go back and rest first. I'll leave this matter to you. Go back and think about it carefully. It's not spring yet, and the northwest is cold and frozen. Beloved minister, you don't have to rush back. Your Majesty. Gu Yun closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, he lifted his clothes and knelt down. He said that he wouldn't fight for his temper and loyalty, but how could this be a matter of temper and loyalty? Your Majesty, please forgive me, Gu Yun said slowly, although the purple gold is important, please forgive me for being slow-witted. I didn't understand the deeper meaning behind your Majesty's actions. The peace and prosperity of the ancient Silk Road didn't come easily. Does your Majesty really want to abandon it for some purple gold that doesn't exist? The ancient Silk Road can be what it is today because of Gu Qing's contributions. I also know that you've worked hard for many years. You can't bear to part with it. Don't tell me that my heart doesn't ache. Li Feng patiently argued with him, but such a big country is like a broken house that leaks air everywhere. With just a little wind and rain, I have to work hard to tear down the east wall to repair the west wall. How can I not be stretched? Gu Yun sneered in his heart. It was inconvenient for him to show it on his face, so he could only look indifferent. The ground is cold. I see that Imperial Uncle doesn't look well. The smell of medicine still lingers on your body. Don't keep kneeling. Li Feng's expression eased and he tried to reason with Gu Yun. I remember that when I was young, Grand Tutor Lin said that the power of a country is nothing more than the two arms of heaven and man. Does Imperial Uncle still remember? Gu Yun said, I remember. He said, heaven's gift is the mountains, rivers, grass and trees, the soil breeds fish and livestock, and the underground flows with gold. Man's gift is the sage's saying, engineering skills, fire engines, and steel armor. These two are like beams and pillars. They can be relied on alone, but they cannot be broken. As a monarch, he must remember this in his heart. Imperial Uncle really has a photographic memory. Li Feng lowered his eyes and looked at him. Now that these two beams and pillars have been eaten away by worms, what should I do? Gu Yun actually wanted to say, if you didn't implement that ridiculous decree, there might not be so many worms. However, it was useless to say that. Duke Feng was holding his dog Sun and reflecting on his mistakes in seclusion. This question and answer reminded Li Feng of the times when they studied together when they were young. Gu Yun's health wasn't good when he was young. He fell sick and had to take medicine every 2 to 3 days. He had a bad temper and didn't like to talk to others. However, he was very conscious of being an uncle to his brothers. Even though he was younger than the Prince of Wei, he would leave anything delicious and fun for them. He never fought for it. Moreover, he would answer every question and grant every request. Li Feng had always liked him very much. Quickly get up. The last bit of anger on Li Feng's face faded. Imperial Uncle is the sharp blade of the country. I still need you to stabilize the country. When Gu Yun heard this, he slowly bent down and his forehead slightly touched his fingertips that were propped up on the ground. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that this person finally made sense. Gu Yun had become more and more tactful over the years and was able to adapt to the situation. He was no longer like a few years ago when he exploded at the slightest provocation. Just now, he didn't talk back lightly or heavily. It was probably because he overreacted when he heard the words Lulan. As for Lulan, Gu Yun had been there for more than 5 years. He must have a deep relationship with them. It wasn't impossible to understand. Thinking of this, Li Feng's heart softened a lot. He even wanted to reach out to help Gu Yun personally. Unexpectedly, before he reached out his hand, Gu Yun had already straightened up and calmly said, Your Majesty, although Lulan is small, it has always been friendly with our dynasty. Back then, many countries in the western region rebelled. Our army was besieged in the yellow sand and barren hills for more than 20 days. The only ones who leaked information to me and smuggled food and medicine were the people of Lulan. Later, many countries in the western region, India, and other countries established a new ancient Silk Road with our Daliang. Lulan was also one of them. Li Feng's outstretched hand froze in midair. He was stunned at first, but then he became furious and shouted, Enough! Because you covet the things of other countries, you send troops to invade. That is heartless. Abandoning old kindness and breaking a promise is unrighteous. Gu Yun didn't seem to have the slightest intention of having enough. Every word was like a knife that slammed into the floor of the warm room in the Golden Palace Hall. Li Feng was so angry that he trembled. Shut up. He swept his hand across the 4 treasures of the study on the table, picked up an inkstone, and threw it out fiercely. Gu Yun didn't dodge and let the inkstone hit the light armor on his shoulder. With a crisp sound, the ink that hadn't dried yet flowed down the chest of the Marquis of Stability's embroidered imperial robes. Li Feng asked. Gu Yun, what are you trying to do? Gu Yun finished his words without changing his expression. A heartless and unrighteous army is inauspicious. Although the 50,000 soldiers of the Black Iron Battalion aren't afraid of death, they don't dare to accept this summons. Your Majesty, please take back your order. The earth fire outside the Xinhuan pavilion would add charcoal on its own every 15 minutes. The bowl-sized gears were interlocked. Whether it was adding charcoal or blowing smoke, they were all done in an orderly manner. Wisps of white steam rose in spirals behind them, and from time to time, they would let out a low sigh. In the Xinhuan pavilion, the monarch and subject were at loggerheads, one kneeling and one standing. Li Feng's hand tightly gripped the 9 revolutions coiled dragon table. His veins were bulging as he said word by word, say it again. After Gu Yun finished speaking, he also realized that he shouldn't have contradicted the emperor too much. He immediately took a step back. This subject will die 10,000 deaths. Li Feng's face was ashen, and he nervously turned the white jade ring on his finger. Gu Yun said in a low voice, it's just that the matter of the ancient Silk Road will affect the whole situation. Your Majesty, please take your time to consider this matter. Li Feng asked gloomily, Marquis of Stability feels that other than you, there is no one else in Jin's hands that can be used? At this point, the only thing left to do was to quarrel. Gu Yun simply kept silent and pretended to be dead. At this time, Zhu Xiaojiao suddenly walked quickly into the Xinhuan pavilion and reported in a hoarse voice, Your Majesty, Imperial Uncle Wang has arrived. He's waiting outside the hall for the imperial decree. When the emperor was furious, if there were officials who came to visit, the eunuchs would usually advise them to wait outside the hall for a while. Zhu Xiaojiao was deliberately helping them out. Gu Yun looked at him and blinked slightly, indicating that he appreciated the kindness. The corners of Li Feng's eyes twitched a few times, and his face stretched into a few harsh arcs. He looked down at Gu Yun and coldly said, Marquis of Stability should go outside the hall to cool off. Otherwise, you'll be dizzy from the charcoal fire. And not know what to say and what not to say. Gu Yun said, Your Majesty, please take care of your imperial body. With that, he bowed and left, nimbly kneeling in the snow outside the Xinhuan pavilion. Sure enough, it was cooler. Li Feng gloomily stared at his back. The imperial uncle, Wang Bao, who came in later, didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he stood to the side and waited. A small palace attendant who didn't have eyes wanted to step forward to clean up the ink that had been scattered on the Marquis of Stability's body, but he was nailed to the spot by Zhu Xiaojiao's gaze. Immediately, he froze like a cicada in winter. A moment later, he stuck close to the wall and ran away. Wang Bao examined the emperor's expression as he advised in a low voice, Emperor, that Marquis of Stability is young and full of vigor. He's also used to living with the rough men at the border and sometimes doesn't know when to advance or retreat. Emperor shouldn't get angry over him. Li Feng did not say anything for a long time. Back then, Emperor Yuanhe ultimately chose his eldest son, Li Feng, to be the crown prince because he was diligent and didn't lose his skills. He had the demeanor of a wise emperor and was more than enough to be a conservative emperor. When Li Feng had just succeeded the throne, he was indeed in line with the previous emperor's expectations. However, Emperor Yuanhe had indeed left him with a mess. The current Daliang dynasty needed an emperor who couldn't be lacking in courage and foresight. A conservative emperor wasn't enough. Ever since the Emperor Long'an ascended the throne, it could be said that everything had gone wrong. In the middle of the night, he would often ask himself, am I able to shoulder this world? However, if a person, especially a person of high status and power, always asked himself this question, it would be more and more difficult for others to question him in the same way. Wang Bao's face was about to stiffen from smiling. Your Majesty, Li Feng suddenly interrupted him, Imperial Uncle, I have a question in my heart for a while. The Xiantai tiger tally was given by the martial emperor. Why did Gu Yun take the initiative to return it to me? Wang Bao was stunned. He gathered his courage and glanced at the Emperor Long'an. He felt that this question was simply too boring. Could it be that the emperor was still hoping that Gu Yun would make a big fuss or simply rebel? Wang Guizhou's mind quickly turned, but he didn't know what to say. He could only use the same flattery to respond to the ever-changing emperor's heart and replied, Your Majesty is a wise ruler throughout the ages. This subject and others will do our best to serve you. It's only a small black iron tiger tally. Even if your majesty wants our lives, who would have any complaints? Li Feng laughed softly. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Imperial uncle, I only understood today. In fact, whether Gu Yun handed over the Xiantai tiger tally or not, it was the same. How many of the generals and important positions were in the Gu family's faction? Nowadays, marquee words are more effective than mine in the military affairs. The tiger tally is just an empty object. What use is it to him? When Li Feng spoke, his voice was gentle, as if it was suppressed in his throat. It was like a friendly afternoon chat. However, Wang Bao couldn't help but tremble when he heard it. He only felt that the murderous intent in these words was about to overflow. I summoned Imperial Uncle to the palace today to talk to you about Lulan. Forget it. Li Feng waved his hand as if he was extremely tired. My beloved official, please go. I am also tired. Wang Bao quickly responded and left Xinguan Pavilion submissively with his head lowered. He didn't know what was wrong with this year. It was clearly past the rainy season, but the snow in the capital came one after another. It was always hindering and causing the ground to be dirty. Gu Yun knelt for less than an hour, but a layer of ice had already formed on her court attire. The Xian tie on her shoulders was covered in fine snow, and it became unbelievably cold. Wang Bao hurriedly brushed past him. Glancing at the pale and handsome face of this awe-inspiring marquis of stability, Wang Bao sighed inwardly, feeling that it was a pity. However, that was all. Wang Bao was a smart person. He knew who had bestowed him with his current status and knew what he should do. Just like that, the night in the imperial capital became dark and dense. After serving Li Feng until he fell asleep, Zhu Xiaojiao mustered up his courage and walked out. He picked up the umbrella and trembled as he came out to see Gu Yun. Gu Yun was about to melt into the snow. Zhu Xiaojiao used his orchid fingers to hit the grey-robed inner attendant in the corridor. Dog servant, it's snowing so heavily. Don't you know to give Marquis an umbrella? Are your eyeballs for venting? In the eyes of the inner attendant, Zhu Xiaojiao, who was mocked by tens of thousands of people, was already the highest official in the world. He was so frightened that his face turned ashen and he trembled. Gu Yun blinked away the snow on her eyelashes and said indifferently, Eunuch, don't scare this child. His Majesty asked me to come out and cool down. How can I cool down with an umbrella? Zhu Xiaojiao took 3 steps and 2 steps to stand in front of Gu Yun. He stretched out his hand to pat the snowflakes off Gu Yun's body, but unexpectedly, he was the first to cry out, "Ayo." His soft and tender fat palm nearly caused a layer of flesh to stick to the black armor on Gu Yun's shoulder. The old eunuch trembled as he complained, "My dear Marquis, why did you quarrel with His Majesty? Kneeling here for an entire night, it would be strange if your legs and feet didn't get sick. Aren't you the one suffering? What are you trying to do?" Gu Yun smiled, "It's nothing. We martial artists have rough skin and thick flesh. Just now, I was a little hot-headed and spoke too much. Thank you for your concern, Eunuch Zhu." Zhu Xiaojiao thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Why don't I send someone to invite Yanbei of Guozhouzian and let him enter the palace early tomorrow morning and say a few good words to His Majesty?" Gu Yun shook her head again, "Don't involve him. It's really nothing." Zhu Xiaojiao thought about it, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. For a moment, he was afraid that the Emperor Longnan would give orders when he woke up, so he didn't dare to leave His Majesty's side for too long. He could only put down the umbrella for Gu Yun. "Eunuch Zhu," Gu Yun suddenly called out to him and said in a low voice, "Thank you, but you should take the umbrella back." Zhu Xiaojiao was stunned. Gu Yun said, "I'll kneel and wait for His Majesty to cool down." "You are His Majesty's person, don't let him think too much." His words were vague, but Zhu Xiaojiao understood. The old eunuch sighed, if Marquis remembered to be so careful with his words and actions when arguing with His Majesty, why would he have to drink the northwest wind? Zhu Xiaojiao also left. Gu Yun exhaled a breath of white air. Bored to death, he carefully pondered what Chang'ing had said to him in Hugua Temple. The flood dragon disaster in the East Sea and the mutiny in the southwest were probably not coincidences. Slowly, Gu Yun figured out a faint path. The King of Wei had deployed troops in the East Sea and planned to use a naval battle as a breakthrough. When Gu Yun took down the rebel army in the East Sea, he didn't waste a single soldier. Compared to the waves that followed, this matter was light on the head and heavy on the feet. Because of this, the entire court was in an uproar. The Jiangnan navy was purged from top to bottom. At one point, the emperor used the power of the Lingshu temple to create a fleet of sea serpents. This also caused the military expenses of the four armies to become more and more tense. The greater impact was that the flood dragon disaster in the East Sea gave rise to the command law that restricted the civilian long-armed master and the drumming order to gather military power in the country. The latter pointed to Gu Yun himself. Thinking back, the Emperor Longan did not attack him for no reason. He was afraid that his actions in Jiangnan could not be hidden from the emperor's spies. The promulgation of the drumming order immediately intensified the conflict between the various armies and the court. It was also the source of Fu Zhicheng's case. Gu Yun was in the southwest and was part of the situation. As a result, he could clearly feel the hand stirring up the water. Someone deliberately provoked the conflict between the mountain bandits and Fu Zhicheng and used that idiot Kuai Lan to intensify it. They waited for the right time to explode in front of Gu Yun. Then, the Nanjiang mountain bandits and Fu Zhicheng were treated as a big gift. Through the hands of the Black Iron Battalion, they were sent to the emperor far away in the capital. The Emperor Longan would be alarmed to find that even though he had restricted the flow of purple gold within the borders, there was still some coming from outside the borders. Gu Yun suddenly remembered why he and Shani had been in Lulan for so long but had not been able to find the legendary Lulan treasure. The emperor had sent a secret agent who was unfamiliar with the place and people. In just a few days, he dared to submit a report saying that he had found out about the situation. Was it because the secret agent was too resourceful or was someone deliberately guiding him? The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Gu Yun shivered violently. Behind him, a plum blossom branch was broken by the heavy snow. It fell to the ground with a crisp sound and died. Chongqing was awakened by the sound of the broken branch. Gu Yun had not returned all night. He waited for half the night with his clothes on. He leaned against the headboard in a daze for a moment. It was all a bizarre and variegated nightmare. At this time, the sky was dim and the night had not yet ended. The window lattice was already pale and bright from the falling snow. Chongqing suddenly got up and opened the door, just in time to see Uncle Wang trotting over. "Uncle Wang, slow down." Chongqing stopped him. "What's the matter?" In the north wind, the old housekeeper ran with a forehead full of sweat. "Your Highness, there's news from the palace that Marquis somehow contradicted the emperor yesterday." The emperor was furious. Chongqing's pupils suddenly shrank. A moment later, a horse left the Marquis Fu's backyard in the middle of the night. It braved the wind and snow and left in the direction of Hugua Temple. There was no court assembly the next day. The Emperor Longan did not need to get up so early. However, his liver was too hot and he did not sleep well. When he woke up, his head was dizzy. Upon seeing this, Zhu Xiaojiao cleverly came over and massaged the Emperor Longan's temples. As she massaged, she said, "Your Majesty, the geranium incense that Master Liao Qi sent last time has the miraculous effect of clearing the heart and calming the nerves. Didn't you say it was good last time when you ordered it? Do you want this old servant to give you some more?" Li Feng made a no sound. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Is the great master still in the palace?" For the entire first month, the abbot of Hugua Temple, Master Liao Qi, lived in the palace. On one hand, he prayed for Daliang. On the other hand, he preached scriptures to the Emperor Longan, who was a devout believer in God and Buddha. Zhu Xiaojiao hurriedly said, "He's here. I heard that the great master got up early to preach in the morning, rain or shine. This old servant saw that your Majesty's eyelids were a little red. I think you're angry. Why don't we summon the great master to recite scriptures and calm your heart?" Li Feng laughed and scolded, "Nonsense. Master Liao Qi is a senior monk. Do you think he sings?" Zhu Xiaojiao hurriedly smiled apologetically and slapped his own mouth. "Look at this old servant's mouth. I'm so short-sighted. I've made a fool of myself again. Although this old servant doesn't understand, every time I hear the sound of Master Liao Qi's wooden fish, I feel that all my worries are gone." When he mentioned this, Li Feng was indeed moved. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Then I'll have to trouble the great master to run this errand." Zhu Xiaojiao responded and quickly gave the order. He silently served the emperor to wash up and change clothes. Li Feng suddenly asked, "Where's Gu Yun?" Zhu Xiaojiao wanted to mention it but didn't dare to. When he heard him ask, he hurriedly said, "Replying to your majesty, Marquis is still kneeling outside the warm room." Li Feng seemed to snort in a low voice with an indifferent expression. Zhu Xiaojiao didn't dare to mention it again. He secretly hoped that the old monk, who looked unreliable, would be of some use. It didn't take long for Master Liao Qi to arrive at the warm room in the west. He walked past with his head lowered, as if he didn't see the snowman outside the hall. However, it was unknown what the old monk of Hugua Temple gave the emperor long in. Not long after he went in, Zhu Xiaojiao ran out with a gust of wind. He first arrogantly announced the decree, "Your Majesty has decreed that the Marquis of Ending has committed a breach of etiquette in front of the emperor. He has no respect for the emperor. The commander's seal will be temporarily confiscated. He is ordered to return to his residence and reflect behind closed doors. He will be fined 3 months of salary." Gu Yun was stunned. Zhu Xiaojiao hurriedly gave him a look. "Gu Yun. This subject accepts the decree and thanks for the emperor's grace." Zhu Xiaojiao slapped his thigh and raised his voice to call the eunuch at the side, "Look at these blind monkeys. Why are you still in a daze? Quickly help Marquis up." Before he could finish, Gu Yun had already stood up on his own. His limbs felt as if they were pricked by needles. Through his cord attire and steel armor, his entire body was soaked by the snow. An indescribable chill unscrupulously drilled into his bones. Gu Yun cupped his hands towards Zhu Xiaojiao and walked out of the palace with a heavy heart. At the same time, he wondered in his heart, has this old bald donkey been possessed by someone? Why did he think of saving me? Until he saw the Chongqing waiting for him outside the palace gate. "Gu Yun, so it was you who moved Hugua Temple. I was wondering why that old bald donkey was so kind." Ever since Chongqing heard that Gu Yun had knelt in the heavy snow for an entire night, the wu or bone in his body began to stir regardless of the occasion. However, he could not panic. He could only repeatedly recite the clear heart mantra and paced back and forth in front of the palace gate like a trapped beast. Although he was prepared, Gu Yun was in a more sorry state than he imagined. Chongqing's mind rumbled and he felt that his surging blood was about to rush up to his throat. Without any explanation, he wrapped Gu Yun in a thick fox fur coat and reached out to touch her faintly blue face. Gu Yun had been frozen for an entire night. No matter how thick her skin and flesh were, her reaction speed was much slower at this time and he touched her face. However, this action was too ambiguous. Gu Yun did not know whether to hide or not. She could only casually joke, "Have you figured out the weight of my bones?" She did not know if this person was broad-minded or really heartless. He was already in this state, yet he was still joking around. Chongqing did not say a word as he dragged Gu Yun into the carriage. His heart ached so much that the rims of his eyes turned red. As soon as they got into the carriage, the warmth hit them in the face. Gu Yun rubbed her hands and turned to ask Chongqing, "Is there wine? Give me a bowl." Chongqing did not say a word. Gu Yun tilted her head and saw that his eyes were so red that it was as if blood was about to drip out. She could not help but laugh. "Heavens, I have never seen you cry since you were young. Today, I have learned something new. Quickly let Uncle Wang bring a basin. It just so happens that the emperor punished me with 3 months of salary. We can rely on you to eat." Of course, Chongqing did not want to cry. He was forcefully suppressing the murderous intent in his heart that was mixed with hallucinations. His entire person was about to explode. Gu Yun finally noticed that there was something wrong with his gaze. "Chongqing?" Chongqing forced himself to calm down and squeezed out a sentence from his throat, "Adoptive father, change your clothes first." His voice was so hoarse that it sounded like 2 pieces of rusty old ironware scraping against each other. Gu Yun frowned when she heard it. She paid attention to it and quickly untied her drenched hair bun. She took dry clothes from the carriage and changed into them. Chongqing did not dare to look at her. He sat at the side and lowered his eyes. He followed the method that Miss Chen taught him and breathed in and out. However, the rustling sound in his ears was clearly so weak that it could be easily drowned out by the rumbling of the carriage. At this moment, it was as if it had become a spirit. It kept drilling into his ears. The more he breathed in and out, the more impatient he became. Gu Yun placed the crown on the small table in the carriage. With a click, Chang'ing finally regained his senses. I boiled some medicine to expel the cold. You first, his voice stopped abruptly. Gu Yun's ice-cold fingers pinched his wrist. Chang'ing quivered and wanted to withdraw his hand. However, Gu Yun held his wrist tightly. He could only whisper, "Adoptive father, I don't know much about the pulse." Gu Yun's expression became serious, "But I roughly know what it means to suffer from qi deviation during cultivation." Chang'ing hurriedly avoided his gaze. "Chang'ing, tell me the truth. Are you?" Gu Yun paused unnaturally. Even if his heart was as wide as the sea and his skin was as thick as the city wall, he still felt that it was not easy to say the following words. Chang'ing seemed to have a premonition. He slowly raised his red eyes. Gu Yun was silent for a while. He steeled his heart and mustered more courage than contradicting the emperor. He said with difficulty, "Do you have something that is hard to say?" Chang'ing panted a few times and asked in a low voice, "Adoptive father, what are you talking about?" Gu Yun. Men and women. Whether it was the clear heart technique or the clear lung technique, they were blown apart word by word and turned into ashes. As soon as Gu Yun's voice fell, he felt that Chang'ung's pulse had sped up a bit, to the point where it could no longer be counted as a pulse. The wrist that was being held in his palm was boiling hot, as if there was a volcano hidden under the meridians. With a slight vibration, it would erupt hysterically, wanting to shake Chang'ung's meridians to pieces. Gu Yun did not expect that Chang'ing would have such a big reaction even though he was already so tactful. Worried that something was wrong with him, he reached out his hand and gently pressed against Chang'ing's chest. "Focus, don't let your imagination run wild." Chang'ing pulled his hand down and clenched it tightly in his palm. His knuckles cracked and Gu Yun's eyelids twitched. Chang'ing's face was as pale as gold paper. His eyes were as red as blood. Countless illusions flashed before his eyes. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses ringing in his ears. Demons and ghosts flickered and ran amok. A wooer bone drank his blood and swelled with a loud bang. The branches were covered with thorns. It was as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. At the end of the wooer bone, there was a Gu Yun, who was thousands of miles away. Gu Yun was frightened for a moment. His lips moved slightly but he did not know how to continue. At this moment, Chang'ing held Gu Yun's hand tightly with both hands and brought it to his chest. He seemed to let out a muffled whimper. He closed his eyes and trembled as he branded his lips on the back of Gu Yun's ice-cold and cracked hand. Although Gu Yun had some uneasy guesses, he did not expect this scene. Chang'ing's scorching hot breath entered his cuffs. His scalp exploded and he was about to blurt out, "Are you crazy?" Chang'ing suddenly pushed him away and retreated half a foot. He curled up and lowered his head to vomit a mouthful of purplish-black blood. Gu Yun, all of this happened as fast as lightning. Before Gu Yun could get angry, he was already panicking. While he was dumbfounded, he was choked by the words that were stuck in his throat, and his eyes hurt. He was stunned on the spot. Chang'ing's face was almost ashen. After spitting out this mouthful of congested blood, his mind became much clearer and his consciousness gradually returned. He tilted his head to avoid Gu Yun's hand that was about to support him and said in a low voice, "I've offended adoptive father. If you want to beat me or scold me, please do as you please." Gu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. The complicated feelings in his heart were put together into a long speech that was comparable to General Shen Jipingji's quotations. He was so stunned that he did not dare to spit out a single word. He was so depressed that he thought to himself, "I haven't even questioned him, but he vomited blood first. Motherf ***, do I still dare to speak?" He bent down and carried Chang'ing up and placed him on the spacious carriage's small couch. He restrained the confusion in his heart and said in a low voice, "Shut up. First, regulate your internal injuries." Chang'ing obediently closed his eyes and did not utter a word. Gu Yun stood guard by his side for a while. He rummaged through the entire carriage, but didn't find a single drop of wine. He could only take down the medicine on the small stove and drink it. The taste of the ginger in it gave him a headache. He used to think that Chang'ing might be a little confused. Maybe it was because of the shameless things he did after drinking that day that he had some inappropriate thoughts. He thought that this child was extremely intelligent and would be able to understand with just a little poke. Who knew that with just a light poke, Chongqing would actually leak it himself before he even started? How could this be? Gu Yun glanced gloomily at Chongqing, who was regulating his breathing with his eyes closed. His head was filled with confusion as he sat at the side and concentrated on worrying. The ancients said, cultivate one's body, manage one's family, and bring peace to the world. Gu Yun did not know if he had not cultivated his body well or if his family and country were all in a mess. He was badly battered and extremely vexed. It was only a few steps from the imperial palace to the Marquis of Stability's residence. Even if the carriage was pulled by a tortoise, it would only take a short while to arrive. As soon as Gu Yun got off the carriage, a wooden bird flew towards him and landed on his shoulder. It tilted its head and stared at him, lifelike. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind Gu Yun. It was unknown when Chongqing had quietly gotten off the carriage and caught the bird. His expression was still unsightly, but he had already recovered his usual tranquility. Chongqing held the wooden bird in his hand and was not in a hurry to open it to see whose letter it was. He only took advantage of the time when the old steward was tidying up the carriage to walk to Gu Yun's side and whispered, "If adoptive father feels uncomfortable in your heart, I can move out. I won't be an eyesore in front of you and will never overstep my boundaries in the future." The blood-red light in his eyes faded away. Chongqing's expression was slightly cold and his eyebrows drooped, showing a thoughtful heart that was as dead as ashes. Gu Yun stood there blankly for a while. He was truly at his wit's end, so he turned around and left without saying a word. Gu Qian and Chao Chunhua woke up early in the morning to find out that something had happened the night before. They were already waiting at the door and hurriedly went over to welcome Gu Yun. However, they saw that he did not even greet them and walked past them with a sullen expression. Chongqing watched his back. The expression on his face was gloomy and unclear. He had a bit of bitterness deep in his eyes. There seemed to be traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was even more haggard than Gu Yun, who had knelt for the entire night. Gu Chen asked, "Eldest brother, what happened?" Chongqing only shook his head. He waited until Gu Yun's back could no longer be seen before he retracted his gaze. He stretched out his hand to open the wooden bird's underbelly and took out a slip of paper from the middle. The slip of paper read, "At the beginning of the first year of the Lunar New Year, Marshal Gu escorted Bei Man's heir out of seclusion and fell seriously ill. Second brother of the clan specially rushed over from Taiyuan Prefecture and returned after a month." It was signed with the word Qin. The wooden bird had flown for an unknown period of time. There were already slight traces of wear and tear on its wings. Chen Qingxiu's words came out of nowhere. If it was someone else, they might not understand. Chongqing was cautious and knocked on the back of the wooden bird's head. The bird opened its iron beak and spat out a cluster of small sparks. In the blink of an eye, the slip of paper was burned to ashes. Chao Chunhua asked cautiously, "Eldest brother, I saw that the wooden bird frequently went in and out of the Marquis' mansion recently. Are you investigating something?" "I'm investigating an old case," Chongqing said. "I've always felt that although his temperament hasn't changed after he came to the Northwest, his views on many things seem to have changed a lot. I originally thought that it was the result of the imperceptible influence on Lolan's ancient Silk Road, but it seems that's not the case." Gu Qian and Chao Chunhua looked at each other in dismay. Chongqing temporarily recovered from his disappointment and said in an almost inaudible whisper, "What happened on the way out of Beijiang? What made the Marquis of Ding'an, who was wrapped up like a quilt when the sky fell down, almost fall ill on the way and even alarm the Chen family of Taiyuan Prefecture? Did he encounter something outside the borders, or did he know something?" Chongqing suddenly said, "Xiao Chao, Ah Chen, can the two of you run an errand for me?" After Chao Chunhua left the mansion in a low-key manner, Chongqing lived a mysterious life. Gu Yun tossed and turned for a long time. He wanted to find a day to have a good chat with Chongqing, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't find him at all. Chongqing simply avoided him. He had nothing to do all day and was so idle that his imagination ran wild. He simply didn't take his medicine. He couldn't hear or see clearly, so he had some peace and quiet. At the same time, the imperial court was restless again. First, the Emperor Long'an wanted to restart the gold melting order. As soon as the announcement was made, it was immediately met with a joint petition from the Ministry of Workers and Households. Even the Ministry of War, which had been purged by the Emperor Long'an, had different opinions. Li Feng was like a tortoise eating a heavy weight. He steeled his heart and stubbornly clung to his own course. He quickly made a counterattack. On the 2nd of the second month, the Assistant Minister of Revenue was first accused by the censorate of accepting bribes from other countries for personal gain. Then, during the thorough investigation, a series of rotten matters involving officials from all over the country were uncovered. Very quickly, it evolved into the biggest corruption and cheating case in the Long Ant's history. The Minister of Works was a bit similar to the imperial brother-in-law. Although he had a heart for the country and the people, he didn't have the courage to do so. When he saw smoke, he would roll it. Once he saw the emperor's attitude, he immediately tactfully kept his mouth shut and went to build his house. He no longer dared to go against the true dragon's reverse scale and bring up the matter of the gold melting order. On the 10th of the second month, Gu Yun had been under house arrest in the Marquis Fu for almost half a month. A black eagle quietly flew to the outskirts of the capital, Beiding. He changed out of his black eagle armor and entered the capital that very night without anyone noticing. Gu Yun finally had the chance to see Chongqing, who avoided him like a snake or scorpion. Chongqing brought the medicinal soup in front of Gu Yun. The silence between the two reached the point of awkwardness. A black eagle is here. Gu Yun nodded and drank the medicine. Chongqing had already prepared the silver needles. Seeing him put down the bowl of medicine, he spread the needles in front of Gu Yun and signaled with his eyes. Is this okay? His alienation and politeness made Gu Yun feel even more at a loss. Chongqing didn't let Gu Yun lie on his lap anymore. He was like a strange doctor. Everything he did, he just made gestures or held Gu Yun up. He didn't even want to touch Gu Yun. Gu Yun closed his eyes and rested. As the medicine began to take effect, his hearing gradually recovered. His surroundings became noisy, the sounds of the servants outside whispering as they swept the snow, the sounds of the guards of the Marquis's household rubbing their armor against their weapons, even the rustling of Chongqing's clothes as he moved. All of these noises pierced into Gu Yun's ears. He had been deaf for over 10 days and was extremely uncomfortable. Gu Yun held back her irritation and seized the opportunity to ask, Chongqing, can you tell me why? Chongqing obviously knew what he was asking, but he didn't say anything. Gu Yun, is it because I drank too much that day and did something to you? Chongqing's hand trembled. The needle that was about to fall paused in the air for a moment. He kept silent. Gu Yun's heart was extremely uncomfortable. No matter how much anger he suffered from Li Feng, he had a clear conscience and could look up to heaven and earth to face his conscience. However, when it came to Chongqing, although Gu Yun couldn't make sense of it, he felt that it took 2 hands to clap. If he didn't do anything inappropriate, why would Chongqing know? Chongqing suddenly replied calmly, actually, I was disrespectful to Godfather first that day. Gu Yun, there's no reason. Chongqing gently pressed his head to prevent him from moving. His tone was unusually casual as he said, what reason can there be for this kind of thing? Speaking of which, it's probably because my parents didn't dote on me since I was young. Other than Godfather, no one doted on me. After a long time, I developed some improper thoughts. You never paid attention to it, and I didn't want to mention it to anyone. But that day, I was angry and accidentally exposed myself. Gu Yun only felt that a rock the size of a head fell from the sky and hit his chest with a bang. It hit him so hard that he couldn't breathe for a long time. He thought that his true energy had gone astray, but who knew that it was an old chronic disease? Godfather, you don't have to take it to heart. Just pretend that it didn't happen. Chongqing said indifferently. The needle in his hand didn't move at all. If he hadn't admitted it himself, Gu Yun would probably have thought that he was an old man who didn't respect himself and was flattering himself. But how could he pretend that it didn't happen? Gu Yun was about to go crazy. A feeling of prematurely aging arose spontaneously. For the first time, he realized that the flower of the Northwest was no longer young. He began to not understand what young people were thinking in their hearts. These 2 days, His Majesty called me to the court for a hearing. Chongqing suddenly changed the topic and asked, I heard them quarreling all day long. They quarreled about a big case of corruption and fraud. I roughly understand His Majesty's thoughts. Godfather, what do you plan to do? Gu Yun looked at him with a paralyzed face. He wasn't in the mood to discuss court politics with him. Chang'ing sighed slightly. He reached out to take Gu Yun's glass mirror and put it aside. With this action, he blocked Gu Yun's line of sight. He had a resolute expression that said, "I won't tell you anything. I'm willing to do anything for you. If you're annoyed to see me, I won't let you see me. If you only want a filial and sensible adopted son, I promise I won't cross this line." Chang'ing said, "Godfather, I'm already ashamed of this matter. Don't ask me what I'm thinking in my heart, okay?" Gu Yun's entire person was saying "not good" in capital letters. Chang'ing began to remove the silver needles from his body. He calmly asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" Without waiting for Gu Yun to speak, he continued, "Anything is fine." If Chang'ing really went against his superiors and pestered him, Gu Yun would probably have called the 300 family generals of the Marquis estate to deal with him and sent him to the already built Yanbei of Gojoseon residence. If he cut the Gordian knot and hardened his heart to ignore him for a year and a half, nothing would happen. However, Chang'ing gave him a countermeasure that said, "Even if you banish me to the ends of the earth, I'll gladly endure it." Gu Yun had a terrible headache. He felt like a dog biting a tortoise's shell, there was nowhere to bite. After holding it in for a long time, Gu Yun asked, "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Chang'ing nodded and replied with an N. Gu Yun asked, "How did it happen?" Chang'ing said calmly, "After years of wishful thinking, I went mad." Gu Yun, he was even more vexed. Chang'ing kept the silver needles as he spoke. He turned to the corner of the room and took out a little calming powder. He asked with an indifferent expression, "Should I call that Black Eagle brother to come in?" "Your Highness," Gu Yun suddenly called out to him solemnly, "you are a noble descendant of the heavens, with golden branches and jade leaves. In the future, you may be unspeakably noble. Others will treat you like pearls and jade. This subject also hopes that your Highness can take care of yourself at any time and place. Don't belittle yourself, and don't belittle yourself." Chang'ing's face was mostly buried in the shadows. He calmly replied, Marquis, don't worry." Gu Yun, Chang'ing stood for a while, as if waiting for Gu Yun's instructions. After waiting for a while, he saw that Gu Yun was speechless, so he quietly turned around and left. Gu Yun leaned back hard and let out a long sigh. He would rather have Chang'ing quarrel with him for no reason like when he was a teenager. Because he realized that once this bastard had no desires, he was almost invincible. Gu Yun, who was badly battered, walked around the room a few times. He decided that he would no longer fantasize about a soft fragrance or a beautiful woman. It was too unbearable. At this moment, the Black Eagle, who had been waiting for a long time, knocked on the door and entered. The Black Eagle had probably rushed all the way here. Although he had already groomed himself, he still looked haggard. He did not even have time to shave his stubble. "Marshal." The Black Eagle knelt on the ground. "Don't be so polite." Gu Yun forced himself to focus and said, "What happened? Did he Ronghui ask you to come?" The Black Eagle, "Yes." "Gu Yun, let me see the letter." With a flick of his wrist, he opened the letter brought by the Black Eagle and quickly skimmed through it. The Black Eagle's chief commandant, He Ronghui's handwriting was terrible, but his words were concise and to the point. At the end of the month, a small country in the western regions, Chima, and Xiaozi had disagreements over border trade. Because the affairs between the countries in the western regions had always been self-regulated, Daliang's army could not intervene. At first, they did not pay much attention to it. The Lulan Kingdom and these two countries were in a three-way relationship. The Lulan Kingdom's monarch sent his own brother as an envoy to mediate between the two countries. Unexpectedly, the envoy was attacked at the border of Xiaozi Kingdom and was completely annihilated. At first, they thought it was sand bandits. However, after the Lulan Kingdom's monarch sent people to investigate, they found the sword insignia of the Xiaozi Kingdom's imperial guards in the ruins. They immediately questioned the Xiaozi Kingdom, but the Xiaozi Kingdom refused to admit it. Instead, they claimed that the Lulan Kingdom was biased towards Chima and humiliated the envoy. The Lulan Kingdom sent His Highness the Prince to Xiaozi Kingdom with 3,000 light cavalry to demand an explanation. At first, the Xiaozi Kingdom closed their gates and refused to respond. Then, the city gates suddenly opened wide and there were hundreds of sand tigers inside. The so-called sand tiger was a kind of war chariot that traveled in the desert. It was extremely heavy and consumed a lot of purple gold. Its craftsmanship was extremely complicated. Gu Yun had encountered one 10 years ago when he was quelling a rebellion in the western regions. At that time, the other party only had 3 big sand tigers. They almost trapped half of his immature black cavalry. However, as far as he knew, those 3 tails of sand tigers were all that the various countries in the western regions pooled together. Gu Yun suddenly stood up. His brows were tightly knitted and his fingers unconsciously pinched the string of beads in his hand. This matter was very similar to the rebellion in the southwest. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are they real sand tigers and not empty shells?" Black Eagle was unusually eloquent. He quickly replied, "Commander, they are real sand tigers." In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Lulan light cavalry was completely defeated. The young prince almost died in battle and was rescued by his subordinates at the risk of their lives. That day, the Lulan kingdom sent people to our camp to ask for help. However, before the seal was opened, the thousands of countries on the ancient Silk Road had already received the news and were all in a state of panic. The other countries in the western regions, India, and the foreigners, all gathered their troops in their respective camps. Commander Meng of the Northwest Protectorate personally came to the camp and ordered us to wait for the drumming order. Gu Yun fiercely slammed the table. Ridiculous. Black Eagle thought he was referring to the drumming order, so he continued, "Our Black Eagle's general he also said the same thing. The Black Iron Battalion is not under the control of the drumming order." However, Commander Meng said that the commander was grounded by the emperor and ordered to reflect behind closed doors. He ordered us to wait for the imperial edict. Gu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Everything had happened faster than he had imagined, and it was even more chaotic than he had imagined. The western region was full of shallow pits and toads. The small countries were like a bunch of sheep dung, piled up here and there. Every 2 or 3 days, there would be friction, and they all wanted to annex each other. However, in the past few years, the Black Iron Battalion had been guarding the entrance of the ancient Silk Road. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to cause trouble. The Chotzi Kingdom was a small, broken country. Even if they sold everything they had, they would not be able to gather more than 100 sand tigers. It was obvious that there were tigers and wolves behind this strange movement. This was not a problem at all. The problem was, what was the motive of the power behind the Chotzi Kingdom? Gu Yun did not believe that all of this had been planned by that person in the palace. Li Feng had a strong desire for control and liked to be stable and controllable in everything he did. It was impossible for him to act rashly in such a short period of time, even when he himself had not made any arrangements. Li Feng was probably caught off guard. On one hand, he did not know what was going on in the northwest. On the other hand, he was afraid that the Black Iron Battalion would act without orders and disrupt the imperial court's arrangements. That was why he had used the excuse of his commander's seal being confiscated and the drumming order being ineffective to restrain them. Gu Yun asked, "How many troops are stationed in each country?" Black Eagle replied, "There are about 2,000 or 3,000 Western ambassadors stationed there. India is a little further away, so there are only about 1,000 troops stationed there. The rest are from the western region." Impossible. Gu Yun bit the tip of his tongue slightly and swallowed the words "investigate" again. Only then did he remember that he was not in the army at the moment. He was trapped in this city that was as big as a well cover. He was beyond the reach of his whip. Since more than 100 sand tigers have appeared, the other party must want to fight a tough battle. If there are no tens of thousands of elite troops behind them, it will be a waste of purple gold. Even if there are not many troops on the surface, it does not mean that there are no hidden troops. Gu Yun closed his eyes slightly and tapped his fingers on the table. A group of heavy armor and 2 or 3 sand tigers are enough to deal with those good-for-nothings from the Lulan Kingdom. They have gathered a large number of sand tigers and tens of thousands of troops on our border. It is definitely not because of some small matter between the small countries in the western region. Black Eagle was stunned. Then why don't I rush back now? Gu Yun interrupted him, "No need, it's too late." Black Eagle would need at least 2 days to travel from the ancient Silk Road encampment to the capital, which was already considered a godly speed. Since the capital prohibited flying, he could only settle down in Beidang. Even if he entered the capital overnight, it would already be 3 days before he arrived in front of Gu Yun. If he were to go back and pass on the order, even if he ran to his death, it would still take him 5 to 6 days to arrive. The battlefield was constantly changing. 5 to 6 days was enough for a country to be destroyed. Gu Yun gritted his teeth. He just had to be detained in the capital at this time. Go and rest first, Gu Yun said softly. Let me think about it. Black Eagle didn't dare to say anything and left with the order. Gu Yun turned around and warmed up a pot of wine for himself. He paced around the room for 2 steps. Within a few inches, he had already completely calmed down and sorted out his thoughts. He thought to himself, it might not necessarily be the worst-case scenario. He was detained and Xianxia wasn't around. Currently, the Northwest Black Iron Battalion was led by Black Eagle's chief commandant, He Ronghui. Gu Yun knew He Ronghui's temper. He was a notorious troublemaker. Other than Gu Yun himself, even Xianxia might not be able to subdue him. He didn't put the Northwest Protectorate in his eyes at all. If Protector General Meng Pengfei dared to act atrociously in the Black Iron Battalion, He Ronghui would probably be the first to make things difficult for him. He might even imprison Protector General Meng. Then what was the next step? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door from the outside. When Gu Yun opened the door, he saw Chongqing standing at the door. Gu Yun was holding half of the door in his hand. When he saw Chongqing, his heart that had just calmed down began to stir again. He could only ask with a stomachache, "Why are you here again?" "Chongqing, I think Godfather might need me now." Gu Yun, Chongqing stood at the door obediently and asked, "Can I go in?" After he asked for permission, he turned sideways and made a ready-to-go posture. He was prepared that as long as Gu Yun said get lost, he would immediately turn into ashes. Gu Yun thought to himself, I must have owed this bastard a lot of money in my previous life. Then he had no choice but to step aside and let the bastard through the door. Gu Yun was too engrossed in his thoughts just now. He didn't pay attention and the wine on the small stove had already overheated and boiled. The room was filled with the smell of wine. Gu Yun picked up the wine pot and asked Chongqing, "Do you want a drink?" Chongqing ignored him. He took out a pot of cold water and sat upright next to a chessboard. If he shaved his head, he would look like an ethereal monk. Chongqing asked, "The Black Eagle wouldn't have rushed here overnight from West Beidang for no reason. Is there any unusual movement at the border?" Gu Yun didn't want to tell him, so he said vaguely, "It's just a little trouble." "It's nothing." His personal prestige in the army was very high. This had the advantage of being a man of his word. He had excellent control and efficiency. However, it wasn't without its disadvantages. For example, Gu Yun would involuntarily protect this prestige. When he encountered something he couldn't understand, he wouldn't be the first to speak to others. Over time, it was easy for him to become complacent. Chongqing raised his eyes and looked at him. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze and resumed his state of looking down, as if he was afraid that he would fall into a trap if he looked too much. He picked up a chess piece from the chess box next to him and played with it with his fingertips. The chess piece was so black that it looked green. It emitted a faint fluorescent light from the gas lamp. Seeing that Gu Yun didn't want to say more, Chongqing continued, "The generals of the 3 battalions of the Xian Tai can take charge of an area on their own. They won't come all the way here to bother you if there's some small friction at the border. I guess there's at least tens of thousands of abnormal troops gathered together. Otherwise, it's a similar trouble that made the Black Eagle rush here." Gu Yun repeatedly swirled the steaming wine glass. He narrowed his eyes slightly in his drunkenness. "General Cheng taught you a lot." "There's still something General Cheng didn't teach me," Chongqing said. "What is Godfather thinking?" "The Black Iron Battalion's bottom line is to protect the country," Gu Yun whispered. "In a situation where the incident happened suddenly and the situation was unclear, he would automatically treat the border as the frontline position. He would close the door of the ancient Silk Road and cut off all the roads. Those who enter and leave without permission would be punished. If an ally asks for help and the commander-in-chief isn't there, the Black Iron Battalion would at most provide protection. They would never leave their post without permission. With 50,000 Black Iron Battalion, no matter who comes, they won't be able to easily break through the Northwest Barrier unless they're Daluo immortals. I'm not worried about this for the time being." I'm just thinking about what they'll do next. His voice was low and gentle. It seemed to be stronger than the smell of wine in the room. Chongqing's ears couldn't help but tingle. He lowered his head quietly and tried to get rid of the distracting thoughts. If it were me, I wouldn't take advantage of this time to attack Daliang. Gu Yan's gaze paused on his black and white fingertips and chess pieces. Why? Chongqing placed a chess piece on the chessboard. There was a clear and melodious sound. Because it's not mature enough, he said. The conflict between Godfather and His Majesty hasn't reached the point where it's like fire and water. Although he temporarily put you under house arrest in the capital, the Black Iron Battalion hasn't disbanded. It's still an iron plate. If there's an invasion at this time, His Majesty can use you at any time. The conflict between the political power and the military power that has intensified in the past few years will be repaired overnight. Since the day when he lost his composure in the carriage, Chongqing suddenly became sharp in front of Gu Yun. Whether it was family affairs or national affairs, they all came out of his mouth and went straight to the heart without leaving any leeway. Gu Yun was stabbed by the words conflict between the political power and the military power. His fingers, which had been scalded by the wine cup, stopped in the air. Daliang had a very fatal point. Emperor Wu didn't have a son, so the crown prince could only be adopted from the side. No matter how wise and powerful he was in the legends, Emperor Wu was still a person. When he was dying, this old man had a little selfishness. He left the military power that held the emperor's seal to his beloved daughter. Since then, the military power and the political power in the imperial court were artificially separated. This was probably the biggest failure in Emperor Wu's life. If the commander-in-chief knew his place and the emperor was magnanimous, then the monarch and his ministers could live together for 1 generation. But what about 2 generations? What about 3 generations? Gu Yun was well aware of this. One day, the conflict between the Xiantai tiger tally and the emperor's imperial jade seal would be irreconcilable. Then, at the end of the road, there would only be 2 outcomes. Either national thief usurping the throne or the bow is discarded after the birds are killed. I think this is a test to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chongqing placed a few chess pieces on the chessboard. If those foreigners find out that the Black Iron Battalion becomes a piece of straw that is swayed by the drum order when you are not in the camp, then the army in their hands will be prepared for us. Not only the western region, but also the barbarians in the northern borderline and the pirates in the eastern sea that have been silent for many years. However, this possibility is very small. The most likely result is that the Northwest will still be impregnable. General, he will forcibly detain the Northwest Protector General who holds the drum order. Gu Yun finally looked at him with a bit of shock. Chongqing met his gaze and smiled bitterly. Father, don't be surprised. There is no one else in Daliang who knows more about you than me. Gu Yun, this kind of young man who was unmoved by force or persuasion, was really not easy to deal with. He could not be beaten, scolded, or coaxed. However, after Gu Yun choked for a moment, he suddenly had an idea. He decisively displayed his heartless and shameless skills. He turned his head and said seriously, "Why, are you flirting with your father?" As expected, Chongqing was caught off guard by him. His white wide sleeve spilled a bowl of water on the table. Marshal Gu, who was undefeated in 100 battles, did not have any pride in this small victory. He waved his hand very gracefully and said, "Continue." Chongqing quickly came back to his senses. Although he was shocked by Gu Yun, he was also a little relieved at the same time. Even if the sky fell down, that person would always be alive and kicking. If it were me, I would continue to put pressure on the border of ancient Silk Road with heavy troops, especially heavy armors and chariots. Chongqing said, "Go straight to the Black Iron Battalion with murderous intent and show that they are ready to attack at any time." "Father, you are not in the army." "At most, General, he will hang the drawbridge high. He will definitely not take the initiative to send troops. On one hand, he will send a letter to you. On the other hand, he will ask for help nearby. It may be the Beijiang City Defense Army or the Central Plains heavy troops." Gu Yun's eyebrows twitched. If the Black Iron Battalion sends out a request for help, it must be an emergency at the border. No one will take it lightly. Although the drumming order has been passed from Nanjiang, it is not powerful enough to command the whole territory in just a few months. Therefore, it is very likely that the reinforcements will skip the Ministry of War and come out. Chongqing stared at the model chessboard with heavy eyes. But if I remember correctly, when Bei Man's crown prince attacked Yanhui town, the Beijiang City Defense Army was purged by my father. You can say that you did not deliberately put people in it, but I am afraid that those who measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain will not believe it. Also, the Central Plains Heavy Military Commander Kai Bin's elder brother is the old Marquis direct subordinate. In this way, among the 5 military regions in Daliang, there is no need to talk about the southwest. General Shun was once your armorist. The western region is where the Black Iron Battalion is stationed. They are lawless and dare to openly detain the Protector General of the Northwest. The garrisons in Beijiang and the Central Plains ignored the Ministry of War's drumming order. When the Black Iron Battalion asked for help, they privately mobilized their troops and horses. Chongqing grabbed a handful of chess pieces and threw them on the chessboard with a flick of his sleeve. The chess pieces clattered noisily, and the sound was like pearls and jade. There was no need to say more after that. Emperor Li Feng would probably suddenly realize that Gu Yun's concession on the drumming order was completely a scam. He would judge others by himself and think that half of the country was in Gu Yun's hands, and he would be out of breath. Chongqing's eyes were deep and serene. "Godfather, can you listen to me?" Gu Yun said, "Speak." Chongqing said, "First, immediately send the Black Eagle to General Kai to send a letter. Tell him not to act without orders. Even if General Kai decides to send troops, he still has to reorganize his troops and prepare the supplies. It is very likely that he can still make it in time." Gu Yun immediately asked, "Why not send a letter to the Beijiang City Defense Army?" Chongqing replied without changing his expression, "Because Godfather only has one Black Eagle. He can only gamble once. Since I can understand that Bei Man's people are likely to take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, General, he will not ignore it. Therefore, he is most likely to give up what is close at hand and seek what is far away. After the Black Eagle returns to West Beidang, he must tell General He to be patient and not to listen to the drumming order. However, he must not offend the Protector General of the Northwest too much." Gu Yun asked, Third, Chongqing said slowly, "I want to ask Godfather to submit a memorial to His Majesty before the news from ancient Silk Road reaches the capital. Find a reason to hand over the Commander-in-Chief's seal and make it clear that you will no longer be involved in military affairs. At the same time, make it clear to His Majesty that the safety of the Northwest is of great importance. Before you left, you instructed your subordinates that without the Commander-in-Chief's seal, the Commander-in-Chief of the 3 battalions is not allowed to act rashly under any circumstances. The Northwest cannot be without a leader for a day. Therefore, His Majesty, please find someone to replace him as soon as possible." By taking a step back, he could avoid the sharp edge and even protect He Ronghui, who had offended his superiors. In fact, Chongqing wanted to say, "This is a bad plan. It can only slightly alleviate the situation and delay it. It can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause." However, he felt that Gu Yun might not like to hear the latter part of his words, so he swallowed them back. Gu Yun was silent for a long time after hearing this. Suddenly, his mind wandered. He couldn't help but think of the year when he picked up the child from the wolf's mouth in the heavy snow outside the Great Pass. At that time, Shani fooled Chongqing by saying that it was a coincidence. In fact, it wasn't. At that time, they had their own spies on the front line of the northern borderline. After Gu Yun received the emperor's order, he actually found Xianxia first. However, he found out that she had dealings with the barbarians, so he didn't act rashly and alert the enemy. At that time, Gu Yun himself was still young. He was more or less inexperienced and couldn't handle matters properly. His eyes were fixed on the barbarians and he had long forgotten the previous emperor's order to find the little prince and quickly return to the capital. In a moment of carelessness, he actually let Chongqing run out of the Great Pass alone. Only then did he panic and quickly chased after him with Shani. Now, whenever Gu Yun closed his eyes, he could still remember Chongqing's appearance at that time. He was so skinny and covered in injuries. Under the snow and the wolf's kiss, he miraculously held on until they arrived. Gu Yun wrapped him in a large cloak. His weight was so light that he could carry him with one hand. He felt like he was hugging a dying chick and was afraid that he would strangle him to death if he used too much strength. And in a moment of carelessness, he had already grown so big. Changbing saw that he didn't answer for a long time and couldn't help but ask, "Adoptive father?" Gu Yun tilted his head slightly. His expression under the light was almost gentle for a moment. Changbing's heart jumped fiercely. Perhaps it was because of the blood that Changbing vomited when he should be shocked and angry. Perhaps it was because he was badly battered in the next few days. In short, although Gu Yun felt that this matter was ridiculous, helpless, and vexed, he wasn't as angry as he imagined. "Gu Yun, I know. You should rest early." Changbing understood that he was asking him to leave and immediately stood up to leave. "Gu Yun. Wait." He lowered his eyes and seemed to hesitate for a moment. "You told me that I want you to do whatever you want, right?" Changbing's hand that was about to open the door was stretched out in midair. His fingers curled up slightly. "Gu Yun, I don't want you to go far away. I also don't want you to force yourself to do anything. Adoptive father just wants you to be well." Changbing stood there blankly for a moment and escaped without saying a word. Gu Yun calmly picked up the remaining half-pot of wine and tested the temperature. He leisurely drank a mouthful from the pot and thought, "Little brat, do you think I can't control you?" Changbing came in an orderly manner, as if the whole world was in the palm of his hand. When he left, he had already turned into a pile of human-shaped paste. He did not know which leg he took to leave first. In the warm yet cold night, the breath in and out of his chest was like a living ball of fire. Changbing fled back to his courtyard in a panic. He let out a long sigh and leaned his forehead against the sword puppet at the entrance of his courtyard. Many years had passed. This iron puppet had already died of old age and could no longer be controlled by humans. However, Changbing could not bear to throw it away, so he had someone place it incongruously in his courtyard as a decorative lamp. The cold iron quickly calmed down Changbing's burning flesh. He looked up at this big fellow and recalled some old memories from his youth. He remembered that every day before dawn, he would let it carry a basket filled with snacks. Then, he and the puppet would run to Gu Yun's courtyard and listen to his nonsense. There was also the time when they celebrated Gu Yun's birthday. They wrapped it in ridiculous silk and satin and made it carry a bowl of ugly noodles as a birthday present. As he thought about it, Changbing could not help but smile. All of his fun and warm memories were actually related to Gu Yun. Changbing hung the lamp in his hand on the iron puppet's outstretched arm and affectionately patted the exposed gears at the back of the iron puppet's neck. He recalled the 2 sentences that Gu Yun said just now and sighed. His gaze dimmed. He thought that Gu Yun would either be furious or repeatedly persuade him. He did not expect Gu Yun to have such an attitude. Gu Yun made his position clear. "I am still your adoptive father. I still love you the most. No matter what you think, I will still do as before. I will forgive your offense. I will not take your nonsense to heart. I will not accommodate your unreasonable delusions, but I also believe that one day you will return to the right path." Changbing pasted a selfless firmness on himself, and Gu Yun gave him a motionless. "That little bit of care is all used on me," Changbing thought, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Why didn't you leave some selfishness in front of that person in the palace?" Changbing knew why Gu Yun suddenly stopped talking to him. It wasn't because she saw that he was annoyed and wanted him to leave earlier. She probably guessed what he was going to say later and tactfully hinted to him not to mention it. Avoiding the sharp edge for a while was a bad idea. Currently, to Gu Yun, the best plan was to use military power to coerce and replace the political power. From then on, the military and government would be one. If there was such an army that could send troops overseas at any time, the rules of sea transportation and the Silk Road could be changed at will. At that time, Dalian would be able to advance and retreat as they wished. Perhaps they would be able to tolerate the lifting of the ban on the violet gold. Unfortunately, under Gu Yun's ruffian skin and blood, there was a gentleman's bone that stood upright and upright. He couldn't do things like scheming against the monarch and stealing the country. Changbing slowly walked into the room. At this time, the familiar sound of bird wings sounded in the air. Changbing reached out and caught the tattered wooden bird. When he opened it, he saw that it was a letter from Xianxia. It was rare for her to write in such a messy way. Changbing had a hard time recognizing what was written on it. I found the source of the poison in the marshal's body. If I can find the secret recipe, I might be able to make an antidote. Chang'ing suddenly stopped in his tracks. However, before the ecstasy in his heart could rise, he saw Chen Qingshu's following sentence. But his eyes and ears have been damaged for many years. He has been fighting poison with poison. Over time, the poison can be cured, but the underlying illness is difficult to treat. Your Highness should be prepared. There was an even more messy line of small handwriting below. Chen Qingshu wrote, I suspect that this item is a secret of the barbarian goddess. Because the last goddess and her close relatives entered the palace, it is difficult to find traces of it outside the pass. If it is convenient, you can also search for it in the Forbidden Palace. Chang'ing finished reading from beginning to end. He burned the scroll clean, but his heart sank. The Marquis of Stability had been in the military for generations. The Marquis's residence was also specially bestowed. When Chang'ing raised his head from the small courtyard he lived in, he could see the dazzling cornice of the palace under the moonlight. Chang'ing intentionally or unintentionally glanced in the direction of the palace. There seemed to be wind and thunder surging in his eyes. It was only a soul-stirring flash, and he withdrew it without leaving a trace behind. Early the next morning, as expected, Gu Yun had someone deliver his memorial to the palace. He first wrote down the results of his self-reflection and sincerely admitted his wrongs to the emperor. He then claimed that his old injury had relapsed and he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to take on important tasks. He asked the emperor to take back the commander-in-chief's seal. Claiming illness had always been a common excuse, but the Marquis of Stability's memorial unexpectedly didn't seem like an excuse. Because at the end, he used his well-known small regular script to list out all the details of the handover of military affairs. Finally, he even used a hammer to ask the emperor to allow him to move the location of his closed-door self-reflection to the suburbs of the capital. No matter how elegant the wording, it couldn't hide the meaning between the lines. I've already finished reflecting. Let me go out to play. This memorial was written in the style of the Marquis of Stability, with a bit of unbridled honesty. With one look, it was clear that it wasn't written by an advisor. The Emperor Longin kept this memorial for a day. The next day, he bestowed many precious medicinal ingredients to show his favor and lifted Gu Yun's confinement order. It could be said that he tacitly approved of Gu Yun's resignation. However, for the sake of saving face, he didn't find someone to replace him. He just left the commander-in-chief's seal empty and comforted him with warm words. He declared that when the Marquis of Stability recovered and returned to the court, he would return the commander-in-chief's seal to him. That afternoon, when they were taking a nap, Li Feng somehow flipped through a book he had read in his youth. A piece of calligraphy fell out of the book. Compared to the memorial on his desk, the handwriting was slightly crude and the wrist strength seemed to be lacking. However, one could already see the strength of the style in the future. Li Feng took it out and scrutinized it for a long time. Suddenly, he sighed and asked Zhu Xiaojiao, "Do you know who wrote this?" Zhu Xiaojiao pretended to be confused and said, This old servant can't tell if it's good or bad. However, since it was kept by your majesty, it should be the authentic work of a famous writer, right? You're quite clever. However, it can be considered a famous writer. This was written by Imperial Uncle Shirlu. Li Feng gently placed the piece of calligraphy on the table and flattened it with a paperweight. He seemed to have thought of something and his gaze became distant. He said to Zhu Xiaojiao, "When we were young, we were impatient to practice calligraphy and were scolded by Imperial Father. When Imperial Uncle found out, he went back and stayed up all night. The next day, he wrote a dozen pieces of calligraphy for us. At that time, Gu Yan's eyesight wasn't good during the day, and she couldn't see clearly at night. She could only wear a glass mirror. After staying up all night, her eyes were red. The next day, she had a pair of rabbit eyes and insisted on pretending to be serious in front of them." As Li Feng spoke, he reminisced about the past and murmured with a little nostalgia, "You said that Imperial Uncle was so introverted when he was young. He didn't like to get close to people at all. Compared to now, it's like heaven and earth. Oh, by the way, where is he?" Zhu Xiaojiao replied politely, "I heard that he went to the hot spring villa in the north to recuperate." Li Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really went to play? Forget it. Jiangnan spring tea has just been delivered. Get someone to bring some for him to try. Later, tell him to inscribe a plaque for my palace in the north. Zhu Xiaojiao quickly agreed and didn't say anything else. He felt that the time was right. That afternoon, an urgent message came from the Protectorate of the Northwest. It said that there were strange movements outside the borders. The Black Iron Battalion refused to listen to the drumming order and brazenly detained Protector General Meng. The Emperor Longan was still reminiscing about the past, so he raised this matter up high and gently put it down. He only sent someone to reprimand He Ronghui for his disregard for the national law and fined him a little of his salary. He also ordered the Black Iron Battalion to be more vigilant against the changes at the border. When Chongqing finally managed to spare some time to go to the hot spring villa in the northern suburbs to tell Gu Yun about the follow-up, he saw Gu Yun wrapped in a bathrobe with his feet soaked in the hot spring. His hand never left the cup. Beside him, there were two beautiful female attendants massaging his shoulders and back. He was so happy that he almost became immortals. When Gu Yun said that he was going to recuperate, he actually seriously went to recuperate. The half-deaf man couldn't hear anyone coming. He tilted his head and said something to the young lady beside him. The female attendant didn't say anything and just smiled. Her face was red. Chongqing, when Gu Yun saw that the female attendant's face was red and cute, he almost wanted to raise his hand to touch it. Just as he raised his hand halfway, he saw the two ladies hurriedly bow to someone and then automatically retreat. Gu Yun turned around and couldn't see who it was. He could only touch the glass mirror and put it on the bridge of his nose. When he saw Chongqing, this old man didn't feel embarrassed at all. He even happily called him over and lazily got up. I haven't rested like this in a long time. My bones are all soft from lying down. Chongqing. I'm afraid it's not because you're feeling soft from lying down, right? As soon as he said this, he regretted it. Huh? Gu Yun acted as if he didn't hear clearly and asked with a puzzled expression, what? For some reason, Chongqing remembered that when this person and Shani pretended to be down-and-out hermits and lived in Yanhui town, he couldn't hear anything that he didn't like to hear. He was originally an expert in pretending to be deaf. Once he became deaf, it was like adding wings to a tiger. He heard the number 1 Marquis of Daliang ask excitedly, "Oh right, did you bring me medicine? I'll take you to the Snow Plum House at the back tonight. There are a few new singers there. It's said that they're all competing for the first song of Yuan Lu at the end of the year. Let's go and identify them in advance." Chongqing thought that Gu Yun asked him to bring medicine for something important. After a long fuss, it turned out that Gu Yun was complaining that he was deaf and didn't have enough fun drinking wine. He immediately put on a fake smile and said, "All medicine has some side effects. Since there's nothing important, it's better to drink less medicine." Deaf Gu answered inappropriately, "Yes, yes. It's good that you brought it. The water here is very good. Soak in it for a while and relax." Chongqing, he didn't want to reason with Gu Yun anymore. He sat upright by the hot spring and gestured without lifting his eyelids. The emperor has received the news from the northwest. Everything is fine. Don't worry. Gu Yun nodded slowly, yes. Since you're here, aren't you going to soak in the hot spring with me? No, Chongqing said expressionlessly, "Godfather, enjoy yourself." Gu Yun made a tisk sound. Then, he didn't avoid Chongqing at all, as if he didn't feel that there was anything to avoid. He calmly went into the water. Chongqing was caught off guard and hurriedly looked away. There was no place for him to look. He grabbed a wine cup in a mess and took a sip as if to hide something. When he touched his lips, he remembered that this was Gu Yun's cup. He suddenly stood up and almost knocked over Gu Yun's small table. He said in a dry voice, "I'm just here to tell Godfather. It's good that you know. I still have something to do when I go back. I'll take my leave first." Little Chongqing. Gu Yun called out to him and put aside the glass mirror that was stained by the steam. Only his long line of sight couldn't focus. He lay on the shore like a flood dragon king. He said casually, "We're both men. What I have, you have. What you don't have, I don't have either. What's so new about it?" Chongqing held his breath and finally raised his gaze. Gu Yun's figure was a little blurry. The scars all over his body were shocking and glaring. There was a scar that ran from his neck to his chest, making his upper body look like it was split in half and sewn back together. Guyun understood people's hearts very well. He knew that the more he avoided certain things, the more taboo it seemed. It was like he was poisoned and couldn't bear to part with it. He might as well let him see it openly, there was really nothing to see anyway. Everyone has deep feelings for their parents. It's not just you, I'm the same, Guyun said. My biological father was a living animal. He only knew how to gather a group of iron puppets to chase after me and chop me. The first person who held my hand to write was the late emperor. The first person who coaxed me to take medicine and gave me candied fruits after eating was also the late emperor. When I was young, I also felt that he was the only person who had ever doted on me. Sometimes, this kind of feeling is too deep and may cause you to have a little illusion. It'll be fine after a period of time. The more you take it to heart, the more you can't bear the burden, and the more it will pester you. Changping opened his mouth, but Guyun took advantage of the fact that he couldn't hear clearly. He didn't care if Changping replied or not and continued, Godfather knows that you're a good child. It's just that you're too easy to carry burdens for yourself. Let it go. Stay here with me for 2 days. Why are you acting like an old monk all day long? There's so much scenery and so many interesting things. Don't be complacent. Changping stood stiffly for a long time. He walked to the edge of the hot spring and slowly knelt down. He lowered his eyes and looked at the scars on Guyun's body. Over the years, he was used to being woken up by Wuergu in the middle of the night. After waking up, he would toss and turn, thinking about Guyun. Changping liked silence since he was young. At that time, he often felt that his overly lively foster father was unreasonable. Later on, he pondered a lot and suddenly had a strange question. Guyun, how did he grow up to be such a person? Thinking about the only son of the old Marquis of Stability and Princess Royal, he was such an insufferably arrogant and noble young master. When he was young, he suddenly lost his sight and hearing. He was forced by his biological father to rush forward like forging iron. His wings were riddled with scars. Before his wings were fully grown, he experienced the loss of both his parents. The former glory of the Black Iron Battalion dimmed and he was trapped in the depths of the palace. If a person suffered too much when he was young, even if he wasn't extreme and cold, at least he wouldn't be someone who liked to play around. Changping deeply felt about this. Sometimes, he found it hard to imagine how many layers of wounds had to overlap to temper a person to such a state. Changping suddenly hated that he was born 10 years later and didn't have the chance to hold that person's young and clumsy hand in the thistles and thorns. Just because of this point, he felt that he would be jealous of Shani for the rest of his life. He walked forward as if he was possessed and parted Guyun's long hair that hung down. He carefully touched the scar on Guyun's chest. Hiss. Guyun's scalp turned numb from his touch. He hurriedly moved back to hide. I was just trying to reason with you. Why did you hit me? Changping said hoarsely, how did this happen? Deaf didn't hear it clearly at first, so Changping grabbed his hand and wrote on his palm word by word. Guyun was stunned and couldn't remember for a moment. Changping wiped the water vapor off his glass mirror and placed it back on Guyun's nose bridge. He stared deeply at him and signaled, Godfather, can we each confess one thing? Guyun frowned. Changping, do you have deep feelings for the late emperor and want to kiss him, hug him, and be entangled with him for the rest of your life? Guyun cried out involuntarily, what? He couldn't help but think of the previous emperor's sorrowful old face, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Okay, you've answered. It's my turn, Changping said calmly. I want to. Guyun, it took him a while to realize what Changping meant by I want to. Goosebumps rose one after another, and his hair stood on end like a hedgehog. I think about it all the time. I think about it even in my dreams. Now, I really want to. I also think about some other things. I'm afraid I'll dirty Godfather's ears if I say it, so it's inconvenient to mention it. Changping closed his eyes and stopped looking at Guyun. He signed to himself and said, if it's not because I'm deeply in love, how can I be considered to have chi deviation? Guyun choked for a long time and said dryly. You should chant more scriptures with the monk. Changping said, if only you said this to me 5 years ago. Maybe if I put it down then, there wouldn't be today's matter. However, so many days and nights had passed. So many nightmares and swamps could only be overcome by repeatedly chanting Gu Yan's name. He had been drinking poison to quench his thirst. It was already too late. The Marquis of Dingning, who couldn't even catch up to the heat, was stunned for a long time. He thought in shock, 5 years ago, I thought you were still a little kid drinking milk. Then I'll ask the next question. Chongqing closed his eyes tightly. Does Godfather find me disgusting? Gu Yun didn't say anything for a long time. Chongqing's eyelashes trembled violently. His palms involuntarily clenched in his sleeves. Gu Yun's body's instinctive reaction just now couldn't lie. The obvious discomfort leaked out from his goosebumps. Gu Yun might be able to understand his heart, but he might never be able to understand his desires. Chongqing heard the sound of water. Gu Yun came ashore and put on his clothes. Gu Yun sighed and patted Chongqing's shoulder. He calmly avoided the question and said, "You know that's impossible." Chongqing's mouth curled up slightly. Perhaps he wanted to show a smile but failed. He only said in an inaudible voice, "I know. I won't make things difficult for Godfather." Gu Yun sat down beside him. After a while, he felt a little better and was about to speak. Suddenly, he felt an unusually sharp wind needle piercing his back. The wine cup that Chongqing put aside just now reflected a sharp light. Before Gu Yun could react, Chongqing had already pounced on him. Chongqing hugged him and rolled to the side. His arm tightened. At the same time, Gu Yun's canine nose smelled a faint scent of blood. An arrow with white steam at the end of the arrow brushed past Chongqing's side. His sleeve was torn open, revealing the flesh that had been grazed. Chongqing raised his head and saw a sharp metallic flash outside the quiet hot spring courtyard. It was a light fur coat, however, the hot spring courtyard was only 5 li away from Beidang. A fast horse didn't need to be whipped. It would arrive in a moment. Where did this assassin come from? The assassin's attack didn't succeed, but it wasn't over yet. The sun was setting heavily. The light fur coat that released the arrow suddenly leaped out from the other side of the courtyard wall. Steam rose from his feet. He was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. Gu Yun pushed Chongqing away. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a steel knife from under the small table where the wine was placed. With a flip of his wrist, he had already exchanged 2 moves with the assassin. Gu Yun's martial arts were practiced when he fought with iron puppets barehanded. Even though the light armor was burning purple gold, he didn't think much of it. However, after 2 moves, Gu Yun suddenly retreated. He was shocked to find that his hand was trembling. The weight of the steel knife was too much for him to bear. Chongqing saw that something was wrong at a glance. He stretched out his hand to catch him. At the same time, he held his wrist. Holding the knife in his hand, he ruthlessly and accurately stabbed into the assassin's chin. The tip of the knife reached the assassin's iron mask. With a dang sound, a mist of blood spurted out. Chongqing didn't even look at him. His fingers immediately slid to Gu Yun's pulse. He said in a low voice, "Someone drugged you." Gu Yun's chest was numb, and his heart was beating wildly. He let out an "oh" sound, and for a moment, he was a little out of breath. The slight numbness quickly spread to his limbs, and this made Gu Yun, who couldn't see or hear clearly, feel his heart tighten. "I'm fine." Gu Yun panted. "I'm afraid it's not over yet." Before his crow's mouth finished speaking, a dozen light fur coats suddenly jumped up from the top of the wall. At the same time, the imperial guards guarding outside the courtyard were alarmed and stood up. It was unknown what was wrong with those assassins' brains. Seeing that the assassination had failed, they were unwilling to retreat. They flocked towards the household generals as if they were seeking death. The imperial guards of the Marquis of Stability's household were all household generals who retired from the battlefield. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the hired thugs who guarded the courtyard. They knew when to advance and retreat and were extremely mobile. Chongqing only swept a glance at the battlefield on one side before supporting Gu Yun to the side. "Adoptive father." Gu Yun raised a finger to his lips. He then patted his shoulder and gently supported his injured arm, indicating for him to take care of himself first. Chongqing ignored him. He simply knelt to the side and pressed down on Gu Yun's wrist. At this time, Gu Yun's pulse was no longer as disorderly as before. Chongqing tried his best to compose himself. He recalled that Gu Yun was a perennial medicine pot, so his resistance to medicine was much stronger than the average person. It wasn't that easy to completely knock him out. It was probably because he was soaked in hot water earlier that the medicine's effects took effect. At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the courtyard. The entire manor trembled. Even the half-deaf Gu Yun could hear it. In just a short moment, the assassins were already restrained by the well-trained family guards. Just as the commander gave the order to capture the assassins, all the assassins stabbed the golden box on the light cloak at the same time and self-detonated. Gu Yun narrowed his useless eyes and said in a low voice, "Suicide soldiers." The commander ordered people to put out the fire as he ran to Gu Yun. "This subordinate is incompetent. Please ask Marquis and His Highness to withdraw first." Gu Yun didn't utter a word, as if he was still in a trance. For a moment, his old memories that had faded over the years were dug out in blood, and with a new ferocious expression, they stood in front of him. That year, the sky outside the pass was filled with a murderous wind. The land filled with Xiantai was a vast and desolate grassland. A large number of vultures were wandering around, and horses were walking in the tall grass. Every few steps, one could kick a piece of white bone with the teeth marks of a wild beast. Little Gu Yun, who wasn't even as tall as a table, was punished by the old Marquis because of a small mistake. He wasn't allowed to eat breakfast and was forced to do a horse stance in the camp. Every soldier who passed by couldn't help but laugh when they saw him. They laughed so hard that the child, who had excessive self-esteem since he was young, had tears in his eyes. At that time, the war had already subsided. The purple gold tributes from the 18 tribes had already entered the national treasury. The goddess had also been conferred the title of imperial concubine. Everything was originally so peaceful, but suddenly, a patrolling soldier fell beside little Gu Yun without any warning. He was still wearing heavy armor and didn't have any injuries. Then, the guards in his courtyard fell down one by one. Suddenly, there was a deafening battle cry outside. Little Gu Yun had never seen such a battle before. He was almost scared silly and instinctively wanted to find a weapon. But he was too small. His 2 hands couldn't even lift the lightest knife. That day, the people who broke in were also a group of death soldiers wearing light armor. They moved like the wind and pressed forward like gods and demons. A soldier who had laughed at him just now struggled like a dying bird, protecting Gu Yun under his body. He watched those people fall into the camp one by one like pigs and dogs waiting to be slaughtered. He didn't know what hurt his back, but the pain was unbearable. However, the pain soon became numb. Gradually, he felt that his limbs had been severed from his body. The sounds and colors around him dimmed. His consciousness that was about to dissipate was trapped together with his heart that was about to burst out of his chest. He could not breathe. He had also heard such an earth-shattering sound when he was in a semi-conscious state. The princess had arrived with people, and those people had self-detonated in their light armor. Chongqing pressed his shoulder. "Godfather." Gu Yun's unfocused eyes finally focused a little. He murmured, "Are there wolf head tattoos on the unburned corpses?" Chongqing, "What?" The commander was stunned at first, then suddenly raised his head. The Gu family's general had a deeper impression of that incident than the young Gu Yun at that time. "Marquis means, when the fire is extinguished, go and investigate," Gu Yun said expressionlessly, "and the person who drugged them." As he spoke, he felt the effect of the drug on his body fading. He stood up with Chongqing's help. Chongqing was shocked to find that his hand was as cold as a dead person's. However, Gu Yun released his hand as soon as he touched it, as if he suddenly didn't want to come into contact with others. Gu Yun walked forward in a daze. The glazed mirror fell to the ground and broke. He couldn't see clearly and almost stepped into the hot spring pool. Chongqing leaped up unsteadily and hugged Gu Yun from behind without any explanation. He protected him all the way to the courtyard. Gu Yun's mind was not at home, but he didn't push him away. Chongqing helped him into the room and pulled a thin blanket to cover him. Just as he was about to check his pulse, Gu Yun suddenly said, "Bring me the medicine." Chongqing frowned. "No, you still have." Gu Yun's expression became indifferent, and his tone became slightly heavier. "I said bring me the medicine." Chongqing was stunned. His intuition told him that Gu Yun was really angry. A silent murderous aura was revealed. A tyrannical aura condensed from thousands of iron armor entered Gu Yun's blind eyes. For a moment, the handsome man was like an awakened demon god. However, it was only for a moment. However, Gu Yun quickly came back to his senses. His expression eased a little. He patted Chongging's hand. Go and take a look at the injury first, then help me decoct a medicine. You're disobedient so soon, en? Chongging was silent for a moment. He turned around and went out. He punched the pillar at the door. At this time, an even bigger storm approached the capital city without any warning. That night, in the capital city, an old man with thin hair and no beard took one last look at the blood letter on the table. He hung himself on the beam of the house and ended his old life in the morning. When Gu Yun was upset, he forgot to instruct the imperial bodyguard commander to block the news. The hot spring courtyard and Beidang were almost next door. The news quickly spread out as if it had grown wings. The commander of Beidang in the suburbs of the capital city, Tan Hongfei, was a former subordinate of the Black Iron Battalion. When he heard that his commander was assassinated in the capital city, right under his nose, he was furious on the spot. He immediately sent out a patrol camp to investigate thoroughly. No one could hide such a big movement. In the blink of an eye, the news of Gu Yun being assassinated in the suburbs of the capital city spread like wildfire. And this was only the beginning. The next day, when Gu Yun recovered his sight and hearing, it was already too late when he remembered his negligence. Tan Hongfei directly brought people into the capital city. The capital city magistrate, who was badly battered, was forced by General Tan to search the capital city for suspicious outsiders. The messenger, who was ordered by Gu Yun to retrieve Tan Hongfei, had just jumped off his horse when an unexpected person arrived with a blood letter. The messenger did not dare to barge into the capital city magistrate's office. He hurriedly ordered someone to report. Who knew that the place had already become a pot of porridge? It took a full incense stick's worth of time before someone let him in. Before he could say anything, he saw the commander of the northern barracks, Tan Hongfei, stand up with his eyes wide open. With a slap of his hand, he cracked the table, scaring the governor, Lord Zhu, to the point that his official hat was crooked. Tan Hongfei, who are you? Say it again. The middle-aged man holding the blood letter said word by word, this commoner is the owner of a pastry shop in the eastern suburbs. My family has an old adoptive father, Eunuch Wu He. Many years ago, in order to avoid disaster, he found a substitute and faked his death. He was lucky enough to escape from the palace and had been hiding among the common people. Unexpectedly, he was still found by thieves more than 10 years later. To avoid implicating his family, he committed suicide last night. This commoner's body is like a firefly, insignificant like decaying grass. My lowly life is not worth mentioning, but my late father ordered this commoner to announce this strange injustice to the world. The capital city magistrate, Zhu Heng, instinctively realized the importance of this matter. He hurriedly shouted, audacious unruly commoner, speaking nonsense. That eunuch Wu He was sent to the imperial prison to be beheaded at the waist for plotting to murder the imperial heir. Could it be that you want to frame the Supreme Court for not doing a good job? The man banged his head on the ground and said, this commoner has a blood letter written by my father before he passed away. Now that I have brought my head to see Lord Zhu, how could I dare to lie? That year, eunuch Wu He accepted bribes and conspired with an imperial concubine who had lost favor to murder the third prince as if he had lost his mind. This matter also involved Gu Yun, who was still in the palace. The former members of the Black Iron Battalion hated that they couldn't tear that ignorant eunuch to pieces. Tan Hongfei's expression was heavy as he said, Lord Zhu, there is no harm in listening to what he has to say. Gu Yun's messenger had an intuition that something was going to happen. Remembering Gu Yun's instruction to not let him cause trouble before he left, he made a prompt decision and said, General Tan, Marquis requests for you to return to the camp immediately. Zhu Heng hurriedly said, that's right. General Tan, please return first. If there is any news about those foreign thieves, this lowly official will immediately send someone to inform General. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was kneeling in the hall suddenly raised his voice and said, this commoner wants to sue the late Emperor of Yuan He for being bewitched by Bei Man's evil concubine and using underhanded tricks to poison loyal people. Everyone was stunned. After a while, the messenger remembered his mission and said in a dry voice, "General Tan, the Marquis, shut up." Tan Hongfei roared. Following that, he stared at the man kneeling in the middle of the main hall with his bell-like eyes. For a moment, his throat tightened, and every hair on his body stood up as if they were trembling. "What did you say? Say it clearly, which loyal and honest?" The middle-aged man straightened his back. His face was sallow and pitiful, but there was an indescribable determination on his face. 20 years ago, Bei Man was hit by a natural disaster. The Wolf King was ambitious and led his army to invade. The Marquis of Stability used the power of the Black Iron Battalion to pacify the northern border and made the wolves bow their heads. He offered his daughter and sister as tribute to our dynasty. The previous emperor took the elder sister as his concubine and the younger sister as a princess and ordered her to enter the palace to wait for her marriage to the imperial family. Unexpectedly, these two witches had evil intentions and conspired a great conspiracy. First, they forged letters between the old Marquis and the Wolf King, framed the old Marquis for threatening the 18 tribes after the war, and secretly hoarding purple gold. Then, they used witchcraft to charm the previous emperor and drive a wedge between the emperor and his subjects day and night. After hearing these two sentences, the capital governor, Lord Zhu, exploded. He immediately shouted, "Guards! Take down this unruly person who slandered the previous emperor." Tan Hongfei's eyes widened. "Let's see who dares." He roared, and the Beidang soldiers around him drew their swords. They were uniformly clad in silver armor and their swords were like snow. On the hilt of their swords, there was a ferocious beast head carving that looked like it was about to rush out and devour people. Zhu Heng's face was ashen. He held on to the courage of a scholar and said in a trembling voice, "Tan Hongfei, do you want to rebel?" Tan Hongfei sneered. He turned around and walked down the stone steps in large strides until he was in front of the middle-aged man. He stabbed his saber into the ground and stood in front of the middle-aged man like an iron tower. He asked, "Continue. What happened next?" The man who complained said, "General, do you remember that because the young Marquis was still young, there was no one at home to take care of him? After the border was pacified, the old Marquis discussed with the princess and her husband and brought him to the station." Tan Hongfei's eyes flickered. Just a few words brought back old memories. He still remembered that Marshal Gu, who was now famous in the region, was an out-and-out brat when he was young. He dared to cause any trouble and was not afraid of anyone. The old Marquis and the princess did not have parents or elders to discipline him. Seeing that he was out of control, they had no choice but to take him away. Tan Hongfei said, "Yes, there is such a thing." The middle-aged man said, "The demoness took the opportunity to say that. The old Marquis must be plotting something big by taking away his only son. Maybe he planned to divide the East and the West with the emperor." The late Emperor Yuan and the emperor were confused by her soul manipulation technique and hated the old Marquis. They were also afraid of the Black Iron Battalion of the barbarians who were defeated by only 30 cavalrymen. They didn't know what to do. Tan Hongfei said, "Ridiculous." The middle-aged man's expression did not change. He said frankly and with assurance, "At that time, the demoness and another scoundrel worked together to set up a vicious trap. My late father, Eunuch Wu, took 30 men of sacrifice and 2 disciples who were good at unorthodox methods to go to the northern border in the name of rewarding the army. They infiltrated the station and carried out the assassination. In order to prevent the plot from being exposed after they failed, they deliberately made the men of sacrifice have wolf heads tattooed on their chests to pretend to be barbarians." Tan Hongfei's breathing became more and more heavy. At that time, 30 barbarian men of sacrifice infiltrated the station in the northern border without any warning. It was as if they had descended from the sky. They first sprinkled paralyzing medicinal powder into the food and drink, then changed into Xiantai light fur coats and launched a sudden attack. The soldiers saw the light fur coat cavalry whistling through the patrol camp every day and were completely unprepared for it. Tan Hongfei murmured, "Yes, you're right. At that time I was only a small deputy general. There were only 30 men of the light fur coat cavalry. The old Marquis used 30 heavy armor to flatten 18 tribes. The demoness returned the favor with 30 light fur coats. She turned the invincible Black Iron Battalion upside down and injured the only successor of the Marquis of Stability. Tan Hongfei suddenly laughed in a low voice. That was the Black Iron Battalion's greatest shame and humiliation. I remember that the old Marquis happened to be out of the camp on patrol. Her Highness the Princess wasn't feeling well early in the morning and didn't eat or drink. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been a young Marquis who was injured, right? The Beidang commander fiercely stabbed his long saber into the ground. The stone floor that was as thick as a palm was actually cracked by him. In her anger, the princess insisted that there was a traitor in our army. More than a dozen of my brothers were responsible for the defense of the station in the northern border. It was difficult for us to absolve ourselves from the blame. Our subordinates couldn't explain it clearly, so we had no choice but to take off our armor and resign. We returned to the capital to receive our punishment. For so many years, I've been complaining about her in private. I thought she had lost her mind because she loved her son dearly. So it was true. As Tan Hongfei spoke to this point, tears suddenly fell without warning. He didn't wipe them away or choked with sobs. He still stood there like an iron tower, constantly gasping for air as if he was in extreme pain. Zhu Heng was subdued by the tears of this black-faced king of hell. For a moment, even the anger in his heart seemed to have been poked into a pit, and he slowly vented it out. The capital magistrate's voice couldn't help but soften a little. He said, "This matter is of great importance. If we only rely on this person's one-sided statement, it would be unavoidably biased. General Tan, please be careful." Tan Hongfei slightly came back to his senses. In his heart, he was already 70 to 80% convinced. No one knew better than Tan Hongfei, who was in charge of the defense of the station in the northern border, just how invulnerable the Black Iron Battalion's defense was. However, he couldn't explain it clearly. Even though Gu Yun had been kind to him, the former subordinates of the Black Iron Battalion, and even helped him climb to the position of Beidang commander, he still remembered that he was wronged for not doing his job well and had no place to complain. Tan Hongfei glanced at Zhu Heng and reluctantly gritted his teeth. He lowered his head and asked the middle-aged man, "That's right. What evidence do you have?" The man took out a letter written in blood from his bosom. He prostrated himself and said, "This was written in my late father's own handwriting. His body is outside the door right now. General will know if he is Wu He once you see him, and you will also know if what I said is true." Zhu Heng frowned, but Tan Hongfei had already ordered people to carry the body out. A moment later, a man's corpse was carried in. The hanged man's face wasn't peaceful. His cheeks were swollen, the root of his tongue was protruding, and his throat was purple like a malicious spirit's. Tan Hongfei only glanced at him once before he looked away in panic, as if he couldn't bear the burden. He said hoarsely, "I remember that the old eunuch had a triangular scar at the corner of his eye." The middle-aged man who was kneeling on the ground crawled over and turned the man's face over little by little. He parted the dry white hair, revealing an old triangular scar at the corner of his eye that was full of wrinkles and age spots. There was absolute silence all around. Zhu Heng's face didn't have a trace of blood. He suddenly took a deep breath and raised his hand to adjust his official's hat that had been slapped askew by General Tan. His scholarly hands were still trembling, but he asked, "What happened after that?" The man in the hall said, "Fortunately, the young Marquis was blessed by the heavens and didn't die. Later, the late emperor woke up from the witch's witchcraft and regretted it. He secretly punished the barbarian and witch sisters, and also greatly favored the young Marquis. He took him into the palace and personally took care of him. However, although the witch was executed, the villain who had plotted against the late emperor was still there. He was afraid that the Gu family would still favor him, so he colluded with eunuch Wu He and wanted to make a move on the young Marquis again." Zhu Heng said, "It's a secret in the palace. You have to think carefully before you speak." The middle-aged man laughed loudly, "Thank you very much, Your Excellency. When this commoner was young, he was a farmer who grew up in the northern border. For generations, he was bullied by the barbarians. His parents and brothers all died at the hands of those evil people who pretended to be gods and ghosts. It was the old Marquis who saved our lives and helped us vent our anger. This commoner was a lowly person and had endured humiliation for many years to serve that old eunuch. It wasn't for the sake of his family's wealth, but for the sake of this day." Tan Hongfei didn't have time to sigh. He was almost numb, but I remember that the one who died that year was the third prince. That's right, the man said. Wu He smeared a kind of poison that could disperse into the air on the gas lamp that the young Marquis used to read. Wu He said that when the young Marquis was young, he liked to turn the gas lamp to the brightest. Often, he would turn it on for the whole night, and even when he fell asleep, he wouldn't turn it off. After a night, the gas behind the gas lamp would often be hot enough to cook an egg. Naturally, the gas would dissolve the poison in the air and then be absorbed into the lungs. At first, the poisoned person would cough incessantly and have a low fever. These are all common symptoms of children, so they wouldn't attract much attention. But slowly, the poisoned person would weaken until the poison entered the 5 internal organs, and no medicine would be effective. Tan Hongfei's eyes looked like they were about to drip blood. At that time, the gas lamp that the young Marquis used in the palace was a 7-colored glass cover, specially provided by the West. It was very precious, and only a few princes and the young Marquis had it. Even the Empress didn't get one. Unexpectedly, the 3rd prince accidentally broke his own gas lamp. He was afraid of being scolded, but he didn't dare to ask others for help. Thus, the young Marquis gave his own gas lamp to the 3rd prince and secretly stuck the broken one on it. Every day, he would cover it with a book and still pretend to use it. Everyone knows what happened after that. The 3rd prince died prematurely due to poison. The late emperor was furious and thoroughly investigated the harem. Wu He was imprisoned for plotting to murder the emperor's heir, and became the villain's scapegoat. As the man who complained spoke, he flung his sleeves and threw himself to the ground. In a clear voice, he said, "Now, this commoner has explained the cause and effect clearly. Many thanks to the honorable generals. The villain who is still at large is the current imperial uncle, Wang Zhuang." Zhu Heng was already dumbfounded. "How dare you? You are so daring." That middle-aged man said, "You are so daring that you are willing to part with your mere physical body." Zhu Heng questioned, "What proof do you have?" That middle-aged man took out an old and curly letter from his bosom, reporting to my lord, "This is a letter that was written when imperial uncle and the head eunuch were privately communicating. Whether it is true or false, everyone will know with a single look." After he finished speaking, that man placed the letter on the ground. He leaned back slightly, as if he was sighing slightly. The old grudges have been settled today. When Tan Hongfei noticed the change in his expression, it was already too late. That man suddenly stood up. Before anyone could react, he turned around and slammed into the pillar next to him. Blood and brain matter burst out and fell to the ground. He died on the spot. He was just like another type of death warrior. At this moment, in the hot spring villa, Gu Yun's eyelids inexplicably began to twitch incessantly. The Marquis' estate's family commander, Hua Dan, suddenly burst into the door. He was out of breath. "Ho, Marquis." Gu Yun suddenly turned his head. "What's wrong?" After Commander Hua learned about the changes in the capital, his heart beat wildly. Before he could speak, the door was suddenly smashed open. Chongqing tightly held a wooden bird in his hand. That little thing opened its mouth and had wings. Its body and head had been cut in half. The hardwood was actually crushed by him. The jagged gears were exposed, piercing his palm into a bloody mess. However, he did not seem to feel pain. He was like a fish out of water, gasping for breath, but his chest could not even hold a breath. He held a blood-stained paper in his hand. The wooden bird was, after all, faster than the horse carriage. Someone had already passed on the news of the farce in the capital to him. Chongqing's chest felt as if it was pressed against a sharp knife. Blood could be seen as he breathed. He staggered in front of Gu Yun and hugged him. Commander Hua was shocked. "Marquis," Gu Yun gestured to him, "Old Hua, you go out first." Commander Hua's throat moved, as if he wanted to say something. In the end, he silently retreated. This unlucky child was quite strong. Gu Yun felt that his waist was about to be broken by him. After Commander Hua left, he freed a hand and patted his back. "What's wrong?" Chongqing lowered his head and buried his face in Gu Yun's shoulder. His surroundings were filled with the smell of medicine from Gu Yun's body. In the past, he only felt at ease when he smelled it. Even when he entered his dreams, it could dispel the haze. However, he did not want to smell the medicine all over his body anymore. Chongqing closed his eyes. His ears were ringing. His mind was clear. There was only one thought left: I want to kill everyone in the Li family. Gu Yun took the crumpled paper from his hand. He glanced at it and immediately gasped. He pushed Chongqing away and shouted angrily, "Huadan!" Commander Hua, who had been waiting at the door, immediately pushed open the door and came in. Gu Yun was about to go crazy. He stood so fiercely that his vision darkened. He hurriedly supported himself on the table. His elbows were trembling. "Prepare the horse, I want to return to Jing." Gu Yun took a deep breath, cough. When he said this, his voice broke. He violently cleared his throat. "Take a few light coats and go first. You must stop Tan Hongfei." Commander Hua looked deeply at him. "Yes." Gu Yun turned to take his court robes and light armor. Chongqing grabbed his wrist. "Chongqing, is it all true?" Gu Yun lowered his head to look at him. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Pausing, Gu Yun said in a low voice, "Of course not. The Yao arts are all nonsense. Imperial Uncle Wang is just a servant under the emperor who would do whatever he wanted. Those two Beiman women were just pitiful people whose country had been destroyed and their home destroyed." Everyone knew the truth, but no one dared to mention it. Gu Yun pulled his hand back. "It's been a bit chaotic recently. Don't return to Jing yet. Stay here for a few days." Chongqing wasn't willing to let him go. "Then other than the Yao arts and Imperial Uncle Wang's part, everything is true? You knew all along?" Gu Yun's patience ran out. "What time is it? You're still following the chaos. Go away." Chongqing spoke almost at the same time as him and said softly, "Why are you still willing to work so hard for him to protect this ruined country? Why are you still willing to compromise in every possible way? Why have you taken me in and taken care of me for so many years?" That voice that was as light as falling snow was so weak that it wasn't worth mentioning under Gu Yun's angry roar. Yet for some reason, the moment the voice left his mouth, everyone who should have heard it. Gu Yun's heart tightened. Chongqing's lips were bloodless. His gaze was pressing as he asked, "Adoptive father, why?" Gu Yun's throat moved slightly. He didn't know where to start. How should he say it? Should he say that he didn't know, and had always thought that his injury was an accident? He had always thought that he hadn't been able to protect a yin, and had watched him die in the struggle of the harem. It wasn't until he was ordered to escort Kalei Ingho's heir out of seclusion that he found out from the malicious werewolf that the poison of the grasslands goddess was a secret. For generations, only the goddess herself could control it. Even the barbarians didn't know about it. 20 years ago, the 30 Light Cavalry heavily injured the Black Iron Battalion had nothing to do with the barbarians. Family and country, hatred and resentment, the road towards the sky went in two different directions. If he took a step out, no matter where he went, he couldn't turn back. Gu Yun didn't say a word in the end. He forcefully pried Chongqing's hand away and put on his armor to tie up his hair. The general had a heart, but it was a pity that it was made of iron. Gu Yun's reaction couldn't be said to be slow. It couldn't be said that the hundreds of Marquis' household soldiers were not effective, but it was still too late. When Huadan rushed to the foot of the imperial palace with cold sweat on his forehead, he was shocked to learn of the Beidang mutiny. The imperial guards were urgently mobilized, the capital's 9 gates were all sealed, and the entire imperial palace was in a mess. In the end, Chongqing still chased after him. "Godfather, wait." Gu Yun was already on the horse. He looked back at him condescendingly. The warhorse was as restless as its master. Even though the reins were pulled, it still paced back and forth in place. The blood on Chongqing's face seemed to have stained his palms and sleeves. He looked like a portrait drawn on paper. His expression was almost indifferent, as if he had put a mask on his painful face. He said word by word, "If Uncle Hua can't keep General Tan under control, foster father will undoubtedly bring trouble to himself if he enters the capital at this time." Gu Yun's long eyebrows raised slightly. He was about to say something when Chongqing interrupted him first. "I know. Even if you bring trouble to yourself, you have to enter the capital because the imperial guards can't stop Beidang. Right now, other than Godfather, no one can suppress General Tan. If there is a rebellion in the capital, the consequences will be unimaginable." Chongqing took a deep breath and then reached out a blood-stained hand to him. "However, if the emperor detains you, the hearts of the generals will be shaken. I'm afraid there will be a disaster." I need Godfather to leave me a token that can temporarily pacify the hearts of the people. A look of astonishment flashed across Guyun's face. This child, who had been extremely annoying to him just now, suddenly became unfamiliar. Everyone had many faces. For example, some people were all-powerful and powerful outside, but once they returned to their loved ones, they would become a little child who didn't know hunger, cold or warmth, who was forgetful and full of temper. Although Changding was gradually distancing himself from the boy who called him Shirlu but always relied on his little godfather, he still admired Guyun a little. Even if he was aroused in the middle of the night, because of this fatherly and brotherly relationship, it was mixed with an indescribable taboo, until this gust of wind blew away the last of his youthful feelings. Changding realized in the shortest amount of time that he might be walking alone on a path that no one would understand or accompany. From now on, he was no longer someone's son or junior. Guyun took out her personal seal and threw it to Changding in the air. She warned, "This thing is not as important as the Xiantai tiger tally, but the old people who have followed me can recognize it. It might be useful. In case, you can think of a way to ask General Cheng for help." Changding didn't even look at the private seal and directly put it into his sleeve. He nodded lightly and said, "I know. Don't worry, foster father." Before he finished speaking, Guyun had already fiercely squeezed the horse's belly and galloped away. Changding stared at his back until he was out of sight. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and murmured, "Zishi." The guard at the side did not hear clearly and asked doubtfully, "What did your highness say?" Changding abruptly turned around. "Prepare a pen and paper." The guard hurriedly chased after him. "Your highness, your hand." Changding paused when he heard this. He picked up the wine jug that Guyun dropped and expressionlessly flushed the jug of strong liquor onto the wounds on his hands. The wounds that had already scabbed over were once again flushed with blood. He took out a handkerchief from his bosom and nonchalantly wrapped it up. At this time in the capital, no one expected that the death of an old eunuch would cause such a huge uproar. The injustice that Tan Hongfei had suppressed for 20 years exploded. He had probably already lost his mind. First, he sent troops to surround the imperial uncle's residence. When he found out that the old thing had abandoned his wife and child and entered the palace to hide, he immediately turned around and brazenly faced the imperial guards who had rushed to save the situation. The imperial guards and Beidang, one was in charge of internal affairs while the other was in charge of external affairs. Both of them were the last line of defense in the capital and had a close relationship. The imperial guards were mainly composed of the young master soldiers in the capital and the elites selected from Beidang. The former were already scared to the point of wetting their pants and could not be counted on. Although the latter were capable, they were suddenly confronted by their maternal family and were temporarily in a dilemma. Just as Changding had expected, they were quickly defeated. The music of Pifao restaurant was still lingering in the air. The white fog from the warm flower wine had not dissipated, but Sijou City was already in an uproar. Tan Hongfei led people to the outside of the palace. He took off his helmet, as if he was holding his own head. He first bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the main hall. Then he shouted to the imperial guards in front of him, "This sinner, Tan Hongfei, requests an audience with your majesty. I request that your majesty send out the traitor staying in the palace and give an explanation to my millions of brothers who protect the country and give an explanation to the world. This sinner is willing to die 10,000 deaths to atone for the crime of deceiving your majesty." Inside the palace, Emperor Li Feng heard this and did not have time to blame Wang Bao. He was already furious. The courage of the Son of Heaven was not something that the imperial uncle, who had run away with his tail between his legs, could compare to. Li Feng almost smashed the imperial jade seal. Ignoring the dissuasion from his left and right, he turned around and changed his clothes. He came to the front of the main hall and confronted Tan Hongfei face to face. The imperial guards and the imperial guards looked at each other across the white marble steps that were several zhang wide. Even the sparrows on the palace walls were sweating. And in this dangerous stalemate, Guyun finally arrived in time. Guyun brought about 20 people with him. He forcefully opened a path through the Beidang troops surrounding the palace and directly charged in. The Marquis of Stability almost choked out a mouthful of old blood. He strode forward and whipped Tan Hongfei's face, causing Tan Hongfei's skin to split open. He roared, "Do you want to die?" Tan Hongfei's eyes turned red when he saw Gu Yun. Marshal, shut up. What do you want to do? Are you forcing me to abdicate? Gu Yun kicked his shoulder. Tan Hongfei was almost stomped to the ground by him. Do you still have respect in your eyes? Do you still have loyalty and righteousness? Do you still know the difference between a monarch and his subjects? What about the rule that Beidang cannot enter the capital without being summoned? Who gave you the guts to deceive the monarch? Tan Hongfei prostrated himself on the ground. He was close to tears. Marshal, it's been 20 years. Our brothers who died in vain. Our brothers who were wrongly accused. Gu Yun looked down at him. His eyes were cold and unmoved. Order all Beidang troops to withdraw from the 9 gates within an hour. If you're late, I will personally take your dog life. Scram. Tan Hongfei, Marshal. Quickly scram. The corners of Gu Yun's eyes kept twitching as he kicked Tan Hongfei away. He took a step forward, lifted his robes, and knelt down in front of the stone steps of the main hall. Emperor, please calm your anger. General Tan was injured in his early years and has long had a deranged illness. Also, he was incited by evil people, so he must have been possessed and his illness acted up. Emperor, please allow him to return home to recuperate on account of his many years of hard work, and spare this madman's life. Zhu Xiaojiao hurriedly took the opportunity to whisper in Li Feng's ear, Your Majesty, look, the marshal is also here. Your body is priceless. You must not take risks. Quickly enter the hall and hide for a moment. Li Feng was so angry that he laughed. He turned his head and glanced at Zhu Xiaojiao sinisterly. He coldly said, What? You also called him marshal? Zhu Xiaojiao's face immediately turned deathly pale. With a plop, he knelt to the side. Li Feng stood on the white marble steps with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked down at the lightly armored Marquis of Stability and understood something like never before. Before the previous emperor passed away, he had repeatedly grabbed his hand and warned him to be careful of one person. That person was not the ambitious Prince of Wei, nor was it one of those greedy foreigners. Instead, it was his right-hand man. Gu Yun. An hour later, Beidang withdrew from the 9 gates. Along with Tan Hongfei, more than a dozen generals who were in charge were imprisoned. The Marquis of Stability was imprisoned. At the same time, countless wooden birds flew out of the hot spring courtyard in the northern suburbs. There were also light cavalry that split into 2 groups. They each carried a letter stamped with Gu Yun's personal seal. They dressed casually and rushed to the northwest and Jiangnan and Donghai borders. If Chongqing had a black eagle in his hands right now, even if he only had 1 or 2, perhaps he would have a chance. However, when the Emperor Long'an detained Gu Yun's commander's seal, he sent all of the Black Iron Battalion officers and soldiers back to the northwest encampment. Once again, it was too late. It was April in the human world, the entrance to the pearl-like ancient Silk Road in the western regions. The prosperity of several months ago had long disappeared. All of the checkpoints were closed. The Black Iron Battalion was ready for battle. Black crows with murderous auras could be seen everywhere. He Ronghui had been ordered to temporarily take over the position of commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. The drumming order from the capital was still gathering dust on his desk. The sky was extremely gloomy. Dark clouds densely covered the city. All of the encampments of the 10,000 kingdoms had their doors tightly shut. It was completely silent. Wherever the yellow sand passed, it seemed that something was about to happen. He didn't know if it was General He's misperception, but he felt that something was about to happen. At this moment, a black eagle suddenly descended from the sky. When the black eagle landed, he didn't stand firm. He staggered and rolled into the sand of the western regions. Coincidentally, the patrolling Xiantai, Qingqiu, saw this and hurried forward to check. He saw that the sky assassin, who had dominated the sky, was unable to stand up because of the black eagle's armor. He knelt on the ground and tightly held his comrade's hand. Under the mask, his young face was frighteningly haggard. The patrolling captain quickly walked over and asked repeatedly, Didn't General He ask you to go to the capital to find out when the commander will get the commander's seal back? What? What's going on? The black eagle clenched his teeth so tightly that the gaps between his teeth were stained with blood. His handsome face contorted as he tore off his armor and hissed, "I want to see General He." After Bei Dang's incident and Tan Hongfei's imprisonment, the Nine Gates commander was afraid that the imprisonment of the Marquis of Stability would cause an even greater commotion. After taking over the defense of the encampment, the first thing he did was to send people to guard all the entrances and exits of the capital. Before the Black Eagle landed, he had already been hit by a wave of rainbow arrows. He broke out of the encirclement with great difficulty and landed in disguise. Only then did he find out what had happened from the rumors circulating among the people. In his fury, the Black Eagle directly returned to the northwest and just happened to pass by the light cavalry that Chongqing had sent to the northwest. The Black Eagle was much faster than a horse. He rushed back to the Black Iron Battalion's encampment several days in advance. He Ronghui exploded on the spot and led his men straight to the Northwest Protectorate. It was at this critical moment that the sand tigers of the Qiuzi kingdom slowly left their encampment. They raised their heads and pointed their black cannons to the east. Many people who had gotten involved had already done their work. They could only leave it up to fate. But this time, fate seemed to have completely abandoned the Li family's dynasty, which was nearing the end of its days. In the northern wastelands that had turned warm and cold, the continuous hills curved in a gentle arc, and the wild flowers were eager to show their buds one after another. Grey wolves stood on high ground as falcons circled in the sky. Flags and animal skins covered in oil and dust fluttered in the wind. The sky was blue, the earth was yellow. And in the depths of the dense grass, there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Amidst the rumbling of cold iron and machinery, a hoarse and affectionate singing voice suddenly rang out. The purest spirit, even the heavenly wind will kiss the hem of her skirt. All living beings will sing and bow to her, kneeling at the place where she sings and dances. In the coming year, there will be herds of cattle and sheep. There will be lush greenery, and flowers will form a carpet that stretches to the end of the heavenly mountain. In the coming year, there will be a long life and evergreen grass. The hares will come out of their holes, and the wild horses will slowly return. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 years had passed. The crown prince of Beiman, Calais Ingho, who had rashly rushed to Yanhui town in a fit of anger, had already inherited 18 tribes and become the true wolf king. The northwest wind outside the great pass had left deep scars on his face. Thousands of days and nights had repeatedly carved his face, and hatred and resentment had repeatedly soaked his bones. Now, his hair was gray, and the fierceness in his eyes was hidden deep in his heart. His vast and distant singing voice had long been covered in dust. He could only hum 2 lines, and they were vaguely old lyrics and songs, but his voice was already extremely hoarse. He raised the wine pot at his waist and drank a mouthful of wine with the rusty smell of the pot. His face was tense as he stared at a shadow flying over from afar. The shadow that was traveling with the Black Eagle arrived in front of him in a flash. It was actually an eagle armor. It was larger than the Black Eagle, and its armor was more ferocious. It whistled back and forth with a sharp cry as it landed in front of the current Wolf King. With both hands, it handed over a small golden sword made of an unknown material. Calais Ingho reached out and picked up the small golden sword. He poured the wine on it, and a line of words in the language of the 18 tribes slowly appeared on the originally smooth shaft of the arrow. The curly and slender handwriting stretched out under the strong wine. It said, "Wolf King, please go ahead." Calais Ingho took a deep breath. He thought that this moment had finally arrived, and he would be filled with ecstasy. However, he did not. He realized that after so many years, hatred had almost hollowed him out. Even if a comeback was imminent, he had forgotten how to laugh. The current Wolf King looked up at the sky above his head. The sunlight made him a little dizzy, as if countless pairs of eyes of the dead were still staring at him. "It's time," he whispered almost inaudibly. He raised a hand in the absolute silence of the thousands of soldiers and horses. Then, he fiercely put down his hand. The grey wolf stretched his neck and howled. He rushed down, his claws and teeth pointing southward. The Southeast Asian islands were green all year round, and the warm wind moaned. At night, a large pure black ship slowly sailed into the quiet and simple port. Before it came to a stop, a group of armored soldiers had already rushed out from the open cabin door. The deserted island was suddenly brightly lit. There were pieces of armor among the huge reefs. They looked ferocious under the faint light of the fire, like a group of ominous ghost soldiers. Among the heavy armor, there was a huge marching map. It covered the 3-foot-deep secret passage in the mountains of Nanjiang. Gu Yun had once sent people to dig up the secret passage, but it turned out that it was only the tip of the iceberg. Finally, there was the originally calm East Sea, Japanese samurai with long swords and snake-like ninjas dressed as coastal pirates. They carefully paddled their small boats across the sea without anyone noticing. They communicated with each other with strange hand gestures. They slowly gathered from all directions like ants. The cargo ships that usually flowed like water at the docks also withdrew from Daliang's harbor one by one, quietly turning in the direction of the Japanese islands. A long and penetrating whistle sounded on the boundless ocean. The merchant ships gradually gathered into a line. The entire line was horizontal and vertical in an orderly manner. As they left the Jiangnan Navy's patrol range, the leading merchant ship suddenly changed its original flag. The Western Pope's solemn and heavy battle flag was laid across the blue sea, casting a large shadow. Changing the flag seemed to be a terrible signal. The huge merchant ships began to disintegrate, and the shells on the surface fell into the sea, revealing the black holes of cannons below. This was a type of sea serpent that had never been seen before. They were small and strange, and could be wrapped in ordinary merchant ships. The ships were as fast as lightning, and when they passed through the sea, they were like sea monsters that tore through the wind. The group of monsters dispersed with the signal of the flag. Then, a huge black shadow slowly rose from the surface of the water. The originally calm sea surged with small mountain-like waves. It was an unparalleled monster like a giant octopus. It broke through the surface of the sea and revealed its treacherous head. There were countless suction cups on top of its head, with thousands of sea serpents and warships stuck to it. It was ready to go. The towering pillars were all purple gold. The thick iron plate shell opened under the countless biting gears. The rows of large and small cannons were like countless sinister eyes, turning without a trace of stagnation. On the deck of this giant sea monster, at least a dozen Daliang sea serpents could be placed. The cabin door slowly opened. A pitch-black tongue of stairs hung down out of thin air. 2 rows of Western Navy soldiers wearing strange little hats filed out. A black umbrella bloomed in the pitch-black cabin door. It was first set up to block the seawater falling from above. The white-haired Western man that Gu Yun had met in the palace lowered his head and calmly walked under the umbrella. The person holding the umbrella next to him walked out half a step behind. It was Mr. Ye who tricked the Nanjiang bandits back then. "Your Majesty, you can rest assured now." Mr. Ye reached out to support the white-haired man. It turned out that this man, who had visited Daliang many times and claimed to be an emissary, was actually the Pope himself. Mr. Ye said, although there were countless deviations in the middle, the final result was not a waste of your time and energy. The Pope stared at the ferocious sea monsters on the surface of the sea. His face was calm and emotionless, as if he was not happy at all. Instead, there was an indescribable sadness and melancholy. "It's still too early to say the result," the Pope said. The Pope said, "Fate is a very mysterious thing. Even a person's fate cannot be predicted, let alone a country. That's probably something that only God knows." Mr. Ye said, for example, that idiot Calais Ingho couldn't hold back and revealed that matter to Gu Yun in advance. Calais Ingho hated Gu Yun, the last member of the Gu family. There was nothing left in his entire life except for this bit of hatred. He had long abandoned his dignity as the Wolf King and became a mad dog without any consideration for the overall situation. In his opinion, as long as he could attack Gu Yun, he didn't care about anyone's deployment at all. However, they had no choice but to cooperate with this mad dog. The enmity between the 18 tribes and the Central Plains was too deep. The power that the goddess had left behind in the capital was too important. "I really admire that Gu Yun." Mr. Ye sighed. "If I were him, I wouldn't necessarily do anything, but he actually dealt with those matters quietly. Otherwise, the truth that we uncovered today would definitely be crazier than it is now. The garrisons in various places might have already. What do they call that? Purging the emperor's subordinates?" The Pope said, "The effect is not ideal, but we have no choice. Jacques, we are all trapped beasts looking for a way to survive. If we don't devour others, we will be devoured. Countless pairs of eyes are staring at this huge and beautiful herbivore. We have to take the first step. Otherwise, in 3 to 5 years, we may not have the strength to fight. Mr. Yi looked at the vast sea. There was water everywhere, and the sea and sky were the same color. He was puzzled. Your Majesty, if this is just a herbivore, why do we have to go through so much trouble to remove its claws and teeth? Carnivorous or herbivorous, not based on size and claws, the Pope murmured. You have to see if it is greedy, if it has a heart that desires to devour and tear. Do you smell it? Mr. Yi was stunned. There was almost no smell when the high-purity purple gold burned. Probably only Gu Yun and the dog could smell it. He asked tentatively, Your Majesty, are you talking about the smell of the sea? It's the smell, child, the Pope said in a low voice. If there is a devil, then it is undoubtedly this small mineral. The blue-purple flame, from the day it broke out of the ground, it lit up this damned era. It turned the children of God into the hearts of iron monsters. Was the machine that burned purple gold not man-made? Mr. Yi shrugged. He did not refute, but he was more or less unconvinced. The Pope did not explain further. He just lowered his head, murmured and began to kiss the scepter on the ring on his finger. He made a simple prayer. Please forgive me, he said softly. Please forgive me. At this moment, a cluster of blue signal fire suddenly appeared on the sea serpent vanguard at the front. It shot straight into the sky. Mr. Ye's eyes seemed to be blended with the fire. He tried to suppress it, but it was difficult for him to suppress his excitement. Your Majesty, it's about to begin. It was the 8th of April in the 7th year of the Longan. It was the 3rd day since the Marquis of Stability, Gu Yun, moved from the hot spring courtyard to the imperial capital's celestial prison. The celestial prison was quite cool and gloomy. Fortunately, the chill in the imperial capital had faded after the beginning of spring, and it was already very warm. The haystack in the cell was a little softer than a camp bed, so it was not uncomfortable to live in it for a few days. Gu Yun treated it as cooling off. It was quiet around him. He did not even have a cellmate to chat with. The jailers were all iron puppets and could not speak. This was the innermost cell in the celestial prison. Those who were not relatives of the imperial family were not allowed to enter. Even the commander of Beidang, Tan Hongfei, was not qualified. The last person who was qualified to be locked in here was the emperor's brother, Prince of Wei. Gu Yun enjoyed the treatment of a single cell, so he could only stay alone. However, even if someone chatted with him, he could not hear them. The medicine he drank in a hurry before he left had already worn off. The color of the small moles at the corners of his eyes and earlobes had faded so much that they were almost invisible. He did not bring the glass mirror with him, so he could barely count his fingers when he opened his eyes. He could hear the footsteps of the iron puppets coming in and out of the cell. Of course, all the ironware on his body had been confiscated, but Gu Yun was not at his wits' end. He had a secret skill that was not passed on to others. It was a game he and Xianxia played when they were very young. They competed to see who could remove the small parts from the puppets in the Marquis residence the fastest. When the two brats had nothing to do, they would gather together to study how to dismantle the iron puppets that guarded the Marquis residence. Xianxia could not dodge in time and was mistaken for an enemy by the iron puppets when he was doing something bad. He was directly thrown onto the roof and almost lost his life. Of course, Gu Yun also did not escape a beating from the old Marquis. The bloody lesson did not make Gu Yun remember. Instead, he became braver. The two of them repeatedly studied it for a long time. They believed that there must be a way to use the telepathic finger. It was like stealing a wallet, passing by each other and removing a part with a swipe. Later, they discovered that there were places to remove the parts, but it was limited to insignificant places like the iron puppet's mask and the symbol on its arm. As a result, Gu Yun never had the chance to reveal his unique skill. But now, he finally had the chance to display it. The day before, when the iron puppet was delivering food, Gu Yun quickly reached out and grabbed the rusty serial number tag on the iron puppet's elbow as it was putting away the food box. He rubbed the iron plate thin on the stone. First, he pried open the shackles on his hands and feet. He stretched his body and then cut a piece of bed sheet to weave a rope. He caught a small mouse and kept it by his side. He saved 2 mouthfuls of food for the mouse and played with the mouse when he was free. That matter was deliberately dug up by someone with ulterior motives. Guyan knew in his heart that when he was secretly investigating 5 years ago, he had erased some fatal evidence. However, he did not touch Wu He. Firstly, he was just an old dog that was struggling at death's door. Secondly, he was afraid that he was not without selfish motives. He was not willing to let the unforgettable truth disappear without a trace. Guyan admitted that he did not handle things well. If he was half as calm and tactful as he was now, he would understand that he should either collect those things and wait for the right time to push them out in one fell swoop, or simply rebel. Or he should harden his heart and destroy the past completely. He should bury the past in the past and never let it see the light of day again. He should not have hesitated when he should have been decisive. Just like Yuan and the late emperor, if he did not hesitate, there should be no Guyan in the world. Presumably, there would be another kind of peace. Guyan did not know what would happen in the future. He also did not know if the fledgling Chongqing could really stabilize the hearts of the army. However, he was in prison. It was useless to worry. He could only relax and conserve his energy. Later, Haozi found that this person's hands were annoying. He found him annoying and could not avoid it. Hence, he simply pretended to be dead and refused to pay attention to him. Little Marquis, who was disliked by cats and dogs, could only sit by the wall and meditate. He felt that this Haozi's attitude was similar to Chongqing's when he was young. Guyan thought of Chongqing aimlessly. He could not help but sigh. He turned the iron piece at his fingertips into a pinwheel and lamented to Haozi, "He might as well complain that I'm causing trouble for him every day." Haozi gave him a round butt. Guyan took a deep breath and forcefully removed this bit of distracting thoughts. Without the slightest care, he stretched out his hand and pulled over the moldy carpet on the haystack. He covered himself with it and closed his eyes to rest. Only by resting his spirit could he face the dangers of the future. No one could disturb the half-deaf people in the prison. Guyan quickly fell asleep. He had a dream amidst the cold and moldy smell. Guyan dreamed that he was lying on his back under a huge guillotine. The blade that weighed more than 1,000 caddies was pressed against his chest. Bit by bit, the blade pressed his flesh into his bones and cut him in half. He was cut off from his body and limbs. There was only a line of wound on his chest. It was so painful that he scratched his heart and liver. His ears were filled with a mess of cries, the sound of cannons, the howls of Bianqing, and the intermittent off-key sounds of the hu jia. He was cut open by the guillotine. However, there was no blood at the wound. Instead, a signal arrow fell out. It screamed and rushed into the sky, causing the mountains and rivers to shake. Guyan suddenly woke up with a muffled groan. The old wound on his chest inexplicably hurt. The piercing sound of the signal arrow in his dream lingered in his ears, forming a unique tinnitus. There seemed to be a strange connection between him and his Black Iron Battalion. That night, at the garrison on ancient Silk Road in the western regions, the first ominous signal arrow exploded in the night sky. The urgent battle report only reached the capital a day later. The Black Eagle who delivered the letter only had one leg left. He was holding on to his last breath. When he arrived at Beidang, where everyone was in a state of panic, he died before he could say a word. 4 hours later, the attack on the Black Iron Battalion in the western region shocked the entire court. When the news of the incident in the capital spread, He Ronghui led his men to besiege the Protectorate of the Northwest. As soon as he left, the Qiuzi kingdom led the charge with 160 sand tigers and blasted open the Black Cavalry's patrol camp at the entrance of the western regions. The sand tigers were the biggest nemesis of the light cloak cavalry. For a moment, smoke and dust were everywhere. The horses neighed and died, and the cavalry fell in droves. However, the Black Iron Battalion was the Black Iron Battalion after all. After a moment of confusion, they immediately reacted and pressed forward without hesitation. After He Ronghui received the news, he immediately led the Black Eagle back. He made a prompt decision to cut off the sand tigers' reinforcements from the air. The giant sand tigers consumed a lot of fuel. Once the supply was cut off, it would immediately become a pile of scrap metal. However, the sand tigers who knocked on the door were not bluffing. Behind them were tens of thousands of soldiers with flags pointing to the sky, just as everyone had feared. The foreigners who were stationed in the 10,000 kingdoms, the countries of the western regions that had rebelled, and even the Indians who had been taking advantage of the situation. There were even more than they had imagined. Even if it was a motley crew, it was still a crowd. With the sand tigers by their side, the Black Iron Battalion could only use their heavy armor to resist. Soon, both sides began to compete for the violet gold. Ronghue urgently opened the violet gold storage in the western region's base camp and was shocked to find that the storage was running out. When the Emperor long and thoroughly investigated the smuggling of violet gold, Gu Yun had no choice but to temporarily suspend the spies in his hands. The amount allocated to the Black Iron Battalion by the imperial court was only enough to maintain their daily patrols. There was no way they could cope with such a sudden large-scale battle. Ronghue sent people to distribute the violet gold, but the distribution of the violet gold was once again blocked. The news of the Marquis of Stability's imprisonment had already spread. No one knew the exact situation. At this time, everyone was in a state of panic. There were all kinds of rumors. At this juncture, who would dare to distribute the violet gold to the Black Iron Battalion without an order? What if they wanted to kill their way to the capital and rebel? Ronghue had no choice but to send the Black Eagle to the capital and ask for help from the Beijiang City Defense Force. However, before the messenger could move, the 18 tribes outside the Beijiang City Pass suddenly launched an attack. The news that the Wolf King Kalei Ingho was going to the south personally crashed down with a boom. After 5 years of peace, the world outside the iron walls had turned upside down. Jiao Laihua led tens of thousands of elite soldiers and thousands of heavy armors. There was even a kind of eagle that was impossible to guard against. The eagle was bigger and more lethal than the Xian eagle. Jiao Laihua bid at the northern border that stretched for thousands of miles. The northwest had fallen out of control. Without the order of the Marquis of Stability, the Black Iron Battalion did not dare to retreat even half a step. Ronghue bitterly held on for 3 days and 2 nights. His armaments were almost depleted. The heavenly troops that had been built with the efforts of 3 generations were about to be destroyed. At this time, Chongqing's messenger finally arrived. This highness, who was far away in the capital and kept a low profile, carried Gu Yun's personal seal and imitated Gu Yun's handwriting flawlessly. He gave the messenger a total of 2 letters. If the border was still stable, he was to give him the first letter. He told Ronghue not to have any misgivings about the imperial court. Whether it was through the black market or other means, he was to immediately and secretly fill up the western region's violet gold storage, repair the military armor, and prepare for battle at any time. If there was already a change at the border, he was to give the second letter to Ronghue. He was to tell him not to defend to the death and not to be zealous in battle. He was to quickly withdraw his troops 200 li east to Jiayu Pass and wait for reinforcements. The enemy hidden in the dark had already made a move. It was undoubtedly too late to make a move now. Chongqing didn't have the Black Eagle in his hands. The number of people he could contact through the wooden birds of Linyuan Pavilion was too limited. Whether it was the sky or the ground sinking, it would be difficult for the messenger to arrive immediately. Thus, he thought of the worst-case scenario and did his best to mend the pen after the sheep had been lost. If there was a change in the western region, the northern border would not be able to remain unscathed. Thus, the Central Plains garrison commander, General Kai Ben, would receive another letter from Chongqing at the same time the Black Iron Battalion retreated to defend. He asked him to send reinforcements north and transfer as much violet gold as possible to Jiayu Pass to resolve the urgent situation. However, Chongqing knew in his heart that if something really did happen, this bit of deployment was far from enough. He had no control over the entire 100,000 mountains in the southwest. Although Shani was there, he was a commander-in-chief who came out of nowhere and had no foundation. It was impossible for him to move troops without a command. The Jiangnan Navy on the East Sea front was even more worrying because General Zhao Yufeng was one of Li Feng's people. It was impossible for him to move troops privately for Gu Yun's side. Chongqing had a premonition that even if he could put out the fires in other places, there would be a fatal blow hidden in the East Sea. The grievous news from the Black Eagle confirmed his worst assumption. Chongqing took a deep breath and released the last wooden bird. He turned his head and said to Huadan, who had a few blood blisters at the corners of his mouth, "Prepare the horse, I want to enter the palace." At the entrance to the palace, Chongqing was stopped by the monk Liao Ran. Liao Ran's body was covered in dust, but his expression was still calm and without a ripple. It was as if even the most urgent situation could be dissolved by his neat scars and dispersed by a Buddhist chant. Liao Ran said, Ba, Your Highness." Chongqing indifferently interrupted him, "Great Master, there is no need to say more. I am entering the palace to ask for an order, not to force the emperor to abdicate." Liao Ran's expression changed slightly. He made a hand gesture and said, "I believe Your Highness has this sense of propriety." "I don't have a sense of propriety," the eloquent fourth prince unexpectedly tore apart his polite facade and said bluntly, "Since the Qinling Mountains have been divided into the north and south, the southeast and southwest are not under our control. Even if I could kill Li Feng on the spot, I wouldn't be able to solve the current situation. Besides, there is no one to inherit the throne. The emperor's eldest son is only 9 years old, and the empress is just a good-looking but useless invalid. Zixi's title is not legitimate. He sneered, I am the son of Beiman and the Demoness." Liao Ran looked at him worriedly. "Great Master, don't worry. I am a poisonous creature. If I were a little more willful, I would have already begun to bring disaster to the country and the people. I haven't done anything yet, have I?" Chongqing's expression became indifferent again. "Now is not the time to talk about these things. The enemy has invaded the country, and they must have planned this for a long time. This matter is not over yet, but their reaction is too fast. I suspect that there are spies in the palace, and even around Li Feng. Does Lin Yuan Pavilion have any useful people in the palace?" Liao Ran's expression became serious. He gestured and said, "Your Highness, you mean," Chongqing said, "this matter is related to an old case from 20 years ago. It must be related to Beiman. Investigate the 2 Beiman women in the palace. Beiman and the Demoness are good at poisons. They have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Don't let go of any clues." When he said the 2 Beiman women, his voice was calm, as if they had nothing to do with him. "I should have found it strange," Chongqing said in a low voice. "Back then, Li Feng released Calais Ingho so easily. His background is not simple. It was a pity that he was too young back then. His big fist could only contain a little of the worries of a youth who had left his hometown. If I had been born 10 years earlier," Chongqing suddenly said. Liao Ran's eyelids twitched. Chongqing said word by word, "The world is not this world." He would never let go of Gu Yun. Zixi said that our Chaohai Jiao army is 10 years behind the other armies. I am worried that Donghai will not be peaceful. General Zhao is talented in defense, but he may not be able to handle a war, Chongqing said. I have already written a letter to my master. Lin Yuan Pavilion has deep roots in the Jiangnan area. I will have to trouble the great master to provide support. Liao Ran frowned. He did not know why, but Chongqing Zishi made him tremble in fear. However, it was not the time to argue about a title. The monk was dressed in coarse hemp clothes. His figure blended into the morning light and rushed away. As soon as Chongqing stepped into the palace, the bad news already came crashing down on his head and face. One after another, the frontline military news caught Long and Emperor and all the civil and military officials unprepared. The Black Iron Battalion retreated to Jiayu Pass. Beijiang lost 7 cities in one night. They did not even wait for Kai Bin's reinforcements. The Nanjiang rioters colluded with the Nanyang bandits and mysteriously bombed the Southwest Military Supply Depot, reporting, everyone in the hall looked at the door with ashen faces. Li Feng did not even have time to let Chongqing greet him. Your Majesty, there is an emergency. There are 100,000 Western Navy invading through the Dongying Islands. Li Feng's eyes widened. Where is Zhao Yufeng? The messenger bowed his head and said in a choked voice. General Zhao has died for his country. Li Feng's entire body swayed. Chongqing watched expressionlessly as he fell onto the throne in the Golden Palace. A cruel pleasure suddenly rose outside of his rationality. However, he was very harsh on himself. In an instant, he quietly pinched his palm and suppressed the bloodthirsty pleasure. He knew that it was Wuer's bone causing trouble and not his true nature. Chongqing said without much sincerity, Brother, take care. It was as if he wasn't the one who kept saying that he wanted to kill Li Feng. Once Yanbei of Gojoseon spoke, the stunned civil and military officials in the hall immediately reacted and echoed, "Your Majesty, take care." Li Feng's gaze slowly fell on Changgung. Nominally, Changgung was his only younger brother, but he didn't often pay attention to him. Ever since the fourth princely Min was conferred the title of prince and entered the imperial court, he didn't make much noise in the imperial court, nor did he deliberately make friends with the court officials. He didn't even borrow Gu Yan's influence to talk to the generals. He only occasionally chatted with a few poor scholars about poetry. Changgung didn't seem to notice his gaze at all. His expression didn't change as he said, "General Zhao has died for the country. The East Sea no longer has a barrier. If the foreigners turn north, they will immediately be able to reach Daegu Harbor. Things have already reached this point. It's too late to say anything now." Li Feng knew this, but his heart was a mess. For a moment, he couldn't speak. At this moment, Uncle Wang, who had been tormented by the rumors in the streets for the past few days, glanced at the emperor's expression. Gathering his courage, he said, "Your Majesty, there is only one Beidang in the suburbs of the capital. The surrounding areas are all plains, a vast expanse of flat land. If we fight here, our military strength is certainly not enough. Besides, the matter of Tan Hongfei's rebellion has yet to be concluded. Beidang has almost no one to command it. If the flood dragons of Jiangnan are all wiped out, can Beidang do it? Who can protect the peace of the imperial city? For today's plan, why don't we, Before Wang Bao could finish his words, the gazes of all the generals in the hall were fixed on him. This old thing hadn't cleaned up his own mess yet. Now, he dared to urge the emperor to move the capital. If it weren't for the internal and external troubles, everyone would have the heart to divide him up and eat him. Wang Bao swallowed his saliva dejectedly and bent his waist, not daring to get up. Li Feng's expression was uncertain. After a moment of silence, he ignored Uncle Wang and said, "Let Tan Hongfei be reinstated. Give him a chance to redeem himself. I called you all here to discuss matters. If anyone says any more nonsense, get out." The emperor was so anxious that he even shouted vulgarities. The entire hall was silent. Wang Bao's face turned red and white. Li Feng turned to the Minister of War in a slightly irritated manner. "Minister Hu, you're in charge of the Ministry of War, and you're in charge of the drumming order. Speak." The Minister of War's face was sickly and 2 feet long. His name, Hu Guang, sounded a bit like Hu Guang, so in private people called him Hu Guang. Hearing Li Feng's words, Hu Guang's face was full of blisters and he became a bitter gourd. In name, the drumming order was issued by the Ministry of War, but did the Ministry of War dare to issue it for no reason? He was just a pen in the emperor's hand. Did a pen dare to have ideas? Hu Guang wiped the cold sweat off his brow. Lacking confidence, he said righteously, Your Majesty is right. The capital is entrusted to the throne of our great Liang. It is also a place where tens of thousands of people go. How can we allow foreigners to barge in? What a scandal. Even if we have 1 soldier left, we will fight to the death. If we retreat now, won't it shake the army's morale? Li Feng was impatient to listen to his wheel-like nonsense. He cut him off and said, "I'm telling you how to fight." Hu Guang, everyone was staring at Wang Bao, but Wang Bao was right. If the Jiangnan Navy commander had already died for the country, who could be a general in the East Sea region? If the flood dragons were scattered, how could they move the troops? If the foreigners went north, how many rounds of cannons could Beidang and the Imperial Guards block? From a certain perspective, Wang Bao could be considered courageous. At least he said the truth that no one dared to say. Hu Guang immediately became a bitter gourd. The cold sweat on his head was like rotten juice. At this moment, Chongqing suddenly spoke. The young Yanbei of Gojoseon came forward and said, "Brother, would you listen to me?" Hu Guang cast a pair of grateful eyes toward Chongqing. Chongqing smiled gently and elegantly at him. "Brother, please calm down. Spilled water cannot be taken back. Even if a person dies, they cannot be brought back to life. The predicament of the 4 sides of the border has already become an established fact. There is no use in arguing and getting angry. Rather than panic ourselves, why don't we first think about what we can do to make up for it?" He had probably been with monks for a long time. There was not a trace of smoke or fire on his body. Standing in front of the palace like a jade tree in the wind, he was so quiet that it refreshed one's heart. The boiling anger couldn't help but calm down with him. Li Feng secretly exhaled and waved his hand. Speak. Chang'ing said, right now, the central plains are on fire. The soldiers and horses have already moved, but the provisions have not yet moved. To prevent another shortage of supplies, I ask you to open the national treasury and release all of the purple gold. This is the first. Yes, you reminded me. Li Feng turned to the Ministry of Revenue. Immediately order people to coordinate, brother, Chang'ing calmly interrupted him. What I am talking about is releasing all of the purple gold. During this time of emergency, the order to beat the drums has become a constraint. The claws and teeth of the generals are still shackled. Does brother want to tie them up and send them to the battlefield? If these words were said by anyone else, it would be extremely offensive. But for some reason, when it came from Yanbei of Gojoseon's mouth, it didn't make people angry. Hu Guang, who had just been thrown to the side, hurriedly said, Chen agrees. Without waiting for Li Feng to speak, the Ministry of Revenue had already exploded. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue said in a clear voice, Your Majesty, you must not. Releasing the purple gold at this time will indeed solve the urgent situation. But I have to say something unpleasant. If it drags on and we can't get through today, what will happen in the future? Will we eat in the future? The commander of the Imperial Guards probably really wanted to tear off the assistant minister's head and control the water inside. He retorted in court, the bandits have already come to our door, but all of you are still thinking of living a careful life. This has really opened my eyes. Your Majesty, if we can't solve the urgent situation, why are we still talking about the long term? If the four realms are trapped to death, we can't just rely on the small amount of purple gold in our country. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we won't be able to last long. Hu Guang seemed to be afraid that he wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise. His face and neck were red as he shouted, Chen agrees. Chang'ing hadn't even said a word about how to retreat from the enemy and had already caused a big argument. He didn't say anything and stood patiently to the side, waiting for them to come to a conclusion. Li Feng's head was about to explode. He suddenly felt that all the pillars of the imperial court were staring at his trifling territory. His territory was not even as big as a bowl. If he sent all of them to the imperial kitchen, they might be able to create a new cuisine that was as grand and magnificent as the lovely land. That's enough. Li Feng shouted. The surroundings were quiet. Chang'ing took the opportunity to say, Chen Di hasn't finished speaking. Secondly, Imperial Brother needs to be prepared to withdraw the military forces. As soon as he said this, the officials were once again in an uproar. Even the anger of the emperor couldn't suppress the uproar below. A few old officials looked like they were about to hit the pillar with their heads. Li Feng's eyes twitched. A mouthful of anger rushed to his throat. He forcefully suppressed it and didn't let out a Chang'ing. He frowned as if he was holding his breath and warned in a low voice, Amin, there are some words that you should think carefully before you speak. Our ancestors passed down the country to me, not for me to sacrifice the land to feed the tiger. Chang'ing's expression didn't change. He said, Chen Di wants Imperial Brother to check your wallet. How much territory can we support with the current strength of the entire country? This isn't about sacrificing the land to feed the tiger, but rather, it's about a brave man cutting his wrist. When it's time to cut, it can't be cut continuously. I'm afraid that we'll have to wait until we're deeply poisoned and the entire country has been beaten to a pulp by the Westerners before we cut. His calm tone was like a basin of cold water that was poured on Li Feng's head without mercy. Chang'ing didn't raise his head to look at the emperor's face. He continued, thirdly, Wang Darren is right. Right now, the Black Iron Battalion is in the northwest. Even if we suffer heavy losses, we can still hold on. The most urgent thing is the mutiny in the East Sea. Once the foreigners go north, Beidang's military strength will be worrisome. Our reinforcements will be tied down and may not be able to arrive in time. What will Imperial Brother do then? Li Feng was forced to age 10 years in an instant by his words. After a long time of dejection, he finally said, announce the decree. Go and invite Imperial Uncle here. When Chang'ing heard this decree, he didn't even blink. He didn't show any joy or resentment. It was as if everything was as it should be, as if everything was within reason. Zhu Xiaojiao didn't even dare to breathe loudly in response. Just as he was about to leave, Chang Gung suddenly opened his mouth to remind the emperor, "Your Majesty, the imperial prison is only sending eunuch Zhu to announce the decree." Isn't this a joke? He instinctively didn't trust any of the eunuchs around Li Feng, including this person who had been secretly helping Gu Yun in name. Li Feng said weakly, "What time is it now? Why do we still care about these empty formalities? Beloved official Jiang, run an errand for me." Zhu Xiaojiao followed Jiang Chong with small, quick steps. He couldn't help but glance at Chongqing from afar. He was an old man in the palace. He was familiar with all of the civil and military officials in Daliang. Only this Yanbei of Gojosian was closely protected by Gu Yun and the Marquis Fu since he was young. After he grew up, he traveled everywhere without any proper occupation and rarely showed himself. Other than mixing in with the crowd to attend court hearings, he didn't even enter the palace alone. At most, he would come with Gu Yun to pay his respects during festivals. Almost everyone knew nothing about him. Ignorance meant that there were variables. Jiang Chong and Zhu Xiaojiao didn't stop to rest. They left the palace and went straight to the imperial prison. When they were about to arrive, Zhu Xiaojiao suddenly remembered something and said in a throaty voice, "That's not right, Lord Jiang. Marquis is going to enter the palace to meet the emperor. How can he wear a prisoner's uniform? Why don't I immediately ask someone to take a look at this year's newly made first-rank Marquis court uniform and bring one over?" Jiang Chong was filled with grief and indignation from the destruction of his country and home. Suddenly, the old eunuch's voice brought him back to his senses. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Eunuch Zhu, what time is it now? You're still thinking about these trivial matters." Before he could finish speaking, he saw a person riding a horse over. In the blink of an eye, the person arrived in front of him. He dismounted and bowed. It was the Marquis Fu's household general, Huadan. Huadan nimbly cupped his fists. "Lord Jiang, Eunuch Zhu, this lowly one is the household servant of the Marquis of Stability's Fu. I'm here to deliver this item to Marquis under His Highness' orders." As he spoke, his hands came into contact with a set of court uniform and armor. Jiang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Although Yanbei of Gojosian was a meticulous person at first glance, was there a need to be so petty to this extent? Who was His Highness guarding against? In the prison, Gu Yun was bored to death as he held the fat rat's tail and made him swing. Sensing that the wind behind him was not blowing in the right direction, he turned around in surprise. He vaguely saw 3 figures barge in from outside. The person in the lead walked like the wind and seemed to be wearing court attire. Following that, the prison door was unlocked. A unique palace fragrance wafted into Gu Yun's nose. It was also mixed with a bit of Li Feng's unique sandalwood scent. Gu Yun narrowed his eyes and recognized that the plump fatty was Zhu Xiaojiao. If they wanted to interrogate him, there was no reason for them to send Zhu Xiaojiao directly. A person like Li Feng would not slap his own face and let him go again and again. Then, it could only be, the smile on Gu Yun's face disappeared. He thought, what happened? Jiang Chong quickly said something, but Gu Yun could not hear him at all. He only caught the words enemy attack. Zhao. And was confused. He could only blankly pretend to be steady and unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed. He responded to all changes by remaining unchanged and nodded. Jiang Chong was infected by his unmoving calmness. His heart calmed down for a moment. The anxiety that had been fluctuating between hot and cold fell into his stomach. He almost cried. Daliang has a pillar like Marquis. It is the blessing of the people. Gu Yun was confused. He thought, my dear mother, what are you talking about? On the surface, he just casually patted Lord Zhang's shoulder and ordered, lead the way. Fortunately, Huadan stepped forward at this time. At the same time, he handed over his court attire and untied a wine pot from his waist. His Highness asked me to bring this to Marquis to drive away the cold. Gu Yun opened the lid and smelled it. He knew it was medicine. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been granted amnesty and drank it in one gulp. Huadan quickly helped him change his clothes and tidied him up. The group of people went straight to the palace. The deaf and blind Marquis of Stability mixed in with them. For the first time, he hoped that the medicine would take effect quickly. It was not until they arrived at the foot of the palace wall that Gu Yun's ears slowly regained their senses. He calmly gestured to Huidan. Huidan understood and hurriedly took 2 steps forward. He leaned close to his ear and repeated Jiang Chong's words in the imperial prison. Gu Yun did not have time to finish listening. His head, which was already hurting so much that it felt like it was going to explode, snapped with a hum. His eyes almost exploded with golden sparks. He staggered in a panic. Huidan supported his arm. Marshal. Jiang Chong was startled. He did not know what had happened to the Marquis of Stability, who was so calm that he did not seem like a human. Seeing that Gu Yun's face was as unsightly as a corpse, he hurriedly asked nervously, Marquis, what's wrong? More than half of the Black Iron Battalion has been lost, northern border passes have been lost one after another, General Zhao has sacrificed himself for the country, the supply depot in the southwest has exploded. Those few words turned into a cluster of deadly blades, spinning and stabbing into Gu Yun's limbs and bones. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and a metallic sweetness surged up his throat. Blue veins appeared on his forehead, cold sweat trickled down his temples, and his eyes were somewhat unfocused. Although Jiang Chong knew that even in the imperial prison, no one would dare to torture the Marquis of Stability, he was still greatly frightened. What's wrong with Marquis? Do you want this official to call a carriage? Where's the imperial physician? Gu Yun's body swayed slightly. Jiang Chong said, right now, Dalyang's safety is on Marquis' shoulders. You absolutely cannot have any mishaps. These words were like a sudden clap of thunder that streaked across Gu Yun's ears. His 3 souls and 7 spirits that were about to scatter in all directions were fiercely shaken. They were deeply engraved in his bones and heart as they gathered back into his spine. Gu Yun closed his eyes and forcefully swallowed back a mouthful of blood. After a pause, under Jiang Chong's fearful gaze, he laughed hoarsely as if nothing had happened. I haven't seen the sun for a few days, so I have a bit of a headache. It's not a problem, it's just an old ailment. As he spoke, Gu Yun lowered his head and slightly adjusted the light armor on his body. He pulled his arm out from Huidan's hand and threw over the gray rat that had been nestled in his arm. He warned, this is my rat brother who has risked his life for me. Find some food for him, don't let him starve to death. Huidan, after Gu Yun finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the palace. At this moment, in the throne room, Changbing's few words had caused a chaotic battle of words. When Zhu Xiaojiao's resounding and sharp voice called out, the Marquis of Stability is entering the palace for an audience. Everyone was silenced. For a moment, there was a deathly silence in the hall. Gu Yun raised his head and met Changbing's eyes. The 2 people's gazes met and then separated. He could already see the indescribable turbulence in Changbing's eyes. Immediately, Gu Yun stepped forward and bowed as if there was no one else present. His indifferent appearance was as if he had not come from the imperial prison, but had just slept in at the Marquis Fu. Li Feng immediately announced the dismissal of the court and chased out the quarreling talkers and good-for-nothings. Only Gu Yun, Changbing, and a group of generals were left to discuss the reorganization of the capital's defenses. Duke Fenghan, who was reflecting at home, had no choice but to leave the mountain again. The entire Lingshu temple was brightly lit as he worked overtime to organize the capital's existing war preparations. After an entire day and night, it was only after the 4th night watch period had passed that the sky had already turned white. Only then did Li Feng, who had dark circles under his eyes, let them go back. Before leaving, Li Feng called out to Gu Yun alone. In the hall, the left and right were dismissed. Only the monarch and subject looked at each other in dismay. Li Feng was silent for a long time until the palace lantern felt the sunlight and extinguished itself. With a click, Li Feng came back to his senses. He looked at Gu Yun with a complicated expression and said vaguely, I've wronged Imperial Uncle. Gu Yun had a stomach full of words that he was already familiar with, and could blurt them out without thinking. Nonsense such as thunder and rain are all the Emperor's grace, and what grievance is there to speak of when dying for the country had been seamlessly linked together under his glib tongue. But suddenly, his tongue seemed to be stuck. He tried a few times but could not say it. He could only smile at the Emperor Longin. His smile was indescribably stiff and seemed a bit awkward. For a moment, the 2 of them had nothing to say. Li Feng sighed and waved his hand. Gu Yun lowered his eyebrows and restrained his gaze, then took his leave. When Gu Yun walked out of the main hall, his vision was a little blurry. He stood still without batting an eyelid and panted a few times. For the first time in his life, he felt that the light armor weighing a few kilograms was so oppressive. A person's potential in a critical situation was probably limitless. Gu Yun endured a headache that was usually unbearable even when there were needles and a bed. He busied himself in the Golden Palace Hall for an entire day and night, but he didn't feel anything wrong. However, as soon as he walked out, he realized that he was completely exhausted. His clothes were almost stuck to his body. As the morning dew blew by, he shivered from head to toe. There was still a trace of sunlight in the sky earlier, but in the blink of an eye, it was covered by dark clouds. The morning light was dim. Chang'ing was waiting for him at the door. His back was facing the layers of Golden Palace halls. Yanbei of Gojoseon's court attire was fluttering. He was staring in the direction of Crane Restaurant from afar. No one knew what he was thinking. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Chang'ing turned around and glanced at Gu Yun's expression. He frowned and said, "The carriage is waiting outside. You should rest for a while." Gu Yun was mentally exhausted, so he responded carelessly. Chang'ing asked, "What did that person say to you?" Gu Yun stupidly said, "Gossip." "Nonsense." Chang'ing saw that he didn't have the strength to speak, so he didn't speak anymore and returned to the Marquis' residence. Countless command arrows were sent out in the morning. The 6 divisions had to move accordingly. They all knew that this might be the only time left to rest and reorganize. As soon as Gu Yun entered the room, his knees went soft. He staggered and fell onto the couch. Gu Yun hadn't taken off his armor yet, and with such a crash, half of his body was numb. The entire roof spun around in front of his eyes, and Gu Yun had the misconception that he would never be able to get up again. Chang'ing reached out and checked his pulse. The pair of hands that were cold just now were frighteningly hot. It was as if they had just been fished out from a brazier. "Adoptive father, when did you start to have a fever? Did you know?" Gu Yun groaned softly. His bones were aching, and his eyelids were so heavy that he couldn't lift them. He asked with difficulty, "Is my little brother still alive?" Chang'ing. "Who?" Huodan, who was following behind, hurriedly responded. He took out the lively little gray mouse from his arms. "Marshal, he's alive and well." "Then I'm fine too," Gu Yun said weakly. He propped himself up and allowed a group of people to take off his armor in a flurry. His body relaxed slightly, and he carelessly wiped his sweaty hair off his face. "It's either a cold or excessive internal heat. I'll be fine after taking some medicine and sweating it out." Huodan stood at the side mindlessly. He didn't know why his marquis would go through life and death with a gray mouse. Chang'ing, however, understood. His eyes flashed slightly. He pressed Gu Yun on the couch and didn't let him move. "Leave it to me." He motioned for Huodan to leave first. Then, he took off Gu Yun's clothes. Gu Yun's body was soft. When he opened his eyes, he felt dizzy. He could only close his eyes and let him do as he pleased. His breathing was slightly hurried, and he looked inexplicably weak. Once the outer and inner clothes were removed, Chang'ing's hands couldn't help but tremble. Gu Yun's thin inner clothes were soaked with sweat. It was almost like a layer of garlic skin. It couldn't cover anything. Her chest and waistline were all exposed. For some reason, Chang'ing felt that this was worse than the time Gu Yun jumped directly into the hot spring in front of him. Chang'ing's heart was beating like thunder. No matter what, he didn't dare to take it off anymore. He could only pull a blanket over and wrap it around Gu Yun's body. He took out a set of clean clothes and placed it at the side. He said in a low voice with a hint of pleading, "Godfather, can you change yourself?" After Gu Yun became an adult, he didn't fall sick much. When he came occasionally, it was especially serious. He was burning so much that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices and his ears were ringing incessantly. Hearing this, he waved his hand weakly at Chang'ing and complained, "What time is it now?" "You're really something." Chang'ing stood at the side with his eyes, nose, and mouth. Gu Yun felt uneasy because of his uneasiness. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment. Chang'ing said awkwardly, "I'll go and decoct the medicine for you." He turned around and left. Finally, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Yun lay down for a while. His thoughts were quickly stirred into a pot of porridge by the high fever. Everything rushed into his mind. After a while, he thought, what should we do with Chang'ing? After a while, he thought again, the Black Iron Battalion retreated to guard Jiayu Pass. No one collected the corpses of our fallen brothers. Even if we wrapped them with a piece of horse leather, no one would be able to bring them back. As he thought about it, he felt as if there was a hole in his heart. All kinds of miserable wind and rain drilled into it. The heartache that was suppressed by Jiang Chong's words on the way here now flared up even more fiercely. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Half of the 50,000 iron armors were lost in one night. In the end, Gu Yun's consciousness gradually blurred. Rather than saying that he fell asleep, he actually fainted. His consciousness was hazy, dreaming and waking up. Many things of the present and the past were connected into a mess, falling down along the thread. The distant memories flashed one by one like flickering lights and passing shadows. He remembered when he was a child, when he was neither deaf nor blind. He was like a disobedient flea. Whenever the old Marquis saw him, he would blow his beard and stare at him angrily. But once, the old Marquis had the rare patience to take him to see the sunset beyond the Great Wall. The old Marquis was tall, strong, and dignified. He treated his young son, who was of the same age as Tuanzi, equally. He would never reach out to hold him. He reluctantly held his son's collar in his hand. This was already one of the few kindness that the old Marquis had. Because of this, the adults had to bend sideways and the children had to work hard to stretch out their arms. No one was comfortable. But Gu Yun did not complain. That was the first time he saw the bloody sunset in the desert of the border town. The black eagle's figure flew past from time to time, like a golden crow with a white rainbow trailing behind it. Near and far, the vast expanse of yellow sand, flat forest, and desert. The young Gu Yun was almost shocked. They kept watching the magnificent red sun sink into the ground. Gu Yun heard the old Marquis say to the deputy general next to him emotionally, as a general, if I can die in the mountains and rivers, it will be the greatest fortune of my life. At that time, he did not understand. But now, 20 years had passed. Marshal, Gu Yun thought in a daze, I will probably, really die in the mountains and rivers. It was like a horse in a gap, a fire in a stone, and a body in a dream. At this time, someone pushed the door open and came in. He picked up Gu Yun and fed him a bowl of water. The person was too gentle, as if he was used to taking care of people. Not a drop of water was spilled. Then, he whispered in Gu Yun's ear, Zishi, drink the medicine before you sleep. Gu Yun did not open his eyes and answered vaguely, an hour, wake me up after an hour. If you can't wake me up, pour a bowl of cold water on me. Chang'ing sighed and silently fed him the medicine. Then, he stayed by his side. Gu Yun seemed to be uncomfortable. He tossed and turned, and the quilt was almost kicked away by him. Chang'ing covered him a few times, and finally wrapped him up in his arms. Speaking of which, it was strange. Perhaps Gu Yun had never been particularly close to anyone since he was young. Now that he felt someone leaning against him from behind, he became well-behaved. The person holding him carefully adjusted him into the most comfortable position. Miss Chen's and Shenzhen filled his nostrils. A hand brushed past his forehead at just the right moment, and the fingers repeatedly pressed his forehead, shoulders, and neck with neither light nor heavy force. Gu Yun had never slept on such a comfortable bed in his life. In the blink of an eye, he did not know what time it was. Time passed quietly like flowing water. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Chang'ing glanced at the clock next to him. He was really reluctant to let go of Gu Yun, but also reluctant to wake him up. But there was no other way. The disaster of war was imminent. Looking around the world, where else could he sleep peacefully, Chang'ing had no choice but to harden his heart. He tapped Gu Yun's acupoints gently and woke him up on time. Then, he got up and went to the kitchen. Gu Yun's heart had been tense the whole time. After sweating a bowl of medicine, he suppressed his illness. After an hour of rest, he woke up. His fever had almost subsided. He lazed in bed for a while, put on his clothes, and got up. He felt that he was alive again. His body felt better, and his heart also felt a lot more at ease. Gu Yun thought, aren't they just a bunch of foreigners? If they're really so resourceful, why would they play tricks? No matter how bad it was, he was still alive. As long as the Gu family still had people, the Black Iron Battalion would not be completely wiped out. Gu Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. He pressed his stomach in pain and thought, I'll marry whoever heats up 2 sesame seed cakes for me at this time. Just as he was thinking, Chongqing came in with a bowl of hot noodle soup. The hot steam and aroma unceremoniously assaulted Gu Yun's face. His internal organs were so hungry that they revolved in his stomach. He regretted it gloomily. This has to be excluded. This doesn't count. Unexpectedly, as soon as this thought came out, there was a sudden muffled thunder outside. Gu Yun, Chongqing reached out and touched his forehead. It's gone. Godfather, come and eat something first. Gu Yun silently took the chopsticks. When he heard the word Godfather, his heart suddenly moved. He vaguely felt that something was strange. Unfortunately, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he couldn't catch it. Gu Yun, you made it? I only had time to casually cook a handful of noodles in a hurry, Chongqing said without changing his expression. It's passable. Gu Yun suddenly felt uncomfortable. He didn't know why the dignified Yanbei of Gojoseon made himself so virtuous. Chongqing seemed to know what he was thinking and said calmly, if the country is destroyed, I'll push Li Feng aside. I'll open a noodle restaurant in the northwest. That way, I'll be able to survive. Gu Yun choked on a mouthful of noodle soup and coughed violently. Chongqing laughed, I'm just kidding. Gu Yun picked up a cup of herbal tea and took a sip. Good child, you've learned how to make fun of me. You're getting more and more outrageous. Chongqing said seriously, that year in Yanhui, you suddenly wanted to bring me back to the capital. I wanted to run away. I thought that I could either become a hunter in the deep mountains or find a small place in the border to open a half-dead shop. It would be enough to make ends meet. But later, I felt that it was unlikely that I had the ability to escape from under your nose, so I became honest. Gu Yun pushed the vegetables to the side and scooped out the ham at the bottom to eat. Before he could chew it, Chongqing suddenly leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Godfather, you don't know. As long as you don't appear in front of me safely, I don't dare to close my eyes. Finally, Gu Yun said indifferently, I'm still thousands of miles away from safety. Tell me about it. Chongqing understood tacitly. He knew that he was referring to the things that he didn't say in front of Li Feng. Gu Yun said, the Black Iron Battalion must have been withdrawn by you. Otherwise, He Ronghui and the others might have fought to the last person. I copied your handwriting. Chongqing said, you withdrew the Black Iron Battalion to Jiayu Pass and let General Kaibin go up north to reinforce the border. Looking at the time, General He's urgent purple gold should have already been sold. There's no need to let Li Feng know about this. In any case, he has already written an edict to abolish the drumming order. Gu Yun blinked, you know how to copy, it's all unorthodox. Chongqing shook his head, I've already sent a letter to Shifu in Jiangnan. Unexpectedly, I still didn't make it in time. In addition, I suspect that there are spies left by Bei Man's people in the palace 20 years ago. I've already sent people to investigate. There's still no news from the General Shin. I'm afraid there won't be any good news. No news is the best news. Gu Yun was silent for a moment, then responded, that old mother is very lucky. She won't die. Chongqing said, Ifu, the northwest is coming menacingly, but now it seems that there won't be any problems for a while. In your opinion, after the disaster in the East Sea, can the capital be defended? Gu Yun raised his head and glanced at him. His eyes were like a pair of flints, cold and unspeakably hard. It was as if a gentle touch could ignite a spark. There was only him and Chongqing in the room, separated by a bowl of noodles. Gu Yun didn't say any pleasantries and said honestly, that depends on whether or not we can hold on until reinforcements arrive. The foreigners also want to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a grand opening. Originally, the longer we drag it out, the better it is for us, but... However, Dalyang's national power couldn't support a protracted battle. Li Feng crazily wanted Lolan's purple gold ore because it was the largest and most abundant land in the world. Purple gold ore was very rare, and the supply couldn't meet the demand. Nearly 40% of Daliang's purple gold ore came from the tribute of the 18 tribes, and a large portion seemed to be bought from outside. The silver that flowed in through the sea trade all flowed out like this. Presently, the 18 tribes were in rebellion, and the 4 territories were besieged. The only thing that could be moved was the storage of the purple gold. In the long run, they would not be able to make ends meet. This was only the purple gold. Moreover, how could the national treasury, which was thinner than a yellow flower, have so much silver? Gu Yun said, according to what you said, if it doesn't work in the end, we will withdraw the military strength of the entire territory and slowly plan. Although this is the most rational way, it may not work. It's fine if the Black Iron Battalion retreated to Jiayu Pass. Although the Western Pass is usually lively, most of the people who come and go are merchants. The ancient Silk Road has only been opened for a few years, and it's not enough for them to settle down. The climate on the ancient Silk Road is tense around the end of the year. Once the pass is closed, there won't be any business. Most of them have already left. But it's not the same inside the pass. The Black Iron Battalion was the faith of the people of Daliang, and even the pillar of support. Once this pillar collapsed, there was no need to fight anymore. It would be faster to change the name of the country. Chongqing was silent for a moment. I'm talking about the situation as a last resort. There's no last resort. Gu Yun shook his head. You're wise and know how to manipulate the country, but you've never fought in a war before. In a war, other than the right time and the right place, there are only 2 things left. One is the equipment and the other is the courage of a person who isn't afraid of death. Now that the equipment has come to this, there's no other way. But I believe that no matter how strong the foreigners are, they're not that much stronger than us. Not to mention, there's also the barbarians, those country bumpkins who can use cannons as a club. Our subordinates aren't chess pieces. They're all humans with guts and are afraid of death. Chongqing said, I remember, before the battle, whoever doesn't want to die will die first. Oh, Gu Yun said. Even though his country was in tatters, it did not stop him from eating. In just a few words, he had already finished a large bowl of noodles. In the end, he pinched his nose and drank the annoying green leafy vegetables in the soup without chewing. After he was done, he placed the bowl on the table. Is there more? No, I only made 1 bowl. You just fell ill, and your stomach is still weak. It's best if you're 60 to 70% full. Chongqing said, you have the final say on how to fight. You don't have to worry about what others think. You don't have to worry about how to get the money, how to find the purple gold, and how to divide the layout. You can leave all these to me. Gu Yun was slightly shocked. He laughed and said, do I have the final say on everything? What if I can't win? Chongqing smiled but did not say anything. His eyes were fixed on Gu Yun. It was like a calm pool of water that suddenly rippled. If his eyes could speak, his sentence, if you lose, I'll bear the infamy of eternity with you. If you want to die, I'll be buried with you, would have been spoken clearly. At this moment, Huadan suddenly knocked on the door. Marshal, Feng Han and General Tan are here together. They also brought the second battle report from the Eastern Sea. Gu Yun hurriedly said, quickly invite them in. Chongqing retracted his gaze and cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. The moment he lowered his head, Chongqing suddenly said, there was another sentence that I said just now. Gu Yun was stunned. I said that I didn't lead back then because I felt that I couldn't escape under your watch. Chongqing smiled without raising his head. Back then, I was just a border youth who grew up in a small place. I didn't think so much. Gu Yun had already keenly heard the hidden meaning in his words. He said sternly, Chongqing, don't say any more. Chongqing obediently shut his mouth and swallowed the rest of his words. At the time, he didn't think so much. The only reason he didn't escape in the end was because he couldn't bear to leave someone behind. Tan Hongfei and Zhang Fenghan quickly came in. The sealed front-line battle report was presented to Gu Yun. Tan Hongfei's hand was still trembling slightly. Gu Yun's heart sank. Marshal, a report came from Jiangnan. Our navy has been routed. The Westerners have already gone north. I don't know what kind of flood dragon they're using, but it's as fast as lightning. It's 2 to 3 times faster than our Navy's flood dragon boats. There's also a sea monster in the middle, Tan Hongfei said. If this isn't nonsense, then it'll only take them 2 to 3 days to reach Daegu Harbor. Chongqing took the battle report. Gu Yun asked, how much of the Jiangnan Navy is left? It's hard to say, Chongqing scanned through 10 lines at a glance. Chang Jiao has never been out to sea and has never fought a naval battle. When Zhao Yufang died, they panicked and scattered in all directions. Godfather, do you remember when the king of Wei rebelled? Gu Yun pinched the bridge of his nose. He understood what he meant. Back then, the king of Wei had bribed the Jiangnan Navy admiral and half of the navy to gather troops on a small island in Dongying to covet the capital. Unexpectedly, before they were ready, Gu Yun and Lin Yuan Pavilion worked together to stir things up. Although it was called Gu Yun and Lin Yuan Pavilion working together, at the time, Gu Yun only had 2 or 3 Black Eagle and a few half-grown children. Lin Yuan Pavilion only had 30 or so Jianghu people, including the monk Liao Ran, who would not take off his heavy armor once he put it on. Gu Yun had accumulated great power in the army. One reason was that his sudden appearance scared the guilty rebels, but it also proved that Daliang's navy was indeed lame. They couldn't even make a rebellion. If this had happened during the reign of the previous emperor, Gu Yun might have had the opportunity to intervene in the navy like he did in the past when he reorganized the Beijiang City Defense Army. Unfortunately, Li Feng was not like the previous emperor who would be indecisive when killing someone. That kind of thing would not happen in the Long and Gu Yun. What about Zhao Xianxia? Is he also dead? Chongqing, he didn't mention it. Too many people died. Gu Yun sighed. Also, what is a sea monster? Chongqing, it is said to be like a big octopus that can hide in the water and float like a mountain. It can cover the sky and the sun. Compared to it, the giant kite is like a pigeon on a strong man's shoulder. It also has countless iron claws on its body and thousands of small sea serpents stuck to it. When the tip is opened, it can release a large group of eagle armor. Chongqing paused slightly. His slender fingers lightly tapped the side of the battle report twice. If there really is such a thing, at least 400 to 500 caddies of purple gold would be burned in a day. Gu Yun glanced at him. Chongqing shook his head slightly and stopped there, hiding the second half of his sentence. The Westerners paid such a high price was probably not to fight a protracted war with them. After dealing with the Jiangnan garrison, there are no more worries on the sea. The navy at Daegu Harbor is no match for them. The next step is to directly attack the capital. Gu Yun pulled down the map on the wall. Old Tan, how many troops can be deployed in the capital? Tan Hongfei licked his dry and cracked lips. Beidang has 2,000 heavy armor, 16,000 light cavalry, and 2,000 chariots. There are a total of 80 chariots. Each chariot has 3 pairs of white rainbows and a long and short cannon at the front and back. This amount of military strength was enough to force the abdication. Compared to the all-out attack that the Westerners had planned for many years, it was too inadequate. Gu Yun frowned. What about the Imperial Guards? The Imperial Guards are not good. There are less than 6,000 people in total. More than half of them are young master soldiers who have never seen blood. Tan Hongfei paused and suddenly remembered something. He took out an item from his chest and solemnly handed it to Gu Yun with both hands. That's right, the emperor asked me to bring this to the marshal. The item was wrapped in thin palace silk. Those who didn't know would think that it was some kind of pearl or precious jade. When it was opened, it was wrapped in a ferocious-looking Xiantai tiger tally. Gu Yun took it and glanced at it. The corners of his mouth curved into a fake smile. Why are you still giving it to me at this time? It's too late. Tan Hongfei didn't know what to say. Gu Yun casually threw the Xiantai tiger tally to Tan Hongfei. Alright, since the emperor has made his decision, you can take it and write a transfer order according to his wishes. Send a message to the Shandong and Jili garrisons to return to defend the capital. Then let Kaibin free up her hands to lead reinforcements. Oh, transfer them first. If they can't be transferred, we'll talk about it. Tan Hongfei was speechless. The old and frail Zhang Fenghan was not as hard-hearted as these animals. He was already scared witless along the way. Suddenly hearing the implied meaning in Gu Yun's words, old Ling Shu's face immediately turned pale. He couldn't help but ask, does the marshal mean that the emperor's army might not be transferred? Chongqing replied, if the information on the battle report is correct, the Westerners can't bring too many supplies with them. They can't afford to fight. If they wanted to kill us in one strike, they would have to split into two groups. One group would close in on the capital from the sea, and the other group would cut off the capital from the land and surround us. I'm afraid the transfer order can't be sent out. Duke Feng almost fainted on the spot. He sat down on the side and couldn't help but gasp. Chongqing didn't expect him to have such a big reaction. He quickly poured a cup of water and brought it in front of Duke Feng Han. He skillfully patted the back of Duke Feng Han's head and said, calm down. Old people shouldn't be overjoyed or sad. Otherwise, it's easy to have a stroke. Zhang Fenghan grabbed his hand and almost cried, Your Highness, are you born without knowing what it means to be anxious? Duke Fenghan, don't be impatient. I haven't finished yet, Chongqing hurriedly said. When my foster father was imprisoned, I was worried that there would be a change at the border. I already contacted some friends. As he spoke, he took out a wooden bird from his sleeve. This kind of wooden bird needs a special kind of magnet to guide the way. It can pass messages between people who have the magnet. They received my letter earlier. Right now, they should be on their way to the various garrisons. I hope they can make it in time. If the capital is really surrounded, I can use the wooden bird to send a message and have them pass it on. With the Xian Tai, Tiger Tally, and my foster father's personal seal, it should be enough to get the message. When Chongqing realized that leaving the Black Eagle, the long period of communication between various places would delay the war, he began to use the Linyuan Pavilion to set up such a huge communication network as a precaution. Tan Hongfei and Zhang Fenghan stared at Chongqing, dumbfounded. It's all a small trick. I can't think of anything else in a hurry, Chongqing said. In the beginning, it can be used in an emergency without anyone noticing, but it won't last long. Once the enemy notices, this thing is no longer safe. Any small stone can knock it down. Guyun didn't know what to feel. When he was in prison, it wasn't that he didn't worry about Chongqing. Now, it seemed that even if he had personally mobilized the troops, he might not have done a better job than Chongqing. Not only did he protect half of the Black Iron Battalion, but he also left such a chess piece alive. He sighed and felt grateful. At the same time, he felt that the young man who could only close his eyes and hide in front of the sword puppet shouldn't have grown up so quickly. It was his fault for not taking good care of him. However, in front of outsiders, Guyun couldn't express any of his emotions. He only said indifferently, Your Highness has considered everything thoroughly. Let's go, old Tan. Come with me to Beidang. Guyun took down a wine jug hanging behind the door. He glanced at the sky. Without even putting on his armor, he picked up a straw raincoat and strode away. Chongqing also stood up. Adoptive father, please leave first. I will follow Duke Han back to the Lingshu temple. After checking, I will escort the military supplies over. The brief warmth and ambiguity vanished in a puff of smoke. The two of them hurriedly left. Guyun and Tan Hongfei led a group of guards and galloped out of the city, heading towards Beidang. Guyun wore the straw raincoat correctly. Halfway there, the rumbling thunder in the sky suddenly turned into a bright bolt of lightning. The biting cold lightning struck down from the sky. The gloomy sky cracked open like silk, and a rare heavy rain came crashing down. For a moment, the rain poured down like a torrential downpour. Tan Hongfei was choked by the rain and almost couldn't breathe. He fiercely shook off the water droplets on his face. He recalled that when he was reporting to the Marquis residence, Huadan told him that Marquis was sick. He couldn't help but squeeze his horse's belly and run to Guyun's side. He said loudly, This rain is too heavy. Marshal, you haven't recovered from the cold. Why don't you find a place to hide first? It won't be too late to continue your journey after the rain stops, Guyun shouted, Look at that cloud. Who knows when it will stop? Don't talk nonsense. Perhaps the sudden downpour was too sudden and unreasonable. Guyun suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The Black Iron Battalion was also known as the Black Crows by the foreigners. As the leader of the Black Crows, Guyun indeed had an unparalleled crow's beak. Almost all of his ominous premonitions would come true. He would never miss. Tan Hongfei estimated that the Westerners would head north in 2 or 3 days. He was too optimistic. At night, on a watchtower in Daegu Harbor, there were 2 palm-sized dust-proof brushes in front of the long-barreled Xianli. They were moving up and down futilely in the rain. Not long after, they were blown down by the wind. The old pagoda soldier on duty had no choice but to stretch his hand out of the window and grope for a rusty handle by the window. The lighter inside had been broken for a long time and no one had fixed it. He could only use his hand to turn it. He shook off the rainwater on his hand and cursed as he shook the handle of the long arm. The toothless gear groaned half dead. A small metal umbrella slowly rose up and unfolded as if it had not eaten its fill. In the bleak rain and wind, it covered the front mirror of the Xianli eye. The old pagoda soldier wiped the moisture off his glasses and complained to his companions, "We are all soldiers, but the others come and go in the sky and command the wind and the clouds. They are so mighty. But we, on the other hand, spend every day on the pagoda sweeping the floor or touching the dominoes. We are even quieter than the monks. We can't get anything from them. We have nothing to do all day, and we have to spend all year here. We can't even recognize our own women. Sigh, this is really strange. Why is it raining so heavily? Where did this grievance come from?" His companion swept the floor without raising his head. "Are you hoping that nothing will happen? Didn't you hear the corporal say that the fire beacon command has been sent over? If the Westerners attack, you will have something to do. Don't listen to the corporal's nonsense. Every month, he talks about the Westerners attacking." The pagoda soldier said, "Isn't the Marquis of Stability still in the capital next door?" "The Marquis of Stability is in prison." "Oh, then isn't he released again?" The old pagoda soldier seemed to have thought of something when he said this. He suddenly said, "Yes, this matter is very strange. Isn't there a rumor that the Marquis of Stability rebelled and forced the emperor to abdicate? Why was he released so quickly? Could it be?" Shu, his companion, suddenly raised his head. "Stop gossiping. Listen." A rumbling sound like rolling thunder faintly came from the wind. The watchtower seemed to have sensed something and began to rustle. Was it thunder? That's not right. The thunder was always in waves. How could it be so continuous? The old pagoda soldier hesitantly bent down in front of the Xianli eye and slowly moved the lens up. The next moment, his turbid gaze pierced through the pitch-black curtain of rain and encountered a huge shadow on the sea without warning. Even in nightmares, there wouldn't be such a monster baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its 100 claws faced the sky as it roared angrily. The old pagoda soldier thought his eyes were playing tricks on him and rubbed his eyelids hard. When he looked again, he saw the sea monster walking as if it was flying. It was just a blurry shadow a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it had advanced a great distance. It was enough for the Xianli eye to see clearly. The black mass of sea serpents slid past in the dark night with awe-inspiring killing intent. The war flag fluttering in the wind and rain was like an ominous soul-summoning banner. Its shadow covered the vast ocean. "Enemy attack," the old pagoda soldier said with difficulty. "What?" The old pagoda soldier suddenly turned his head and roared, "Enemy attack. The Westerners are attacking. Sound the bells and drums. What are you standing there for? Go." The rapid drumming pierced through the heavy rain. The lights on the watchtower that were spinning at a steady pace suddenly sped up and spun crazily. In just a few breaths, all the watchtowers in Daegu Harbor were ringing with the sound of drums. The North Sea Admiral Lian Wei's heart was about to explode. Ever since he received news of Jiangnan's defeat, he hadn't dared to close his eyes. He snatched the Xianli eye from his personal guard's hand. With just one glance, he wailed in his heart, "God," and felt a chill run down his spine. "General, what should we do?" "Everyone." Lian Wei's throat moved. "The serpents will go first. No need to say anything. Bombard them with heavy artillery. Wait, get on the metal chains. That's right, all the serpents will move side by side and get on the metal chains. Link them together and form a metal fence outside the harbor. Set up the white rainbow, notify the fishing boats and merchant ships in the harbor to evacuate immediately." Lian Wei lowered his head and glanced at the fire beacon insignia he hadn't put away in time. That was Dalyong's highest level of combat readiness warning. Once the fire beacon insignia was received, it meant that the entire territory was ready for battle at any time. The fire beacon insignia was signed with the character Gu. It was personally signed by the Marquis of Stability. Back when the Black Iron Battalion was attacked at the northern border, more than a dozen senior and junior generals took off their Shantai black armor, put down their cutting wind blades, and scattered to various places. They either retired or retired. Lian Wei had thought that he would be trapped on the small harbor for the rest of his life. Every day, he would take people on a walk around the harbor with nothing to do. Occasionally, he would manage the small matters of fishermen gathering to gamble and fight. Even when he heard that Beidang had mutinied because of what had happened back then, he didn't have the courage to stand out and demand an explanation like Tan Hongfei. Send a message, Beidang. Lian Wei tightened the armor around his body and took a deep breath. He forcefully pulled his bulging stomach back in. Report to the Marquis of Stability that Daegu Harbor has been attacked by the Western Navy. Go, quickly. Lian Wei stepped out. Before he left, he remembered something. He picked up the cutting wind blade that had been standing in the corner and covered in dust for many years. He gently stroked it and turned around to carry it on his back. The cutting wind blade that he had used to cut through the yellow sand had long rusted to the point that it couldn't even be opened to hold the flowing purple gold. It had become a black iron rod that weighed down his hands. Other than ambushing people in the middle of the night, it probably had no other use. However, when he carried it on his back again, he suddenly found the feeling of being unparalleled with black armor on his back. After many years of indulgence and fat, the snow blade and steel armor had been branded into his bones and blood. They were still there vaguely. The iron fence formed by the long serpents met the rampaging sea monsters head-on. The Western warships were like ghosts in the storm. Even the strong winds on the sea couldn't catch up with them. The crazy wind and waves set off a tide that seemed to be able to swallow the continent. Artillery fire filled the sky. Countless warships fell apart in the blink of an eye, sinking into the billowing ocean. General, I'm afraid the iron fence won't be able to stop them. General, too many ships on the left flank have sunk. The iron rope. Watchtower, be careful. A cannon shot from afar swept over like a fire dragon. Even the curtain of rain couldn't suppress the raging flames. With a boom, it hit a watchtower. The tower staggered and slowly bent down in the air. A wind lantern on the top of the tower that was traveling in the rain was extinguished. Lian Wei pushed his personal guard aside and boarded the deck of the warship. He roared, "Don't stop the heavy artillery. Blow the fire arrows on the white rainbow. General Lian, Daegu Harbor can't be. Dodge." Lian Wei pushed away the small soldier of the white rainbow arrow. With a loud shout, he lifted the fire arrows that weighed more than 100 kilograms and smashed them on the white rainbow bow. He fiercely wiped the rainwater off his face and used both hands to calibrate the white rainbow bow. The first fire arrow was ruthlessly blasted into the sky by the white rainbow bow. In the air, the metal shell at the end of the fire arrow fell off. The purple golden light was like an impenetrable hellfire. It suddenly accelerated the fire arrow and flew past like a meteor. It brushed past the war flag on the sea monster and fell into the sea beside it. The fluttering war flag of the Holy See was torn into a diaper by the huge impact and scattered with the wind. However, the fire arrow's momentum didn't decrease. It hit a rampaging western sea serpent right in the middle and exploded into a dazzling firework on the sea. Lian Wei let out a long roar. His beard and hair were fluttering in anger. Without the command of their commander, the Black Iron Battalion didn't dare to retreat an inch. When the news of the attack on Daegu Harbor reached them overnight, Gu Yun was in the commander's tent with Tan Hongfei and the commander of the Imperial Guards, Han Qi, to sort out the defenses of the capital. When he heard the shocking news, Han Qi almost jumped up. He cried out involuntarily, "How can it be so fast?" Gu Yun's face was as calm as water. "Who is the North Sea Fleet Admiral?" Lian Wei. Tan Hongfei's eyes were slightly red. After a moment, he couldn't help but add, "He was my deputy back then." The corners of Gu Yun's eyes twitched slightly. "Commander Han." Han Qi understood. "Yes, I will return to the capital immediately." "Commander, don't worry. Even if the Imperial Guards are young master soldiers, they will only be buried at the foot of the Imperial Palace. Gu Yun looked at him deeply and suddenly opened the commander's tent. Can those old bastards from the Lingshu temple hurry up? Before he finished speaking, a messenger ran over. Commander, Yanbei of Gojoseon is here. When Gu Yun turned around, Chongbing's horse had already galloped to the front. He grabbed the reins. Commander, the Lingshu temple has already finished repairing the existing anthracite and 500 eagle armors. The light fur coat is not a complete set. There are also 3,000 pairs of wristbands and 4,000 pairs of iron knees. There is also a batch of shoulder helmets that will be sent later. Tan Hongfei, who had followed Gu Yun out of the commander's tent, was stunned. Even in his dreams, he had never imagined that he would be able to wear the profound armor again. All of a sudden, the gloom in his heart disappeared. He only felt that this battle was worth it even if he had to sacrifice his life. Tan Hongfei stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "This subordinate is willing to be the vanguard for the commander. I can't do without you. The white rainbow chariot will lead the way. The light cavalry and black eagle will follow me. The heavy armor will hold the line." Gu Yun ordered, "Give me a cutting wind blade. We will only know if there are any demons or ghosts after we meet them." Chongbing untied the longbow behind his back. He had gotten it from Gu Yun when he was suppressing bandits in the southwest. That thing seemed to be the last work of the Lingshu temple after the emperor Longan began to reduce the military power. Unfortunately, that simple iron bow was extremely heavy. If one wasn't a true expert, they wouldn't be able to control it. Thus, there was only one prototype in the entire army. Originally, it could have been improved and popularized in the army. Chongbing stroked the cold iron bow and asked, "Adoptive father, can I accompany you?" Gu Yun paused. He didn't really want to bring him along. It wasn't because of anything else. It was just that after this battle, he had more expectations for this inexperienced little prince. He might be able to persevere until the last step, but what about the future? Who would clean up the dilapidated rivers and mountains? Who would be able to open a path for the people of Li in this chaotic situation? Chongbing was much more tactful and considerate than when he was young. Perhaps he wouldn't be like him, fighting with the emperor to the point of no return. Chongbing seemed to know what he was thinking. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. Now that the capital is in such a state, there is no difference between waiting in the palace and accompanying the front line. If the city is breached, wouldn't it be the difference between dying sooner or later? Before Gu Yun could speak, Tan Hongfei had already laughed and said, "Your Highness is right. Out of all the sour scholars in the court, only Your Highness is a real man." Gu Yun was at her wit's end. She could only wave her hand and say, "You've already said it. If you want to come, then come." Then he glared fiercely at Tan Hongfei. Looking at the unhealed whip wound on General Tan's face, he wanted to whip the other side of his face until it was swollen as well, turning this person into a symmetrical pig's head. Outside the capital, the black Xianxia formed a vast expanse. At a glance, it was as if they had returned to the crescent moon spring. Turning his head back from the horse, he saw that the lantern light of the kite restaurant was still burning in the heavy rain, but it was as if it was covered with a thin layer of soft light, like a tortoise shell. Looking at the majestic imperial city from a distance, 20 red-headed kites, which only rose up on New Year's Eve, made an exception and hung high in the sky, like a group of eager eyes sending them off. Gu Yun made a gesture, and Beidang's vanguard troops began to move solemnly. There were no elegies or heroic speeches as they moved through the rain. There was no way to see what was going on under their masks and helmets, as if they were a group of indifferent iron puppets. The heavy rain caused the capital to float on the surface of the water. The old bluestone slabs could be seen under the light. That night, the Western Navy went north to launch a surprise attack on Daegu Harbor. The North Sea Navy's Admiral Lian Wei led 300 long flood dragons and 1,000 short ships to defend the harbor. First, they connected the flood dragons with iron chains and formed an iron fence outside the harbor. They defended until 11:45 the next day. All of the flood dragons were buried under the Western Sea Monster's cannon fire. Not a single one survived. The North Sea Navy had a total of 36,000 blowing arrows and 100,000 long rainbow iron arrows. Not a single one was left. All of them exploded into the angry waves and the deep sea. After running out of ammunition and provisions, Admiral Lian Wei ordered all the short ships to move at full speed. With the ships as glowing arrows and the bodies as white rainbows, they crashed into the enemy's formation. Raging flames floated on the surface of the sea. Loyal souls were torn to pieces. The North Sea Navy crashed into, destroyed, and blew up nearly 3,000 Sea Dragon warships that looked like tiger sharks. In the end, they forced the Western Sea monsters to open their iron tentacles in the rain and release the eagle armor hidden inside. They landed on the shore in a fluster, and it was only then that they realized that there was practically no one left in Daegu port. At 3 in the morning, the Westerners who had come ashore were extremely vexed. Anxious to make up for their losses in this battle, they did not stop and directly advanced into the capital. On the way, they encountered the Black Iron Battalion that had been formed overnight outside Dong'an City. The Western Navy, which had yet to recover from the disastrous losses they had suffered, was caught off guard. As soon as they met, they were swept back by the 80 war chariots that had opened the way. Then, the Xianxia light cavalry that had been rampaging through the sea of sand came out of the encirclement. The eagles soared through the 9 heavens, their whistles like swords. When the Pope's personal guard suddenly encountered the wind blades, they were almost scattered on the spot by the light cavalry. They hastily retreated outside Daegu harbor. Daliang had not experienced such a thrilling night for many years. Battle reports and envoys came and went in and out of the palace as if they were rushing to the market. They were even more diligent than the night watchmen. No one in the capital slept soundly until the next morning when news of victory came along with the first rays of dawn. It was the first good news in a row. When Li Feng heard it, he almost could not stand up. For a moment, he did not know whether to cry or laugh. After the rain, the sky cleared. The sea and river rose sharply overnight. The air was filled with an indescribable smell, mixed with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The ground had warmed up, and the dampness did not dissipate. After a night of fierce fighting, Guyun had no navy, and the Westerners were in a sorry state. They could only retreat and defend. Guyun sat beside the muzzle that was still warm. The Xiantai helmet was thrown aside, and a strand of hair hung down messily. She took the medicine that Chongqing handed over and drank it in one gulp. Chongqing said, "I didn't bring any needles. Even if I did, I wouldn't dare to stab you." He had carried the iron bow for the entire night, and his hands had a deep imprint. He had not recovered and was still trembling slightly. Guyun grabbed his wrist and pulled it in front of her. Seeing that he was only exhausted and not injured, she waved her hand in relief. "Don't worry about me. Count the casualties. Old Tan can't count clearly." After saying that, he simply leaned against the cannon and seized this moment to close his eyes and rest. A moment later, Guyun was awakened by the imperial city's messenger. The messenger was a young imperial guard. Originally, with his rank, he would not be able to see Guyun. This time, he finally saw the living Marquis of Stability. He was so excited that he could not control himself. He galloped over, but when he jumped down, he tripped over something and fell all the way to Guyun's feet. "Marquis." Guyun hurriedly withdrew her feet. "Io, why do you have to be so courteous?" The messenger said excitedly, "Marquis, His Majesty ordered me to reward Beidang. I brought. All right." He was so excited that he forgot his words. No wonder he was beaten to a pulp by Beidang. Guyun was very helpless. She could only get up and pat his head. "You don't have to tell me. Let General Tan do as he sees fit. Go back and tell His Majesty not to be happy too early. Beidang only has these 2 soldiers. I won't be able to create new ones when they are gone. At that time, if the reinforcements don't come." The messenger looked at her in a daze. The Art of War said, ordinary warriors win by surprise. Many people probably only remembered win by surprise. They always felt that this general was able to fight his way out of a hopeless situation and could single-handedly save a building from collapse. But how was that possible, unless he, Guyun, could create a group of invulnerable divine soldiers that did not eat, drink, or even drink? If the news of his victory in the first battle spread back to the capital, the officials would probably be overjoyed. But what about the next step? Let's not talk about the big picture. Let's not talk about the long-term matters of national strength, reserves, and resources. Let's talk about the current situation. He only had so little military strength in his hands. What should he do? Gu Yun knew in his heart that no matter how impressive this beginning looked, it could not change the fact that he was just stubbornly resisting. He smiled as if he had a toothache. He left the emperor's messenger hanging on the spot and walked towards Tan Hongfei. Tan Hongfei was holding a wind-cutting blade that had been flattened at one end. On the burnt end, half of the word Lian could be seen engraved on it. Many soldiers would engrave their names on the wind-cutting blade. This way, even if it was taken to be repaired, they would be able to find their old companion that had followed them through life and death. If the owner died on the battlefield and his body could not be found, his comrades would carry his wind-cutting blade back. At that time, they would offer a pot of wine as a sacrifice and their souls would be buried in peace. Tan Hongfei held up the wind-cutting blade with both hands and handed it to Gu Yun, Marshal. Gu Yun took it. Suddenly, he had a feeling that the Black Iron Battalion, who had been through a lot of misfortunes, had always been under the rule of the country. It was like a handful of scattered seeds that flowed in all directions. Unknowingly, a towering tree would grow from somewhere. Chongqing came behind him. Last night, we lost 13 chariots, 500 light cavalry died, and nearly 1,000 were seriously injured. Not counting the light injuries, there were no plans. 12 eagle armors fell, and most of the gold boxes exploded in the air. I'm afraid, Gu Yun nodded. He felt that the number of casualties was acceptable, it's General Lian's credit. Chongqing whispered, I'm afraid that there will be people who want to negotiate in the morning court meeting. There's no way to negotiate, Gu Yun said, the foreigners made such a big scene last night. They don't have the face to negotiate. If they don't besiege the capital to the point where it's impossible to escape, they won't negotiate with us. And that was only a matter of time. Chongqing was silent for a moment. I heard that the emperor of the former dynasty was once besieged by Beiman's soldiers and secretly escaped through a secret passage. If the capital really can't be defended, we have to defend it even if we can't. Gu Yun suddenly said, do you know Jinghua Garden in the west of the capital? Chongqing was stunned. Gu Yun raised his index finger to his lips and made a gesture. He didn't say anything else. Jinghua Garden in the west of the capital was a summer palace built during the reign of Emperor Yuan and Emperor Wu. Back then, Emperor Yuanhe couldn't stand the heat, so he would go to Jinghua Garden every summer to avoid the heat. However, after Li Feng ascended the throne, his food and clothing were all simple. Even the money for the empress and concubines' cosmetics was reduced by half. He didn't go out for hunting. However, this thrifty person, who was completely different from his father, kept the habit of going to the palace every summer. Unfortunately, he didn't go there to enjoy himself. There were piles of government affairs in the palace. He usually got up early and rushed there. He had to rush back before nightfall and walk around the capital like he was walking a dog. It was already good enough that he didn't get a heat stroke, let alone avoid the heat. Li Feng was tormenting himself like this. If he wasn't sick, then it could only be that there was something important in Jinghua Garden that required him to patrol frequently. Chongqing was very sharp. He immediately had an idea in his mind. If all the generals were involved in the smuggling of violet gold, then what about the emperor? He didn't have time to check the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War, but with Li Feng's temperament of wanting to grab everything in his hands, it wasn't strange for him to build a private vault of violet gold. Gu Yun said, your eldest brother doesn't believe anyone. This is just my guess. Don't tell anyone else. Chongqing frowned, this is troublesome. Will Li Feng ask for peace when the time comes? Gu Yun laughed and shook his head, it's possible if others come to ask for peace. Oh, he probably won't run away. Chongqing put his hands behind his back. He was covered in blood. The mud on his body from the night before had already dried. His whole body looked colorful. The young prince of Yanbei Commandery Prince walked unhurriedly in the colorful scenery, as if he was taking a walk in the imperial garden on a spring afternoon. After pondering for a moment, he commented faintly, that's right. Li Feng isn't afraid of death. He's afraid of other things. Gu Yun couldn't help but glance at him. He found that Duke Feng was right. Chongqing was always calm and composed, so he suddenly asked, when did you become such a slow person? I'm not slow. I'm obviously impatient. Chongqing smiled and said, I learned this from you. I found that when my adoptive father was unhappy, he would often pretend to be happy. When he was happy on the surface, it would make him feel better. So every time I find that I'm particularly impetuous, I will drag it out a little. It can indeed calm down. Oh, too much anger in the liver is not good for health. It's easy. I can't sleep well. Gu Yun helplessly listened to him say it more than once. He could already smoothly continue, how much do you care about sleeping? Also, when have I ever forced myself to smile when I'm unhappy? Chongqing raised his eyebrows and looked at him calmly. His face said, whatever you say. Retreat. Gu Yun said weakly, those who are injured should go first. It won't be long before the Westerners react. We'll ambush them. After taking 2 steps, Gu Yun felt extremely tired. He couldn't help but think of Chonggung's fallacious reasoning that he didn't know which quack doctor he came from. He took off the wine jug from his waist and drank a mouthful of wine. He carried General Lian's cutting wind blade on his back and whistled. Hearing the sound, the warhorse trotted to him. Gu Yun whistled a strange tune that he composed himself. He grabbed a small yellow wildflower from the ground and mounted his horse. Brothers of the light cavalry, get on your horses and follow me. Gu Yun held the wildflower in his hand. He wanted to put the flower on Chongqing's head, who was closest to him. Unexpectedly, when he raised his hand, he met Chongqing's eyes. Chongqing's eyes followed him closely. His expression seemed to say, you can even put a red veil on my head. Marshal Gu trembled and didn't dare to do it. He put the flower on General Tan's helmet, which was as big as a dipper. It deeply explained what it meant to put a flower on something. Beidang's group of veterans roared with laughter. The black-armored light cavalry whistled and followed Gu Yun. They all followed him and whistled in different accents. Gu Yun shouted angrily in front, who told you to copy me? You're all about to pee your pants. Needless to say, this commotion really did relieve some of his tiredness. At this time, on the Western Sea Monster, Mr. Ye walked through the cabin door in a sorry state and met the commander of the Pope's personal guards. How is it? Mr. Ye asked. Commander, he's awake. He's about to call you in. In the chaotic sea battle, the Pope's position was brushed by a blow-up rocket, which happened to detonate a turret. The huge impact knocked the old man out on the spot. This had a lot to do with the fact that the Western Navy was in a sorry state when they encountered the Black Iron Battalion. Mr. Ye heaved a sigh of relief and strode in. The Pope's forehead was covered with medicine. His white hair was scattered to the side, revealing a few inconspicuous age spots at the corners of his eyes. Mr. Ye knelt on the ground, looking depressed. Your Majesty, I'm very sorry, the old man on the bed didn't open his eyes. He muttered, it's Gu Yun. Yes, it's Gu Yun. At first, we planned to trap him here. In fact, we were already prepared to face him in the North Sea. But yesterday, Black Crow suddenly appeared. Mr. Ye paused for a moment, looking very upset. The Black Iron Battalion was held back at Jiayu Pass by the Western Region Coalition Army. I should have been confident, but still, for a moment, I couldn't hold my ground. Mr. Ye was speechless. The Pope smiled. Everyone will encounter enemies in their life that seem to be undefeatable. Some are disasters, some are just trials. Do you know the difference between disasters and trials? Mr. Ye was stunned. The difference is that disasters are undefeatable, but trials can be overcome. I think this is very easy to distinguish. The communications of the people in the Central Plains have been cut off. If a small capital really had so much military equipment, would it have been so easy to create chaos when we prepared the Beidang mutiny? Mr. Ye said, you mean, although Gu Yun is young, he has spent most of his life on the battlefield. Don't be led by the nose by him. Even if he is the arrogant Wolf King, he is now trapped in prison with his claws and teeth removed. Go. That day, the Western Navy reorganized their troops and brazenly landed at Daegu Port again. After landing on the shore, they were fiercely attacked again. This time, it was broad daylight. Mr. Ye was confident, and he commanded his troops calmly. Soon, the group of stubborn heavy armor was taken down. It was an easy victory. Unexpectedly, before he had time to be proud, he lifted the iron masks of the captives and saw that this wave of snipers was not actually Dalyung's armored soldiers, but a group of iron puppets. This group of iron puppets was obviously temporarily recruited from the homes of the high officials and nobles in the capital. One of the iron puppets had a mischievous child's mask under its mask. It had a pale, flat face, and it opened its bloody mouth and laughed at the people opposite it. It was an indescribable mockery. A Western soldier angrily reached out to grab it. Mr. Ye said in shock, "Don't touch." Unfortunately, it was too late. There was a thin wire under the mask that was pulled off. With a light pull, the iron puppet exploded with a boom. It directly blew up a few Western soldiers beside it into the sky. The mask flew out and landed at Mr. Ye's feet. It was still smiling mischievously. Beidang had made a feint. At this time all of them had retreated. The Western Navy angrily charged into the city, ready to use blood to quell their anger. Unexpectedly, in front of them was an empty city. Ever since the news of the mutiny in Jiangnan reached the capital, Yanbei of Gojoseon immediately joined forces with the Ministry of Revenue to evacuate the people from the front line in batches. There were also some who were stubborn and didn't want to leave. However, after witnessing the artillery fire from the night before, they had already fled. Gu Yun gave them a scorched earth strategy. There was a creepy silence in the empty city that made people's hair stand on end. Mr. Ye waved his hand, and his men immediately spread out to search the houses in the city. The courtyards of the houses were built along the river, and there were many twists and turns. It was very easy for outsiders to get lost in the twists and turns. Sometimes, they would encounter some big rocks that blocked the way, which made the already confusing terrain even more confusing. Mr. Ye had a bad feeling in his heart, and he suddenly began to regret his rash actions. At this moment, a Western soldier yelled, and everyone around him immediately became frightened. They drew their swords and sabers, and quickly formed a circle. Each of them raised their cannons and aimed at the strange locust tree. A Western soldier slowly hung down from the locust tree. Half of his head had been blown off. No one knew which battle he had died in. On his bloody head, there was a mask with a pale face. This time, the mask had turned into a crying face. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a roar. It turned out that a Western soldier was nervous and fired a short cannon. The corpse on the tree was suddenly blown into a pile of meat and fell to the ground. Then, a creepy laughter sounded, and the Western soldiers under the tree all retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. A moment later, a round-faced owl emerged from the crown of the tree. It arrogantly looked around at the two-legged beasts under the tree, and flapped its wings straight up to the sky, and its creepy laughter floated everywhere. In broad daylight, it was so scary that it made people break out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Jacobson, should we continue to search?" Mr. Ye swallowed hard and said, "No, let's retreat first. Get out of here, quick." Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sharp explosion in the distance, followed by a few screams. A few huge fireworks whizzed into the sky and exploded. Suddenly, someone's face changed color and said, "We've been ambushed. Retreat. Get out of here." The sound of cannons and arrows mixed together, and a few explosions that were caused by someone pushed down the stone houses that were already on the verge of collapse. The messy stones and the huge stones that were originally blocking the road were connected together, and the empty city became a big maze. The map in the Western soldier's hands was completely a piece of scrap paper, and the disadvantages of not being familiar with the terrain were obvious. A group of heavy armored soldiers and infantrymen were stuck in the maze for a while, and they couldn't get out. Mr. Ye had no choice but to whistle for the Western Eagle armor and fly into the air to command the soldiers to lure them out. The Western army that had just recovered from the shock retreated to the city gate. No one knew who had triggered some mechanism, but the sound of gears grinding suddenly came from the city gate. In an instant, all the bows and arrows were drawn, and tens of thousands of arrows were pointed at the city gate tower. Something slowly fell down from above. Mr. Ye pushed aside the frightened guards and went forward to take a look. He was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. It was actually another white mask, but this time it was a ghost face. Mr. Ye was speechless. "Sir, let's take a detour." Mr. Ye raised his hand to interrupt him, and stood in place for a moment with a gloomy face. "His Majesty is right, Gu Yun has no trump card in his hand, and can only rely on these dirty tricks. Are you scared out of your wits by a few broken masks? An ambush? Ha! He was so angry that he laughed and said coldly, "Flatten this city for me, I'll see where they can hide." However, more than 2 hours later, Mr. Ye, who had razed the entire empty city to the ground, searched the ruins 3 times, and finally had to admit that this damned place that wasted so much of his precious time and purple gold was really an empty city. The so-called ambush was only 2 masks and an owl that had flown away long ago. Mr. Ye's gums were almost bleeding from his clenched teeth. Where's the scout eagle? Go after it. Full speed pursuit. At this time, on the only way from Dong'an to the capital, Gu Yun, who was hiding under a tree, took the clairvoyance from Tan Hongfei and watched as a few scout eagles flew over his head and flew in the direction of the capital. He spat out the grass stem in his mouth and patted Lian Wei's wind-cutting blade behind him. "Old Lian, you've done a great job." Tan Hongfei asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Can you see it?" Gu Yun said lazily, "The foreigner in charge must be either dead or injured. The person leading the army now is obviously not familiar with the capital, otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly sent a scout eagle to fly around in anger." The imperial city was located in the middle of the city. The capital had always been strictly guarded, and no one was allowed to spy on it. Even the Black Eagle didn't dare to fly around. Even during special times, the Black Eagle only dared to stay in the Beidang station, take off its eagle armor, and ride into the capital. However, most people didn't know that the reason why the Black Eagle didn't dare to fly was not because the Black Iron Battalion was particularly law-abiding, but because Gu Yun knew that once the Black Eagle flew into the capital, it would easily trigger the No Sky Net. There's an invisible No Sky Net outside the 9 gates of the capital. It was built during the reign of Emperor Wu and took 30 years to complete. It's a masterpiece of the Lingshu Temple. There are countless hidden posts under the circle of the No Sky Net, and the main dispatcher is on the top of the No Sky Net. The reason why the No Sky Net was built so high, other than being a place for guests to eat, drink, and play, there was another very important function. It was the main dispatcher of the No Sky Net. There was a Tianyuan Difangge on the Zhaixing Lu, and it was usually heavily locked. For the sake of this Tianyuan Difangge, the Lingshu Temple had burned the hair of countless masters. It would create a circle of special light net outside the 9 gates. It was very fine, and even at night, it would be easily covered by the moon, stars, or firelight. Unless one had extraordinary talent, it was almost impossible to see it with the naked eye. This layer of light net was 300 feet above the ground, and it wouldn't affect the movement of people and animals on the ground. If someone flew by on an eagle armor, they would definitely be discovered by the guards of the 9 gates at a low altitude of 300 feet, and there would be rainbow arrows waiting for them. Once the eagle flew higher than 300 feet, it would trigger the No Sky Net. The light net that was touched would be reflected back to the Tianyuan Difangge, and then through a special mirror, it would be reflected back to the hidden posts under the No Sky Net. Those hidden posts would pop out with the light signal in the sky, lock onto the position of the intruder, and shoot arrows from 8 directions at the same time. If the eagle armor tried to dodge, it would discover that within the No Sky Net, there would be open spears and hidden arrows following it like a shadow. Only on New Year's Eve, the Tianyuan Difangge would temporarily close the No Sky Net, and the sentries on the red-headed kites would act as lookouts. The foreign commander will soon remember the legendary No Sky Net. With the fire beacon order, all the red-headed kites will fly up, and the position of the No Sky Net will be adjusted accordingly. They won't be able to figure out where the No Sky Net is. The closer they get to the capital, the more they don't dare to put the eagle armor too high. Gu Yun whispered to Tan Hongfei, "Pass down the order, let the brothers rest well and attack at night. The Black Eagle will go first and suppress them from a high altitude. The light cavalry will attack from the 2 wings and scatter the enemy's formation. Don't linger on the battle, and leave after 1 attack to avoid being trapped. The chariot soldiers will pretend to block their retreat, and let them retreat after 2 or 3 rounds. Don't force them to fight to the death, we don't have enough manpower." Tan Hongfei asked softly, "Marshal, why don't we ambush them in the city?" "Who would ambush them in broad daylight?" Gu Yun rolled his eyes. "Is there something wrong with their brains?" Mr. Ye thought that he had to sneeze twice in a row. Tan Hongfei humbly pondered for a while, and felt that it was very reasonable, so he asked again, "Marshal, how did you know they would come here at night?" "Gu Yun, your family's Yanbei of Gojoseon calculated it. If the calculation is wrong, his salary will be deducted. Anyway, his little red packet money is equivalent to half a year of my salary. Changing was sitting on the side, fixing the leather grip of the iron bow. After a night of fighting, there was a bit of abrasion. He took out a small knife, a file, and a small piece of leather from somewhere. His 10 fingers were abnormally nimble, dazzling the eyes of others. Suddenly being called out, Changing smiled at Tan Hongfei without raising his head. Anyway, it's all in the Marquis Mansion's account. Tan Hongfei was a boorish person. Those who share the same robes as me are my brothers. After fighting side by side, he had long regarded the Yanbei of Gojoseon as one of his own, and did not care who his mother was. After hearing this, he immediately joked without thinking, our family's prince and marshal are inseparable. It would be great if she was a princess. Our Black Iron Battalion might have a princess's account just like back then. Gu Yun, he could not help but lick the itchy roots of his teeth. Changing's hand paused, and he followed Commander Tan's words, it's a pity that she doesn't have the face of a flower, the face of the moon, and the face of the moon. The marshal who tosses fruits to fill the cart is unwilling to accept her. Tan Hongfei said heartlessly, "Io, that's not right. His Majesty usually addresses us marshal as imperial uncle. There's a difference in seniority." Gu Yun. Get lost. Commander Tan, who was purely joking, and Yanbei of Gojoseon, who had ulterior motives, looked at each other and laughed. At night, a cuckoo's call came from not far away. This was a signal that the enemy had entered the city. As soon as Tan Hongfei moved, he was pressed down by Gu Yun. Wait a little longer. Gu Yun said in a low voice, wait until the 4th watch period. His eyes were frighteningly bright in the dark night, like a pair of divine weapons. Tan Hongfei could not help but lick his dry and cracked lips. How did His Highness calculate, really? Gu Yun was just about to say, his teacher is General Cheng, when Changing, who had appeared out of nowhere, suddenly said from behind him, it's the result of careful calculation all day long. Tan Hongfei, what? Changing glanced at Gu Yun, it's to save up a dowry so that she can marry the great general. Gu Yun, are you two done? Tan Hongfei chuckled. Gu Yun was helpless against this kind of dog who was responsible for touching the pot that doesn't boil and sparing no effort to add a brick to the great general's heart. He did not know when it started, but Changing became more and more unscrupulous in front of him. When Gu Yun advised him to carry less burdens at the hot spring courtyard, he actually listened and let him carry less burdens. Changing knew how to advance and retreat. After making fun of Gu Yun, he immediately added, Godfather, I'm just joking. Don't be angry. Tan Hongfei, our great general, is not so magnanimous. I, old Tan, have seen him act up once in the palace. As soon as he said this, even Tan Hongfei realized that he had said something wrong and kept quiet in embarrassment. The expression on Gu Yun's face immediately faded. Tan Hongfei could not hold back his words. After a while, he still could not help but say, Great General, that matter. Gu Yun cut him off, tell Black Eagle to get ready. Tan Hongfei clenched his teeth and finally sighed helplessly. Changing patted his shoulder, I'll go. The night gradually deepened. The moonlight waned and the sun rose. It was the darkest time before dawn. Mr. Ye was on tenterhooks as he marched during the day. He was worried that he would be ambushed by Gu Yun several times. He was both shocked and angry. He did not dare to relax when he set up camp at night. He was afraid that Gu Yun would suddenly come for real. He did not dare to sleep for the entire night. Seeing that the long night was about to pass and there was still no movement around, Mr. Ye could not take it anymore and took a short nap. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a loud explosion outside. Mr. Ye broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and rushed out. The entire night sky was set ablaze. Sir, get out of the way. A cluster of flaming arrows fell from the sky. Mr. Ye was pushed away by a guard. The night wind was steaming hot, and then there were shouts. 2 teams of black cavalry rolled over like black whirlwinds. Heavy armor, hold them off. Mr. Ye shouted, don't panic. The Central Plains don't have many soldiers. Before he could finish, there was a loud noise behind him. A row of chariots appeared out of nowhere and attacked. For a moment, sand and pebbles were flying everywhere. It was chaotic. Mr. Ye was an expert at sowing discord. He was good at conspiracies and plots, but he was not a very capable commander. He was too used to thinking carefully. Once the enemy exceeded his expectations, he could not react in time and lose control of his subordinates. Suddenly, an indescribable chill crept up his spine. Mr. Ye felt like a frog that was chased by a snake's murderous intent. He turned around in fear and saw an iron arrow streaking across the night sky like a meteor chasing after the moon, heading straight for his face. Mr. Ye did not have time to dodge. In the nick of time, one of his soldiers in heavy armor roared and blocked in front of him. The iron arrow penetrated the thick steel plate of the heavy armor, and a dangerous tip emerged from the soldier's back. Mr. Ye looked in the direction of the arrow and saw a young man standing on the back of a black eagle with a longbow in his hand. He had a clairvoyant scope clipped on the bridge of his nose. He looked down at Mr. Ye from above. No, he glanced at him with a venomous gaze. Mr. Ye's soldiers immediately aimed their cannons at the black eagle in the sky. The young man seemed to smile and shook his head with an indifferent expression that said, "Unfortunately, I didn't hit the target." Then, he calmly jumped down from a low altitude of 50 to 60 feet and separated from the black eagle, just in time to avoid the smoke-filled cannons. Guyan rode forward and caught Changing, who jumped down from the eagle's back. The wind-cutting blade in his hand was driven by the steam and turned into an invisible whirlwind. The horse raised its hooves high and swept the blade in a circle. Woo! There was an incessant howl. Someone's blood splattered on the cinnabar mole at the corner of his eye. He squeezed the horse's abdomen and in the blink of an eye, the warhorse had already jumped out of the battlefield. Guyan slapped Changing hard on his body. "Bastard, do you want to die?" Changing originally wanted to jump down directly. When he was about to land, he used the light fur leg guards on his feet to increase his speed and cushion his fall. He did not expect Guyan to interrupt him. He looked at Guyan's face in a daze for a moment. His chest shook violently and he almost lost his balance. He had no choice but to grab the cold iron armor on Guyan's wrist. His gaze instantly tore apart the calmness on the surface. It was so intense that it was almost tangible. Guyan said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Changing forced himself to calm down and retracted his fiery gaze. He coughed dryly and said, "It's time to cast the net." Guyan pulled him to his chest and whistled. All the light cavalry immediately gathered and rushed towards the enemy formation like rolling up a blanket. The Western Army, who had been bombarded by the Black Eagle in the sky, finally began to regroup. Mr. Ye roared, "Heavy armor, open a path and tear a hole in the rear." There was no need to tear the hole in the rear. Beidang's chariots deliberately left their battle line very thin. After a slight contact, they retreated as if they were no match for the Western Army and allowed them to retreat. Guyan gestured to Tan Hongfei, who was not far away. The Xianxia light cavalry quietly retreated like a group of wild wolves. They ran after a bite and knew when to stop. Otherwise, when the Western Army regained control of their formation and reacted, their light cavalry would probably be nothing more than food. Of course, by the time they reacted, the black whirlwind had already blown past and disappeared into the vast night, never to be found again. Long in 7th year, April 15, the Black Iron Battalion attacked the Western Army at night in the west of Dong'an City. April 17, the Black Iron Battalion led the Western Army by the nose for 2 days. They could not stand the harassment and asked for reinforcements from the sea. They did not move. April 23, the Western Army arrived as reinforcements. The Xianxia light cavalry was forced to retreat. The Western Army pursued them to Wuqing. They were lured into a trap by Guyan and triggered the no-fly net. More than half of the Xianxia armor was destroyed and they had to retreat again. April 2, Shirlu, the Pope's injuries improved slightly and he immediately went to battle. April 29, Wuqing fell. May 3, Daxing Mansion was bombarded by the Western Army's heavy artillery. Under the pressure of tens of thousands of Western Army, Guyan led Beidang's light cavalry and Xianxia armor to contend with them for nearly a month. Finally, they were unable to continue. April 7, Guyan retreated to the capital. The 9 gates were tightly shut and the reinforcements still had not arrived. At this point, all the grievances and grudges had retreated behind the city walls. The capital of Daliang entered summer under the shade of green trees. There were no more painted boats or songs on the man-made lake in the city. The Western army had finally sent out a sanctimonious envoy. Because of a Western envoy, the morning court was so noisy that everyone was dizzy. After the court was dismissed, Changgung ignored the large group of people who each had their own thoughts and wanted to sound him out. He helped the elderly Duke Fenghan out of the palace. The people in the capital were in a state of panic, and there was a shortage of carriages and horses. Usually, Gu Yun had Huadan wait for him outside the palace with a horse. Today, Huadan was delayed for some reason and was nowhere to be seen. At first, Changgung did not pay attention to it. He walked side by side with the old dean of the Lingshu temple and slowly walked back. Duke Fenghan lived in the Lingshu temple all day long. His eyes were sunken, and he looked like a drained radish. Only a pair of thievish eyes were left, and he looked particularly uncomfortable. It must be difficult for your highness to have the patience to accompany old things like us who have bad legs. Duke Fenghan sighed. Is there any news of the reinforcements? When will they come? Changgung said, the chaos of the 4 territories has hindered the 5 military regions. You also know what the local garrisons are like. In the past few years, the military budget and purple gold quotas of the various provinces have been reduced again and again. Basically, they can't afford to provide heavy armor, so they are all wearing light fur coats. Although light fur coats can move quickly and are easy to mobilize, they are also very easy to obstruct. Once the enemy sets heavy armor or chariots along the way to intercept them, if the commander is slightly inexperienced, it is very easy for the troops to fall into the enemy's encirclement. The foreigners don't even need to send many people. Your Highness really makes this old one feel ashamed. The spiritual pivot yard hasn't produced anything decent for several years. Zhang Fenghan shook his head in self-mockery. I'm a useless old man, and I'm just sitting there doing nothing. I originally wanted to retire to the emperor after the new year, but I didn't expect to encounter a national disaster. I'm afraid I won't have a good ending. Changgung warmly said, Duke Fenghan's contributions will last for 1,000 years. Don't belittle yourself. Xianxia. After Xianxia, will there still be a Daliang? Zhang Fenghan pursed his lips and said, I thought that after entering the Lingshu temple, I would be able to ignore the outside world and deal with fire engines and steel armor for the rest of my life and concentrate on my own work. But it turns out that the world is so crowded that even if gentlemen and villains go their separate ways, they will always run into each other. The more you don't want to get involved in anything, the more you want to stand out from the crowd, the more you can't do anything, even if you just want to be a lowly person whose hands are covered in engine oil. Changgung knew that Duke Fenghan was just lamenting and didn't want to hear his reply. Thus, he smiled and didn't say anything. For Dalian to end up like this, the conflict between the imperial power and the military power was the fuse, but it was not the most fundamental reason. When the state treasury became poorer and poorer year after year, it was already destined to end up in such a miserable state. Zhang Fenghan said, the No Skynet of Chiyuan restaurant is being adjusted every day. Those Westerners now only dare to use military carriages and don't dare to use a large number of eagle armor. However, the power of the hidden posts is always limited. I heard that the Westerners use a string to pull the wood kites outside the city every day. I'm afraid that in a few days, the stored iron arrows in the hidden posts will be unable to continue. What should we do then? Does General Gu have a plan? There were less than 100 Black Eagle in Beiding, including the ones that were missing arms and legs. Once the No Skynet was ineffective, the city would be broken. Changgung said, yes, he knows. He is thinking of a way. Zhang Fenghan, who was full of worries, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether to say that Yanbei of Gojoseon was a young hero or that he was stupid. It seemed that even if the sky collapsed in front of him, the young prince would still say I know as if it didn't matter to him. Zhang Fenghan deliberately lowered his voice and said, today, Commander Han of the Imperial Guards went missing from court. Did your highness see him? There are rumors in court that the emperor is angrily rebuking the Westerners, but he is actually planning to move the capital. Changgung smiled and said calmly, the emperor won't. We are not at a dead end yet. I saw a carriage from the Lingshu temple. I'll help you get in. Oh, Uncle Hua is here? Huadan walked in hurriedly. His face was filled with unease as he came in front of Chang'ing. This old servant came late today. Your Highness, please forgive me. It's no problem, Chang'ing waved his hand. Uncle Hua, what happened today that delayed you? Huadan carefully looked at his expression. Marquis was injured by an arrow from the Westerners last night. I only heard about it this morning and just went. Ai, Your Highness. Under the stunned gazes of Huadan and Zhang Fenghan, Chang'ing, who had been strolling around, suddenly changed his expression. He jumped onto the back of his horse and disappeared like a gust of wind. The smell of gunpowder in front of the 9 gates hadn't dissipated yet. The Western army only retreated at dawn. Gu Yun also had a moment to catch his breath. There was a dent in the shoulder of the Xianxia. The arrowhead had already been pulled out. 2 military doctors surrounded Gu Yun. They used pliers and scissors to carefully pry open the deformed shoulder. The clothes and flesh inside were already mixed together. Chang'ing rushed in. His gaze fell on Gu Yun. He couldn't help but look away. His expression was even uglier than the injured one. See? Gu Yun sucked in a cold breath. I say, can the 2 of you be more straightforward? Embroidery. How is it? Chang'ing did not answer. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, waving the 2 military doctors away. He bent down and carefully observed the pieces of armor that could not be removed from Gu Yun's body. He took out a small iron pincer the length of a finger from his bosom, held Gu Yun's shoulder tightly, and cut it from the other side. His hands were extremely fast. The sharp pincer cut open a hole in the deformed shoulder armor as if it was mud. Blood immediately stained his hand. Chang'ing's face tightened. He couldn't breathe for a moment. He said in a low voice, why didn't you tell me that you were injured like this? Gu Yun, who was still grimacing in pain just now, suppressed the pain. He gritted his teeth and said, it's a small matter. What did the Western envoy say in the court meeting? What else could he say? He talked nonsense in the Golden Palace. Chang'ing moved his unsteady fingers and uncovered the broken pieces of armor that were stuck to Gu Yun's body. He said that we should stop the persecution and plundering of the countries in the western region. We should give up the territory outside Jiayu Pass as the Wan Kingdom commercial zone. The commercial zone should be governed according to their domestic laws. Also, the deformed shoulder was completely removed. Chang'ing stared at Gu Yun's wound and sucked in a deep breath. He stood up straight with difficulty and paused for a moment. Also. What? Gu Yun shivered and broke out in cold sweat. I say, doctor, why are you still scared of blood? Chang'ing was as stiff as an iron rod. I am scared of your blood. He snatched Gu Yun's wine pot and drank 2 mouthfuls. He was so dizzy that he wanted to vomit. He forced himself to breathe for a moment. Chang'ing then picked up the scissors at the side and cut open the clothes that he couldn't see the color of. Also, the 3 Shirlu counties in the northern borderline, from Shijing to Zhili Yuzhou, will be given to the 18 tribes. The capital of Daliang will be moved to the eastern capital of the Central Plains. Princess Hening will also be sent to the 18 tribes as a hostage. From then on, I will submit to the 18 tribes and pay tribute every year. Hening was Li Feng's only daughter. She was only 7 years old. Gu Yun said angrily, bullshit. As soon as he struggled, blood gushed out. Chang'ing couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, don't move. The 2 of them were silent for a moment. Gu Yun's expression was uncertain. After a while, he said. Continue. In addition, they also forced Li Feng to order Shani to withdraw the southern borderline garrison that occupied the islands of Nanyang. The East Sea Canal will be divided into rivers. The Jiangnan Navy will retreat to Hanoi. The East Sea Canal will be divided into the East Sea. Chang'ing's eyes were heavy, but his hands were very gently wiping his wound. He paused and said, there is also compensation. Gu Yun tensed his muscles without saying a word. During the morning court, Li Feng wanted to kill the envoy, but he was persuaded by the officials. Chang'ing held Gu Yun's uninjured shoulder. I want to clean the wound. Godfather, can you temporarily seal your consciousness? Gu Yun shook his head. Chang'ing persuaded him kindly, I will only use a little medicine. You have a strong resistance to drugs. You won't be able to sleep for long. If there are changes in the outer city, I will guard for you. If you want to wash it, then wash it. Gu Yun interrupted him, don't talk nonsense. Chang'ing glanced at him and realized that it was useless to reason with this person. At this moment, Tan Hongfei ran over and said, "Marshal." As soon as Gu Yun turned around, he smelled a strange fragrance. He was caught off guard and inhaled a mouthful. His entire body immediately went limp. The wise and powerful Marquis of Stability never expected that His Highness the Royal Prince would know such an unconventional Jianghu method like whirled in one's sleeve. Moreover, he used it on himself. Gu Yun, you. Chang'ing didn't even blink. He quickly pierced the thin needle into Gu Yun's acupuncture point. Then, he caught Gu Yun's unconscious body. Tan Hongfei, who had watched the commander-in-chief being put down, was stunned at the door. He and His Highness the Royal Prince stared at each other. Chang'ing's expression didn't change as he made a shushing gesture at him. Then, he picked up Gu Yun and laid him flat. Then, he began to carefully clean his wounds. Tan Hongfei was flabbergasted. This, that, Chang'ing, it's fine. Let him sleep for a while. He won't suffer so much. Tan Hongfei blinked. A long time ago, he had always thought that His Highness Yanbei of Gojoseon was an amiable scholar. Later, he discovered that he was good at calculating. He was very impressed and wanted to get close to him. It wasn't until this moment that Commander Tan felt a burning reverence for him. Tan Hongfei subconsciously reached out to touch his face. The scar on his face from Gu Yun's slaps had yet to fade. He thought, His Highness is too daring. Chang'ing, oh right, what's the matter? Only then did Tan Hongfei come back to his senses. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, the Emperor is here. The carriage is behind us. Look, as he spoke, the haggard Li Feng arrived in casual clothes. He only brought Zhu Xiaojiao with him. Li Feng lowered his head to look at the unconscious Gu Yun. He then reached out to touch his forehead. Is Imperial Uncle okay? It's just a flesh wound. Chang'ing bandaged the wound and draped a thin silk robe over Gu Yun's body. Then, he put away his silver needles. It's just that I gave him some anesthetic. He won't wake up for a while. Imperial brother, please don't take offense. After Chang'ing finished speaking, he stood up and picked up Gu Yun's wind-cutting blade. He didn't even put on his armor as he turned around and walked out. Li Feng hurriedly asked, What's wrong? I'll guard the city for adoptive father for a while, Chang'ing said. Although the emissary is in the capital, I'm afraid that it's a trap set by the Westerners. They might attack the city when we let down our guard. It's better to be cautious. Li Feng stood in place for a moment. Then, he suddenly grabbed a sword and followed out. Zhu Xiaojiao was shocked. Your Majesty. Li Feng ignored him and went up the city wall. With the help of his clairvoyance, the Emperor Long and saw that the Western Army's camp was not far away. The fertile land on the outskirts of the capital was now in ruins. The capital's 9 gates, which used to be bustling with carriages and horses, was now desolate. A corner of the city wall that had collapsed was supported by the scrapped Xiantai armor. It was on the verge of collapse, but stubbornly refused to change. The ordinary soldiers of Beidang all recognized Chang'ing and came forward to greet him. However, they didn't recognize Li Feng. They only saw that he was well-dressed and had an extraordinary bearing. They thought he was a civil official and called him Darren. The two brothers of the Li family stood side by side on the city wall. From their appearance to their figure, they didn't look alike at all. Their familial relationship was so weak that it was like a piece of paper that could be poked through with a finger. Li Feng suddenly said to Chang'ing, Han Qi should be back in the afternoon. Tell Imperial Uncle to find someone he can trust to receive him. Chang'ing didn't inquire. He didn't seem to be curious at all. He just casually said, yes. Li Feng asked, Aren't you going to ask where I sent Han Qi? Chang'ing lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the stone bricks on the city wall. After a moment of silence, he said, Recently, I have been moving the purple gold from the Ministry of Revenue and Military Supplies. I found that there are some problems with the purple gold from the court, but it might be my brother's arrangement. When the Emperor Long'an heard this, he knew that Chang'ing had found out about his private stash of purple gold. Li Feng said somewhat awkwardly, Well, there is a secret passage inside the Dishing Gate that leads to Jinghua Garden. I had Han Qi lead the troops out of the city through this passage and open the private storehouse in Jinghua Garden. Inside there is, I haven't had time to release the Shirlu 10,000 gene of purple gold. Don't spread the news. Right now, the people in the court are not stable. If they know about the secret passage, I'm afraid that some people will be moved. Chongqing nodded. He wasn't surprised. Li Feng was taking out his family's wealth. As headstrong and self-opinionated as the Emperor Longin, it was impossible for him to lose his power and humiliate the country. He would rather be buried under the 9 gates. When he was silent, there was nothing to say between the two. In fact, it had always been like this. Other than the government affairs and the polite nonsense when paying respects, there was really nothing to say between the Li brothers. Li Feng asked, "How old were you when you met Imperial Uncle?" Chongqing. 12 years old. Li Feng said, "Oh, he didn't have a family and led the troops in the northwest for a long time. I don't think he took care of you, right?" Chongqing's eyes flickered slightly. "No, he was very good at doting on people." Li Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the dim sky. He remembered that he had grown up with Gu Yun. When he was young, he was sometimes jealous that his father treated Gu Yun better and more gently. But most of the time, he felt that although this little imperial uncle didn't play with him much, he was a very good person. He also once thought that this little bit of youthful affection could last a lifetime. But it had only been 10 years, and it had already become like this. "Amin," Li Feng said, "if the city is breached, Jin will pass the throne to you. You take the harem and the officials first through the secret passage and move the capital to Luoyang. Then slowly plan. There will be a day when we can make a comeback." Chongqing finally looked at him. If there really is such a day, Li Feng's eyes were flat as he looked into the distance and continued, "You don't need to be the crown prince anymore. You just need to let your nephews have a place to stay." Chongqing didn't respond. After a moment, he said indifferently, "Imperial brother is too serious. It hasn't reached that point." Li Feng looked at his younger brother and vaguely remembered what he heard from his mother when he was young. She said that the women who came to Beiman were all monsters. They were the best at playing with poison and bewitching people's hearts. In the future, they would give birth to monsters that would stain Daoyang's imperial bloodline. Later, the Marquis of Stability brought the 4th prince, who had been wandering among the common people for many years, back to the palace. For the sake of Shandi's wishes and his own benevolence, Li Feng kept him. The Ministry of Internal Affairs only had one more exception. Out of sight, out of mind. But it wasn't until this moment that the Emperor Longin realized that he couldn't see through this young man. He didn't change his expression in the face of a national disaster or a great enemy. Even the dignity of the emperor couldn't move his heart. The clothes he wore seemed to be from last year. He didn't change his sleeves even when they were worn thin. He was even more unpredictable than Hugua Temple's master Liao Qi. He didn't love anything. It was as if nothing in this world could move him. Li Feng opened his mouth. At this time, Zhu Xiaojiao reminded him in a low voice, "Your Majesty, it's time to go back to the palace." Li Feng came back to his senses. He handed his sword to a soldier on the side and silently patted Chongqing's shoulder. He glanced at the young man's tall and straight back and turned to leave. After Li Feng left, a monk with a dusty face went up the gate tower. It was Liao Ran. The monks of Hugua Temple had all withdrawn into the city. He followed the abbot and recited sutras every day during the day to pray for the fate of the country. At night, he secretly used an informant to investigate the people around Li Feng. Chongqing glanced at him. Liao Ran shook his head and gestured, "I investigated. The people around His Majesty all have clean records. None of them had close contact with the witches of the 18 ministries and their subordinates." Chongqing said, "His Majesty is naturally suspicious. He's not someone who can't hide things. Our side has repeatedly leaked secrets. The informant must be his confidant. Have you investigated Eunuch Zhu?" Liao Ran shook his head with a solemn expression. He had investigated, and there was no problem. Chongqing frowned slightly. At this time, Gu Yun, who was put down by Chongqing with acupuncture and medicine, finally woke up. He slept so deeply that he almost didn't know what day it was. It wasn't until the dull pain from the wound on his shoulder that he realized what had happened. Gu Yun got up and put on his clothes, preparing to find Chongqing to settle the score. Who knew that as soon as he came out, he heard a loud noise coming from afar. The entire capital shook. Yun supported himself on the city wall and thought, earthquake? Changing, who was on the city gate tower, suddenly turned his head. A malicious look flashed across his face. He always thought that the spy in the imperial city was Li Feng's palace servant. But Li Feng was cautious and suspicious. How could he reveal the matter of Jinghua Garden to his servant? Gu Yun asked, what's wrong? I don't know. Changing walked down quickly. Li Feng just came and said that he had Han Qi set off from the secret passage to Jinghua Garden to transport the purple gold. Is that the direction of the western suburbs? Gu Yun woke up with a start. On the 9th day of the 5th month, the secret of Jinghua Garden was leaked. The Western people's peace talk was indeed a pretense. They didn't want to take the opportunity to attack the city. Instead, they sent troops to the western part of the capital to kill Han Qi halfway. After a final struggle, Han Qi was finally defeated. He made a prompt decision and ignited the 100,000 pieces of purple gold. He directly blew up the entrance of the secret passage and destroyed everything. The fire engulfed the entire western suburbs like a prairie fire. The endless purple gold was like karmic fire from the underground. It burned the imperial guards who were escorting the purple gold, the westerners who were caught off guard, and even the beautiful scenery and pavilions of Jinghua Garden. The special purple gas illuminated half the sky like an auspicious sign. It was as if a thick and colorful ray of light was flowing down from the horizon. The heart of the earth was burning, and the entire capital was trembling. The heat flow stretched for dozens of miles. It slowly flowed from the western suburbs into the 9 gates that were as solid as a rock. The capital could be considered cool in the early summer, but in an instant, it was comparable to the furnace of Nanjiang. The originally light and difficult to distinguish smell of the purple gold diffused against the east wind. Everyone finally tasted that special smell. It was actually an indescribable fragrance. It was like the scent of pine mixed with a little bit of grass and wood. All the remaining heavy armors were mobilized by Gu Yun. The string of the white rainbow was stretched taut. Just as he expected, the Western army also moved at this time. Gu Yun didn't know how many Western army were burned by the fire. He also didn't know how long the Pope could last under such heavy losses. After many days of siege, both sides had reached their limits. Just a while ago, the first wave of crazy attacks arrived. Heavy armors and chariots alternated. Artillery fire and white rainbows rose and fell one after another. There was almost no gap between the fierce artillery fire of both sides. Dust and noise rose everywhere. The temperature of the violet-golden fire in the western suburbs continued to rise, roasting people until they were drenched in sweat. In the distance, there was the unique screech of eagle armor rising into the sky. The no-fly net had not completely lost its effect, but the Western army could not wait any longer and used countless eagle armor to test the law. This Western army was first delayed by Gu Yun for more than a month, and then stopped by the 9 gates defense and the no-fly net. Every day was extremely exhausting, and every day's futile effort was also damaging the patience of the faraway Western countries for this expedition to the Far East that had been planned for more than a decade. Changing grabbed the monk Liao Ran and said quickly, "Listen to me, that person can't be a servant from the palace. We have investigated the people around Li Feng more than once. Moreover, the previous dynasty was defeated by luck. Our dynasty has never allowed eunuchs to abuse their power. No matter what, the emperor would not be so absurd as to hand over the matter of Jinghua Garden to a eunuch. It is even more impossible for him to be an important official in the court." The news of Li Feng leaving the palace made everyone panic. Everyone said that the emperor was going to run away, but Li Feng kept quiet and did not say anything. It was only when Han Qi was about to return that he personally revealed the news to me. Even if he wanted to pass it on to me, Liao Ren stared at him blankly. Changing murmured, "That brother of mine did not believe in generals during peacetime, and did not believe in civil officials during war. Who could it be? Who else could it be?" Liao Ran stopped spinning the prayer beads in his hand. Then he suddenly gasped. This senior monk, who was like the reincarnation of Yubara, suddenly looked like a dead man. Changing turned his heavy gaze to him and said word by word, "Hugua Temple is in the western suburbs." At this moment, a stray bullet landed beside them. Changing and Liao Ran were thrown to the ground by the airwave. Changing staggered and barely managed to stand, but the prayer beads around the monk's neck broke. Old wooden beads rolled all over the messy mortal world. Chang'ing grabbed Liao Ran's collar and dragged Liao Ran up. Get up, let's go. If you kill the wrong person, I'll take responsibility. Liao Ran instinctively shook his head. He had originally thought that his many years of cultivation had allowed him to see through the joys and sorrows of the world. It was not until this moment, the age of Dharma and encountering the devil, that he realized that the world was nothing but an illusion. Chang'ing pushed the monk Liao Ran away. Facing the white-faced monk's fearful gaze, he said, I'm not afraid of karma. I'll take care of it. Master, don't stop me and don't blame me. When he was still innocent, he had already suffered all the evil retribution in the world. There was nothing in the hell of Avisanaraka that he was in awe of. Chang'ing said, I'll go and borrow a few people from my foster father. The monk Liao Ran stood rooted to the ground. He saw that the young royal highness made a special gesture towards him. He clasped his thumb and made a slight downward motion. The wide sleeves of the royal highness court robe swept across the air. The silver thread on the sleeves flashed like a silver dragon flickering on the surface of the river. If the world is peaceful and happy, I'm willing to fish, cut wood, study, and wander the Jianghu. Liao Ran's entire body was trembling. After a long time, he clasped his palms together and bowed to the Chang'ing. If the golden age is about to collapse, and the abyss is at the side, I'll go and die 10,000 deaths. This path was called Lin Yuan. Chang'ing laughed softly, fake monk. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the city gate. Liao Ran suddenly burst into tears. Without knowing the suffering, one would not believe in God or Buddha. The only remaining Xian eagle had already flown into the sky. Gu Yun gathered all the firepower of the entire capital city together and smashed it down at the city wall with all his might. Heavy armors were on standby at the city gate. This was the first time Chang'ing saw Gu Yun give up the light fur coat and wear heavy armor. His pale face seemed to be plated with a layer of boundless and hard Xian Tai. After hearing the personal guard report that Yanbei of Guozhouzian had arrived, Gu Yun suddenly turned around. His expression was even uglier than when he pulled out the arrow. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Chang'ing's arm through the steel armor. Why did you come back? How is it? Chang'ing asked. The Westerners are anxious. How do you plan to defend? Gu Yun did not answer. He only dragged him down the city gate. His answer was in silence. What else could he do? He could only defend to the death. Commander Han Chi's incident was definitely not a coincidence. There must be someone around Li Feng who betrayed him, Chang'ing said. Godfather, give me a group of personal guards. I will go and solve the hidden dangers in the city. Otherwise, if they work together from the inside and outside, it will only be a matter of time before the city is breached. Chang'ing, Gu Yun restrained his somewhat frivolous expression. Your Highness, I will send a group of personal guards to escort you out. You must take care of yourself on the road. Don't come back again. Without the cooperation from the inside and outside, it was only a matter of time before the city was breached. Chang'ing's eyebrows twitched. His intuition told him that this leave was not just sending him into the city. At this moment, a loud sound came from behind him. The Westerners bombarded the city wall with heavy artillery. The city gate, which had been impregnable for hundreds of years, trembled. The mottled outer wall fell off miserably, revealing the Xian Tai and the interlocking iron gears inside. It looked like a hideous face with flesh and blood after the skin was peeled off. A black eagle with its head separated from its body fell to the side. Gu Yun used his heavy armor to protect Chang'ing in his arms. The peeled boulder fell behind him with a loud crash. The broken sand splashed on the Xian Tai, creating a series of clanging sounds. The two of them were very close to each other. Their breaths were almost intertwined. Ever since Chang'ing deliberately avoided arousing suspicion, such an intimate moment seemed to have never happened again. Gu Yun's nose was boiling hot. He did not know if he had a fever, but his eyes were still sharp and clear. What else did His Majesty say to you when he came over just now? Gu Yun quickly said in his ear, do as he says. Let's go. When Li Feng came over, Gu Yun was still unconscious. The two of them did not even meet face to face. This pair of monarchs and ministers had been speculating about each other all the time under the pretense of peace for many years. They were suspicious of each other and guarded against each other. However, at the last moment, both of them actually understood what the other was thinking. Chongging's pupils shrank slightly. He suddenly pulled down Gu Yun's neck, who was in heavy armor, and kissed her dry lips without caring about anything else. This was the first time he tasted Gu Yun when both of them were awake. It was too hot. It was as if he was going to spontaneously combust. There was a bloody smell in the air. Chonggung's heart was beating so fast that it was about to split open, but it was not because of the false sweetness in the legends of romance. It was as if a wildfire that could destroy the world was burning in his heart. It was trapped fiercely in his mortal body and was about to break out, engulfing the present and the future of the destruction of the country and the destruction of the family. This moment seemed as long as 100 generations, but it also seemed as if it did not even take a blink of an eye. Gu Yun forcefully pulled him off her body. The power of anthracite was not something a human could resist. However, he did not get angry at Chongging. He did not even indiscriminately push Chongging to the side. He only loosened his iron hands almost gently and placed Chongging 2 steps away. Throwing away thousands of shekels and human relations, could the burning passion in a desperate situation move his heart of stone? If he was prepared to die on the city wall, then could the last person who was close to him in this life make him feel that there was not an emptiness behind him on the road to the Yellow Springs? Was it a consolation, or would it make him not know whether to laugh or cry? At that moment, probably no one could see any clues from Gu Yun's handsome face. Chongging stared at him and said calmly, "Zishi, I still have to cut off the spies in the city. I will not accompany you here. If anything happens to you today," he seemed to smile and shook his head. He felt that the words "I will not live alone" were too weak and would be laughed at by Gu Yun. However, these were not empty words. Could it be that he was going to drag out an ignoble existence and spend the rest of his life with Wu Ergu? He did not have such a big grudge against him. Gu Yun took a deep breath and shouted, "Old Tan." A black eagle whistled down from the sky. It was Tan Hongfei. Gu Yun said, "Pick a team of light cavalry to escort the prince." After he finished speaking, he went up the city wall without looking back. The blowtorch rockets on the White Rainbow soared into the sky and collided fiercely with the attacking Western Eagle armor. This was the last batch of blowtorch rockets sent by the Lingshu Temple. The enemy used human flesh as ladders and dead bodies as bridges. They rushed forward one after another, disregarding everything. A Western Eagle armor used its companion's corpse as a shield and brazenly crossed the White Rainbow fire wall on the city wall. It fiercely blasted a long cannon into the city and landed on the Kite restaurant. That Western Eagle armor was then hit by a Black Eagle. One of the Black Eagle's iron wings had already failed. Thick smoke billowed behind it. It did not have any swords on its body. It could only hold on to the enemy's shoulder tightly and fell from the sky. Before it landed on the ground, the overloaded golden box had already exploded. A short burst of sparks swallowed the Black Eagle and the Western Eagle armor. They perished together. The star-picking platform of the Kite restaurant shook twice and collapsed. At this moment, only ruins and wreckage could be seen from the Yunming Temple. The 100 years of prosperity of the capital, the dream of a lifetime of red walls and golden tiles, fell to the ground together with the broken glass, and turned into ashes. The throne room was in a mess. Zhu Xiaojiao staggered to Li Feng's feet and cried, "Your Majesty, seeing that the 9 gates are broken, please leave. I have already ordered my foster son to prepare a carriage and casual clothes outside the north gate. There are still 130 imperial guards in the palace. They will protect your Majesty and break out of the encirclement even if they die." Li Feng kicked him down. "You dog slave who acts on your own initiative, get lost. Bring me the imperial sword." Wang Wu heard this and hurriedly knelt down. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. As long as the emperor is safe and sound, the country will be entrusted to him. In the future, there will be." An imperial bodyguard brought the imperial sword in front of Li Feng. Li Feng pulled out the sword and thrust it forward, stabbing down Wang Guizhou's official hat. Li Feng strode out of the hall. Zhu Xiaojiao stumbled and crawled behind the emperor. The panicked 6 ministries and 9 ministers seemed to have found their leader and involuntarily followed Li Feng out. Zhu Xiaojiao's foster son opposite the north gate was pushed aside by the imperial guards. He anxiously shouted at Zhu Xiaojiao. Zhu Xiaojiao screamed, "How dare you!" After all, he was the emperor's favorite. The imperial guards hesitated for a moment and allowed the two male attendants to break in. At this moment, Master Liaoqi of the Hugua Temple came over. Behind him was a group of people who looked like martial monks. They walked in front of Li Feng. Li Feng's expression slightly relaxed. However, before he could greet Master Liaoqi, one of Zhu Xiaojiao's male attendants suddenly raised his head. His submissive face was full of killing intent. He followed beside Zhu Xiaojiao and happened to be 5 steps away from the Emperor Longin. He opened his mouth and blew out a blow dart. No one expected this unforeseen event. For a moment, everyone was shocked. In a split second, Zhu Xiaojiao screamed. His fat body rolled over and fiercely hit Li Feng's back, blocking the fatal blow for him. Li Feng staggered a step and almost fell into his arms. He turned around in shock and anger and saw Zhu Xiaojiao's eyes were wide open. It seemed that he still couldn't believe that his obedient foster son would become an assassin. His body twitched a few times like a marionette, and before he could make a sound, he had already died. Li Feng's breathing stopped for a moment. At this moment, he heard the name of Buddha. Before the Emperor Longin could recover from his sorrow, he felt an ice-cold hand press down on his neck. Master Liao Qi's hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, had an iron claw on it. His strange hand, which could easily crush stone, grabbed the Emperor Longin's fragile neck. The imperial sword fell to the ground with a clang. The officials and imperial bodyguards were all stunned. Jiang Chong, a weak scholar who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, suddenly had the courage to step forward and ask, "Abbot, are you crazy?" Liaoqi lifted his face, which had been bitter for decades, and looked at him. He smiled and said, "Ba, this poor monk is not crazy. Lord Jiang, when the imperial emperor used his military force to grind the sharp sword of Xiantai, I'm afraid you weren't even born yet." Jiang Chong said, "What?" A warrior monk behind Liaoqi took a step forward and said something to Liaoqi that Jiang Chong couldn't understand. Then, a few heavy armors came out from all directions and stood behind the monks. The minister of Honglu Temple next to them exclaimed, "Dongying." Liaoqi smiled and said, "When the imperial emperor issued the gold melting order, my whole family of Shirlu was killed by the Black Crows. I was the only one who survived and ended up in your country. When the old marquis married the eldest princess, the amnesty granted to all the people, I was freed and cut off my worldly ties. Since then, I've always been accompanied by yellow lamps and yellow scrolls. After painstakingly working for 4 years, I finally have today." Li Feng's throat was choked. He couldn't speak clearly. "You are the descendant of the Ziliajan smuggling bandit who deserved to die." "Bandit?" Liaoqi repeated with a fake smile, "Isn't that so? It's all Ziliajan's fault. The imperial emperor's mouth and heart are hard. I don't know if his bones are the same. In that case, please move the red-headed kite and follow this poor monk." Li Feng, the imperial emperor is a devout believer in Buddha, Liaoqi said. "There's no difference between believing in Buddha and believing in this poor monk." After he finished speaking, he pushed Li Feng onto a red-headed kite and ordered people to hang the coiled dragon flag on the red-headed kite's tail. "Cut the rope and release the red-headed kite," Liaoqi said. "Spread the news that the imperial emperor is going to abandon the city and escape." Jiang Chong said, "How dare you, thief?" Liaoqi laughed, "If you want to kill the imperial emperor, you can come forward." At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from not far away. Liaoqi was stunned. He turned around and saw that Liao Ran was standing on the ruins of the star-picking platform. The mute monk's throat had been damaged since he was young. Even if he used all his strength, he could only make ah sounds. It was very inelegant. People who had seen Master Liao Ran had never heard him make a single sound. He seemed to always walk like a cool breeze with a compassionate expression. He was an abandoned infant that the previous abbot had picked up. Since he was young, he had been raised by his Xixiang, Liaoqi, even though his ambition was not like that of a monk, and he had left the temple at the age of 11 or 12 to make his way into Jianghu, and even later entered the Linyuan pavilion. The affection from when he was young gradually faded, but it still lingered. Liao Ran signaled to him, "Xixiang, turn back and be saved." Liaoqi looked at his Xixiang with a complicated expression. For a moment, he couldn't help but be reminded of their old friendship. He was slightly distracted and then muttered, "The river has dried up, how can it?" Before he could finish the word save, a short arrow the length of a palm suddenly appeared from an extremely tricky angle. Taking advantage of Liao Qi's distraction, it neatly and cleanly shot him in the throat. Everyone cried out in alarm. They saw a black eagle flying close to the ground. Changbing was still on the back of the eagle, and the small crossbow in his hand was still vibrating. Tan Hongfei held the cutting wind blade in his hand. With a wave of his iron arm, he blocked the sudden attack of two Dongying martial monks. Jiang Chong shouted, "What are you waiting for? Protect the Imperial Emperor." The Imperial bodyguard swarmed forward. A team of Xiantai light cavalry rushed out of the alley. Li Feng pushed Liao Qi away forcefully. The corpse of a senior monk rolled down from the red-headed kite. Liao Ran knelt in the ruins dejectedly. Such a big country, such a big world, separated by the sea from the east and the west, and endless north and south, it could not fit a shrine that was far away from the mortal world. The Dongying martial monks and the imperial bodyguards fought together. The heavy armor brought by Liao Qi was blasted into the sky. Tan Hongfei fell straight down. Changbing nimbly landed on one knee. The two separated, and the bricks and tiles of the walls flew everywhere. Changbing's eyes met with Li Feng's. He took the white rainbow bow from his back and leaned his back against the bow in his hand. The iron string was pulled to the extreme, and the bow was bent like a full moon. A sharp sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. It hit the golden box in the middle of the heavy armor. He immediately retreated, and the golden box exploded immediately. The heat wave hit the red-headed kite and made it tremble. Li Feng reached out his hand to hold the railing of the red-headed kite. "Tan Hongfei, open this thing and send me to the city gate." Tan Hongfei was shocked. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Changbing with a slight inquiry. Changbing's eyes darkened. It was a tacit agreement. The red-headed kite carrying the emperor headed toward the city gate. More than 100 imperial bodyguards and hundreds of officials marched together in a grandiose manner. From the kite pavilion to the city gate, the bluestone road was 12 li long. Refugees and local people who had fled into the capital during the chaos of the war constantly poured out from both sides of the road, converging into the road like rivers flowing into the sea. At this time, the city gate was finally unable to hold on. The anti-air net was broken, and the blowing arrows were also exhausted. Gu Yun on the city wall gave an order and ordered the city gate to open. The long-awaited anthracite came out of the city gate. Gu Yun gestured to the wounded soldiers on the city wall. The city gate slowly closed behind the heavy armor formation. Gu Yun put down his iron mask. All the heavy armors behind him did the same. The next moment, the heavy armor moved. The dilapidated city wall rumbled and trembled under the unbelievably neat footsteps. The black iron armor was soaked in the snow-white steam that could not be dispersed by the wind. Facing the enemy's tide-like artillery fire, it went against the current. The first batch of heavy armor was like a Zamedeo that could cut off everything. It swept across like a whirlwind and pushed directly into the enemy formation. Heads, bodies, and limbs that had been blown off flew in pieces, but the fire couldn't burn the Xiantai. As long as the golden box didn't explode, most of the corpses that hadn't been defeated could stay upright. The soldiers in the armor were dead, but the mechanical gears were still turning. They continued to rush forward as if their souls hadn't dispersed. When they couldn't go on, someone would break open the golden box behind the armor and ignite the fuse hidden in it. The soldiers under the iron masks did not differentiate between each other. Thousands of them acted as one. They were no different from the newly recruited soldiers of the North Military Camp. They would either roll the enemy's head with their cutting wind blades, or explode on the spot into a purple firework that concealed their identities. Li Feng stood on the red kite with his hands behind his back. He suddenly asked Tan Hongfei, who had been ordered to stand beside him. "Where's Amin?" Tan Hongfei was stunned when he was called. He replied, "His Royal Highness went up the city wall." The hot wind blew away the anger on Li Feng's face. He calmed down in the midst of the devastation and threw the imperial sword in his hand to Tan Hongfei, who was on the Black Eagle. "Pass on my verbal order. The country is in danger. The crown prince is young and unable to bear the heavy responsibility. I have no virtue and no talent. I have trapped the country and the people here. I am ashamed to face my ancestors. Yuchan is located in Yanbei King. Tan Hongfei was speechless. He hurriedly caught the heavy sword and glanced at the dragon face. His eyes swept over the slightly gray temples of the Emperor Long, and Li Feng waved his hand indifferently. Chongqing ascended the city wall with a longbow in hand and took over the aerial battlefield. Tan Hongfei landed beside Chongqing amidst the roar of the white rainbow. He held the imperial sword that was like a hot potato. "Your Highness." Chongqing knew what he was going to say from the corner of his eye. "Tan Hongfei, Your Highness," His Majesty said. An injured soldier who only had one leg left on the city wall ran over. "Your Highness, the blowtorch is gone." "If the blowtorch is gone, change to the iron arrow. If the iron arrow is gone, put up the ownerless cutting wind blade." "What are you panicking for?" Chongqing didn't even blink, but his words were very impolite. "We'll defend until this wall collapses into pieces. Commander Tan, return that thing and tell Li Feng that I don't owe him anything. I won't be the sole ruler of a fallen country for him. Also, he's now a commander's flag. When the two armies are facing each other, the flag can't be defeated. Our brothers are relying on this flag to support us. Take care of him and don't let him die." At this moment, at least for Commander Tan, Tan Li Feng's words were not as useful as Wen Chongqing's words. He didn't say anything after hearing what the Emperor said. He threw back the Emperor's verbal order and blew a long whistle. He and a few black eagles stood guard beside the Emperor's red kite. Below the city wall, the heavily armored soldiers broke open a path. Once the heavy armored soldiers broke into the enemy's formation, the roaring long and short cannons and the powerful rainbow arrows were useless. The ground was bound to be a battle to the death. The Western army couldn't do anything for a while, so they could only suddenly increase the intensity of the air attack. Countless ownerless cutting wind blades were placed on the rainbow bows. After Yanbei of Gojoseon gave the order, the legendary divine weapons shot out like iron arrows. The spinning white blades turned into blooming flowers, twisting the wind into pieces. The flowers were densely packed with the names of the deceased and swept towards the large group of Western Eagle armor. Chongqing used his finger to rub the dusty clairvoyance, clamped it on the bridge of his tall nose, and ordered, "Send the second batch of cutting wind blades." A young soldier beside him spontaneously acted as a bodyguard. Hearing this, the young man who hadn't had time to change his voice shouted in a sharp voice, "Ready the arrows." Then he turned to Chongqing and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, the cutting wind blades have been used up. What do we do? Do we throw stones down the city wall?" Chongqing glanced at him and seemed to smile. He said, "Although we have run out of ammunition and food this time, thanks to the accumulation of the Emperor of Daliang over the years, there is still some purple gold in the capital. If we really can't defend it, we can learn from General Han Chi and pour the purple gold over the city wall, burning the capital together with it. The foreigners won't be able to take a single penny." The young soldier shuddered at his careless words. Chongqing asked, "How old are you?" The young soldier was stunned for a moment and mumbled, 10, 18. Chongqing smiled and said, "Don't give me that. 15. Some poor families couldn't afford to raise too many children, so they would send their half-grown children to the army to be paid. They were afraid that they wouldn't be accepted if they were too young, so they would do some tricks to falsely report their age." 15, Chongqing said in a low voice. "When I was 15, I was investigating the rebellion of the Prince of Wei in Jiangnan with Marshal Gu. I didn't know anything. You're more promising than me." At this moment, in the distance, under the Pope's order, the Western Eagle armors rose into the air. They were also going all out. One by one, the Western Eagle armors held long cannons and fired at the city wall. The long cannons, which were supposed to be protected by the iron arms of the chariots, had great recoil. When one end of the cannons flew out, the people holding the cannons would immediately be sent flying and fall to their deaths. This group of Western Eagle armors was like a suicide squad. The long cannons rained down on the city wall, causing half of the city wall to immediately collapse. The red-headed kite was affected by the wave of air and was on the verge of collapse. Uncle Guogua cried for his parents as he hugged the mast. He was pushed away by Zhang Fenghan, who had climbed up, panting. "Your Majesty." Duke Feng had also taken off his court robes. He was holding a fish maw in his hands. The fish maw was swaying back and forth, filled with dark purple flowing gold. He was almost shaken to the ground by the swaying red-headed kite. A guard beside him was scared out of his wits and hurriedly went forward to catch the dangerous item. Duke Feng said, "Your Majesty, the ammunition is empty." This old official has followed His Highness the Prince of Yanbei of Gojoseon's orders and brought all of the purple flowing gold in the city to the city gate. I've already started loading it in batches. Your Majesty, be careful. Protect the Emperor. The cannons that flew over interrupted Duke Feng's words and brushed past Li Feng's red-headed kite. A corner of the red-headed kite was immediately blown off. It gave a hoarse groan and leaned to one side. Another cannonball relentlessly chased after it and crashed into the red-headed kite's abdomen. The heavily injured red-headed kite had already lost control. Li Feng's pupils shrank to the size of a needle amidst everyone's yells and cries, following the cannon fire. Tan Hongfei roared and suddenly spread his wings. His black wings covered the sky as he pounced over. The moment he hugged the long cannon, the eagle armor activated its fastest speed. The high temperature and impact instantly blew this former Xiantai subordinate, who had been brooding over an old case from 20 years ago, into the sky. Together with the long cannon, he turned into a sky-drilling monkey that would never return. Fortunately, he didn't fail his mission. The wind blades that had reaped the lives of countless foreigners on the city wall finally hit nothing. Chongqing turned around and glanced at the unfriendly capital. It was a pity that he couldn't see the House of Marquis from here. Then he raised his longbow, dipped the tip of the iron arrow in some kerosene, and shot it at the enemy in the air. The kerosene flew through the air at high speed and caught fire on the tip of the arrow. It streaked across the sky like a meteor. This was a signal. Duke Feng rolled up his sleeves and said, "Red-headed kites, get ready." Apart from Li Feng's location, the last dozen or so red-headed kites in the capital floated up the city wall. They were like a group of dancers dressed in beautiful red makeup, moving gracefully to a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Carrying the purple gold, they collided with the Western Eagle armor in the air. The color of the imperial sky changed. Chongqing, who was on the city wall, bore the brunt of the impact. The light armor he temporarily put on was completely unable to block the airflow that came crashing down. He only felt a strong force hit his chest. His vision went black and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He temporarily lost consciousness. The young man who had passed the order on behalf of him shouted and rushed over, trying to protect him with his body. The city wall finally collapsed completely. Chongqing didn't know how long he had been unconscious for. After a long while, he gradually regained consciousness. He found that one of his legs was stuck between two broken gears. The young soldier who had protected him just now only had a pair of arms left. They were severed from his shoulders. He couldn't find the person anymore. They had become a pair of short cloaks dripping with blood on his body. Chongqing clenched his teeth. He felt that the intense pain all over his body was bearable because it was far less painful than when Wu Ergu acted up. His ears were probably bleeding. He couldn't hear the distant sounds clearly. It was chaotic and extremely vague. Chongqing thought, when Zishi doesn't take the medicine, the surroundings are like this to him. It's also strangely quiet. The city wall collapsed. Was the city broken? Was Li Feng still alive? Yes, there was still Gu Yun. When Chongqing thought of Gu Yun, he didn't dare to continue. He was afraid that those two words would take away all his courage. He neatly cut off his thoughts. He curled up his body and groped for the seam of the steel armor on his leg. He pried open the 8 buckles one by one and dragged himself outside. There was still an iron arrow behind his back and the longbow hadn't been crushed yet. He could still kill one more person. As long as he still had a breath left, just as Chongqing pulled his leg out, before he could stand up, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Chongqing couldn't dodge in time. He subconsciously tilted his head back and instinctively pulled out the iron bow in his hand. A small wooden bird fell in front of him and was split in half by the iron bow. A ball of sea-patterned paper fell out of its abdomen. Chongqing was completely stunned. Then, the terrifyingly calm Yanbei of Gojoseon suddenly trembled. The piece of sea-patterned paper fell to the ground. He raised his hand to pick it up twice but failed to do so. His hand trembled so much that it was difficult for him to close his fingers. Only then did he realize that the steel armor on his arm had long been removed. The joints of 2 of his fingers were dislocated and unresponsive. He vaguely heard someone shout, reinforcements have arrived. This should have been the good news that everyone had been waiting for. However, Changing didn't have time to brew much joy in his heart. Instead, after the shock, an indescribable fear arose. Because only when he was resolutely prepared to die, could he temporarily put aside the fact that Gu Yun might have turned into molten iron. The road to the underworld that he had planned suddenly turned out to be a problem. Seeing that he was about to be blocked on this side, Changing was momentarily stunned. "Big brother!" He vaguely heard a call. The next moment, a light horse galloped over. The person who came was the travel-worn Guchen, who had been away for a long time. Guchen flew down from his horse and supported the battered and exhausted Changing. He explained incoherently, "Big brother, when I received your letter, I happened to be at General Shen's place." But at that time, Nanjiang, Changing didn't hear a single word. He interrupted him as if he was possessed, "Where's Zishi?" His voice was unclear. Guchen didn't hear him clearly for a moment. "What?" Changing waved his hand away forcefully. He struggled to stand up and walked out of the city without a care. His back was injured by something. A large amount of blood dripped down from his clothes, but he didn't notice it at all. "Guchen, big brother?" "Your Highness." Changing turned a deaf ear to him. Guchen saw a stray arrow flying towards Changing, but he didn't even know how to dodge. He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled him away. It was only 2 steps, but Changing's eyes were so red that it seemed as if blood could drip out. Guchen gasped and thought, "Oh no, Marquis won't be in trouble, right?" Guchen didn't lack decisiveness since he was a child. He immediately stretched out his hand and used it as a knife. He slashed Changing's neck and knocked him unconscious. On this day, the imperial city, which had always been peaceful, experienced the bloodiest battle in its history. The emperor used himself as a flag, and the general died in the flames of war. Everyone was at the point of risking everything. Finally, when the city walls collapsed, reinforcements arrived. The experience and composition of this reinforcements were complicated. The commander was the Southwest Admiral Shani. General Cheng, who had retired for many years, came out to hold the line for him. There was also a small group of Jiangnan Navy mixed in. They were the remnants of the army that Yao Zhen cleaned up after the defeat of the Donghai army. The Western army saw that the situation was hopeless and was forced to withdraw. Nearly 40% of the court officials were buried under the collapsed city wall. Li Feng's red-headed kite was completely out of control. Shani didn't have an eagle in his hands, so he could only use White Rainbow to shoot the steel rope up the railing. He mobilized dozens of heavy armor and tossed and turned until midnight before the Longan Emperor, who was hanging in the air, was released. Bei Dang, along with his commander, almost all of them died in this battle. Gu Yun was dug out from under a Western war chariot. Several of his ribs were broken. At first, almost no one dared to touch him. Once touched, he would bleed. In the end, General Cheng personally came to take a look and said, "He won't die so easily. If he dies, I'll pay for it." Only then did he send a few military doctors to fix him on a wooden frame and carry him away. Several thousand-year-old ginseng were found in the entire imperial palace. It kept him alive for 3 days. Several times, he almost passed away. Finally, Qin Xingshu, who had rushed back from thousands of mountains and rivers outside the Great Wall, came. She ran until several horses died. After arriving in the capital, she didn't sleep or rest for a night. Finally, she snatched back the Marquis of Stability from the King of Hell. When Gu Yun woke up for the first time, it was dusk. His eyelids could only vaguely feel a bit of light penetrating through the window lattice. However, before he had the strength to open his eyes, he was attacked by a sharp pain. He didn't die, but Gu Yun didn't feel very lucky. He was secretly alarmed. Did the capital fall? Where was he now? In a daze, he struggled violently and someone grabbed his hand. That person moved closer to his ear and seemed to know what he was worried about. He said, "The reinforcements are here." "It's okay, the capital is fine." The familiar smell of Anshensen enveloped him. Gu Yun's consciousness only lasted for a moment before he fell into a coma again. After being in a daze for several days, Gu Yun finally woke up. The effect of the medicine had already worn off. He was also blind and couldn't hear or see clearly. Gu Yun struggled to blink his eyes. He saw a blurry figure beside the bed. He could tell that it was Chang'ing by his smell. His mind was in a mess. A bunch of questions flooded his mind one after another. How many people were left in Beidang? Where did the reinforcements come from? Whose troops were they? Where did the Western army retreat to? How was the emperor? Chang'ing carefully dipped a bit of water into the water and fed it to him. Gu Yun instinctively raised his hand to feel around. He didn't know which wound he touched, but he was in so much pain that his vision turned black. All right, Chang'ing said in his ear. The General Shen is back. Master is also here. You don't have to worry so much. Rest for a while. Gu Yun, he took a deep breath and calmed down. He felt that his internal organs were all in pain. In the past, the Marquis of Stability loved to feel sorry for himself in front of Shen and Guing when he had nothing to do. He always talked about how no one in the Gu family had a long lifespan for 3 generations. He always felt that his worried and sickly body had a short life. He didn't expect that this dog's life was not only not short, it was also surprisingly tough. Gu Yun opened his mouth and wanted to call out Chang'ing. Unexpectedly, after being seriously injured, he fell into a coma for a few days and couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, his face was touched by something. Gu Yun felt a hand holding his chin. The calloused fingertips gently swept across his lips. It was indescribably ambiguous and affectionate. Chang'ing sat on the edge of the bed. If Gu Yun could see clearly, he would discover that Chang'ing was actually only wearing half of his clothes. His hair was also scattered. His shoulders, neck, arms, and even his head were all pierced with needles. He looked remarkably like a cultured and refined hedgehog. He sat stiffly on the edge of the bed like a wooden puppet. It was very strenuous for him to even turn his head. All the emotions on his face were sealed by the needles. He couldn't cry or laugh. He could only maintain an expressionless state and act like a handsome adult puppet. Even so, there were still red marks in his eyes that hadn't faded. Over the past few days, the wooer's bone in Chang'ing's body had flared up several times. Chen Qingshu had no choice but to use needles to forcibly seal the toxins and turn him into a scarecrow. The scarecrow whispered in a half-deaf voice, "If something like this happens again, I'll really go crazy, Zishi." Gu Yun was speechless. Although he didn't hear what Chang'ing said, the touch on his lips reminded him of the unfortunate incident on the city wall. For a moment, Gu Yun simply wanted to howl in grief. Who would have thought that he would still have to face this alive? Thus, just like this, Marshal Gu froze from the neck down into an indomitable stick. It was easy to be impulsive, but the problem was how to deal with it. If it wasn't for the disaster in the capital, Chang'ing definitely wouldn't have done such a daring thing. Before the war, he didn't even have any unrealistic hopes for Gu Yun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden for 4 to 5 years. Gu Yun was his lifelong comfort, but according to the normal development, this would probably be the end of it. He had already made his feelings clear, and Gu Yun had also used the most gentle and tactful method in his life to make things clear. With Chang'ing's self-esteem, he definitely wouldn't have any substantial entanglement with him. What he did for Gu Yun, and what kind of path he took, was his own business. He had plenty of schemes, but he wasn't willing to use this kind of thing on Gu Yun, that would be too cheap. The two of them would treat this stray relationship as a slightly awkward secret and keep it for a long time. When Chang'ing gradually sharpened himself to the point where he could casually tease and play around with these feelings, or after a long time, Gu Yun, that heartless thing, would forget about this matter. Chang'ing was used to restraining himself since he was young. As long as he wasn't completely crazy, he would restrain himself until he died. Having desires in one's heart, especially unrealistic desires, was a very painful thing. Whether it was the desire for wealth, power, or anything else, they were all shackles on the body. The deeper one fell, the tighter the shackles. Chang'ing knew this all too well, so he didn't dare to indulge for even a moment. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how clear he knew this. Anyway, it was too late to say anything now. The slight mistake at the city gates made him take this step. In addition, Gu Yun didn't respond to him, not to mention whether or not Chang'eng would be able to let go as easily as if he had never received any hope. In Gu Yun's heart, would he be able to act as if nothing had happened, As for Marshal Gu, who was suffering from both injuries and injuries, he simply had a headache. He felt that he was more responsible for this incident and felt guilty about it. Under normal circumstances, Chongqing would not have been able to touch him if he had not acquiesced to it. Even if he had not come to his senses in a moment of confusion and an accident happened, he should not have let it happen. Gu Yun actually didn't know what she was thinking at that time. Perhaps she didn't have time to think about anything. As soon as he closed his eyes, it was as if he could see Chongqing gazing deeply into his eyes amidst the sound of gunfire. It was as if, between the heavens and the earth, there was only him in those eyes. No one, especially a man, could remain unmoved under that gaze. Gu Yun only had a nose and 2 eyes. She was no different from other people. She also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. He could no longer treat Chongqing as a close junior like before. However, after raising him as a son for so many years, he couldn't change his mind so easily. At this moment, Chongqing slowly bent down and reached out to cover Gu Yun's useless eyes. He didn't want him to see his current appearance. Gu Yun couldn't move his body. He couldn't hear, see, and didn't have the strength to speak. For the first time in his life, he was powerless to be molested. While he was stunned, he thought, he still dares to bully an injured patient. Where is the justice? Immediately, he felt a thin breath on his face. Another person's breath was so close that it was difficult to ignore. Gu Yun, damn it, this kid really dared. Gu Yun's throat moved involuntarily. However, Chongqing didn't do anything. He seemed to have stopped for a long time and then gently touched the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. Gu Yun's eyes were covered, and he couldn't help but follow the subtle touch to start a rich and self-willed association. He felt like a pitiful little animal that, after surviving a disaster, threw itself into his arms and acted coquettishly, licking him wet. At that time, his heart softened. Although he didn't have time to ask about the casualties in the army, Gu Yun already had a rough idea in his heart. After a slight thought, he couldn't help but feel sad. Chongqing was sitting by his bedside in one piece. To him, it was as if he had regained what he had lost. Gu Yun suddenly didn't want to be calculative. He wanted to reach out and hug Chongqing, but unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to lift his hand. Gu Yun's heart was filled with pity and unspeakable annoyance. He couldn't bear to harshly scold Chongqing. He only wished that he could return to the moment when the enemy was at the gate and give himself a big slap in the face. Look at what you've done. Zishi. Chongqing called by his ear. Gu Yun's eyelashes brushed across his palm. At this time, it seemed that only by hugging the other party and crying and laughing could he vent a little of his continuous panic and fear. Unfortunately, he had the will and strength to do so at this time. Miss Chen had forbidden all of his intense emotions, causing him to be completely paralyzed. Even if he used all of his strength, he still wouldn't be able to squeeze out a smile. He could only open up a small hole in his heart and let it flow out slowly. After Gu Yun was seriously injured, his vitality was greatly damaged. He didn't have enough energy. Although he tried his best to hold on, he quickly fell into a deep sleep with complicated feelings. Chongqing quietly pulled up the blanket for him and stared at Gu Yun for a while reluctantly. It wasn't until the stiff joints in his body couldn't bear the torture and made a crisp cracking sound that he slowly stood up with the support of the bedpost and walked away with zombie steps. As soon as he pushed open the door, Chongqing saw Xianxia, who had been waiting for a long time. She was strolling back and forth in front of Gu Yun's room and stepped on the green grass. Chongqing pretended not to see the corpses on the ground and greeted her very seriously. He even looked particularly serious because of his stupefied expression. I've troubled Miss Chen. If you didn't risk your life to come here, I really don't know what to do. Xianxia waved her hand absent-mindedly. It's my duty. Oh, Your Highness, wait for me for a moment. I'll give you acupuncture later. That. This member of the Chen family, who was used to seeing big scenes, was stunned for a moment. There was a rare hint of hesitation on her face that was as dignified as a clay sculpture. Chongqing didn't dare to let others know about Wu Ergu's relapse. To outsiders, he could only pretend that he had not recovered from his serious injuries. Xianxia suppressed the poison in his body with silver needles and didn't dare to let others do it. She was forced to listen to his sleep talk and unfortunately pieced together the truth that scared her to death. She was tormented to the point that she couldn't sleep well and wrinkles were about to grow on her face. Chang'ing originally wanted to nod to her, but his neck couldn't bend, so he could only bow and appear more refined and polite. No need, I can do it myself. I still have to enter the palace in a while, so there's no need to trouble Miss Chen. One of the city walls in the capital had collapsed. Although the siege was temporarily lifted, the aftermath was still a mess. Other than Marshal Gu, who couldn't get out of bed, the others didn't dare to relax and were still hanging in the air. When Xianxia heard this, she nodded with a heavy heart and swallowed the words she wanted to ask. Who would have thought that at this time, Chang'ing suddenly said, but if you want to ask, he paused slightly and turned his head to look at Gu Yun's tightly shut door. Xianxia's breath rose to her throat. Then His Highness, with his expressionless face, calmly admitted, I do have bad intentions towards my adoptive father. Xianxia, this sentence, when said in such a calm and frank tone, it sounded strange. He also knows, please ask Miss Chen, Xianxia subconsciously replied, I won't say it. Chang'ing cupped his hands. The outer robe he draped over his body was light as a feather. He gracefully brushed past Xianxia, like a romantic immortal stepping on the vast sky. One couldn't tell that there was a hedgehog inside at all. If there was a time in this life when Gu Yun would be grateful to Li Feng, it would be the next day when he heard that Li Feng had left Chang'ing in the palace. That really made him heave a sigh of relief. He hated that he couldn't write a memorial to ask the emperor to give His Highness a single room next to the warm West Pavilion, so that he could stay there and not come out. Injuries on the battlefield were common. Gu Yun had long been used to it. When he woke up, he had already passed the most dangerous stage. After lying down for another day, he already had the strength to speak and receive guests. The first guest he received was Shani. Because Xianxia refused to give Gu Yun medicine, he could only wear the glass mirror while being deaf and blind. He communicated with Shani by roaring and gesturing. The two of them had been separated for more than half a year. When they met again, it was as if things had remained the same, but the people had changed. When they parted, they were in high spirits. When they returned, one of them was lying on the bed with bandages wrapped around his body, wishing that he could breathe without breathing. The other had been on the move for several months. Shani roared at Gu Yun and sighed, we all thought that we only had time to collect your corpse. We didn't expect to see someone who could breathe. Marshal, you survived a great disaster. You're bound to have good fortune in the future. Gu Yun's face was covered in his saliva. He suddenly had a headache. He didn't see where his good fortune was, but he had a basket of regrets. He immediately said angrily, you still have the face to say that? The Russians landed from Daegu harbor for more than a month and burned the western suburbs' temporary imperial residence until it was like a mother of curse stove. What have you been doing all this time? Even if you eat tea, you won't be able to catch up to the heat. Shani, Gu Yun, get up, stay away from me. Did your mouth leak? It's all over my face. I didn't want to mention this to you at first. I was afraid that you would be upset. Shani sighed, rolled up his sleeves, and sat down beside Gu Yun unceremoniously. At that time, I didn't see the envoy from the Ministry of War. The envoy was intercepted as soon as he left the capital. Nanyang, that pile of sheep shit, took advantage of the burning house to loot. I don't know how they got hold of the secret passage left by the bandits. It was as if they fell from the sky overnight. I was caught off guard and let them blow up the military supply depot in the southwest. Without the drum order, Shani, who had just become the marshal out of nowhere, couldn't mobilize the garrison in Nanjiang. I was in a terrible fix. It was as if a gourd floated up. Xiaogu just happened to come to me and brought a note from His Highness. At that time, I felt that something bad was going to happen. Unfortunately, I couldn't split myself. Shani shook his head. Later, Moon Yao also sent the Xiantai Tiger Tally and the fire beacon order that you personally signed. Although I didn't realize that the capital would be besieged to this extent, I reluctantly divided half of the troops and the purple gold warehouse to bring people back to the capital. He didn't need to say the rest in detail. Gu Yun understood when he heard this. The problem was with the purple gold. The northwest was entangled by tigers and wolves. The Black Iron Battalion and the North City defense didn't dare to move. Otherwise, whether they could defend the territory or not was secondary. They might even be chased and besieged. At that time, the capital would be besieged by the Western Navy in the south and the Wolf Army in the north. The military disaster on Xianxia's side could be resolved. The troublesome thing was that the military supply depot in the southwest was blown up. The purple gold warehouse of the garrison in Nanjiang was originally very limited. The remaining amount wasn't enough to support a long-distance raid. I could only go up north to ask Kaibin for help. Xianxia sighed. Who knew that I would be blocked again and again on the way? Do you know who firmly entangled the garrison in the Central Plains? Gu Yun's expression slightly darkened. It's a rebel army formed by refugees. Xianxia sighed. More than half of Kai's troops were divided between the Black Iron Battalion and the North City Defense. The remaining few were left in the Central Plains. Every day, he was under pressure to deal with that group of people. They were originally ordinary people who couldn't survive. If he fought too hard, it wouldn't be right if he didn't fight. More than half of Kai's hair turned white from worry. Gu Yun leaned against the headboard and was silent for a moment. How could it be so chaotic? Xianxia said, this time, someone took advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters and urged these refugees to form several forces. Seeing that the world is going to be chaotic and that the Black Iron Battalion could be reduced by half overnight, they became bolder. But, actually, Zixi, over the years, I've always felt that it's not a good thing for the Black Iron Battalion to be in the limelight. It's one thing to be feared by the higher-ups, but there are too many rumors among the people. In the past few years, it was indeed able to deter some people with ulterior motives. But once something happens to the Black Iron Battalion, even if it's just a slight movement, it's too easy to shake the hearts of the people. The two of them were silent for a moment. Gu Yun said, don't talk about such useless things. How are things now? How many of our Beidang brothers are left? Xingyi's expression changed and he didn't answer for a moment. Gu Yun looked at his expression and his heart turned cold. What about old Tan? Xingyi reached his hand into his chest and felt around. He untied a wind-cutting blade from under his light armor and silently placed it beside Gu Yun's pillow. Gu Yun was stunned for a moment. He was caught off guard and pulled on one of his wounds. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. He was in so much pain that he quietly curled up into a ball. Xingyi quickly reached out to support him. Don't, Zixi. Zixi. Gu Yun waved his hand away and said hoarsely, where did the Westerners retreat to? Xingyi carefully looked at his expression. After the Westerners defeated the Jiangnan Navy, they split into two groups. One group was personally led by the Pope and went ashore from Daegu Harbor to the capital. The other group was mainly made up of the Japanese men of sacrifice that they hired. They drove heavy armored chariots all the way north along the canal and passed through the two prefectures of Shandong and Jili. The local garrisons had never seen such a battle array before and were beaten to a pulp. We fought with them once on the way here and they were indeed tough. Later, old General Zhong Chan appeared in Jiangnan and helped Yao Zhongzi reorganize the scattered Jiangnan Navy. He cleaned up the remnants and went north to help us. That group of people had no choice but to give way and retreat to Shandong. Now, the two groups of Western Army have merged into one and retreated to the sea. They are using the Japanese islands as a base. I'm afraid it's not over yet. Gu Yun made an O sound. His brows were tightly knitted together. Xingyi had been shouting until his mouth was dry. He poured himself some herbal tea and drank it. He sighed and said, don't think too much. It's important for you to recover from your injuries first. I can't leave you now. Gu Yun half closed his eyes and didn't say anything. In order to ease the atmosphere, Xingyi changed the topic. Your little highness has simply been reborn. He used to be so secretive. When he was in danger, he dared to come out and challenge Daliang alone. I almost couldn't recognize him. His Majesty removed the North character from Yanbei of Gojoseon. Did you know? Yanbei of Gojoseon to Yan Wang. Although there was only a difference of one character, he did indeed go from Junwang to Prince. Gu Yun came back to his senses and muttered, what kind of good thing is this? In order to make him happy, Xingyi touched on his sore spot. I saw him coming out of the palace with Xianxia on the way back. They should be coming back soon. Gu Yun, Xingyi looked at his black face and was baffled. He asked curiously, what's wrong now? Gu Yun's whole body was sore from lying down. He wanted to change his position, but it was inconvenient for him to move. The old nanny surnamed Shen was very observant. Seeing him struggling at the head of the bed, she didn't come forward to help him. Instead, she chattered and asked, "A few days ago, when you were playing chess with the King of Hell, His Little Highness didn't care about his injuries. He stayed by your side day and night without rest. He even pricked himself with needles all over his body. He couldn't even bend his neck. We couldn't bear to see him like that. Let me tell you, Zishi, he's really more." Gu Yun couldn't bear it anymore. He said angrily, "Kiss your grandma. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get lost." Shani wasn't frightened. Instead, he stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong? What unlucky thing did you do to offend him?" "Let me tell you, Zishi. His Highness the Prince isn't a child that you can casually bully. You're almost—" Gu Yun whispered, "Brother Jipping, on account of how I almost sacrificed my life for the country, I beg you. Get lost." Shani keenly saw the words unspeakable on his face. General Shen had been bullied by Gu Yun for many years. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he win in an argument. The hatred had been going on for a long time. It wasn't easy for him to make a fool of himself. He refused to let it go. He was so curious that he was about to explode. "Hurry up. Look at the gloomy atmosphere now. Let's talk about your misfortune and have fun." Gu Yun, thus, there was no sound in the room. The two people who were shouting at each other switched to communicating with sign language. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Shani floated out of Gu Yun's room with an expression that looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He walked out with his hands and feet on the same foot. Speak of the devil. Coincidentally, His Royal Highness Yan Wang came back at this time. He came face to face with Shani. Chongqing greeted, "General Shen is here. How's my godfather?" Shani, Southwest Commander General Shen's expression changed a few times when he saw Chongqing. In the end, he didn't even let out a fart. He stuck close to the wall and ran away as if he had seen a ghost. When Chongqing pushed the door open and entered, he saw Gu Yun leaning against the headboard with a mottled wind-cutting blade across his knees. There was an indescribable loneliness on his pale face. Although he couldn't hear the door open, Gu Yun felt a breeze coming in from the door. He immediately restrained his expression. "Why did you come back?" He originally thought that Shani had returned. Unexpectedly, he raised his head and saw the person through the glass mirror. He immediately choked on his words. Gu Yun's hand imperceptibly brushed past General Tan's wind-cutting blade. He thought, "It's over." Caught unprepared, he thought, "Is it too late for me to pretend to faint now?" In all honesty, this was the first time in Marshal Gu's life that he was so terrified that he wanted to run away. But heaven and earth had no conscience. Chongqing walked straight to him and nonchalantly picked up Gu Yun's hand. He placed his fingers on his pulse and quietly checked his pulse for a while. This time, Chongqing finally saw him clearly with the help of his glasses. After not seeing him for a few days, Chongqing had lost a lot of weight. His lips were a little blue. It was the kind of blue that people who were out of breath or poisoned. His entire spirit seemed to be forced out and there was an empty shell inside. Gu Yun's awkwardness lessened slightly. He frowned and said, "Where are you hurt? Come here and let me see." "It's fine. Although Miss Jin claims that she hasn't finished her apprenticeship, she is indeed a divine hand." Chongqing paused and said, "I'll be fine as long as you're fine." Chongqing definitely wouldn't be like Shani and Hell. His fingers were still on Gu Yun's pulse, so he didn't make any hand gestures. Gu Yun basically didn't hear much of this entire sentence. He only received a gaze that seemed to have substance. "Gu Yun, young man, what are you talking about?" The next moment, Chongqing's hand slid down his wrist and naturally held Gu Yun's hand. When a person was seriously injured or sick, their qi and blood would often not be able to continue. Even in May or June, it was easy for their hands and feet to turn cold. Chongqing held her hand and rubbed it repeatedly in his palm. His expression was extremely serious. Not only did he take care of every acupuncture point on her hand, but he also took care of the most sensitive spots between her fingers. He often used his fingertips to gently sweep them, so as to blatantly remind Gu Yun that he was not being filial to her. He was doting on her, so she should not deceive herself and others. Gu Yun. Haven't you taken enough advantage of your adoptive father? Chongqing looked up at him and smiled. His eyebrows were very handsome. It was the kind of special handsomeness that was mixed with foreign blood. It was so sharp that it seemed a little unreasonable. However, the temperament around him was extremely peaceful. He could pretend to be an eminent monk and swindle people by putting on a kasaya. It was contradictory and tightly suppressed that innate sharpness. When he smiled, he actually looked a little sweet. Gu Yun was dazzled by him through the glass mirror. When a person's mentality began to change, their perspective would also involuntarily change. He had to admit that in an instant, his lust was indescribably moved. Gu Yun was not an old monk who could be moved at any time. Although he wasn't an unrestrained hedonist, he knew that it was mainly because he didn't have the conditions to be unrestrained. It wasn't that he didn't want to, so he didn't pretend to be too serious. But after all, that wasn't someone else. It was his little Chongqing. Gu Yun really couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as his 3 melons and 2 dates conscience stood in a row to condemn him, Chongqing suddenly reached out to take off his clothes without any warning. Gu Yun, who was feeling guilty, instinctively moved back and suddenly grimaced in pain. Chongqing righteously took the medicine from the side and mockingly gestured, "Change the medicine." "I'm not a beast." Gu Yun was actually more worried that he was a beast. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, how did it end up like this? For a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. When he laughed, it affected the bones in his chest and abdomen. He couldn't laugh or endure it. Chongqing hurriedly said, okay, I won't disturb you. Don't move." He didn't dare to disturb Gu Yun again. For the time being, he took out the seriousness of a doctor and carefully undid Gu Yun's clothes and changed the medicine for him. After a while, both of them were sweating. Chongqing wiped Gu Yun's body with a fine handkerchief. He was so skillful that it was unknown how many times he had done it. Gu Yun suddenly thought of Xinyi's words. The expression on his face became slightly restrained. He said softly, "How can you do this kind of thing by yourself? It's not appropriate." Chongqing's gaze darkened. He leaned close to his ear and said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. You're still here talking to me. I can do whatever you want." He was too close. Gu Yun's ears were slightly numb, but he couldn't help it. He couldn't hear if he was far away. Gu Yun sighed, "It must have been hard on you that day." "Don't mention it," Chongqing interrupted him in a muffled voice. "Don't let me remember it. Zishi, take it as pity on me." Gu Yun was still not used to this address. His lips moved slightly, but it seemed that he didn't have the face to ask Chongqing to call him godfather. Just now, for a moment, Gu Yun wanted to follow the tone of his voice and tell him what happened that day outside the city. He couldn't help it. But what should he do in the future? Should he just let Chongqing go down the wrong path and die without any descendants, even if Gu Yun, this veteran ruffian, was shameless and didn't care about the former status of father and son? How would the dignified Prince Yan look at him if he gave himself to a man in the future? No. Not to mention that Chongqing was the son of the emperor. Even if he was just an ordinary white coat, how could Gu Yun let him suffer this humiliation because of him with the talent and wisdom to turn the tide? Unfortunately, the words that he had prepared were blocked by Chongqing just now. Gu Yun missed another opportunity to withdraw in time. Chongqing leaned on his shoulder and avoided Gu Yun's wound. He hugged him for a while and suppressed the anxiety in his heart after a while. He felt that he should go to Miss Chen's place for acupuncture later. These 2 days, it was getting harder and harder to suppress the wooer's bone in his body. If this continued, something would happen sooner or later. Chongqing composed himself and reluctantly retreated a little. "It's not hot today. The sun outside is not bad. Do you want to go out and sit? It's good for your injury." Gu Yun. "What?" Chongqing made a gesture again. Gu Yun thought for a while and then replied firmly. "I'm not going." He didn't have any objections to sunbathing, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to walk out on his own for at least 1 or 2 days. Gu Yun didn't want to know how Chongqing planned to get him out. Chongqing said with sign language, "Don't you dislike being cooped up in the house?" Gu Yun said seriously, "I love it now." Chongqing didn't seem to know what to do with him. He put down the medicine, got up, and walked away. Just when Gu Yun thought that he had sent him away, Chongqing turned back and took a thin blanket. He wrapped it around Gu Yun without any explanation. Then, he carried his helpless foster father and carried him out of the door. Gu Yun, was he going to rebel? Coincidentally, Xianxia, who had fled in a panic, was worried. After hesitating for a while, he turned back. He didn't expect to see this scene. He sucked in a cold breath and tripped over the threshold of the Lord Protector's manor. Chongqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he asked without blushing or panting, "General Shen, did you leave something behind?" Xianxia laughed dryly. He got up and patted the dust off his body. Then, he tried to cover it up by wiping away half of his slippery footprints. "It's okay. I just left a footprint. Haha, that. I don't want to disturb you." After saying that, this traitorous weirdo turned around and fled. He was afraid that Gu Yun would kill him to silence him. A reclining chair had already been placed in the courtyard. Chongqing placed the angry Gu Yun down. Then, he took General Tan's wind-cutting blade from his hand and placed it on the tea table beside the reclining chair. He smiled calmly. "What's wrong?" "One year on New Year's Eve, I didn't want to go out because there were too many people outside." "Didn't you carry me out like this in front of everyone?" Gu Yun said expressionlessly. "So today, you guys have turned over a new leaf and lined up to take revenge on me." Chongqing laughed loudly. After laughing, he took out something from his sleeve and placed it in Gu Yun's hand. "Here." Gu Yun only felt that his hand was ice cold. He slightly lifted the glass mirror that was clipped to the bridge of his nose. He saw clearly that it was a white jade piccolo. It was carved from a single piece. The quality of the jade was very delicate. It was shaped like a miniature wind-cutting blade. The grip, relief, and even the tip of the blade were imitated to perfection. The end of the wind-cutting blade was engraved with the word Gu. At first glance, Gu Yun thought that the word was personally engraved by him. It was so realistic that it could be mistaken for the real thing. "Throw away the bamboo one from before," Chongqing said. "The capital's heavenly stem will crack if it's left for too long. That time, I promise to make a better one for you." Gu Yun gently stroked the jade piccolo. He was a little lost in thought. "Actually, I don't have a wind-cutting blade engraved with my name." Chongqing sat down in front of him and meticulously brewed tea. The steam from the clay pot was dense. He washed 3 cups, 1 for Gu Yun, 1 for himself, and 1 in front of Tan Hongfei's wind-cutting blade. "Even Xianxia has one. I'm the only one who doesn't. When I was young, I always felt that the Black Iron Battalion was a shackle imposed on me by the old Marquis. It's the reason why I'm not free in this life." When he grew up, he felt that this Xian tie with his name engraved on it was like a silent suicide note. Gu Yun had no parents, no wife, no children, and no worries. In this vast world, he didn't know who to leave the suicide note to. Just holding it in his hand made him feel an indescribable loneliness that eroded his willpower. In front of Chongqing, Gu Yun swallowed the latter half of his sentence. He only instructed, "It's all the resentment from when I was young. Just listen to it and don't spread it, lest it shakes the army's morale. That brute old Tan doesn't drink tea. Do you have wine?" "Anne, I've already forgotten after listening to it." Chongqing said, "There's no wine. General Tan will drink tea. You can drink plain water. Both of you will have to make do." Gu Yun, he realized that Chongqing was becoming more and more impolite to him. "These 2 days, I've been taking inventory of our assets with the people from the Ministry of Revenue." Chongqing poured 2 cups of tea and 1 cup of water. He gestured and said, "The warehouse in Jingxi was burned by Commander Han. The losses in defending the city are also very alarming. The supply in the north has been cut off. I'm afraid that if we continue to fight like this, it will really be difficult for us to continue. Li Feng asked me to ask your opinion." It was truly strange that such a large imperial court had neither money nor energy resources after a single battle. "I don't have any opinion. We can only call for a truce." Gu Yun reached out and turned the cup. "The Westerners actually suffered more losses than us. Not only did they besiege the capital with the navy and the army, but they also supplied the 18 border departments and the countries in the western region with fire engines and steel armor. It's not something to be proud of that they have fought until now without achieving anything. They might not be as durable as us. The Western army retreated to the sea. They won't give up easily. Chongqing said, they paid such a huge price in vain. The Pope won't be able to explain himself when he goes back. They can only fight with their backs to the river. They are now returning to Dongying Island to rest and reorganize. If they send troops to take Jiangnan and confront the imperial court from the south to the north, we will be very passive. Daliang was really too big, and the imperial court was so poor that it was easy to lose sight of one thing and lose sight of the other. If it doesn't work, send someone to the western region. As an ally, Lulan didn't have time to shed all pretense of cordiality. As long as it doesn't reach the point of being deserted, try to get some smuggled goods. As Guyan spoke, he casually picked up a small teacup and pinched it with 3 fingers. He looked for General Tan and clinked his cup. Brother, His Royal Highness Yan Wang doesn't care about wine and asked us to make do with it. I can't control him, so you should make do with it too. Chongqing silently toasted the ownerless cutting wind blade with a cup of tea. He drank it in one gulp and spilled Tan Hongfei's cup on the ground. Using tea as wine, he proposed a toast for peace. Chongqing's prophecy came true. 10 days later, the Western army abandoned the capital, turned around, and once again disembarked from Jiangnan. Like a hot knife through butter, they rushed into the city of linen in 2 days and 1 night. The land of fish and rice, which had been rich for generations, fell. All the aristocratic families were panic-stricken. Some of them had already packed up their valuables and fled at the first sign of trouble. Some of them resisted stubbornly, but when they were defeated, they committed suicide after being captured. Li Feng reactivated old General Zhong Chan. The old general of 3 dynasties once again went into battle. He led Yao Zhen and the others, as well as the remnant soldiers that his subordinates had pieced together, and rushed to the front line. Guyan struggled to get up and hurriedly greeted his teacher, whom he hadn't seen for many years. He didn't have time to talk in depth. Outside the city, he sent off the Southern Expedition Army with a cup of turbid wine and watched the old general with grizzled hair get on his horse and leave. The next day, the Marquis of Stability and Shani went to the northwest together. Prince Yan Limin reorganized the defense of the capital and its surrounding areas. He led the 6 divisions and began his career as a pillar of the east wall to pay the west wall. Guyan sat upright on the back of the horse and asked, "Are you still there?" Shani raised his clairvoyance and looked back, yes. On the day Guyan left the capital, the scenery was bright and clear. It was a rare sunny day for Tenli Long, and Emperor, along with civil and military officials, sent him off to the city gate. They watched the troops and horses galloping away before they dispersed. Only His Highness Yan Wang did not leave. He climbed up the only remaining watchtower on the collapsed city gate and looked at the back of General Xian Tai motionlessly. It seemed that he wanted to stand there until the end of time. Guyan did not look back. He only said to Shani, "How far have they gone?" Even the clairvoyant should not be able to see clearly. "Don't talk nonsense." Shani said angrily, "If you think I'm lame, then see for yourself. You order me around again and again. You make others think that there is something between me and Wangya." Guyan had already prepared a mouthful of excuses. "Why don't you let someone nail you with steel plates and see if you can still turn back? You talk too much nonsense." Shani sneered. He was too lazy to expose him. "Do I need to do that?" Guyan paused. He wanted to cover it up, so he answered his own question, "Don't judge me with your petty mother's heart. I can tolerate hundreds of dragons. There was a saying that it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury." Guyan was dug out from the pile of corpses. Even if he died and came back to life, it was only half a month. Not to mention a person, even if the steel armor was damaged like that, it would not be easy to repair it. When Guyan requested to go to the northwest, Yan Wang was anxious in court and almost quarreled with him in front of all the civil and military officials. Even Li Feng, the lousy emperor who doesn't give cows grass to eat and only makes cows work, felt a little apologetic. But at this time, someone needed to reorganize the Black Iron Battalion. The Westerners failed to besiege the capital and occupied the south of the Yangtze River half dead. They certainly did not have extra energy to take care of their poor allies. The northwest front line was now a mess of the Western Alliance army and Bayman's 18 tribes. It could not be considered an iron plate. If they could reverse the situation in the northwest and solve the most urgent problem of the purple gold, then it would be a matter of time before the Westerners were beaten back to their homeland. It was easy to obtain 1,000 soldiers, but difficult to find a general. In the end, it was still Xianxia who came forward to solve this problem. She whimsically used a special kind of steel plate and had the Spiritual Pivot Institute rush to make it. It could be fastened to a person's body without any seams, fixing Gu Yun's bones that had not yet recovered. This way, she made him a set of man-made reinforced iron bones. But it. Xianxia sighed and said, "I say, Marshal, quickly put away your big heart. What do you plan to do?" Gu Yun concentrated on driving the boat on his chest and pretended to be deaf and mute. Xianxia saw that this person was acting shamelessly and immediately took a deep breath. Oh, he raised his voice and roared, "I say, Commander, Yen, hey." Gu Yun turned around and gave him a whip. Xianxia held the wind-cutting blade in front of him and stared with his eyes wide open. He kept patting his chest and said, "That was close, that was close. I almost disfigured you. Alas, Marshal, you flew into a rage out of humiliation just because I said a few nice words. I think that Master Lu Qi is a Dongying spy, but his sandalwood fart is not completely unreasonable. I think you have a tough life. Red Luan can't fly because of you. It's not easy for her to jump up, but all she bumps into are rotten peach blossoms." Gu Yun, Xianxia smacked his lips. He felt that Gu Yun's neck was indeed not generous enough to twist. Otherwise, he would have pounced on him and beaten him up. Gu Yun kept his whip and was silent for a moment. He shook his head and said, "What else can we do? Let's live one day at a time. Who knows when we will be buried on the battlefield? What's the point of thinking so much?" Xianxia frowned. He understood Gu Yun. If Gu Yun really did not have that intention, he would have said it directly without any ambiguity. Now that he heard what he said, rather than saying that he was indecisive, it was better to say that he already had a bias in his heart. It was only because he had some concerns that he temporarily held back. "Xianxia, wait, Zishi, you can't be, Gu Yun, let's not talk about this." "Xianxia, that's your son. Gu Yun, do I need you to talk nonsense?" Xingyi's face was full of horror. Gu Yun looked away in annoyance. When he did not see this old nanny, he missed her very much. Whenever he saw her, he felt very annoyed. Gu Yun simply squeezed the horse's belly and galloped away from Xingyi's side. He took out a small white jade flute from his bosom and started to play it. Other than things that did not need to be played, no other musical instrument in Gu Yun's hands could produce a good sound. Gu Yun, who was clamped by the steel plates, was short of breath. His voice was a little shaky, and he pressed the reins freely. The tune ran around the entire Daliang. It was a little funny. But at this moment, the sound of the flute was swept up in the wind and wrapped in the sigh of the western pass. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of luck, it carried an indescribable desolation, making people unable to laugh at all after listening to it. Gu Yun's back was clamped by the steel plates of the Qin family. He was like a pillar that would never fall. On his back, he carried 2 broken wind blades. Neither of them belonged to him. Qin Xingshu, who was following the army, heard the flute sound coming from afar. She suddenly felt something and whispered, based on Jun Mo's words, the conferment of a marquis. Based on Jun Mo's words, Gu Yun galloped past her and interrupted, "A piece of icy heart is in a jade pot, ha ha ha." Qin Xingshu, after being interrupted like this, she actually couldn't remember what the second half of the sentence was. Gu Yun marched like the wind. Anyway, he had the divine hand, Miss Chen, by his side, so he was not afraid of breaking the steel plates on his body. After leaving the capital, they went all the way north. As soon as they left the territory of Zhili, they encountered 2 waves of attacks from refugees. They were not a threat. They retreated after a strike and left after a touch. They were like a few wild dogs that stuck their heads out and looked around. They targeted us not long after we left the capital. Xianxia said to Gu Yun, "I fought with them before. They are cunning and familiar with the territory. When they realized that they couldn't beat us, they immediately ran away. Not long after, they followed us again. They are very annoying." When I came here, I heard that the capital was besieged. I was really annoyed by them during the rapid march. Guyan made a sound of "oh" and handed the clairvoyance in his hand to Xianxia. I'm afraid that the incompetent military advisor has studied for a few days. Xianxia, what's wrong? Guyan said, I've heard that when you pretend to retreat, you have to scatter the flags to lure the enemy into chasing after you. Unfortunately, the soldiers didn't understand the essence of it. They chopped down the flagpoles themselves. I saw it. Xianxia, Guyan frowned and said, do you know what these people are after by rebelling? Can't they continue living? Of course not, Xianxia sneered, you think too highly of the unruly people. Even if there is nothing to do in the fields, most of the good people will find some small business or learn a craft. It's not like they can't survive. This group of refugees who wander around the central plains of Sichuan are originally some idle gangsters. They were organized by someone with ulterior motives. Other than harassing General Kai, they specialize in robbing houses. When General Kai chases after them, they will run away. When things calm down, they will come back. I heard that in addition to robbing houses, they also have a rule. If there is an adult male in a family who rebels with them, the family will no longer be attacked by these bandits. Their wives, daughters, and sisters can also be saved. They don't have to worry about being taken away. Guyan said, wait, I think this is familiar. Isn't this the same as the corvée system in Daliang? Military households don't pay taxes. Xianxia couldn't bear it and said, Marshal, whose side are you on? Okay, don't be impatient, Guyan said, in this way, won't there be more and more bandits? Not only are they exempt from taxes, but they also have a team to follow and avoid the chaos of war. Who's the leader? I heard that it's an old bandit who looks quite scary. He has been in this business for many years. He has scars all over his body and his face was burned by fire. He claims to be a fire dragon. Xianxia sighed, then what do you think we should do? Should we ride fast and work hard for 2 days to bypass this wave of mobs and go directly to Kai Bin's northwest reinforcement station? Guyan strolled in place for a while with his hands behind his back. There are internal and external troubles. It's better to take care of them. There are tigers and wolves in front, so we can't have any worries behind. Write a memorial and report it to the Grand Council, saying that we will stay here for 3 to 5 days. After the siege of the capital was lifted, Li Feng made a prompt decision to dismiss the left and right prime ministers. Later, in order to facilitate the dispatch, he imitated the previous dynasty's official system and set up the Grand Council to command the 6 departments. He used a group of civil officials who were able to see the truth in adversity. The Grand Council was brightly lit in the middle of the night all year round. When Jiang Chong pushed the door and entered, it was already the middle of the night. The gas lamps were as bright as day. Prince Yan was already lying on the table, asleep, with a pen in his hand. Jiang Chong didn't want to disturb him. He personally took the memorial from the chamberlain's arms and dismissed the servants. He quietly walked in. However, he was a civil official after all and didn't know how to hide his presence. Chongqing was still alarmed. The moment the usually smooth and slick Prince Yan opened his eyes, there was a flash of red in his eyes. It was as if a murderous aura suddenly surged towards the person in front of him. Jiang Chong didn't have time to react. The cold sweat on his back dripped down. He was like a rabbit locked in by a fierce beast's murderous aura. He couldn't help but take a step back. His long sleeve scraped down Chongqing's pen holder, and the pen holder immediately collapsed. Only then did Chongqing wake up. He instantly withdrew his murderous aura like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. He stood up and said, "It's fine. I'll clean it up." Jiang Chong's heart trembled as he looked at him. He wondered if he had seen wrongly because he was too tired. He carefully asked, "Was your highness in a nightmare?" "It's nothing," Chongqing said as if nothing had happened. "Because I was pressing down on my chest, my face didn't look good. I must have scared you. I'm a bit grumpy when I wake up. Just now, I was in a daze and almost didn't know where I was." Since he said so, Jiang Chong didn't ask any more questions. He always felt that His Royal Highness Yan Wang's grumpiness when he woke up was a bit too big. Chongqing tidied up the pen holder that had been knocked over. He then asked, "What is it? Brother Hansher, is something the matter?" Jiang Chong came back to his senses and sat down across from him. Because of what Wang Ye said at the court yesterday about issuing fire beacon tickets to the people, there has been a lot of noise in court. First, the court is borrowing money from the people. This is unprecedented. Isn't this telling the world that our national treasury is empty? Where is the face of the court? Chongqing didn't seem to be fully awake. Sitting in the chair, he kept pinching the space between his eyebrows. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Half of the country is gone. Is there a lot of face?" Jiang Chong said, "There are also people who are asking what to do if the court can't pay back the money." Wang Ye also knows about the state of the national treasury. If the deadline for paying back the money is pushed back, a second and third batch can be sent out in the future. It's fine as long as it's split. There's enough turnover, Chongqing said. The first batch of people who buy the fire beacon tickets can be given some benefits. Titles of nobility, empty positions in court, special orders, everything is fine. The most ideal is that if this is implemented, the people can use the fire beacon tickets as money. If that's the case, Jiang Chong said hesitantly, wouldn't those tickets be flying everywhere? At that time, they won't be worth a single coin. Chongqing said, when the court recovers, they can buy them back. Once they recover, whether to pay back the money or continue, whether to set up an amnesty agency or a special law, these are all things to be discussed later. Jiang Chong continued, there are also people who ask, if in the future, there are people among the people who use fake tickets and come to the court to ask for money, what to do? Chongqing was so angry that he laughed. Ask the Lingshu temple about this. Do we have to bring this kind of detail to the Grand Council? Tomorrow, should we talk about how to regulate the size of the toilet? Jiang Chong smiled bitterly. That's true. His Highness also knows, other than arguing, he doesn't have any proper business. I heard that he's been writing memorials to accuse you of running amok. Chongqing sighed and said, there are 1,000 reasons, but right now, it's just to solve the urgent situation during wartime. What else can we do? Do we take a heavy tax from the refugees in the city, or tear down the emperor's temporary residence and sell it for money? If there are problems, they can be raised at the court. If I can answer, I'll say it in court. If I can't think of a solution, I'll go back and think about it. These people. The court was like this. There were a small group of people in charge of doing things, and the rest of the people were in charge of finding fault. In the future, if things were successful, it could be said that they had thought it through thoroughly. If things didn't work out, then it would be, why didn't you listen to me in the past? That wasn't all. There were also people who had their own schemes and interests to stir up trouble. It was harder to get something done than to ascend to the heavens. No wonder everyone knew the principle of listening to both sides is wise. In history, the most common people were emperors who dictated the laws of the court and ministers who had power over the court. It's not directed at you. Brother Honsher, don't take offense. Chongqing waved his hand. I've been talking too much recently, and I'm a bit impatient. Speaking of the Lingshu temple, Duke Han submitted 2 memorials yesterday. This official made the decision to withhold them. Wang Yi, can you see if they can be sent up? Chongqing poured himself a cup of herbal tea from last night. Oh, what did they say? One was for the emperor to revoke the decree and lift the ban on long-armed masters. The other was for the emperor to lift the ban on the trade of violet gold among the people. He said that the wealthy merchants must have their own ways. In the face of a national crisis, it was better to make use of these people, and let our Daliang have more sources of violet gold. Chongqing paused and shook his head. Duke Han, this Duke Han. When the old man had been besieged in Jing City, his heroic spirit had left a deep impression on Li Feng. Even though the old man's temper was bad, stubborn, his loyalty was unquestionable. As a result, Li Feng tolerated his nonsense. Everyone, take a look at the memorials on revoking the decree. There's nothing wrong with them that can be submitted, Chongqing said. Let's forget about the matter of the violet gold. Is it so comfortable to go against the emperor's dragon scale? Tactfully, write a summary for him and send the original memorials back. Jiang Chong helplessly agreed. He was about to stand and leave when he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and said, right, there's also the Marquis of Stability. Chongqing abruptly raised his head. Li Feng had returned the Shantai Tiger tally to Gu Yun and gave him the authority to deploy troops and prepare for war. Logically, there was no need to report everything, no matter how big or small, along the way. However, Gu Yun did not accept this favor and obediently submitted memorials regularly. Where they were, the situation of the battle, what they planned to do, what reasons they had, everything was clearly stated. Jiang Chong said, "The Marquis of Stability has just arrived in the Central Plains. There's nothing urgent. He only said that he encountered a mob of bandits and that he planned to clean them up in 3 to 5 days. Chongqing made an O sound and said, "Let me take a look." Jiang Chong sighed with emotion. Everything, big or small, is here with Wang Yi. Everyone else only listened to the briefings. Only Marshal Gu's memorials were carefully read from beginning to end. Wang Yi and the marshal's relationship is truly deep. As he spoke, he was about to bid farewell and leave. Just as he reached the door, Chongqing suddenly called out to him. "Brother Han Shi." Jiang Chong did not understand and turned his head. "Does Wang Yi have any other orders?" Chongqing placed one hand on Gu Yun's memorials and unconsciously gently stroked them. After a moment of silence, he said with a calm expression, "I'll have to trouble you to help me gather the objections to the fire beacon tickets in the imperial court. Who said it, when they said it, and what they said. I'll revise the proposal according to my discretion." Jiang Chong was startled. What who said it and when they said it were needed to revise the proposal? He couldn't help but glance at Yan Wang under the illumination of the gas lamp that had been lit all night. Yan Wang's face was young, but his eyes were not immature at all. At first glance, he felt that Yan Wang was a refined and elegant noble young master. But when he looked at him again, his eyes were not like the spring wind and rain. Instead, they revealed traces of coldness. When he heard that the late emperor had entrusted His Highness the Fourth Prince to Gu Yun before his death and that Yan Wang grew up in the Marquis of Stability's Fu, Jiang Chong suddenly realized that His Highness and Marquis did not resemble each other at all. "Jiang Chong." "Yes." Chonggang nodded slightly. They were all smart people, so there was no need for further explanation. After Jiang Chong left in bewilderment, Chonggang let out a sigh of relief. He did not sleep well to begin with, and it was not easy for him to drowsily take a nap. With this disturbance, he was afraid that he would not be able to sleep for the rest of the night. He stood up, changed the incense in the room, and lit up Miss Chen's Enshensen. Chonggang stood silently in front of the Enshensen for a while. Just now, he had a nightmare that he could not remember the contents of, and it caused him to feel as if his heart was being pierced by needles. There was an outsider who forced himself not to reveal it. This feeling was very similar to the few times when Wu Ergu had a relapse. Because of Gu Yun's injury, Miss Chen left with the army. Before she left, she specially called him to the side and asked him to increase the dosage of the Enshensen. She wanted him to recuperate as much as possible. The torment of great joy and great sorrow had completely destroyed the foundation that he had cultivated for the past few years. It would be even more difficult to suppress it in the future. Wu Ergu was most afraid of thinking. Thinking was very harmful to the mind. But what could he do? Could it be that he was going to leave and watch Gu Yun be trapped in this tattered country to death? The bandits and mobs running amok in the Central Plains annoyed Kai Ben to no end. After all, General Kai was old. The Central Plains army under his command seemed mighty and majestic, but in fact, they were also known as the Retirement Army. Their encampment was in the middle of nowhere. Other than occasionally quelling rebellions, they were basically used as reinforcements to the border. At this time, most of Kai Ben's forces were in the north and west. He didn't have any eagle armor and was cautious by nature. He didn't dare to take any risks, so he was annoyed by the mobs. Gu Yun spent 3 to 5 days figuring out the ins and outs of this group of mobs. He personally checked the terrain against the map and then sent someone to contact General Kai to prepare 2 buns of bread and a fried dumpling. The rebel bandits didn't know who was leading the troops from the capital. After probing a few times, they found that this group of people was even better than Kai Ben. They used heavy armor and guns to scare people, but they never opened fire. They only sent out light cavalry. Every time they chased them for 1 or 2 li, they would beat the gong to retreat. They determined that this army was good-looking but useless. Just as they were planning to surround them, Kai Ben suddenly changed his style of only attacking and not chasing. He sent out all the troops left behind by the Central Plains garrison to launch a surprise attack on the rebel mobs. In fact, there weren't many troops left behind by the Central Plains garrison. If they were to fight, neither side would be at a disadvantage. However, the bandit gang was used to the "you advance and I retreat" method. They thought that they were slippery loaches and were unwilling to use their family's resources to fight head-on. Therefore, they used the same trick again. They fought as they retreated, taking a roundabout route to Kai Bin. However, they met Gu Yun, who had been waiting for them for a long time. Gu Yun ordered the heavy armor to set up the guns and aimed at the bandit gang. When the bandit leader saw that the young master soldiers were here to scare people again, he immediately ordered his men to charge into the heavy armor formation. The heavy armor defense line was broken in one charge. The light cavalry pathetically rushed in. When the bandit leader saw that there was indeed no ammunition in the cannon muzzles, they were purely made of paper. In his great joy, he became more unscrupulous and directly led his troops to charge forward with light armor. By the time the entire bandit gang was caught in the crossfire, those paper-paced heavy cannons suddenly fired. The bandit gang was caught off guard, their men and horses were thrown off their feet. Before they had time to retreat, the light cavalry and the Kai family troops who had just arrived surrounded them from both sides and really surrounded them. The bandit gang was utterly defeated, and the legendary leader of the Fire Dragon was captured alive. Gu Yun's eyes hurt because of the ugly bandit leader. She planned to throw him to Shinny to play with. She ordered, "Ask him where his accomplices are, who instigated them, where their lair is, and if there's anything we can use against him." Shinny choked and coughed violently. "Marshal, you are so poor that you have gone crazy." Gu Yun waved his hand. "If he doesn't say anything, I'll beat him up. Torture him to force a confession. I'm going to catch up with old Kai." When he finished speaking and was about to leave, he suddenly saw a bodyguard holding a strangely shaped short knife in his hand. It was slightly longer than a dagger, and the tip of the knife was slightly hooked. There was a beautiful arc on the side, which was very different from the short knives of the Central Plains. Gu Yun saw it and felt that it was a little familiar, so he reached out and took it. "Marshal, this was found on the bandit leader's body." Gu Yun pulled out the short knife and used his finger to scratch the blade. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Is it from the barbarians?" "It's a short scimitar from the 18 tribes. At this time, Xianxia walked over. "Marquis, is the steel plate loose?" "No, I'm sorry to trouble Miss Chen to follow us around in the middle of the night." Gu Yun shook his head and held the short knife's hilt. "Oh, won't the hilt be too short?" "The hilt is not short. This is a woman's knife." Xianxia took the scimitar and held it in her hand. The 18 tribes of Bayman live in the wind and drink dew. They fight with the beasts on the grassland for food. Therefore, there is often a groove on the hilt. If you encounter a strong beast, you can prevent it from falling out of your hand during a fight. The steel mouth of this knife is very good. The original owner must have a high status. The hilt is most likely tailor-made for her. Her hands must be very small, about the same as mine. She should be a woman. Marquis, look here. She turned the hilt around and showed it to Gu Yun. There was a circle of complicated patterns under the hilt. It looked like a totem entwined with countless flower vines. In the middle, there was the shape of a flame. Xianxia said, "I saw this flower vine pattern in a relic abandoned by the 18 tribes. I heard from the kidnapped Han slaves that this seems to be the symbol of the 18 tribes' goddesses." "I know." Gu Yun's face suddenly became serious. "I also know who the symbol in the middle represents." Shinny came over and saw the pattern. He gasped slightly. "The heart of the earth?" Xianxia was puzzled. "Who?" "Shinny, who Guer?" "Xionyang, didn't she die many years ago?" "How could she?" Gu Yun waved his hand at him. He took the short knife and turned to walk to the place where the bandit leader Huolong was locked up. He waved his hand and dismissed the guards. He held the short knife. There was no joy or anger on his face. The slightly curved knife was very old, but it was still sharp. It had a ruthless feeling that it would cut off a piece of flesh if it stabbed into the body. Gu Yun put the tip of the knife on Huolong's chin. I heard that you didn't tell me the location of your rebel army and who urged you to take advantage of the situation to pester the Kai family army? Huolong, bah, gigolo. Guyun smiled. He felt a little flattered. In his opinion, calling a man a gigolo was the same as calling a woman a vixen. It only meant that the person being called a gigolo was good-looking. It's up to you whether you want to say it or not, Guyun said calmly. He turned his head and ordered Xianxia, the country is in danger. This person has colluded with a foreign country and is in cahoots with Bayman. Your barbarian father hasn't entered the pass yet, but he has already licked his feet. It's a waste of my time to interrogate you. Tomorrow, I will announce your death by 1,000 cuts to the public. Huolong was confused when he heard half of it. Then, he looked more and more horrified. When he saw that Guyun was not joking and was about to get up and leave, he struggled hard. Slander. Dog official. My brothers all know that I am a man of indomitable spirit. How dare you slander my reputation with such nonsense? Slander? Guyun waved the woman's knife in front of Huolong. People in the Central Plains call this thing wolf teeth steel. The curved tip in the front is a typical barbarian's work. Is this yours? Huolong was stunned. The scabbard and the groove are specially made. It's a high-quality leather scabbard. The totem on the handle is exquisite. It must be made by a famous master. Ordinary barbarians can't afford to use this. The original owner must be rich. Guyun raised his chin slightly and looked at Huolong. I say, ugly, your brothers all know that you carry this thing with you all day long, but no one knows the origin of this thing, right? TSK, a bunch of ignorant bumpkins. Wait. Wait. Huolong shouted, that's my enemy's thing. It's not. Guyun laughed and said, yes, it sounds real. I've seen people carry their lovers' things with them, but this is the first time I've heard of someone who can't forget their enemy. What kind of hatred is there for you to be so sentimental? Come, let me see. That woman drugged more than 100 of my brothers in the village and stabbed them one by one. In the end, she even set a fire and burned the top of the mountain. Even the birds on the mountain were roasted. I was the only one who ran out and left these scars on my body. I don't know where she came from, and I don't know that she's a barbarian. I carry this knife to remind myself of the shame of the past. Huolong was furious and roared, dog official, you can slander me, but if you dare to slander me, I'll bite you to death even if I become a ghost. Xianxia put on a fake smile and said, then you're quite sharp-tongued. Continue to make up stories. A barbarian woman went into a bandit's lair for no reason and burned a mountain of bandits to death by herself? That's fresh, Marshal. Does the opera troupe your residents hired have such a good story? Guyun sighed and said, you can't even afford to eat meat, but you give me porridge at home every day. You even have an opera troupe. Huolong was stunned and said, Marshal, which Marshal? Guyun twirled the knife in her hand and looked at him with a malicious smile. Huolong suddenly came back to his senses and gasped, you're Gu. Gu, don't randomly claim relatives. Who is your aunt? Xianxia interrupted him, tell me how you colluded with the barbarians to take advantage of the village. Huolong's face suddenly turned red, I already said that she's my enemy. If there's a single word that isn't true, I'll be struck by lightning. That woman originally followed a small caravan. She seemed to have been separated from her family, so she spent money to get someone to bring her along. We didn't know where she was going, so we intercepted the caravan on the way. Seeing that she was somewhat beautiful, we caught her and brought her to the mountain. At that time, she was carrying a baby in swaddling clothes. It looked like she was less than a month old, and she was pregnant with. Xianxia was secretly shocked, but he tried his best to remain calm and asked, when did this happen? Huolong said, 20 years ago. Under the dim light, Guyun and Xianxia exchanged an obscure look. It sounded like what happened when the barbarian goddess escaped. Then, the baby at that time should be Chang'ing. But what about the one in Xianyang's stomach? Xianxia asked, what happened after that? Huolong leaned back and said hoarsely, most of the other people who were tied up on the mountain tried to kill themselves, but she was different. That woman's face was not bad, but her brain didn't seem to work very well. She didn't respond when others talked to her. She didn't know how to cry out in pain when we hit her. She didn't resist when we asked her to do anything. Within a few months, she gave birth to a premature baby. Gu Yun's hand that was holding the dagger slightly tightened. He didn't know why, but when he heard this, he suddenly had a feeling of fear and trepidation. The intuition that he hadn't missed for so many years seemed to be plucking at the string in his heart again. It said that women who have just given birth are not clean. No one touched her for a while, and no one cared about her. They were afraid that she would run away, so they locked her feet in the house and gave her food every day. She didn't die. After a while, a little brother of mine who had water in his brain kept thinking about that woman's beauty, so he secretly ran over to take a look. When he came back, he was shocked and inexplicably told me that there was only one baby left with her, and the other one was missing. Xianxia almost forgot that he was trying to fish for information. He blurted out, "Which one is missing?" "Damn it, who knows?" They were both half-dead babies, as skinny as rats. Huolong was immediately alert. "Why are you asking this?" Xianxia was stunned. Then, he threw the horsewhip in his hand to the side and said coldly, "Why are you talking if you don't know anything? What's so strange about one more or one less barbarian baby? I'm asking you to tell me something. What are you waiting for?" Huolong was not angry. His face tightened. "No, it's not strange to have a dead baby. This kind of baby is cheap. It's not a big deal if one dies. What's strange is that my brother said that he didn't see where the body was. The woman was locked in the house and couldn't get out. She couldn't be buried in the ground. But she didn't throw it out or put it in the house. The baby just disappeared into thin air." At that time, a brother who was on guard said that he saw a fire in the woman's house in the middle of the night. At first, he thought that she was secretly cooking something to eat. Later, he heard that there were many crows circling around the beam of her house all day. Xianxia had goosebumps all over his body. He subconsciously glanced at Gu Yun. Huolong's burnt eyes twitched a few times. This matter once caused panic among the people. Some people said that this woman was bewitching and abnormal. They wanted to kill her. There were also a few who were obsessed with her but couldn't bear to. They argued for a long time but there was no result. At that time, my eldest brother saw that she could do whatever she wanted. She could work and was energetic in bed, so he made the decision to keep her. Together with the half-dead baby, they kept her for a few years. That person is really a monster. Huolong sighed. Really, if no man went to find her at night, she would torture the baby next to her. The howls could be heard even across the mountains. The brothers in the stronghold couldn't stand it anymore and asked her to restrain herself. She would agree on the surface, but later on, she would do it again. Gu Yun suddenly stood up. Xingyi's heart was in suspense. He saw Gu Yun reluctantly put the hand that was holding the dagger behind his back. The veins on the back of his hand were about to burst. Fortunately, Huolong didn't notice it. He seemed to be immersed in his memory and muttered, as the old saying goes, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Although we are all ruthless and unafraid of retribution, we have never seen such a ruthless woman. However, I don't know what kind of bewitching potion she fed our eldest brother. He insisted that this kind of woman who was not from a good family should be kept on the mountain and should be one of our people. He was momentarily obsessed and lost his life. Gu Yun's voice was a little hoarse. How did he lose his life? She poisoned him. The barbarian woman's body was full of poison. She endured in our stronghold for many years and didn't give herself away. Gradually, the brothers let their guard down against her and easily fell into her trap. She killed everyone in the stronghold, including the women, slaves, and hostages who were captured on the mountain like her. She didn't let anyone off. In the end, she set a fire to burn the mountain. Pain flashed across Huolong's face and he cursed loudly. He spoke a long string of obscenities. This time, no one interrupted him. Gu Yun's face was so unsightly that he almost couldn't hold it in. I had a stomachache that day, so I didn't dare to drink too much wine and water. I barely had enough strength to climb out of the sea of fire and save my life. That dagger was pulled out from my eldest brother's chest. If I see that woman again, I will definitely cut her into 8 pieces. Gu Yun said in a low voice. She brought a child with her to kill and burn the mountain. She put that child in a basket, Huolong said, and carried him on her back. That child always looked half dead. He lay in the basket as if he had no bones. He kept looking at the dead people on the ground, but he didn't even cry. After so many years, if he didn't die in that woman's hands, he must have been a monster with a reign of terror. Guyun turned around and left without saying a word. Shani hurriedly chased after him. Marshal, Marshal. This person can't be left alive. Guyun lowered his voice and said quickly, Old Kai is still here. Before he notices, let's make this fiery head shut up forever. Do it cleanly. As he spoke, Guyun suddenly thought of something. He stopped in his tracks and his face was full of haze. No, I forgot that there is still Kalei Ho. When he was in Yanhui, he had been secretly communicating with Xianxia. That barbarian must know something. Shani said in fear, Marshal, he didn't tell me. Guyun's shoulders suddenly collapsed, but the steel plates on his body made him unable to bend down. His standing posture was indescribably stiff. He never told me. He didn't even mention it. I know that barbarian woman's mind is full of revenge. She won't treat him well, but after all, they are related by blood. Shani hurriedly said, You don't know what that crazy woman Hugur did. 20 years ago, you were still riding with your nose running. Alright, Zishi, this has nothing to do with you. That time when we picked him up in the snow, it wasn't because he was young and ignorant and sneaked out to play, Guyun said in a low voice. He obviously couldn't bear the abuse, and they actually sent him back out of kindness. Shani was speechless. After a long while, Shani said in a whisper, I'm just saying hypothetically, if the child left behind isn't the son of the imperial noble consort. Shani couldn't help but recall the scene many years ago when the young Chang'an calmly said in front of him that he wasn't a prince and that the disability on his feet was caused by the Xianxia. Guyun suddenly raised his eyes. What do you want to say? It doesn't matter who the mother is. It doesn't make much difference whether the mother is a witch or a witch's sister. The problem is, whose child is Hugur pregnant with? Shani licked the corner of his mouth with difficulty. Back then, the imperial noble consort's sister lived in the palace and was going to marry a member of the imperial family. Would Yuan and the late emperor do such a thing? If the late emperor was really so shameless, then everyone would be relieved. But what if he wasn't? If it wasn't the late emperor, then the most suspicious person would undoubtedly be the person who helped them escape back then. He had evil intentions but could enter and leave the palace freely. He even had the ability to let the witches of the 18 tribes escape. Many years later, he took over the spy that the two of them left in the palace. When these conditions were added together, it was easy to associate Master Liao Qi with his large group of Dongying spies. Xingyi's body turned cold. Marshal, Guyun raised his head and glanced at him. His gaze was like a knife, and Shani suddenly fell silent. Let it rot in your stomach. Guyun lowered his head and stroked the short knife in his hand. He said firmly, As for Bayman, I'll deal with him sooner or later. Don't mention this again. Shani said. Yes. Guyun walked away with a gloomy face. His back, which was supported by the steel plate, looked particularly thoughtful. He went to find Xianxia. Miss Chen, can I have a word with you? Guyun said. Xianxia didn't understand and followed him to the side. Guyun said, Miss Chen is proficient in medicine and has stayed in the barbarian territory for more than half a year. I have a question to ask you. Xianxia quickly restrained herself and said, I don't dare. Guyun absent-mindedly helped her up. Do they have any special witchcraft that can be used on babies? Xianxia was suddenly shocked. Guyun immediately caught the look of surprise on her face. What's wrong? Xianxia was silent for a long time. She paced back and forth uneasily on the spot. Then, she sighed deeply. Marshal, have you heard of Wuergu? Guyun frowned and carefully recalled for a moment. It sounds familiar. I've heard of it before. It seems to be a god in the north? It's the head of the 4 evil gods worshipped by the 18 tribes. Xianxia explained, legend has it that he has 4 legs, 4 arms, 2 heads, and 2 hearts. He is in charge of disasters and famine. Wuergu is greedy by nature. When he descends, the sky changes color and all living things will be devoured by him. He is the most feared god in the Bayman land. Guyun made a sound of acknowledgement, a little confused. I've been in the grasslands for half a year, but until now, I can only say that I have a superficial understanding of the witchcraft of the 18 tribes. The profoundness and origin of their witchcraft is beyond my imagination. Many witchcraft techniques are related to their strange legends of evil gods. The most vicious one is Wu-Ergu. Xianxia paused for a moment, 4 legs, 4 arms, 2 heads, and 2 hearts. What does Marquis think it sounds like? Gu Yun hesitated. It sounds like 2 people are glued together. Xianxia said, that's right. The evil god Wu-Ergu devoured his brother when he was born. Since then, he has received double the divine power. In the 18 tribes, there is an ancient witchcraft technique that combines 2 blood-related brothers into one not long after they were born. The monster, human that is cultivated can obtain the evil god's power. It is also called Wu-Ergu. Gu Yun listened and was silent for a while. He gently pressed his ribs. Although there was a steel plate protecting his ribs, he did not know why, but he still felt a pinpricking pain under his ribs. Xianxia hurriedly said, Marquis, your injury, it's okay. Gu Yun waved his hand. He licked his lips slightly and asked in a slow tone, Miss Chen, I don't quite understand. What do you mean by combine 2 people into one? Xianxia was a little hesitant. It doesn't matter, Gu Yun said. Just say it. It's just hearsay. I'm afraid it's not accurate. Xianxia lowered his voice and said, it's about putting a pair of babies within 1-year-old in a sealed place without light, water, or food. One of them will suffocate to death first. The dead baby will be taken out and refined with a secret method. For a moment, Gu Yun thought that the effects of the drug had worn off and that her ears were useless again. She asked with difficulty. What? Refine. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Then, combined with the secret medicine of the barbarian witch, he fed it to his surviving brothers bit by bit. Gu Yun cried out involuntarily, can that child still live? Marshal, you've underestimated the 18,000-year-old voodoo arts, Xianxia sighed. In the voodoo arts that have been lost, there are even records of turning dead people into living zombies that can run, not to mention refining a living person into a weapon. They think that the person who is refined in this way, or called Wu-Ergu, is either extremely strong or extraordinarily intelligent from a young age. It's all because he is actually 2 people with 4 legs and 2 heads. He can summon the power of the evil god. Gu Yun hesitated and said, forgive me for being ignorant, but I don't have any opinion on this kind of thing. Miss Chen, I think this sounds like nonsense spread among uncivilized fools. Xianxia said, according to our inherent knowledge and understanding, Marquis can regard Wu-Ergu as a kind of poison that destroys the mind. Some lunatics are indeed much stronger than ordinary people. Their perspective of thinking is often different from ordinary people. When they haven't completely lost their minds, it's not surprising that they appear to be extraordinarily intelligent. Gu Yun. There are still things that can't be understood by our inherent knowledge and understanding. Xianxia said, Marshal, to tell you the truth, I sneaked into the 18 tribes to search for the voodoo arts not only for your spies, but also to trace back Wu-Ergu. However, there are very few records related to the barbarians. There is only one rumor about an ancient barbarian general. That person's name is Wu-Ergu. This person is cruel and bloodthirsty, but he won every battle. He single-handedly established the unification of the 18 tribes today. He lived for 32 years and never married. The reason is neither alive nor dead, neither male nor female. Gu Yun had goosebumps when he heard this. Xianxia, I've investigated this person's life and birth. I learned that his mother gave birth to a pair of twins, but there were no records about the girl after that. There was also no mention of her death. There are 2 explanations for this. Either the girl went missing after the family fell, or this pair of twins was refined into Wu-Ergu. The dead and the living merged into one. The male and female grew together, which was neither alive nor dead, neither male nor female. Gu Yun's hand under his ribs tightened. Xianxia asked nervously, Marquis, is the steel plate loose? Gu Yun bent down. After a long while, he took a deep breath and whispered, why would someone do such a thing? Xianxia helped him to sit down at the side. Usually, only when the country is destroyed and the family is in danger would such a ruthless act be done. They would use the blood as a sacrifice to the evil god to seek revenge. Whenever a person named Wu or Gu appears, it would cause a storm of blood. Gu Yun, just now, you said that it is like a kind of poison that damages one's mind. Explain this part more clearly. Chen Xingshu said, Wu or Gu will go crazy. In the beginning, it will be because of nightmares. Over time, people will become sensitive and suspicious. If it is not controlled, they will gradually have hallucinations. In the end, so. Gu Yun only said 2 words when his voice was so hoarse that it seemed to crack. He had to forcefully clear his throat before he could continue speaking, so you gave him Anshensen. Chen Xingshu, of course, she knew who Gu Yun was referring to. She was speechless and could only acquiesce. Gu Yun closed his eyes slightly. Now that he thought about it, Chong Gung had casually mentioned to him more than once that excessive liver fire made it easy for him to not sleep well. However, he did not take it to heart at all. He only thought that this child had become obsessed with learning medicine from the Chen family. All day long, he made himself sound like a little old man and talked about how to maintain his health. However, it turned out that he had so many difficulties. Gu Yun, to what extent is Chong Gung? Chen Xingshu did not say anything for a moment. Gu Yun, tell me, no matter what, I can accept it. As long as I am alive, I will not care whether he is crazy or stupid. Chen Xingshu said, His Highness. His Highness has a firm will and a peaceful state of mind. For many years, Wu or Gu in his body has not acted up. He knows in his heart that he is more restrained than ordinary people. However, a while ago. Oh. I have already suppressed it with acupuncture. Marquis, you don't have to worry. Although she spoke vaguely, Gu Yun could tell that she had always been in a peaceful state of mind and had not acted up much, except for a while ago. It's because of me. He thought blankly. He stood up like a zombie and staggered for a moment. His face looked as if he had just been stabbed. Then, he let go of Chen Qingshu's hand that wanted to support him and walked away in a daze. The stiff steel plate that supported him made him look like an iron puppet that was about to be burnt dry. Chen Qingshu stood in place for a moment. Her plain white face was very dignified. She could not help but look back in the direction of the capital. The wooden bird that was released a few days ago should have arrived in the capital. However, was the decision written in her letter really correct? The sky in the capital was gloomy. When the wooden bird flew by, its small figure completely blended into the oppressive black clouds and was almost invisible. Zhang Fenghan got out of a carriage and cupped his hands in thanks to the person in the carriage. I have troubled your highness to take the time to send this old man here. Chongqing lifted the curtain and smiled. I have been living in the Grand Council for days. It is time for me to go back to the Marquis Fu to get a change of clothes. It is just on the way. You don't have to be so polite. However, didn't the Lingshu temple prepare a carriage for you? Zhang Fenghan did not care too much. It is all used by the subordinates to run errands. I don't leave the capital. My old bones should also move around. Now that there is war everywhere, the imperial court is using money everywhere. We should save as much as we can. Even if we can't turn the tide, can't we do our best? Chongqing smiled, that is the truth. This young one has learned a lot. Zhang Fenghan hurriedly said, I don't dare. However, Chongqing stopped him and said, Sir Feng, please wait. As he spoke, he took out Zhang Fenghan's brazen request for the emperor to lift the ban on the commoner's purple gold. Handing it over with both hands, he said, Fenghan Gonggong, please forgive me. I blocked this memorial on my own accord and did not send it to you. There are no outsiders here, so I'll say something that will hurt your heart. The commoner's purple gold has always been the emperor's reverse scale. Ever since he became martial emperor, there has never been a day where he relaxed. Putting yourself in his shoes, to the emperor, purple gold is no different from the imperial jade seal. If you were the emperor, would you allow commoners to privately take radish carvings to sell for fun? Zhang Fenghan knew that his memorial would not be of any use. If it was not rejected by the Grand Council, it would cause the Emperor Longan to lose his temper again. However, he had the spirit of a scholar. He always felt that it is up to you to listen or not. I will say what I should say. Who would have thought that His Royal Highness Yan Wang would personally come to him to explain and speak so frankly? Zhang Fenghan's face turned red from his frankness. He sighed, Your Highness. AI, Your Highness is right. I am old and muddle-headed. I have caused trouble for Your Highness. I know that Sir Feng Han has the heart of fighting for the country and the people. You are the backbone of the Lingshu Temple. These years, Dalyong's days have not been good. The steel armor and combat equipment all rely on you. Chongqing waved his hand and said, we can't even wait to protect you. How can there be trouble? Zhang Fenghan was a bit helpless. However, Yan Wang's expression was extremely sincere, and his tone was not corny. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. He could only say, I am ashamed. Ever since my childhood friend Guchen entered the Lingshu Temple, he has been whispering in my ear about Sir Feng Han, Chongqing teased. He hates that he can't learn from you that you like to drink hokue and that you like to eat pickled radishes. I think he just needs to buy a white hat and wear it every day. Zhang Fenghan's old face was really red this time. He hated that he could not call his new disciple Guchen over and slap him. He poured all kinds of trivial things into Yan Wang's ears. Guchen and I grew up together in Yanhui City. When we were young, the barbarians invaded. He didn't have many people in his family. He has been following me for so many years. Chongqing paused slightly and looked at Zhang Fenghan with some embarrassment. I won't beat around the bush. Guchen wants me to tell Sir Feng Han that he has always admired Sir Feng Han's character. He wants to recognize you. Well, to be an elder. He doesn't ask for anything else. He just wants to be able to serve you in the future. What do you think? Zhang Fenghan's breathing became rapid for a moment. After Guchen followed Shani to the capital, he stayed in the capital and entered the Lingshu Temple. He was diligent, clever, and very talented. He hit it off with Zhang Fenghan very well. Within a few days, he was accepted by the old man as his direct disciple. However, he was not ignorant. He, Zhang Fenghan, had no power or influence in his life. He was always disliked by people. What good could he bring to people? Who could he protect? Even if he was old and had no children, other than a few old dogs at home, who would be willing to pay attention to him, Chongqing looked at his expression and said, alas, I already told him that Sir Feng Han loves peace and quiet. You don't like noisy people like him. You don't have to be embarrassed. I'll scold him for you later. Don't worry, that thing has been heartless since he was young. He won't take it to heart. Zhang Fenghan hurriedly said, Your Highness, please wait. Your Highness. This old man. In his anxiety, he was tongue-tied and his forehead was sweating profusely. Chongqing didn't say anything. He calmly looked at him and smiled. His smile didn't have any haze. It was bright and clean like a teenager, with a little bit of mischievousness. Zhang Fenghan rarely saw him not being mature and prudent. He came back to his senses and smiled helplessly. Your Highness is really, then I'll tell him. I'll turn the corner and go home. Sir Feng Han, please do as you please, Chongqing said briskly. Later, I'll ask Xiao Gu to find an auspicious time to kowtow to you. By the way, it's going to rain soon. You can take an umbrella from me in case you need it. Zhang Fenghan, the old troublemaker who made Li Feng's head full of bumps, said goodbye to him with a smile. He looked at Yan Wang's car with kind eyes as it drove away. As soon as Chongqing left, the sky began to drizzle as he said. Sir Feng Han held up the umbrella that Chongqing had left for him and felt a little emotional. In the past half a year, there had been war and chaos. Even though it wasn't peaceful, as long as he looked at these young people, he felt that the giant pillar of Dalyong's golden palace hadn't collapsed and that there were still a few people holding it up. There were many intelligent and talented people in the world. However, if a person was too intelligent, he would always lack some vigor and would be more inclined to protect himself. There had to be someone who was truly wise and brave to take the initiative to stand out and pick up the beam. Only then would they be able to gather together. The people who walked at the front were destined to work hard and not necessarily have a good ending. If it wasn't worth it, it wouldn't be worth it. However, if there weren't a few stones, wouldn't it have been destroyed long ago? Sir Feng Han turned his head and saw a snow-white monk's robe flash by in the corner of the alley. He put away the smile on his face and quickly walked over. The restaurant in the alley wasn't as grand and dignified as the Flying Crane restaurant of old. It was more like a casual little tea shop. It didn't seem out of place for someone as poor as Sir Fenghan to walk in. He closed the umbrella and shook the rain off. He heard someone lightly knock on the wooden stairs. He raised his head and saw Master Liao Ran take off his wet bamboo hat. He stood on the second floor and nodded slightly at him. Sir Fenghan understood and quickly walked up. The two of them walked into the innermost private room one after the other. There was already a middle-aged man waiting inside. The man was about 40 or 50 years old. His appearance was average, and his clothing wasn't very ostentatious. However, at a glance, he looked very friendly. It was as if the corners of his eyes and the tips of his eyebrows were round. If there were officials from the Ministry of Revenue here, they would probably be very surprised. This person was the richest man in Jiangnan, Du Wanquan. Du Wanquan had made his fortune in Jiangnan. He had once personally formed a caravan to go to the Western Ocean. He was the only tycoon to go to the Western Ocean since the Emperor Wu of Daliang opened up the sea. He had a narrow escape, but the profits were great. When he returned, he was known as the God of Wealth. Later, he moved to the northwest and was chosen as the chairman of the Central Plains Chamber of Commerce on Gusi Road. As early as the Marquis of Stability, for some reason, had been ordered to cut his salary and reflect on himself in the capital. Before he returned, this shrewd businessman took the lead to gather the members of the Chamber of Commerce and began to evacuate in batches. Later, the turmoil in the western regions didn't hurt too many innocents. It could be said that this god of wealth's wind vane had led the way in time. No one knew how much money Du Wanquan had. They all said that he was as rich as a country. Of course, based on Daliang's current poverty, being able to rival a country wasn't a big deal. Such a god of wealth was now gathered in a rather shabby little wine shop with the monks of Hugua Temple and the old troublemaker of Lingshu Temple. Seeing Zhang Fenghan, Du Wanquan hurriedly and courteously got up and invited him to the seat of honor. He cupped his hands and said, "Come in, come in. Elder brother and I haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Now it seems that you haven't changed at all. Your elegant demeanor is even better than before." Zhang Fenghan declined while saying, "What are you talking about? I'm old." Du Wanquan solemnly cupped his fists and said, "Before Ol Du came to the capital, my wife and children dissuaded me from going. They were afraid that the situation in the capital would not be stable. I told them, isn't Fenghan Gong older and more capable than I am? When the enemy came to the city, he was unarmed and fearless. I'm just a small businessman. Although I can't compare to such a peerless scholar, what would I become if I didn't even dare to come and pay a visit?" Fortune God Du had been living in the business world for a long time, so his amiability made him rich. His way of talking was similar to that of His Highness King Yin. Both of them could make people blush with a few words and still make people feel comfortable. Zhang Fenghan realized that if she continued to be polite with him, they might not be able to get down to business before dark, so she had to sit at the head of the table. Liao Ran put his palms together and gestured, "Mr. Du's family is big and has a lot of business. Duke Fenghan has to go back to Lingshu Temple in a while. Let's not talk too much. The younger generation has overstepped their boundaries and brought up this topic." With that, he took out the Buddhist prayer beads in his arms and pulled them gently. A string of beads scattered. Liao Ran broke the largest bead and took out a piece of old hollow wood. The shell was simple and unadorned, but there were countless delicate gears quietly displayed inside. Duke Fenghan and Du Wanquan looked at each other and no longer exchanged pleasantries. They each took out a similar piece of hollow wood from their arms. The 3 pieces of hollow wood were placed together and attracted each other. They slid on the table on their own. The gears inside bit each other and in the blink of an eye, they joined together and formed the upper part of a wooden plate with the word Lin on it. The last time this plate was put together was more than 200 years ago. Du Wanquan sighed. Last time, the ancestors entrusted this thing to Emperor Taizu. They didn't choose the wrong person in exchange for 200 years of peace and prosperity. Now it has been passed down to our generation. I hope we can still choose the right person this time. Today, Master Liao Ran called Lin Yuan. "I think you have a candidate." Liao Ran gestured. "Mr. Zhong and the Chen family are at the front line, so they can't come. Mr. Zhong asked someone to bring his opinion and the wooden plate. Miss Chen's place is chaotic, so she is a little far away. She hasn't seen them yet, but I guess they will come in a day or half a day." Du Wanquan glanced at the wooden plate on the table and sat upright. Master, please say. Ba, Liao Ran put his palms together and bowed his head. At the beginning of the war, there is a person who used the wooden bird of Linyuan Pavilion to send a message. He left a chess piece for the besieged capital. He was ordered to kill the traitor, defend the city in person, and refuse the imperial edict. When Zhang Fenghan heard this, he immediately echoed, I agree with the person mentioned by Master. I have the most contact with His Royal Highness Yan Wang in the imperial court. Although he is young, he has both integrity and talent. I am willing to entrust this wooden plate to him. I am ashamed to say that I have been idle for many years. When I heard the news from the front line, I was stunned. I didn't think that the Western Army could really besiege the capital, nor did I think of using a wooden bird to send a message. Mr. Du, what do you think? The two people at the table looked at Du Wanquan at the same time. Du Wanquan thought for a moment and didn't answer for a while. He said tactfully, His Royal Highness Yan Wang is a noble person. I have never met him, but I heard that His Royal Highness Yan Wang used to be Mr. Zhong's disciple and has a friendship with the Chen family. Those two must know more about him. Why don't we wait for them? Liao Ran took out a wooden bird from his arms. There was a very thin seal on the belly of the wooden bird, which was intact. This is Mr. Zhong's, Liao Ran said, I haven't opened it yet. Please. Du Wanquan rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, I won't be polite. After he finished speaking, he carefully opened the seal, opened the belly of the bird, and took out the fourth wooden plate from inside. The word yuan was more than half put together, and only a corner was left. Under the wooden plate, there was a piece of sea-patterned paper from Zhongchan. Zhang Fenghan said, Mr. Zhong personally taught His Royal Highness Yan Wang how to deploy troops, arrange formations, and equestrian archery. What kind of friendship is that? Could it be? His voice suddenly stopped. He saw Du Wanquan spread the sea-patterned paper from Zhongchan on the table. The note said, this person has the talent to pacify the world, but his childhood was too rough. Although he was kind when he was young, he may not be faithful to one person until the end of his life. Moreover, he has the hidden danger of Wu Ergu. End of chapter 70. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.